When the little cow stared at the corpse, she raised her leg and smashed it into a paste. A cold harumph left her lips. How dare Wansher's dog bark in front of me? The three skull ancestors looked at the corpse before them, and they couldn't believe their eyes. The other party had come with the All Heavens decree. After Huang Xiaolong killed him, old ancestor Azure Cow even had to trample on his corpse. Huang Xiaolong retracted his gaze and looked at the three skull ancestors as he asked, "What about the thing I asked you to check up on?" The three of them lowered their heads as they stammered. "Replying to your majesty, there isn't any news about it yet. Please do not worry. We will definitely locate the concealed scripture Devil Steel soon." Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of disappointment fill his heart. He nodded before asking about the Saint Devil City and Devil World situation before dismissing them. Soon after, he summoned Zhao Yuan and questioned him about some things. Half an hour passed, and Zhao Yuan finally left. Even though we can confirm that the concealed scripture Devil Steel is still in the Devil World, the Devil World is boundless. We won't be able to locate it in a short amount of time. Song Mutian shook his head and said, "Why don't we head over to the corpse pool in the rotting world?" The little cow thought for a moment before continuing. "Didn't the Reverence Moon Old Man say that there is a level 3 origin treasure located in the corpse pool? If we manage to obtain it, the effects wouldn't be worse than the concealed scripture Devil Steel." Song Mutian shook his head again. "It's impossible to obtain a level 3 origin treasure so easily. Dean Reverence Moon remained in the corpse pool in the rotting world for several billion years, and he could only be certain that there was a level 3 origin treasure there. He failed to locate it. Moreover, the corpse pool is comparable to the Devil Holy Ground in size." A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he decided, "We'll stay in the Devil World for a little bit more. If we still fail to locate the concealed scripture Devil Steel in 2 years, we will head over to the rotting world." "That will have to do." The little cow nodded in agreement. Huang Xiaolong stared at the flying devil python beside him, and his heart trembled. He asked about the heavenless Archdevil Lord, as there could be a clue hidden within the Archdevil Lord's actions. After all, the flying devil python was the heavenless Archdevil Lord's mount. When Huang Xiaolong was listening to the experiences of the flying devil python, Wan Yu was listening to the report in the main hall of his All Heavens Divine Palace. When he heard about what had happened to the envoy and Huang Xiaolong, he crushed the cup in his hands as killing intent filled his eyes. "Huang! Xiao! Long!" He gnashed his teeth and spat word by word. How dare Huang Xiaolong kill someone from the city of all heavens? Lord Wansher was about to emerge from his secluded cultivation. Not to mention killing someone from the city of all heavens, Huang Xiaolong even tore the All Heavens decree to shreds. Old monster Luan Zhuan, the old crow ancestor, king of shadows, Shizhen, and the others were in the hall with Wan Yu, and they also heard the news. Huang Xiaolong is being really stubborn. He doesn't know what's good for him, Luan Zhuan snorted. Since he won't repent even in the face of death, the day Lord Wansher emerges will be the day he dies. The old crow ancestor chuckled. This brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dares to destroy the All Heavens decree. The killing intent in Wan Yu's heart rose the more he heard them speak. He had even got people to spread the news about the All Heavens decree. Now that Huang Xiaolong had shredded his decree and killed his envoy, it was clear that Huang Xiaolong had delivered him a heavy slap to the face in front of the world. "If I don't kill Huang Xiaolong, I'm not a man." A sinister light flashed through Wan Yu's eyes. "Pass down my order. Since Huang Xiaolong dares to disregard my order and refuses to repent, everyone related to him has to die. He killed someone from my city of all heavens, and for that, everyone related to him can be killed on sight. Let's see if everyone is the same as Huang Xiaolong. Let's see if everyone dares to go against my city of all heavens." Wan Yu's voice resounded through the room. Soon, his order started to spread. The myriad of worlds fell into chaos once again. Is Huang Xiaolong really not afraid of Lord Wansher? Lord Wansher is about to leave seclusion. Let's wait for the good show to play out. After 2 days of staying in the headquarters of the Skull Devil sect, Huang Xiaolong left and started to look for the concealed scripture Devil Steel. Since he wasn't able to pinpoint the approximate location of the concealed scripture Devil's Steel, he could only fly around to try his luck. Luckily for him, the radius he could sense after breaking through to the mid-level sovereign realm was much larger than before. Looking for the Devil's Steel would be much easier. Of course, he ordered everyone under him to look for traces of the Devil's Steel to not waste time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Despite all his attempts, he failed to detect anything. By then, Huang Xiaolong and the others had already arrived in the Cloud Sea region in the Devil World. The Cloud Sea region was a special region in the Devil World. Beautiful clouds of different colors covered the space, and it was formed by both devil chi and spiritual chi. From afar, the region was covered in a mesmerizing glow. As everyone there seemed to be affected by the beauty of the Cloud Sea region was the region with the lowest amount of bloodshed. Another month passed, and Huang Xiaolong finally reached the end of the Cloud Sea region. No matter how he tried, he failed to locate the concealed scripture Devil's Steel. Damn it! I refuse to believe that we won't be able to locate the Devil's Steel even after searching through all 36 regions. The little cow had long since been irate over their failure to locate the Devil's Steel. If they had all the time in the world, she wouldn't be so annoyed. However, time was of the essence right now. The longer they took, the closer they got to Wan Shi's emergence from secluded cultivation. Huang Xiaolong shook his head as helplessness filled his eyes. He was really wasting time by looking for it aimlessly. It was too bad he couldn't do anything to change it. The only thing he was afraid of was that he wouldn't be able to locate the Devil's Steel after searching through all 36 regions in the Devil World. The Devil World wasn't just made of the 36 regions. There were countless desolate grounds and deathlands. All of them were vast and boundless. A single deathland might even be bigger than one of the 36 regions itself. Even if they had 10 full years, they wouldn't be able to search through the whole Devil World. An hour passed as they flew about aimlessly. Suddenly, the other 5 Devil Steels in Huang Xiaolong's body started to emit resplendent light. This concealed scripture Devil's Steel. They finally located the concealed scripture Devil's Steel. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned to one of the cities located in the clouds. Based on the reaction he got from the 5 Devil Steels, the concealed scripture Devil's Steel was located there. What's wrong? The little cow asked when she noticed the change in Huang Xiaolong's mood. Huang Xiaolong revealed a brilliant smile as he laughed. The concealed scripture Devil's Steel is in that city. What? The little cow and Song Mutian didn't dare to believe their ears. However, joy soon took over, and smiles blossomed on their faces. They had finally located the final Devil's Steel. Ha! I knew that we wouldn't be so unlucky. The little cow roared with laughter. Let's go! They turned into streaks of light as they charged towards the city located in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the city. Borderless city, Song Mutian muttered under his breath. He quickly introduced the city to Huang Xiaolong and the others. Borderless city lies between the Cloud Sea region and the Frigid Water region. It's a city that connects them. Because of this, both regions have stationed their troops over in Borderless city. With Song Mutian's introduction, Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the city. As soon as they entered, Huang Xiaolong didn't waste time as he quickly headed towards the location of the concealed scripture Devil's Steel. As the borderless city was located between both regions, it was an important connection between the two. There were tons of experts and chambers of commerce operating in the city, and Huang Xiaolong saw the busy streets bustling with activities. Making their way towards the concealed scripture Devil's Steel, the streets started to empty out. Before long, there wasn't a single soul left on the street they were on. Even though the city was extremely lively, there were bound to be some remote corners lying around. When they finally arrived at one of the northernmost courtyards, Huang Xiaolong stopped. The courtyard was extremely run down, and the grass growing around it had already reached a human's height. Despite its forsaken appearance, the courtyard was massive, and the majestic aura surrounding it had yet to fade. There were 2 stone lion carvings beside the entrance, but a layer of thick dust was enough to prove that it hadn't been cleaned in years. Is this where the concealed scripture Devil's Steel is? A trace of suspicion flashed through the little cow's eyes, and she asked in confusion. Since their arrival, she had failed to notice any devil chi in the air. She even opened her heavenly eye in order to look for traces of devil chi in the air but failed to find any. It was impossible for a devil steel to not emit devil chi. There was a trace of disbelief on both Tsang Mutian and the flying devil python's faces as they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in unison. A smile slowly appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. It's here. The 5 devil steels couldn't be wrong. Let's head on in. Huang Xiaolong stepped into the entrance with the little cow and the others behind him. Since there were no guards around, they arrived in the main hall without anyone to stop them. I wonder who fellow cultivators are. An old man walked out from the side hall, and he looked like the steward of the forsaken residence. His face was bony but his eyes were full of spirit. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and said, Peak of the late 10th Order Heavenly Monarch Realm. Half a step into the Emperor Realm. The face of the old man changed, and his expression sank. Are you someone sent by the Cloud Sea City Lord? The borderless city was a unique city, and there were 2 city lords. One of them came from the Cloud Sea region, and the other came from the Frigid Water region. Go back and tell your young master that we're not planning to sell the residence. Huang Xiaolong and the others stared at him in shock. We're not from the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion. Huang Xiaolong shook his head slowly. The expression on the old man's face froze, and he stared at the 4 newcomers with a newfound curiosity. It was clear he didn't believe anything Huang Xiaolong said. Old man Pang, Sui Wenhui, have you considered it through? A haughty voice resounded through the air. When Huang Xiaolong and the others turned around, they saw a young man leading a bunch of people into the residence. From their lineup, it was clear that the young man was the young master of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion. There was no doubt the others were the experts he had brought with him. When the old man saw the group of people, an ugly expression appeared on his face. Before anyone could react, a young man rushed out from the inner courtyard as he raged at the young master of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion. Young City Lord Xing, we already gave you an answer 3 days ago. This is the residence my grandfather left behind. I won't sell it. Are you very sure? A sneer left the young city lord's lips. Since you rather die than sell me your manor, I'll send you all to hell. One of the middle-aged men stood out as soon as the words left his lips. This is our 4th steward. I believe all of you have heard of him. Old man Pong and the young man felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Every single one of the stewards in the City Lord's mansion was in the Emperor realm. Even the weakest one of them all, the 4th steward, was a late First Order Emperor realm expert. The young City Lord waved his hand and instructed, Go. Kill the old man and Sui Wenhui. Do whatever you want as long as you leave them with a complete corpse. His gaze casually swept past Huang Xiaolong and the others as he spoke. Oh right. Kill them all while you're at it. Even though he had no idea who Huang Xiaolong and the others were, he felt that there was nothing inappropriate for someone of his status to kill several strangers in the city. Yes, young city lord, the steward replied respectfully, and he charged towards Huang Xiaolong and the rest. Brat, go to hell. A cold snort left his lips as he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong. According to him, a single punch was enough to take care of everyone. When Sui Wenhui and the old man noticed the tyrannical wave of energy surging towards them, a look of fear and despair filled their faces. It was too bad a tongue appeared to stop the fist. With a flick of the tongue, the 4th steward disappeared. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, they stared at the flying devil python, who had half a body dangling out of its mouth. A slurping sound soon resounded through the courtyard as it swallowed the late First Order Emperor realm cultivator. All the Cloud Sea City Lord Manor's experts stared at the scene before them with a look of disbelief. Only after a long time did the young city lord reveal a terrified expression as his body turned stiff. Who are you? You're not qualified to know about our identities. I'll give you 1 breath of time to disappear from my sight. The little cow snorted. Even though the expression on the young city lord's face changed, he didn't dare to utter a word as he left with all the cultivators he had brought with him. Seeing that the young city lord was leaving with his tail tucked between his legs, Steward Peng and Sui Wenhui snapped back to reality. Many thanks to seniors for making a move. They rushed towards Huang Xiaolong and bowed. There was a cautious look on their faces, especially Steward Peng. He had no idea what they were there for, and he felt a little jumpy in his heart. It's nothing. I need something from your manor, and I'm here to take it away. Huang Xiaolong got straight to the point. Do you have any objections? Of course not. Sui Wenhui replied hastily. He was clear that Huang Xiaolong wasn't actually asking a question. Even if he wasn't willing to let Huang Xiaolong do as he pleased, he didn't have a choice. With the strength the other party possessed, there was no way of stopping them. Huang Xiaolong nodded before bringing the little cow and the others to the inner courtyard. They only stopped when they arrived at a courtyard named the Concealed Scripture Pavilion. When Sui Wenhui saw that Huang Xiaolong and the others had stopped outside the Concealed Scripture Pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. His manor had long since been emptied, and everything of worth was already taken away. The only things left in the pavilion were several old books. No matter how he thought about it, he failed to think of a reason for Huang Xiaolong and the others to be there. Walking towards one of the stone tablets outside the entrance, Huang Xiaolong noticed that only half of it was poking out of the ground. He couldn't see the entire tablet, but from the dust and mud on it, it looked like an ordinary stone tablet found anywhere else. The little cow stared at Zhang Mutian, and he stared back at her. Don't tell me that's the Concealed Scripture Devil Steel. There's no way. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't resemble one of the 6 great devil steels. Huang Xiaolong reached out and pulled the stone tablet out from the ground as everyone else watched curiously. The instant the other half was revealed, rays of resplendent light filled the skies as waves of devil chi surged out from under the ground. When Sui Wenhui and Steward Peng saw the stone tablet's transformation on the ground, they couldn't help but stare at it with their jaws agape. The stone tablet was something one of the Su family's old ancestors had obtained by chance. After obtaining it, he had felt that there was something strange about the tablet. Hence, he had started to research it. No matter how hard he had tried, he had failed to detect anything strange from the tablet. In the end, he had decided to bury the stone tablet in front of the pavilion. He had allowed his disciples to meditate before the tablet, and even laid down the order to heavily reward any disciple who managed to comprehend anything about the tablet. Not only Sui Wenhui, even Steward Peng had tried to obtain enlightenment from the tablet, but they had failed. Right now, they witnessed the shocking transformation of the tablet right before their very eyes. Even though they had no idea what the tablet had turned into, they could confirm that it was an absolute treasure. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the stone tablet's transformation before him, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. He had finally located the last devil steel. He had finally gathered all 6 great devil steels. The Concealed Scripture Devil Steel had indeed hidden itself extremely well. Ordinary treasures would never be able to completely hide their aura. Looking at the Concealed Scripture Devil Steel, it was able to remain hidden under the eyes of so many experts. Moreover, it could transform into another form. Without the other devil steels, it would have been impossible to locate it. Even sovereigns wouldn't be able to locate it. It was no wonder the 3 skull ancestors and Zhao Yuan had failed to find any leads after sending out so many people. Huang Xiaolong quickly kept the Concealed Scripture Devil Steel into the complete heaven palace in the ancient heavenly court. I won't take this for nothing. Huang Xiaolong turned around and spoke to the 2 of them. Tell me your request. As long as I can give it to you, I will. Sui Wenhui and the old man stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. The 2 of them started to hesitate. All right. Huang Xiaolong thought about it for a second and continued. How about this? I still have several spiritual pills and spirit stones here. He tossed over a spatial ring to each of them. Even though the 2 of them wanted to reject Huang Xiaolong's gift, they became flabbergasted when they realized the contents in the spatial ring. There were mountains of low-grade chaos spirit stones and high-grade grand mist spiritual pills. They didn't dare to believe their eyes as they failed to return to reality even after a long time. Did Huang Xiaolong really intend to give them all the low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and high-grade Grand Mist Spiritual Pills? Several million years ago, the Su family was one of the 10 superfamilies in Borderless City. Even at their peak, their treasury didn't contain as much wealth as they were holding in their hands. In fact, all their wealth combined at their peak wasn't even 1/10,000th of what they were holding. Lord, this... Sui Wenhui stammered as he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a terrified stare. He couldn't help but panic when he held so many treasures in his hand. There is no need to worry, the little cow piped up all of a sudden. This brat has a ton of them. He doesn't even care for them. Since it's a gift, just keep it. Sui Wenhui and the old steward stared at each other in disbelief. You should hold on to this command token. Huang Xiaolong pulled out a token and handed it over to them. With this, you will be able to enter the headquarters of the Skull Devil sect. There will be some ancestor-level figure there to guide you with your cultivation. Skull Devil sect. The two of them trembled like a leaf in the wind. The Skull Devil sect was one of the 5 strongest superpowers in the Devil world. Right now, their reputation was as high as the sun in the midday sky. No native of the Devil world could not have heard of them. Even when the Sui family was at its peak, it was like a speck of dust when compared to the Skull Devil sect. Sui Wenhui accepted the token with trembling hands, and he saw the inscription of a skull on it. We thank the Lord. Sui Wenhui fell to his knees all of a sudden as he kowtowed to Huang Xiaolong. If he could enter the Skull Devil sect, why would he be afraid of the Cloud Sea City Lord Manor? He might even be able to restore the past glory of his Sui family. In the past, the Sui family could be considered a local power. As time whittled their strength away, they were down to their last 2 members. Steward Peng got to his knees as he expressed his thanks to Huang Xiaolong. Of course, Huang Xiaolong quickly pardoned them. As if on cue, the little cow turned to the entrance as a chilly gaze flashed past her eyes. Seems like there are a lot of people who aren't afraid of death. A ton of experts poured through the gates in an instant. The young city lord of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion rushed into the residence after returning with reinforcements. There were 3 additional experts following behind him. When they saw the appearance of the 3 experts, Sui Wenhui and the old steward revealed a face full of terror. The 3 of them were precisely the first, second, and third steward of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion. Lord, you need to be careful. They are the 3 great stewards of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion. They are part of the 10 strongest experts in our borderless city. I've heard rumors that one of them has already entered the late 9th Order Emperor realm. Late 9th Order Emperor realm? Huang Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing. As the young city lord stomped towards Huang Xiaolong and the others, he raised his nose to the skies as he sneered, Uncle Chun. These are the men who killed Uncle Zhang. He quickly pointed at Huang Xiaolong and the others. The Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion's experts swept their gaze over Huang Xiaolong and the others as a trace of suspicion formed in their minds. A low growl echoed through the room. Who are you? How dare you kill someone from my Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion? Aren't you showing us a little too much disrespect? Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently. So what? I'll kill whoever I feel like. Even the heaven punishment archdevil ancestor is nothing in my eyes, much less your city lord mansion. Before I change my mind, all of you better scram. If you leave now, you might make it in time to keep your life. Rage bubbled in the hearts of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion's experts when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Chen Yijing, the late 9th Order Emperor, released his aura as he snapped, Fine. I would like to see what happens if I don't leave. He sent a palm strike flying towards Huang Xiaolong as soon as he spoke. Brat, if you manage to block my attack, I'll leave. It was too bad the words hadn't fully left his lips when the flying devil python's tail swept outwards. In the next instant, Chen Yijing was sent blasting through every structure in sight before he slammed into the city walls of the borderless city. The impact caused the city to shake. Everyone from the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion stared at the scene before them in shock. When they saw his corpse, he had already turned into a pile of meat and blood. Shock and fear flashed through the eyes of Sui Wenhui and the old steward. Wasn't Qian Yijing a late Ninth Order Emperor? Very quickly, the members of the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion snapped back to attention. However, the blood had long since drained from their faces as they stared at Huang Xiaolong and the others in shock. Senior. The young city lord felt his body going stiff as he quickly apologized to Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong passed down his order before anyone could say anything. Kill everyone but one. He had already given them a chance to leave. It was too bad no one took it. The faces of everyone from the Cloud Sea City Lord Mansion fell, and before they could protect their young city lord, the flying devil python swept its tail outwards. In the blink of an eye, all but one was left. Huang Xiaolong stared at the last man as he instructed. Go back and report to your city lord. If you wish to seek revenge, look for me, Huang Xiaolong at the Skull Devil Sect. Huang Xiaolong, the last remaining member, felt a bomb going off in his head. Even after a long time after Huang Xiaolong's departure, he failed to return to his senses. When Huang Xiaolong and the others left, they didn't remain in the borderless city for too long. They quickly left and charged towards the north. The only thing he had to do was to look for a secluded spot to refine the concealed scripture devil steel, just like he had done with the 36-petaled green lotus. As for Sui Wenhui and the old steward, they made their way to the Skull Devil Sect's headquarters after Huang Xiaolong left. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong's group stopped in the space above a deep abyss. This should be the spot. Huang Xiaolong looked into the bottomless abyss and muttered. It was extremely secluded, and it was also unlikely for anyone to discover his chosen spot. It was an excellent choice for a location to go into seclusion. Since Huang Xiaolong had already decided on the place, the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python had no objections. The four of them quickly descended as they hastily set up individual spaces and defensive formations all around. It was the same as before when Huang Xiaolong had refined the 36-petaled green lotus. When Huang Xiaolong finally entered the space he created, he crossed his leg and sat down in the middle of the air before retrieving the concealed scripture devil steel. He sucked in a cold breath when he thought about what the last devil steel signified. Even though it was far too lacking when compared to the 36-petaled green lotus, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would be able to obtain the energy straight from the source of the devil world. He would immediately take over the heavenless Archdevil Lord's position. Soon after, he would be able to unify the devil world. No one would be able to remain calm if they knew that they would be able to take over a world soon. Huang Xiaolong eventually suppressed the excitement in his heart as he summoned the glazed devil steel, myriad curses devil steel, blood-eye devil steel, imperial beast devil steel, and the divine artifact devil steel. All 6 devil steels hovered in the air, and Huang Xiaolong quickly started to circulate his grand mist parasitic medium. A brilliant light emerged from the concealed scripture devil steel as a pillar of devil light, terrifying beyond belief, shot towards the heavens. The original darkness energy of the devil world poured through the void. Light quickly shot out from the other 5 devil steels, and every single one revolved around Huang Xiaolong. What? Huang Xiaolong might have obtained the concealed scripture devil steel. Wan Yu listened to a report in the main hall of the All Heavens Divine Palace, and his face sank. Yang Gang didn't dare to lie, and he quickly reported everything he knew. From our intelligence network in the devil world, Huang Xiaolong obtained a stone tablet in one of the manors in the borderless city. The stone tablet should be the concealed scripture devil steel. Wan Yu's eyes narrowed as frosty light flashed in them. Lord Wan Yu, please be at ease. Even if Huang Xiaolong manages to obtain the concealed scripture devil steel, it doesn't mean anything. Yang Gang continued. He won't have the time to refine it. Even if he manages to refine it in several years and become the successor of the heavenless Archdevil Lord, Lord Wan Shi will be able to crush him with a pinky. Yang Gang quickly broke out into laughter. If that were to happen, Huang Xiaolong would be the shortest-lived leader of the devil world. He'll be the joke of an era. Wan Yu sneered when he heard what Yang Gang said. You're right. So what if Huang Xiaolong manages to succeed the heavenless Archdevil Lord? He won't be able to live for long anyway. In the future, all 6 devil steels, the ancient heavenly court, the radiance divine scepter, 9 in magic mirror, and all of his treasures will belong to our all-heaven city. We need to thank Huang Xiaolong for gathering all 6 devil steels for us. 6 years quickly passed by. In the depths of one of the spaces in the city of all heavens, space started to fluctuate, and rays of brilliant light shot into the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the city. Even existences like Old Monster Luanzhuan, the Old Crow Ancestor, the King of Shadows Shizhen, and other super experts found it hard to breathe. Wan Yu revealed an expression of joy when he felt the familiar aura. Lord Father is about to leave seclusion, Wan Yu yelled excitedly. When the overlords in the main hall heard what he said, they sucked in a cold breath. Lord Wanshi was about to exit seclusion. Everyone got over their shock in a matter of seconds before revealing a joyous expression. They had been waiting for a long time for Lord Wanshi to emerge from his secluded cultivation. For several years, they had awaited the day Lord Wanshi would take revenge for them. Ha ha ha! Now that Lord Wanshi has emerged, it's time for Huang Xiaolong to die. Old Monster Luanzhuan roared with laughter. Let's go. Everyone, follow me to welcome my father from seclusion. Wan Yu got to his feet with barely concealed joy on his face. He quickly led everyone out of the main hall, and they made their way towards the secret space Lord Wanshi had created. Before they could even approach the secret space, a horrifying might repelled them. Wan Yu, Luanzhuan, the Old Crow Ancestor, the King of Shadows, and Buddhist Ancestor Shizhen had to work together in order to resist the pressure. Even after working together, they barely managed to fend it off. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. A massive figure shrouded in light suddenly shot into the skies. When Wan Yu saw the familiar figure, he hastily stepped forward to pay his respects. Wan Yu greets Lord Father. It went without a doubt that the person who had just appeared was the only known high-level sovereign, Wanshi. Even the faint glow around his face couldn't hide his eyes that twinkled like stars in the night sky. They emitted rays of resplendent light, and it was as though nothing could hide from his sight. Luanzhuan, Old Crow Shizhen, we greet Lord Wanshi. Lord Wanshi is the ruler of the myriad of worlds and invincible through the lands. No one dared to put on airs in front of Wanshi, and they greeted him in haste. They fell to their knees and kowtowed, not daring to look directly at him. Wanshi swept his gaze across everyone present, and he nodded his head slightly. Get up! Even though his voice was placid, it resonated deep in their hearts, and they found it impossible to defy his orders. Only then did Wan Yu and the others rise. Congratulations to Lord Father for completing the secret art. Wan Yu stepped forward, and a smile appeared on his face. Wanshi nodded his head slowly and said with indifference, "This wasn't a bad session. I not only managed to comprehend the secret art, but I also managed to increase my strength by quite a bit." Comprehend the secret art. Increase his strength by quite a bit. Wan Yu and the others nearly jumped in joy when they heard what he said. Lord Father, you might not have heard, but in the past 1,000 years, there has been a brat called Huang Xiaolong who rose to fame. He managed to obtain the King of Hell's inheritance as well as take the King of Grand Mist as his master. Not only that, but he also managed to obtain the Radiance Ancestor's inheritance and unify the Radiance world. Wan Yu quickly complained to Wanshi. He gathered the Reverence Moon Old Man, King of Grand Mist, Old Ancestor Azure Cow, and several others and disregarded our city of all heavens city. He's too arrogant. After he spoke, he quickly sprinkled in some details to make Huang Xiaolong look extremely bad. Oh? Huang Xiaolong. Wanshi wasn't really interested in Huang Xiaolong. However, his interest was finally piqued when he heard the entire story. Lord Father, please make a move and kill Huang Xiaolong, Wan Yu added. A light flashed through Wanshi's eyes, and a plan quickly formed in his heart. All right, I know what I have to do. Let's return to the All Heavens Divine Palace first. Wanshi muttered. Yes, Lord Father. Wan Yu didn't dare to pester Wanshi further. Now that Wanshi had left seclusion, it was a matter of time before he dealt with Huang Xiaolong. They had already waited for several dozen years. A day or two didn't matter. When they finally returned to the All Heavens Divine Palace, Wan Shi spoke to Luan Zhuan and the others. He could be considered old acquaintances with Shizhen and Luan Zhuan. He had nearly killed Luan Zhuan in the past due to some minor disagreements. However, he had eventually let Luan Zhuan off. He discussed the state of the myriad worlds with Luan Zhuan and Shizhen before finally changing the topic to talk about Huang Xiaolong. Oh? Shi Ming is dead. Wan Shi was shocked when he heard about what had happened to Shi Ming. Even though Wan Yu had added a lot of spicy details when he had spoken about Huang Xiaolong, Wan Shi had never expected him to be able to kill Shi Ming. Yes, in the battle in the world of darkness, Shi Ming, Chun Fushan, Wang Hong, and several others were killed by Huang Xiaolong. Wan Yu replied. He quickly reported everything that had happened in the world of darkness, and he also spoke about how Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain the ancient heavenly court. Ancient heavenly court. A frown finally formed on Wan Shi's face. Ancient heavenly emperor. A figure quickly appeared in his mind. That's right. Wan Yu hesitated for a moment before transmitting a secret message to Wan Shi. We also received news 50 years ago that Huang Xiaolong might have gotten his hands on the 36-petaled green lotus. Wan Shi's pupils shrunk. 36-petaled green lotus. In the past, he had made a move because the Heavenly King had ordered him to make a move. Of course, he had considered making a move because he received news that the ancient Heavenly Emperor had managed to obtain a mid-level origin treasure. The 36-petaled green lotus. He had never thought that Huang Xiaolong would be the one to obtain the treasure finally. 50 years ago, that could only mean that Huang Xiaolong hadn't fully refined the treasure. A fire started burning in Wan Shi's heart when he thought about it. Where is he? Wan Shi muttered. He's in the devil world right now. Wan Yu replied hastily, and he reported about Huang Xiaolong's movements. He also told Wan Shi about how Huang Xiaolong might have obtained the concealed scripture Devil Steel. Right now, Huang Xiaolong should be hiding somewhere to refine the Devil Steel. He might also be refining the lotus as we speak. When Wan Shi heard that there was a possibility of Huang Xiaolong was refining the lotus, a chilly light flashed in his eyes. He decided to kill Huang Xiaolong no matter the cost. With Huang Xiaolong's talent and luck, it was a matter of time before there was no one in the myriad of worlds who could suppress him. Given another 1,000 years, Huang Xiaolong would reign supreme. Wan Shi thought about it for a second before deciding to change his plan. Now that I have emerged, pass down my all heavens decree. Gather all the world leaders in my city. We shall hold a world leaders conference. Wan Yu and the others stared at him in shock. Lord Father, are you planning to capture Huang Xiaolong during the conference and kill him in front of the others to warn them all? Wan Yu quickly guessed his father's intentions, and he was stunned. I'm afraid that both the Azure Cow and Huang Xiaolong wouldn't turn up. Wan Shi sneered. Relax. Huang Xiaolong will definitely come. Oh. When they saw how confident Wan Shi was, everyone stared at him in disbelief. Is Grand Mist in the divine world? Lord Father, the King of Grand Mist is currently in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace in the divine world. Wan Yu replied. Not only is the King of Grand Mist there, the Reverence Moon Old Man, King of Darkness, and Du Hai are all gathered in the divine world. Only old ancestor Azure Cow and Song Mutian returned to the devil world with Huang Xiaolong. Wan Shi nodded his head. All 4 of them. Not too bad. He turned and laughed after he spoke. Do you think that Huang Xiaolong will look for me to take revenge if I head over to the divine world to kill 2 of them before taking the other 2 hostages? Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard his suggestion. Killing 2 of them and taking the other 2 hostages. No matter which one of the 4 they were talking about, they were overlords. Every one of them had the ability to shake the worlds. Even if Luan Zhuan and the others made a move, they wouldn't be a match for the Reverence Moon Old Man. Right now, Wan Shi was casually talking about killing and capturing them. From Wan Shi's attitude, it was nothing more than a wave of his arm. After all, everyone was clear about his strength. Wan Yu roared with laughter, and he quickly agreed. If Lord Father really does that, Huang Xiaolong will definitely go crazy. He might charge straight to the All-Heaven City to duke it out with us. 10 days later, the news of Wan Shi leaving seclusion was a secret, but the King of Grand Mist and the others had long since learned of it. In the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, the Reverence Moon Old Man, the King of Grand Mist, King of Darkness, and Du Hai revealed a face full of worry. Who would have thought that Wan Shi would emerge so quickly? The Reverence Moon Old Man muttered. I've also heard that he completely comprehended his secret art. According to him, his strength had also increased by a large amount. If he can say something like that, he might no longer be in the Seventh Order Sovereign Realm. The King of Grand Mist's heart sank. No longer in the Seventh Order Sovereign Realm. The thing they were worried about had finally happened. What do we do now? Are we going to tell Xiaolong? Is he even done with the refinement of the concealed scripture Devil Steel? The King of Darkness frowned. The Reverence Moon Old Man shook his head. Even if he has refined it, there is no use. Out of all of them, the Reverence Moon Old Man was the clearest about the power Wan Shi possessed. In the past, Wan Shi's talent wasn't weaker than all of them. After refining the Wan Shi bamboo, his sovereign body had already reached a terrifying level. He was terrifying in both offense and defense. According to the Reverence Moon Old Man, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be his match even if he entered the mid-level sovereign realm. After all, they were separated by a chasm that was impossible to cross. 3 whole realms weren't something Huang Xiaolong could make up for with combat strength alone. Hee. All of a sudden, a sneer entered the ears of everyone present. Old man, you're right. Even if Huang Xiaolong refines it, there is no use. All of them sucked in a cold breath when they heard the sneer. Wan Yu. Indeed, they saw Wan Yu sauntering into the hall with Zhang Hong in his hands. Zhang Hong was already on his last breath, and he wasn't conscious. It was clear he was about to die. Wan Yu, release my disciple. The King of Grand Mist raged. Release him. Wan Yu snorted as he stared at everyone in the hall with a mocking expression. When the King of Grand Mist saw the twisted smile on Wan Yu's face, he wanted to make a move. It was too bad his body went stiff as he stared at the man who strode in through the entrance of the hall. The Reverence Moon Old Man, the King of Darkness, and Du Hai felt a jolt in their minds when they saw the newcomer. Lord Wan Shi, the Reverence Moon Old Man exclaimed in a strange voice. Even though he was standing on Huang Xiaolong's side, he was nearly unable to suppress the respect and fear he had for Wan Shi. Even at the peak of the late Sixth Order Sovereign Realm, he failed to do so. If the Reverence Moon Old Man failed to do so, there was no need to mention the King of Grand Mist and the others. Under their terrified gaze, Wan Shi strode towards them. He ignored the frightened expression on their faces as he slowly made his way into the hall. When he entered, he stared at the walls and sighed with admiration. The construction of your Grand Mist Emperor Palace's main hall isn't bad. I can see that you have invested a lot of effort into it. In the past few years, the 4 of them had laid down countless ancient restrictions in the main hall in order to prepare for Wan Shi's arrival. Every single restriction was terrifying in its own right, and all of them borrowed the power of the entire Emperor's palace. Even overlords wouldn't be able to notice the intricacy behind the design. But Wan Shi was no ordinary expert. He saw through their intentions with a single glance. Seeing that Wan Shi had already seen through their preparations, their expressions changed. I wonder why Lord Wan Shi paid us a visit. The Reverence Moon Old Man suppressed the shock in his heart as he stepped forward to ask. Wan Shi stared at them and said slowly, I'm here to kill you. Kill you. His words were enough to strike fear in their hearts. All 4 of them felt their bodies trembling as they quickly retreated to form an orderly line opposite Wan Shi. A grand formation quickly appeared in the hall, and with its assistance, the 4 of them managed to increase their combat strength by more than 2 folds. Seeing their desperate struggle, Wan Shi chuckled. Don't worry. I'm only going to kill 2 of you. I'll capture the other 2 and take you back to the City of All Heavens. You'll be able to live for a little longer. Only going to kill 2 of them. The Reverence Moon Old Man's heart sank. Wan Shi sneered again. Reverence Moon? Who do you think I should kill? Why don't you decide? As long as 2 of you sacrifice yourself, the other 2 will be able to live on for a little while longer. The 4 of them remained silent as they stared at Wan Shi. Too bad Wan Yu didn't wait for them to react as he sent out a palm strike towards Zhang Hong's head. Zhang Hong's body trembled once before he exploded into a mist of blood. Honger! The king of Grand Mist cried out in misery. Wan Yu, go to hell! The king of Grand Mist screamed as he charged towards Wan Yu. Purple Grand Mist Chi transformed into Grand Mist dragons as they charged towards Wan Yu. Go! The Reverence Moon Old Man yelled, and all of them moved in unison. No one knew when, but the Reverence Moon Old Man's staff had already appeared in his hand. He transformed into a massive giant, and a silver moon appeared on his forehead. Moonlight emerged from his body without stop. That was the Reverence Moon Old Man's true form. When he completed his transformation, his combat strength rose once again, and he arrived at the border of the 7th Order Sovereign Realm. The King of Darkness sucked in long breaths as boundless dark energy formed a black hole around the battlefield. Every single one contained terrifying might, and there was no way ordinary sovereigns would be able to stand against him. As for Du Hai, the green light around his body started to swirl as poison mist started to fill the hall. A world of poison was formed in an instant as poisonous needles shot towards Wan Shi. In an instant, everyone revealed their strongest attack. No one dared to hold back when facing Wan Shi. When Wan Shi saw their desperate struggle, he chuckled softly. Good enough for me to make a move. Too bad none of you can compare to the Shumi old man. His eyes narrowed as he spat. Since none of you can compare to the old man, you'll just have to die. Wan Shi reached out and green light filled the hall. In an instant, massive bamboo shoots appeared from nowhere, and every single one was strong enough to send the Reverence Moon Old Man flying. When the bamboo shoots slammed into them, the world of darkness crumbled as Du Hai's body was pierced through instantly. When the Reverence Moon Old Man saw how Wan Shi defeated all of them with a single attack, his pupils shrank. Myriad worlds bamboo! Du Hai screamed. When his voice fell, the King of Grand Mist slammed into Wan Yu. No one knew when, but 2 axes appeared in Wan Yu's hand. As he waved them around, he managed to repel the King of Grand Mist. Wan Shi quickly turned around and flicked a ray of green light towards the King of Grand Mist. When the King of Grand Mist noticed Wan Shi's sudden attack, his expression changed. The Reverence Moon Old Man and the others quickly moved to block it, but even so, all 4 of them were sent retreating to the edge of the hall. Just stay at the side. Wan Shi reached out and pushed Wan Yu behind him. Yes, Lord Father. Wan Yu quickly acknowledged the order and left the hall. The moment Wan Yu left, Wan Shi released his aura completely. Massive bamboo shoots pierced towards the heavens, and the ceiling of the hall was instantly riddled with holes. Countless miserable screams filled the Emperor's palace as an uncountable number of disciples were wiped out. The 4 of them finally made their last stand as they tried their hardest to block Wan Shi's attack. The Reverence Moon Old Man's staff was something he had obtained from the depths of the Heaven's Path. It was sturdy beyond compare, and it was stronger than top-grade Grand Mist artifacts. Even so, he failed to stop Wan Shi's attack. As for the King of Darkness, his darkness energy was pushed back repeatedly as the bamboo shoots shot towards him. Du Hai was even worse as he failed to leave a single mark on Wan Shi's bamboo. A day later, news started to spread across the myriad of worlds. Zhang Hong, the Grand Mist Emperor, was killed by Wan Yu. Despite the King of Grand Mist, the Reverence Moon Old Man, the King of Darkness, and Du Hai's joint effort to protect him, Wan Shi broke through their defenses and killed Du Hai. The Reverence Moon Old Man ran away with grievous injuries, and Wan Shi captured the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness. As soon as the news started to spread, the myriad of worlds shook. Lord Wan Shi is unrivaled. Even when working together, the Reverence Moon Old Man, the King of Darkness, the King of Grand Mist, and Du Hai failed to stop him. One of them died, and 3 others were seriously injured. Moreover, the only person who managed to escape was the Reverence Moon Old Man. Lord Wan Shi has passed down the All Heavens decree to hold a World Leaders Conference in City of All Heavens after 12 months. I've heard that he would publicly execute the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness there. In the war in the world of darkness, Huang Xiaolong killed Wang Hong of the City of All Heavens, Shi Ming of the Nine Yin Giant Corpse Tribe, and several others. Right now, Lord Wanshi made a move to kill Du Hai and capture the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness. Who knows if Huang Xiaolong would head over to the City of All Heavens a year later to save them? I don't think he will. If he goes, there is no doubt about it. Huang Xiaolong will leave his life behind. Since he knows that he won't be able to beat Wanshi, he won't be stupid enough to throw his life away. If Huang Xiaolong doesn't try to save his master, he would be worse than a beast. Moreover, his senior brother, Zhang Hong, has already been killed by Wanshi. If Huang Xiaolong remains silent, the world will laugh at him. His reputation would go down in flames. From then on, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to appear in front of anyone. Heated discussions broke out everywhere, and Huang Xiaolong became the #1 talked-about person once again. Nearly everyone gloated in his misfortune as they awaited Huang Xiaolong's miserable end. In the devil world, the faces of the little cow and Song Mutian changed when they heard the news. Du Hai was dead. As for the 3 others, the Reverence Moon Old Man had suffered from serious injuries, and he had escaped. The King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness were captured by Wanshi. The news came crashing down on the 2 of them, and neither knew how to react. Quick! Notify Xiaolong! The little cow screamed. In the independent space that Huang Xiaolong had carved out, a lighting bead hovered in the air. It was the same bead Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain in the barbarian space in the divine world. It was also the same lightning bead Huang Xiaolong suspected of being a saint artifact. Half a year ago, he had already refined the concealed scripture Devil Steel. He had stepped into the Mid-Fourth Order Sovereign Realm, and he was a step away from arriving at the peak Mid-Fourth Order Sovereign Realm. Since then, he had been studying the lightning bead he had obtained in the past. No matter how he tried, he failed to detect anything strange with it. It didn't react no matter what he did. Even after activating all 3 saint bloodlines in his body and the 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, he failed to do anything to the lightning bead. A deep frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. After entering the sovereign realm, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the lightning bead contained a frightening amount of lightning source energy. If he could devour the lightning source energy contained in the bead, he knew that his strength would definitely take a huge leap forward. In fact, the energy contained in the lightning bead was more than the origin energy contained in the high-level 436 petaled green lotus. It was too bad he had no idea how to use it. He racked his brains for ways to extract the lightning source energy from the bead, but to no avail. All of a sudden, his transmission symbol shook. After scanning through the content, Huang Xiaolong's face changed. Something happened to Master. In the next instant, he kept the lightning bead as he left the independent space. What happened to my master? Huang Xiaolong asked the moment he saw the little cow. Your master and Little Black were taken by Wanshi. The little cow hesitated for a moment, but she revealed everything she knew eventually. Du Hai was killed, and the only person who managed to escape was the Reverence Moon Old Man. Moreover, he suffered serious injuries while escaping. And the little cow stared at Huang Xiaolong, and her voice became softer and softer. And what? Huang Xiaolong could feel that something bad was coming. And your senior brother, Song Mutian continued. Zhang Hong was killed by Wan Yu. Huang Xiaolong felt a bomb going off in his head when he heard the news. Senior brother is dead. He died at Wan Yu's hands. The memories of all the time he had spent with Zhang Hong flashed through Huang Xiaolong's mind. He thought about the time he had located the first half of the Blood-Eye Devil Steel and how he had met Zhang Hong for the first time. Wanshi, Wan Yu. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned completely red, and rage clouded his mind. He spat. I'll personally kill you both. I'll tear you both to shreds. Terrifying killing intent emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, and the never-before-seen murderous intent caused the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python to cower. Wanshi took your master and Little Black over to the City of All Heavens. He's planning to kill them during the World Leaders Conference. A complicated light flashed in the little cow's eyes. Wan Shi is probably planning to lure you over to the city of all heavens. Lure me over? Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. Maniacal laughter left his lips, and one could detect the hatred in it just by listening. When he finally stopped laughing, killing intent erupted from his eyes once again, and he growled. Since that's what he wants, I'll fulfill his wish. Huang Xiaolong decided to wash the city of all heavens in blood upon entering it in the future. There was no mercy, and there was no holding back. He would kill to his heart's content. When Song Mutian heard his intentions, he quickly tried to dissuade Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, you can't do that. Wan Shi knows that he has the ability to suppress you, and he wants to kill you before you get any stronger. If you rush over, you'll only be playing into his hands. The little cow backed him up. That's right. Xiaolong, I know that you plan to unleash terror on them, but now is not the time to do so. The thing you need to do now is to slowly increase your strength. When you're confident of taking Wan Shi on, we'll head over together. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Even if I plan to wait, Wan Shi won't allow it. He knew the danger his master and the King of Darkness were in once he heard about the World Leaders Conference. There was no way he could leave his master to die. I have to go. Of course, you guys are right. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. The little cow and Song Mutian stared at each other in shock. What did Huang Xiaolong mean? There was only a year left. How was he going to increase his strength in the span of a year? Have you refined the concealed scripture Devil Steel? The little cow asked all of a sudden. I completed the refinement process half a year ago. I'm already at the mid-fourth order sovereign realm and close to the peak. The little cow and Song Mutian revealed a look of joy. Even if you're in the mid-fourth order sovereign realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against Wan Shi. He has already comprehended his secret art. Song Mutian's face turned solemn again. People saying that his extreme purity secret art came from a venerable realm expert. If that really is the case, I'm afraid that his strength. Song Mutian couldn't continue. A secret art from a venerable realm expert? Huang Xiaolong frowned. What's with the venerable realm? The little cow continued. If that is really the case, it should be stronger than Wan Zhuiyuan's saint art. After all, Wan Zhuiyuan's consciousness isn't fully awakened yet. His secret art isn't complete, unlike Wan Shi, who cultivated a complete secret art. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Right now, your senior brother has been killed, and your master has been captured. Little Black suffered the same fate as your master, and the divine world is in a mess. There are tons of powers causing mayhem, and some of them are even killing disciples of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace openly. The little cow said, right now, you need to take control of the divine world. We shall return to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace before heading for the city of all heavens. Of course, there was something Huang Xiaolong needed to do before heading back to the divine world. He went over to the headquarters of the Heavenless Devil Legion, and he looked for Wang Tung. He summoned all 6 devil steels, and the moment they appeared, Wang Tung kneeled on the ground and greeted the new Archdevil Lord. After the Heavenless Archdevil Legion acknowledged him, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to stay as he rushed back to the divine world. Huang Xiaolong and the others quickly raced back to the divine world. In the complete heaven palace, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the lightning bead as he tried to stimulate it using the 6 great lightning pools. Other than a little glow, he failed to cause the bead to react. The frown on Huang Xiaolong's face grew deeper. Perhaps Wan Zhuiyuan knows the use of this lightning bead. Seeing the complicated expression on Huang Xiaolong's face, the little cow quickly piped up. Wan Zhuiyuan? A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes all of a sudden. The little cow nodded. If this is really a saint artifact, Wan Zhuiyuan might know of a way to activate it. That's true. Wan Zhuiyuan might really know how to do it. After all, he was a saint realm expert who had undergone reincarnation. The only person other than those from the city of all heavens who would know how to use the bead would be Wan Zhuiyuan. When Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the flames of hope lit up in his heart. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to grab Wan Zhuiyuan alive. Without even taking Wan Shi into account, Huang Xiaolong would be in for a hard time if he wanted to take Wan Zhuiyuan alive. Is there still no news about him? Huang Xiaolong asked the little cow and Song Mutian. I've heard that he returned to the city of all heavens to enter secluded cultivation since the battle in the world of darkness. We received news that he entered the sovereign realm, and from what we've heard, he has already entered the mid-first order sovereign realm. No one knows whether or not the rumors are true. Song Mutian replied. Mid-first order sovereign realm? Huang Xiaolong became speechless when he heard the news. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that Wan Zhuiyuan had already entered the sovereign realm. However, it was a little shocking that the other party had already entered the mid-first order sovereign realm. The little cow sighed. Since the rumors were able to gain traction, the news should be true. After all, Wan Zhuiyuan was a cultivator in the venerable realm who had undergone rebirth. His strength would increase at a frightening pace. Given enough time, he would become the second Wan Shi. No. He would become someone scarier than Wan Shi. A cold light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Relax. There is no way he will become the second Wan Shi. Now that the World Leaders Conference was held in the City of All Heavens, a plan was slowly forming in Huang Xiaolong's head. The first thing he would do once he entered the city was to kill Wan Yu. The second victim would be Wan Zhuiyuan. He had made up his mind to kill Wan Zhuiyuan after learning about the secrets of the lightning bead. He would get rid of all his troubles by the root. Several days later, the ancient heavenly court shot through space as it entered the divine world. The moment he entered the divine world, Huang Xiaolong could feel the boiling killing intent in the air. It seemed as though the situation in the divine world was worse than he had imagined. Those are the disciples of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. The little cow yelled all of a sudden. When Huang Xiaolong turned to look at them, he saw another group of disciples formed by an alliance of several other emperor palaces hunting them down. Those who came from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace cut a sorry figure as they fled for their lives. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that disciples of the great Grand Mist Emperor Palace would run around the divine world like a sewer rat? Several disciples who were hunting them down sneered, and there was a look of mockery on their faces. These female disciples are really something else. After we capture them, kill all the male disciples. We'll take the female ones back to enjoy their services. Weren't they acting like they were high above the rest? They didn't bother looking in our direction in the past. I wonder what their cries of pleasure will sound like when we rape all of them later. One of the disciples clad in gold sneered. The person who spoke came from the Golden Essence Emperor Palace. Even though it wasn't part of the 10 strongest emperor palaces, it was ranked in the top 100. Whatever the case, they were much stronger than the Fortune Emperor Palace back in the days. The disciples from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace felt the blood draining from their faces. If they were to end up in the hands of the group of disciples behind them, one could only imagine their sorry end. One of the male disciples turned around and glared at his pursuers as he raged. Aren't you guys afraid of His Majesty, the King of Hell's retaliation if you kill us all? The disciple clad in gold sneered once again. The King of Hell? Are you talking about Huang Xiaolong? He can't even save himself right now. He already knows about Lord Wan Shi's emergence from seclusion and is currently running for his life. For all we know, he might have already hidden himself somewhere. Stop thinking that he will be back to save all of you. Let me tell you right now, it's Lord Wan Shi's idea for us to hunt down the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. It's too bad you chose to oppose the City of All Heavens. It's your mistake for siding with Huang Xiaolong. Right now, no one will be able to save you even if you beg for your life. Lord Wan Shi plans on exterminating your Grand Mist Emperor Palace, and there is nothing you can do about it. No one will dare to protect you guys. He continued to chuckle in a sinister tone. Let me tell you, the old ancestor of our Gold Essence Emperor Palace has already submitted to Lord Yonggang of the City of All Heavens. Lord Yonggang has already passed down the word. In the future, my Gold Essence Emperor Palace will be in control of several dozen divine planes surrounding our territory. Yonggang? I'm afraid it's not Yonggang's turn to decide what goes on in the divine world. A chilly voice transmitted into the ears of everyone present all of a sudden. Who? How dare you speak of Lord Yonggang's name? Don't you know that your entire family will be implicated due to your disrespect? The disciple from the Gold Essence Emperor Palace roared with rage. It was too bad he was going up against the wrong opponent. His body froze when he turned around. The blood drained from his face and the delighted expression in his eyes faded. The only thing left in them was endless fear. Everyone quickly noticed the abnormality and turned around, only to see Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, and the others slowly making their way over to them. The members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace naturally recognized Huang Xiaolong, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. One of the disciples quickly got to his knees as he greeted, "Disciple of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Zhang Dashan, greets your majesty, the King of Hell. I greet Lord Demon and Lord Song Mutian. His Majesty the King of Hell." The other members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace quickly snapped back to reality as their bodies shook with joy. They greeted him with tears in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong pardoned them, and he stared coldly at the members who were hunting down the disciples of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. "You can kill yourselves now." The disciple from the Gold Essence Emperor Palace and the other random disciples couldn't help but reveal a ghastly expression. Your Majesty, our Gold Essence Emperor Palace has already submitted to the City of All Heavens." The disciple suppressed the fear in his heart as he tried one last desperate attempt to avoid death. He brought up the City of All Heavens in order to scare Huang Xiaolong off. It was too bad the words had barely left his lips when the flying devil python swept its tail towards him. After turning him into a blood mist, the space around his remains fractured. None of the disciples around him managed to escape as the space cracks swallowed them all. Their bodies were ground to dust as they disappeared from the face of the earth. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the disciples of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. "You can relax now. As long as I, Huang Xiaolong, am alive, I will protect the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. I'll return all the grievances you suffered twice over." After arranging a place for the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's disciples, Huang Xiaolong and the others quickly continued their journey back. When Huang Xiaolong and the others returned to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's headquarters, they saw its dilapidated state. Palaces were ground to dust as debris floated around in space. Some of the structures were riddled with holes, and some were mere broken pillars standing in the open space. Among the debris, Huang Xiaolong noticed the fragments of godheads left behind in a recent battle. The stench of blood in the air was fresh, and it belonged to the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace Wanshi had killed along the way. When Wanshi had attacked the Reverence Moon Old Man and the others, not a single member stationed in the Grand Mist Emperor Palace had survived. After looking at the Grand Mist Emperor Palace's ruined state, a chilly killing intent burst out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "Wanshi, I'll return this to you 100-fold. You'll pay for what you did to my senior brother and the rest." Huang Xiaolong spat. For several years, Zhang Hong had stood at the top of the divine world, and the number of experts who paid their respects to the Grand Mist Emperor Palace couldn't even be counted. Everything had turned into dust. All of a sudden, Song Mutian walked towards the main palace that was riddled with holes. The expression on his face turned solemn as he said, "It's the Myriad Worlds Bamboo. Myriad Worlds Bamboo." It was the high-grade, Level 4 origin treasure that had allowed Wanshi to break into the high-level sovereign realm. The little cow rushed over, and she looked at one of the massive holes in the structure. Her expression sank as she muttered, "What a terrifying offensive ability. The Myriad Worlds Bamboo seems much stronger than before." In the past, she had seen the Myriad Worlds Bamboo in action. Even though it was strong, it couldn't be compared to what she had just seen. If this was the old Wanshi, he wouldn't be able to destroy the main hall of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace after the combined efforts of the Reverence Moon Old Man, King of Grand Mist, King of Darkness, and Du Hai to reinforce it. "Do you think the Myriad Worlds Bamboo will be able to break the defense of my 36-petaled green lotus?" Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. He summoned the lotus as soon as he spoke, and all 36 petals appeared and revolved around him. As they emitted resplendent rays of green light, They stood ready to defend Huang Xiaolong from any attacks. Even though there were a ton of things Huang Xiaolong could do with the 36 petals, the strongest aspect of the petals was their defensive capabilities. As long as one refined a level 4 origin treasure, they would be able to summon it whenever they wanted. For origin treasures lower than the 4th level, there was an extremely rare chance for the user to gain the ability to summon it. An example of such would be the Lotus of Darkness Huang Xiaolong had refined in the past. It's pretty hard to make the comparison. The little cow shook her head and explained, "Your 36-petaled green lotus is a high-grade level 4 origin treasure that underwent a transformation. Moreover, its main ability is to defend you. According to logic, it should be a little weaker than the Myriad Worlds bamboo. Whatever the case, the Myriad Worlds bamboo wouldn't be able to break your defense with ease. Everything boils down to your cultivation level." Song Mutian nodded. "She's right. If you're stronger than Wan Shi, there is no way for the Myriad Worlds bamboo to break your defense." A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he retrieved the 36-petaled green lotus. It was at that moment that a whistling sound broke the silence as a huge group of experts charged towards the main hall. Wan Shi leveled the Grand Mist Emperor Palace to the ground. Even though he couldn't be bothered to pick up whatever remained of the treasury when he left, treasures are lying all around. All the disciples are to look for anything worth saving. You can't keep it for yourself. Everything has to be handed over, and you will be rewarded accordingly when we get back. The leader of the group, a skinny old man, ordered. "We shall listen to Ancestor Zhentian." All the disciples quickly spread out as they started searching for treasures lying about. When the little cow glanced over at them, she recognized them instantly. It's the members from the Evil Extermination Emperor Palace. The Evil Extermination Emperor Palace was ranked in the top 100. It was comparable to the Gold Essence Emperor Palace Huang Xiaolong had taken care of previously. Song Mutian snorted. "It seems like there are a ton of trash collectors now that the Grand Mist Emperor Palace is destroyed by Wan Shi." Of course, it was no surprise that people would be scavenging through the ruins of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace after they had fallen. The Grand Mist Emperor Palace was the #1 ranked Emperor Palace in the Divine World. After Jiang Hong had gained control of the Divine World, the Grand Mist Treasury had swelled once again. Since the treasures were scattered all around the remains of the Emperor Palace, everyone was ready to dig through the dirt to obtain some benefits. One of the disciples from the Evil Extermination Emperor Palace flew towards Huang Xiaolong, and his eyes widened in shock. "How can there be someone faster than us?" he gasped. "They probably obtained all the treasures in this area. As long as we take them down and bring them to Ancestor Zhentian, he will be able to look through their spatial rings and snatch their treasures away. Let's do it." Several dozen disciples from the Evil Extermination Emperor Palace appeared suddenly and surrounded Huang Xiaolong's party. Before they could open their mouths to intimidate Huang Xiaolong to follow them back, the flying devil python opened its mouth to swallow all of them whole. When the other disciples saw what happened, they sucked in a cold breath. "Quick! Notify Ancestor Zhentian." Several disciples took out their transmission symbol as they made the report. It went without saying that Huang Xiaolong didn't bother stopping them. "What's going on?" Ancestor Zhentian, who was stationed far away, quickly rushed over to meet with the group of disciples who made the report. "Ancestor, that's them. They killed Senior Brother Hu Yifei and the others." One of the disciples pointed towards Huang Xiaolong as he spat in anger. "That python swallowed all of them without giving us a chance to tell them who we are." The ancestor's expression sank, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong and the others. Hu Yifei was his youngest disciple. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong, he growled, "Who the hell are you? Which Emperor Palace are you from? Why did you kill my disciple? I hope that you can give my Evil Extermination Emperor Palace a proper explanation for your actions." It was clear he didn't recognize Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, or Song Mutian. An indifferent expression remained on Huang Xiaolong's face as he said, "You can scram. From now on, everyone who dares to look for treasures from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace will die. Death." The temperature in the space around all of them dropped several degrees when Huang Xiaolong pronounced the fate of the scavengers. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had the guts to call him to scram, the ancestor's expression sank. Anger boiled in his heart as he chuckled. "Brat, do you really think you're Lord Wanshe?" "I." Before he could complete his sentence, Huang Xiaolong reached out and pulled the ancestor over to him. Grabbing the old man by the neck, Huang Xiaolong raised him into the air as he spat coldly. "Lord Wanshe? So what if I'm not Wanshe?" He clenched his fist, and the old man exploded into a mist of blood. The disciples from the evil extermination Emperor Palace felt the blood draining from their faces as they stared at Huang Xiaolong with fear in their eyes. "Get lost. Tell everyone who plans on coming here that I'll kill them no matter who they are," Huang Xiaolong growled. "If anyone has any problems with it, tell them to come and look for me, Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. Rage was boiling in the hearts of the disciples from the evil extermination Emperor Palace as they swore to take revenge for their ancestor. However, the anger in their hearts disappeared when they heard Huang Xiaolong's name. In fact, some of them were so afraid that they nearly fainted. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples started running. Too lazy to deal with the disciples of the evil extermination Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong allowed them to leave with their lives. "Let's go. We shall head over to the Gold Essence Emperor Palace." Huang Xiaolong and the others shot through the air as they raced towards the Gold Essence Emperor Palace. Since they had dared to hunt down the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, Huang Xiaolong planned on making them pay the price. He had sworn that he would take revenge for the disciples who suffered, and he wouldn't stop until he exterminated every living being in the Gold Essence Emperor Palace. When Huang Xiaolong and the others left the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, the Gold Essence Emperor Palace's main hall was bustling with activity. There was an authoritative middle-aged man seated in the main seat of the hall, and he was clad in the robes with the City of All Heavens' insignia. He was precisely the envoy sent by the city Yen Tianhai. The City of All Heavens had sent out an uncountable number of envoys, and they were stationed in most worlds. The old man who was killed by Huang Xiaolong when he had presented the All Heavens decree was also an envoy from the city. As for Yen Tianhai, he was at the peak of the late 10th Order Emperor realm, ready to enter the sovereign realm anytime. The Gold Essence Emperor, Chun Jishuan, and the 6 ancestors of the Emperor Palace sat below him. Other than Qin Jishuan, there were also tons of hall masters and grand elders in the hall. "Chun He Qin Jishuan," Yen Tianhai spoke up all of a sudden. "When you kill everyone from the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, I will put in a good word for you in front of Lord Yang Gang." When they heard what Yen Tianhai said, a smile instantly appeared on their faces. "Many thanks to Lord Yen Tianhai." Of course, the 6 ancestors and Chen Jishuan hesitated for a moment when they thought about the repercussion of their actions. As for Huang Xiaolong, will he? Hugging onto the City of All Heavens' massive thighs was definitely beneficial for them in the long run. It was also the reason why they had sent their disciples out to hunt down the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. However, they had no idea how Huang Xiaolong would react when he returned to the divine world. Yen Tianhai roared with laughter. Lord Wanshe was cultivating his secret art in seclusion, and we allowed Huang Xiaolong to run wild. Now that Lord Wanshe has left seclusion, we have no need to be afraid of a measly Huang Xiaolong. In Lord Wanshe's eyes, Huang Xiaolong is nothing but a clown. Chun Jishuan followed up with a sneer. Lord Yen Tianhai is right. In front of Lord Wanshe, Huang Xiaolong is nothing more than a bigger grasshopper. Lord Wanshe can crush him with a stomp anytime he wants. With Lord Wanshe around, there is no need to fear Huang Xiaolong. If we count the time he's been alive, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't even be qualified to be my grand disciple. Since the batch of disciples he had sent out were killed by the flying devil python instantly, the news of Huang Xiaolong's return had failed to reach the Gold Essence Emperor Palace. No one in the hall knew that Huang Xiaolong was back. When Yen Tianhai heard Chun Jishuan's description of Huang Xiaolong, he roared with laughter. That's right. If we speak based on seniority, Huang Xiaolong can't even compare to my fart. Even my fart holds more weight than what Huang Xiaolong has to say. The only reason Huang Xiaolong managed to achieve so much in the past 1,000 years was because he stepped into dog shit and received several inheritances. If not for his heaven-defying luck, who would give a shit about Huang Xiaolong? Chun Jishuan chuckled. Lord Yen Tianhai is right. Everyone quickly agreed as they praised whatever Yen Tianhai had to say to the high heavens. Is that so? A chilly voice pierced through space and entered the ears of everyone present, jolting them all awake. I guess it's true. I'm just a nobody. However, in my eyes, Wan Shi and Wan Yu are equally useless. In my eyes, they are the nobodies. A cold yet forceful voice resounded in their minds. There were only so many people in the myriad of worlds that had the guts to call Wan Shi and Wan Yu out. Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the faces of everyone in the hall changed. His name seemed to be a million-pound boulder that smashed into the hearts of Yen Tianhai, Qin Jishuan, and the others. Their bodies started to tremble as they found it hard to breathe. A look of fear flashed through their eyes. As shock overwhelmed them, a terrifying wave of energy slammed into the hall as the Gold Essence Emperor Palace shook. A huge blast resounded through the air as the protective barrier around the Emperor Palace shattered. Yen Tianhai and the rest felt their worlds turning upside down. As the Gold Essence Emperor Palace trembled and shook, a black-haired young man rode on an azure cow as he slowly made his way towards the main hall. A middle-aged man and a massive python flew behind them. When they saw Huang Xiaolong's face, everyone's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived in the space above the Gold Essence Emperor Palace's main hall. They didn't bother hiding their aura as their sovereign's will surged towards everyone as it threatened to swallow them whole. They were like defenseless babies facing an incoming tsunami as endless fear gripped their hearts. A mountain-like pressure descended on everyone in the main hall. Plop, plop, plop. The overwhelming pressure forced Yen Tianhai and the others to their knees. No matter how loud Yen Tianhai roared and no matter how hard he circulated the god force in his body, he failed to get to his feet. His back was forced into an arch as the robe on his body was ripped to shreds by the crushing force. A crackling noise soon resounded through the air as Yen Tianhai's spine was ripped out, piece by piece. Streams of blood formed as they dyed the floor red. Yen Tianhai wasn't the only one who was suffering. None of the experts in the hall managed to escape Huang Xiaolong's wrath as their bodies started to crumble. The feeling of death filled the hall, and Yen Tianhai raged. Huang Xiaolong, now that Lord Wan Shi has emerged from seclusion, your doomsday isn't too far away. If you're strong enough, go fight him in the city of all heavens. What do you have to prove by killing an Emperor Realm cultivator like me? A sneer left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Relax. I'll head over to the city of all heavens to look for Wan Shi after killing you guys. I was too lazy to deal with all of you when I returned to the divine world. However, you had the guts to order your disciples to hunt down the members of my Grand Mist Emperor Palace. A wave of killing intent burst out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he spat. None of you will be able to live past tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and slapped downwards. With earth-shattering momentum, Huang Xiaolong's palm came crashing down on the Gold Essence Emperor Palace. All the restrictions around the palace crumbled, and everyone in the main hall was smashed into the ground. After 20 breaths of time, the Gold Essence Emperor Palace, which once held a lofty position in the divine world, disappeared from the face of the earth. A giant palm print replaced the Gold Essence Emperor Palace that spanned across billions upon billions of miles. Let's go. We'll head over to the appearanceless Emperor Palace. Huang Xiaolong didn't mess around, and he quickly decided on another target. Several days later, the appearanceless Emperor Palace, the Great Heaven Emperor Palace, and several dozen others were exterminated by Huang Xiaolong. The thing they had in common was that every single one of them had ordered their disciples to hunt down the remaining members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace. When the news of Huang Xiaolong exterminating the Gold Essence Emperor Palace started to spread, the entire world shook. Everyone felt that as long as they submitted to the city of all heavens, they would be able to roam around the divine world unhindered with Lord Wan Shi as their backer. They had never been more wrong as the news of Huang Xiaolong exterminating dozens of emperor palaces caused their hearts to tremble with fear. When Huang Xiaolong settled the matters with the emperor palaces that hunted down the members of the Grand Mist Emperor Palace, He returned to the Grand Mistlands in order to bring his family members to one of the safe spots he had created in Hell. As for all the factions in the various worlds that submitted to the City of All Heavens, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to handle them himself. He quickly passed down his order to the Netherworld King's organization, the Radiance Knight Corp, and the Heavenless Devil Legion to wipe them out. After passing down his order, he left for the City of All Heavens with the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python. The ancient heavenly court shot through space as Huang Xiaolong charged towards the City of All Heavens. Within the complete heaven palace. Little cow, is there still no news about the Reverence Moon Dean? Huang Xiaolong asked. No. The little cow shook her head. Ever since the Reverence Moon Old Man had escaped with grievous injuries, he hadn't contacted Huang Xiaolong and the others. If they could actually make contact with the Reverence Moon Old Man, Huang Xiaolong would gain a better insight into Wan Shi's strength. After all, he was the only one who had exchanged blows with Wan Shi previously. Continue to look for him. Use everything we have to find him, Huang Xiaolong muttered in a low voice. Both the little cow and Song Mutian nodded their heads. Silence fell upon the complete heaven palace, and a solemn atmosphere filled the area. Is there really no way to revive my senior brother? After several minutes, Huang Xiaolong finally broke the oppressive silence. There was a tone of unmistakable sadness in his voice. Huang Xiaolong had been thinking about this problem for a few days. However, he hadn't dared to ask the little cow or Song Mutian, as he was afraid of hearing their answer. What would he do if the answer was a no? Every time he thought about the question, Huang Xiaolong would feel a sense of inexplicable fear in his heart. It's difficult. The little cow shook her head in response. Even though every single sovereign realm expert has already assimilated into the world and would receive protection from the heaven and earth, it would be almost impossible to restore their soul once it shatters. No one has ever heard of a sovereign coming back to life in the myriad of worlds. Song Mutian continued. Even though no one has succeeded in the myriad of worlds, transcending the sovereign realm might be a way to do it. Venerable realm experts might have an idea. Venerable realm experts. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but gasp in shock when he heard what Song Mutian said. Song Mutian nodded in response. That's right. In the past, I had managed to obtain a broken tome in the depths of the Heaven's Path. There were some records in it. Even though the tome wasn't complete, I managed to guess that a venerable realm expert has the ability to transcend the heavens. A venerable would be able to turn back time. If that really is the case, venerable realm experts might be able to revive your senior brother. A look of joy slowly spread across Huang Xiaolong's face. Where are we going to look for a venerable realm expert? The little cow poured a bucket of water over Huang Xiaolong in an instant. He stared at her in shock as he had no idea how to respond. There has to be another world that transcends the City of All Heavens and the myriad of worlds. It should be a world none of us has any knowledge about. Song Mutian continued. Even though we have no idea about what it is, Wan Zhuiyuan has to know about it. He's a reincarnated venerable realm expert after all. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. If that really was the case, it seemed like he had to capture Wan Zhuiyuan alive. Regardless of whether Wan Zhuiyuan knows about the existence of the other world or not, it would be extremely difficult for us to get there. The little cow shook her head and sighed. Even if we managed to cross over, how would we beg a Saint Realm expert to help us? Don't forget that even though a Saint Realm expert might be stronger than us, sovereigns, a huge amount of effort is needed in order to revive a sovereign. Why would anyone help us for nothing? Song Mutian frowned. Everything the little cow said was true. Firstly, they didn't even need to speak about the journey to the other world. The main problem was inviting a venerable realm expert to help them. Why would a venerable lower themselves and agree to Huang Xiaolong's request? Then I'll just have to break into the venerable realm myself, Huang Xiaolong declared. Everyone stared at him in shock. Even though your talent is heaven-defying, breaking into the venerable realm isn't as easy as it seems. Even if you can enter the venerable realm, it might take you several millions of years. The little cow shook her head. The longer it takes, the harder it would be to revive your senior brother. There might be another way. The little cow seemed to have thought of something. Another way to revive Jiang Hong. Huang Xiaolong and Song Mutian found it a little shocking, but at the same time, relief washed over them. Gather all 9 chaos lightning pools. The little cow explained. Once you gather all 9 great lightning pools, they will fuse to form the Grand Mist Lightning Pool. The Grand Mist Lightning Pool might contain enough energy to shatter the heavens and crack the earth, but it also possesses endless life energy. The life energy contained in it can quicken the growth of an origin treasure, and it has been said that it had the power to restore life. Power to restore life? Huang Xiaolong stared at the little cow in shock. Song Mutian nodded his head when he heard what the little cow said. That's what the legends say. As long as one gathers all 9 great chaos lightning pools to form the Grand Mist Lightning Pool, one would be able to walk across the earth unhindered. No one will be able to stop you. If you place a corpse into the lightning pool, they will experience a rebirth. The sooner they are placed in the Grand Mist Lightning Pool, the quicker they will recover. Huang Xiaolong nearly jumped in joy when he heard the news. He had never thought that gathering all 9 lightning pools would pose such a miraculous effect. If that was the case, his senior brother, Jiang Hong, could be saved. Isn't this a little too heaven-defying? The more Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the more incredible he felt it was. The little cow chuckled in response. That is also the reason no one has the ability to gather all 9 great lightning pools since time immemorial. The Grand Mist Lightning Pool is in defiance of the natural order, and the heavens would stop anyone from obtaining it. A brilliant light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Since no one had been able to gather all 9 great lightning pools, he had to be the first to do so. The harder it was, the more he had to complete it. Right now, he had already gathered 6 great lightning pools. There were only 3 of them left. Huang Xiaolong decided that no matter what, he would look for the other lightning pools in the shortest amount of time in order to revive his senior brother. Actually, there is another problem. Song Mutian frowned. Even if you manage to gather all 9 great lightning pools, you still need to obtain your senior brother's corpse. Without the corpse, how can he come back to life? Huang Xiaolong stared at them in stunned silence. He hadn't thought about that. There's a possibility of the Reverence Moon Old Man grabbing your senior brother's body when he escaped. The little cow hesitated for a moment before continuing. If he didn't, there is only one other way. We will have to look for Wan Yu, the prince of the city of all heavens. Wan Yu. Killing intent started boiling in Huang Xiaolong's heart the moment he heard Wan Yu's name. Soon after, every single power he could mobilize received his order to locate the remaining 3 great lightning pools. There should be someone other than Wan Shi and Wan Yu who can access the forbidden area, the little cow surmised. A name appeared in both Huang Xiaolong and Song Mutian's heads at the same time. Yang Gang. A smile appeared on their face as they looked at each other. The 4 of them quickly started their operation. With the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python going out to search for clues, they gathered everything they could about Yang Gang. The moment he appeared, Huang Xiaolong would make his move. Even though Yang Gang was a late First-Order sovereign, he wasn't weak at all. The only person who could ensure that Wan Shi and Wan Yu wouldn't detect any abnormality when he made a move was Huang Xiaolong. When the 3 of them left to gather intelligence, Huang Xiaolong strolled along the streets of the city of all heavens. When he passed by a tea house, the fragrance drew Huang Xiaolong in, and he decided to wait for their news while enjoying a cup of tea. Do you think Huang Xiaolong will dare to show up to the World Leaders Conference? Haha, I bet Huang Xiaolong will be hiding in a corner in hell. He wouldn't dare come. I've heard that Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain the concealed scripture Devil Steel. After gathering all 6 great Devil Steels, he is now the new Archdevil Lord. Even the Heavenless Devil Legion submitted to him. I wonder if that is true. There are also rumors going around that Huang Xiaolong has broke through to the 4th Order Sovereign Realm. So what if he gathered all 6 great Devil Steels? Even if he becomes the next Archdevil Lord and enters the 4th Order Sovereign Realm, none of that matters. Lord Wan Shi has already been standing on top of the world for several billion years. Right now, He has comprehended his great purity secret art. He'll pinch Huang Xiaolong to death with the wave of his hand. Do you know what it means to be pinched to death? Imagine squeezing a fly to death. When its organs explode in your hands, you'll understand the meaning of pinching something to death. That's what Lord Wanshi will do to Huang Xiaolong once he gets here. Huang Xiaolong heard the discussions around him the moment he sat down. Almost everyone was talking about whether he would show up and how easily Lord Wanshi would kill him. They seemed extremely excited to see how Lord Wanshi would crush Huang Xiaolong. It was as though they were the ones personally doing it. No one thought that Huang Xiaolong would be able to win. It was especially so after Wanshi had shown off his strength by killing Du Hai while capturing the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness. Only the Reverence Moon Old Man was able to escape from him. I've heard that Du Hai's shit was squeezed out of his body when Lord Wanshi slapped him. One of the ancestor-level figures in the tea house mocked. Actually, I pity Du Hai. His six-winged mosquito race was forced into hiding by the Radiant's ancestor in the past. Now, he chose the wrong side to stand on and died a miserable death. I've also heard that even though the Reverence Moon Old Man managed to escape, his lower body was wasted by Lord Wanshi's myriad worlds bamboo. Even his third leg is gone. Another ancestor laughed. It's nearly impossible to recover after taking a strike from the myriad world bamboo. How do you think the Reverence Moon Old Man will feel after losing his third leg? The tea house broke into laughter. When Huang Xiaolong heard how they mocked Du Hai and the Reverence Moon Old Man, chilly killing intent shot out from his eyes. He waved his hand as a strand of destructive force entered the bodies of everyone who laughed. When Huang Xiaolong left a while later, the miserable shrieks of those people filled the air. They clutched their heads as they rolled about on the ground. It was clear that they were suffering unspeakable pain. Soon after, their bodies started to rupture, and they turned into pools of blood on the ground. Everyone who saw the scene before them felt their hearts clenching in fear. All the hair on their bodies stood on end as their bodies trembled. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them as he continued to stroll along the streets. It seemed as though everyone in the city was talking about Wanshi and himself. Of course, everyone was praising Wanshi to the high heavens as they described him to be nothing better than a mutt on the street. There were even some who described Huang Xiaolong as one of the evil practitioners. According to them, Lord Wanshi had left seclusion in order to deal with Huang Xiaolong, who had besmirched the name of proper cultivators. There were even some who painted Huang Xiaolong out to be a depraved villain. In their eyes, Huang Xiaolong had ravaged countless female disciples from the countless sects he had ruined. They spoke about how Huang Xiaolong practiced some evil art that required him to suck dry the essence of billions of females in order to increase his strength quickly. Of course, there were many who knew that everything they said about Huang Xiaolong was utterly rubbish. However, those who didn't know quickly took that to be true. The news quickly spread, and everyone in the city of all heavens started slandering Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes, a trace of anger flashed through them. He was extremely clear that there was only one person who would spread shit about him, Wanshi. Without Wanshi and Wan Yu fanning the flames, no rumor could spread through the city in the span of a few months. It also went without saying that Huang Xiaolong knew the reason behind Wanshi's actions. He wanted to make Huang Xiaolong look like the villain to boost his reputation in the future. He would be able to move against Huang Xiaolong using a legitimate reason of upholding the peace of the world, and everyone would praise him for it. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's transmission symbol shook. When he took it out, a smirk quickly formed on his face. It seemed as though the little cow had already gathered news about Yanggang. As of that moment, Yanggang was located in one of the manors in the southern part of the city. The manor belonged to him, but it was a secret, and not many people around the city knew about it. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he disappeared from the spot he was in. Several minutes later, he appeared before the very manor the little cow spoke about. When he looked at the ordinary appearance of the manor before him, Huang Xiaolong realized the reason behind its mystery. With its ordinary appearance, no one would guess that it was Lord Yanggang's personal residence. Past the ordinary appearance of the manor was one of opulence and luxury. There were plenty of expensive displays, and Yang Gang showed off priceless treasures he had obtained from the myriad of worlds in the main hall as his trophies. As he sat in the middle of the hall, there was a map in his hands. The map was something he had obtained by chance. He hadn't cared too much about it when he had first obtained it. To him, it was just an ordinary map that showed the location of a regular treasury. Only after scrutinizing it did he realize that the map contained the location of one of the 9 great lightning pools, the 5th Earth lightning pool. Joy filled his heart initially, but the more he researched, the deeper his frown became. The location of the 5th Earth lightning pool was in the depths of the Heaven's Path. The deeper one went into the Heaven's Path, the more dangerous it became. Even with his strength at the First Order Sovereign Realm, the likelihood of him falling was extremely high. Despite that, he found it too wasteful to ignore the 5th Earth lightning pool. Tomorrow, I should hand this map, leading to the 5th Earth lightning pool, over to Lord Wuxia. A weird light flashed in Yang Gang's eyes as he muttered to himself, "He will definitely reward me when I hand this over." 5th Earth lightning pool? A voice rang in his mind all of a sudden. Snapping back to attention, Yang Gang leaped up from his seat. Who? As the space before him trembled, a figure slowly appeared. Huang Xiaolong. The instant Yang Gang saw Huang Xiaolong's face, his expression changed. Circulating all the energy in his body, he made a desperate attempt to flee. It was too bad that Huang Xiaolong stretched out his right arm and solidified the space around him. Discovering that he could no longer move, Yang Gang turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock as Huang Xiaolong slowly pulled him back. No matter how Yang Gang tried to escape, it was to no avail. It was as though some invisible force was holding down the God force in his body. Very quickly, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong, and a palm grabbed his neck. With his other free hand, Huang Xiaolong snatched away the map of the 5th Earth lightning pool. After looking over it, Huang Xiaolong realized that the map pointed out the 5th Earth lightning pool's location, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you move against me here? Are you not afraid of Lord Wuxia? Yang Gang suppressed the fear in his heart as he yelled, "If you dare to kill me, Lord Wuxia will appear immediately. When that happens, you'll definitely die." He wasn't scaring Huang Xiaolong. It was true that as soon as he died, his soul slip would shatter. Wuxia and Wan Yu would learn about his death the instant he died. Huang Xiaolong sneered, "Relax. I won't kill you. At least not now. Why would I allow you to die such an easy death?" When Yang Gang saw the sinister smile on Huang Xiaolong's face, he realized that something was wrong. A shiver went down his spine as he stuttered. What do you want?" "You'll know what I want soon enough." A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he didn't bother explaining himself to Yang Gang. Grand mist worms quickly materialized, and they charged into Yang Gang's soul sea. Before Huang Xiaolong, Yang Gang was like a defenseless baby. He wasn't able to do anything, and his soul was controlled by Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Without wasting a second, Huang Xiaolong started to look through his memories. He soon found the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens and learned of a way to enter. Even so, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop as he continued to look through Yang Gang's memories. After nearly 40 breaths of time, Huang Xiaolong finally released Yang Gang. As soon as he stopped, Yang Gang returned to his senses. Before he could scream, Huang Xiaolong crushed his windpipe with a clench of his fist. Like a dead chicken, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Yang Gang by the neck as they disappeared from the manor. Reappearing in the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong used another devastating soul-refining art on Yang Gang. As Yang Gang cried out miserably, Huang Xiaolong threw him into one of the random palaces in the ancient heavenly court. Whatever the case, Yang Gang was a first-order sovereign. With his sturdy soul, it would take 70 to 80 years before he would die from Huang Xiaolong's soul refinement art. After throwing Yang Gang into the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong changed his appearance to look exactly like Yang Gang as he headed towards the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens. Encompassing heaven, the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens was located in an independent space hidden in the mountain range behind the city. After several minutes, Huang Xiaolong arrived in the space above the mountain range, and he scanned his surroundings. He could see a faint trace of the 8 trigrams formed by the various mountain peaks, and a sneer soon formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. One sure really knows how to pick a place. The chaos spiritual energy here is so much denser compared to the outside world. If one could open an independent space above the mountain range and direct the concentrated chaos spiritual energy towards that space, it would be the most ideal spot for secluded cultivation. Even sovereign realm experts would experience a boost in their cultivation speed. Huang Xiaolong used everything he had learned from Yang Gang's memory as he rapidly formed hand seals to affect the flow of the chaos spiritual energy around him. As rays of light emerged above him, a spatial crack soon appeared. Huang Xiaolong flew into it without the slightest hesitation, and the scene before him changed. He appeared in a large space that seemed to have no end. His vision turned gray as traces of chaos spiritual energy drifted across the land. There were rows of strange trees growing along the land, and they seemed to give off faint traces of origin energy. All the origin energy given off by the trees flowed towards the heart of the space. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Who would have thought that such a unique tree would exist in the world? If one could find a huge number of such divine trees, origin treasures would no longer be required. Cultivating in the heart of the space would produce heaven-defying results. One had to know that even level 1 origin treasures were extremely rare. As soon as a cultivator refined it, it was gone. The trees standing tall in front of Huang Xiaolong were different. As long as the trees lived on, they could produce endless amounts of origin energy. Sweeping his divine sense across the land, Huang Xiaolong counted a total of 268 trees. Even though a single divine tree only gave off a minuscule amount of origin energy, the combined amount of origin energy produced by 268 trees could compare to a level 1 origin treasure. A burning gaze appeared in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Even though the divine trees wouldn't be of much use to him, it would be extremely beneficial for experts like the little cow and Song Mutian. As long as he could obtain the trees, the little cow and the others would be able to increase their strength in a short amount of time. Luckily for Wan Shi and the others, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush to collect all the trees. He stared at the heart of the space and noticed a figure hovering in the air. As the figure swallowed copious amounts of chaos spiritual energy and origin energy, the sovereign aura around his body filled the space. Huang Xiaolong recognized the person with a single glance. It was Wan Zhuiyuan. His lips curled upwards as he walked towards Wan Zhuiyuan. Since he didn't hide his aura, Wan Zhuiyuan managed to detect his presence. Who? Alarm bells rang in Wan Zhuiyuan's mind as his eyes snapped open. He leaped to his feet as he stared at Yang Gang walking towards him. It wasn't long before he recognized Huang Xiaolong's aura. Huang Xiaolong. The expression on Wan Zhuiyuan's face changed. Seeing as the other party had already recognized him, Huang Xiaolong no longer messed about as he reverted back to his original appearance. Even though Wan Zhuiyuan was shocked at Huang Xiaolong's sudden appearance, he soon regained his calm. A sneer formed on his lips. Huang Xiaolong, I was planning to look for you. Who would have thought that you would come to me? Great. Now I don't have to waste my time looking for you. Ever since the battle in the world of darkness, Wan Zhuiyuan had hidden himself in the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens to cultivate in seclusion. In order to leave Wan Zhuiyuan undisturbed, Wan Yu and Yang Gang hadn't bothered telling him about Huang Xiaolong's achievements. As such, Huang Xiaolong was a mere first-order sovereign in Wan Zhuiyuan's eyes. When the words left his lips, Wan Zhuiyuan released his aura, and his sovereigns will filled the space around them, encompassing heaven, the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens. Shook. Huang Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, I have already broken into the sovereign realm for quite some time now. In fact, I'm about to step into the peak of the mid-first order sovereign realm. I bet you didn't expect that. Wan Zhuiyuan roared with laughter and continued. After becoming a sovereign, my saint physique, saint bloodline, and complete Tao saint godhead have improved tremendously. You'll never be able to surpass me now. Saint Tao. Everlasting world-ending sword. The origin energy in Wan Zhuiyuan's body moved as his fingers turned into sharp swords that pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. Sword chi filled the area as it threatened to grind Huang Xiaolong into dust. The terrifying wave of sword chi soon arrived before Huang Xiaolong. The look on his face didn't change as Huang Xiaolong merely extended his right palm. With a clench of his fist, the sword chi exploded in midair. It dissipated to nothingness right in front of Wan Zhuiyuan's eyes. When Wan Zhuiyuan was still in a state of disbelief, Huang Xiaolong's palm continued to fly towards his face. Before he could react, Wan Zhuiyuan felt his vision going dark. With the strength to suppress the heavens itself, Huang Xiaolong's palm slammed down on Wan Zhuiyuan. With a look of utter fear in his eyes, Wan Zhuiyuan felt a mountain-like pressure crushing down on him. No matter how hard he circulated his god force or how quickly his complete Tao Saint Godhead spun, he failed to move his body. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand once again to drag Wan Zhuiyuan towards himself. It's not possible. How can you be so strong? Wan Zhuiyuan found it hard to believe, and he choked on his words. He found it inconvincible and he stuttered. You already broke into the mid-level sovereign realm. No, it's not possible. How can you enter the overlord realm so quickly? What are you talking about? Huang Xiaolong chuckled coldly. Since you can break into the mid-first order sovereign realm, why can't I enter the mid-level sovereign realm? Why can't I become an overlord? Wan Zhuiyuan glared at Huang Xiaolong as a trace of shock rose in his heart. Huang Xiaolong managed to enter the mid-level sovereign realm and become an overlord in such a short amount of time. Previously he had only guessed that Huang Xiaolong had entered the mid-level sovereign realm. When he heard Huang Xiaolong admitting it, his heart shook. Even with Wan Zhuiyuan's experience as a venerable realm expert and all the heaven-defying talents he had seen in his time, he had never seen anyone like Huang Xiaolong before. One had to know that even an ex-venerable like him who underwent reincarnation wouldn't be able to break into the mid-level sovereign realm in several tens of years from the mid-first order sovereign realm. Huang Xiaolong ignored the shocked Wan Zhuiyuan as he quickly placed restrictions on Wan Zhuiyuan's body to prevent him from circulating his god force. He threw him into one of the random palaces in the ancient heavenly court, and he landed beside Yang Gang. As soon as Wan Zhuiyuan entered the ancient heavenly court, he saw Yang Gang rolling on the ground screaming and yelling. His expression changed. With his experience, he could see that Huang Xiaolong had already started to refine Yang Gang's soul. Moreover, it wasn't some weak soul-refining art. Wan Zhuiyuan recognized it immediately, and he knew that the secret art Huang Xiaolong used was enough to cause even a sovereign to suffer endlessly. When he thought about how Huang Xiaolong would use this soul-refining art on him, beads of cold sweat started to form on his forehead. After throwing Wan Zhuiyuan into his ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong quickly left the forbidden area. Xiaolong, how is it? When he finally met up with the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python on a mountain range somewhere on the outskirts of the city, the little cow asked with concern. It's done. Huang Xiaolong revealed a smile as he nodded his head. Relaxed laughter resounded through the air when they heard what he said. With Wan Zhuiyuan in their hands, Wan Shi and Wan Yu wouldn't dare to kill the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness. Without delay, everyone entered the ancient heavenly court. Huang Xiaolong, release me this instant. Wan Zhuiyuan got to his feet as soon as he saw Huang Xiaolong and the others. If you release me, I'll agree to all of your demands. I'll give you everything my city of all heavens has to offer. Your city of all heavens can't offer me what I want. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, and he slowly made his way to Wan Zhuiyuan. Placing his hand on Wan Zhuiyuan's shoulder, Huang Xiaolong clenched his fist. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong sent frigid darkness chi into Wan Zhuiyuan's body. Without his god force to protect him, Wan Zhuiyuan's face turned pale as pain shot through his body. A look of fear and hatred flashed in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong, I am a reincarnated venerable, and my soul will never be extinguished. You can't kill me. As long as you release me, I can teach you my venerable art. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Do you really think I can't kill you? Fine. I'll just imprison you here for eternity. Whatever the case, I don't need you to tell me what I want to know. Terror filled Wang Zhuiyuan's eyes as he realized what Huang Xiaolong wanted to do. Opening his mouth, he screamed at the top of his lungs, Huang Xiaolong, my complete Tao Saint Godhead is protected by Saint Tao restrictions. Trash like you will never be able to read my memories. Are you sure about that? Huang Xiaolong didn't care in the slightest as purple Grand Mist Qi poured into Wang Zhuiyuan's body without stopping. At the same time, his sovereign's will materialized and smashed towards the other party's soul sea. When Huang Xiaolong's sovereign's will appeared before Wang Zhuiyuan's complete Tao Saint Godhead, it turned into the tiny chaos axe as it slammed forward. Boom! A wave of pain filled Wang Zhuiyuan's head, and he felt as though his soul sea was splitting apart. The Saint Tao restrictions around his complete Tao Saint Godhead emitted resplendent rays of light as it trembled non-stop. Wang Zhuiyuan's expression changed. Huang Xiaolong's sovereign's will had wildly exceeded his expectations. One had to know that even high-level sovereigns wouldn't be able to break the Saint Tao restrictions he had laid down. However, a single blow from Huang Xiaolong nearly shattered them. If he allowed Huang Xiaolong to continue, he was afraid. Boom! The second strike landed. All the Saint Tao restrictions on his complete Tao Saint Godhead started to loosen once again. Huang Xiaolong, I am willing to share everything I know with you. Wang Zhuiyuan finally gave in as he screamed, I know the way to refine Saint artifacts, and I can tell you how. The memory to refine Saint artifacts is sealed in the deepest part of my memory. If you forcefully break the restrictions around my Godhead, you will damage the memory fragments. You will never be able to learn how to refine Saint artifacts unless I tell you the method. Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled. The way to refine Saint artifacts. Too bad Huang Xiaolong didn't care about him as he continued to slam the tiny chaos axe against the restrictions. The third and fourth strikes soon landed on Wang Zhuiyuan's complete Tao Saint Godhead. After tens of times, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air as the restrictions around Wang Zhuiyuan's complete Tao Saint Godhead shattered. In an instant, endless memories poured out from Wang Zhuiyuan's Godhead. The memories he had in his past and current life flowed into Huang Xiaolong's head. An hour quickly passed, and most of the memories Wang Zhuiyuan had were scanned through by Huang Xiaolong. Only a small part remained in the depths of his soul. When Huang Xiaolong tried to look through them, some type of strange energy stopped him. Noticing the abnormality, Huang Xiaolong continued to slam the tiny chaos axe towards the final line of defense in Wang Zhuiyuan's soul sea. Half a day later, a brilliant smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face. This was the first time anyone had seen him so happy. When Huang Xiaolong shattered the final line of defense in Wang Zhuiyuan's soul sea, he managed to learn of a way to activate Saint artifacts. That wasn't all. He even learned how to refine them. He would finally be able to use the lightning bead he had obtained back at the barbarian space. With the energy contained in the lightning bead, there was no longer a need for him to fear Wan Shi. The 33 heavens, Huang Xiaolong muttered in a soft voice. The thing that shocked Huang Xiaolong was the final part of Wang Zhuiyuan's memory. He learned that at the end of the heavens path, there was a world Wang Zhuiyuan referred to as the 33 heavens. The world of the 33 heavens was somewhere countless experts gathered. Venerables were everywhere, and there were uncountable heaven-defying geniuses roaming the lands. It was a boundless piece of land, and if he were to place the myriad of worlds there, it would take up a tiny corner at best. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong learned that one had to leave the 33 heavens before one could break into the Venerable Realm. After entering the Venerable Realm, one would be able to transcend life itself and control the cycle of reincarnation. Too bad Wang Zhuiyuan hadn't completely recovered his memory of his past life. Huang Xiaolong learned next to nothing about the world outside the 33 heavens. It's the Reverence Moon Old Man. The old man sent me a message. The little cow yelled all of a sudden as she retrieved her transmission symbol. When Huang Xiaolong heard that the Reverence Moon Old Man had contacted them, he couldn't help but feel his heart shake. He quickly asked the little cow to inquire about the matter with his senior brother. Very quickly they received a reply. When the little cow read the Reverence Moon Old Man's reply, her expression turned ugly. Song Mutyan scanned through it, and his eyes widened in shock. Huang Xiaolong felt a premonition in his heart when he saw the expression on their faces. What's wrong? Song Mutian passed the transmission symbol over to Huang Xiaolong, and after he read it, his expression sank. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. Wan Yu had completely destroyed Zhang Hong's body in the divine world. Even the bones weren't spared. Since there was no corpse, Huang Xiaolong couldn't think of a way to revive his senior brother. Even if he gathered all 9 great lightning pools, they would be of no damn use. Huang Xiaolong's vision turned red in an instant as he shattered Wan Zhuyuan's other arm. Frigidine energy poured into the wound without stopping. Miserable shrieks escaped Wan Zhuyuan's lips, and Huang Xiaolong soon shattered all the remaining bones in his body. Other than screams and cries of pain, nothing else could be heard. Huang Xiaolong only stopped after venting all his anger on Wan Zhuyuan. Killing intent boiled in Wan Zhuyuan's heart when he experienced the pain of having all his bones shattered. No matter what, he was a reincarnated venerable, and he was an existence who could shake the world outside of the 33 heavens. He used to command countless supreme beings, and he had never suffered from such humiliation before. How dare an ant from a lower world touch me? Wan Zhuyuan's thought about all the ways he would make Huang Xiaolong suffer after escaping. Given enough time, he would definitely crush Huang Xiaolong under his feet. Seemingly able to feel the murderous intent in Wan Zhuyuan's heart, Huang Xiaolong snorted before sending a punch towards his face. With a single fist, Huang Xiaolong crushed half of Wan Zhuyuan's head. Luckily for Wan Zhuyuan, he possessed a saint physique. His head soon grew back, and Huang Xiaolong immediately smashed the other half in as soon as that happened. Huang Xiaolong, I am a reincarnated venerable. How dare you do this to me? Wan Zhuyuan screamed. You'll regret this. Regret. Huang Xiaolong muttered in a low voice. You'll be the one regretting standing against me. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand after he spoke, and he stabbed at Wan Zhuyuan's crotch. Clamping his legs together, Wan Zhuyuan's anger was replaced by fear. Huang Xiaolong, what do you think you're doing? Stop right now. Ignoring his cries, Huang Xiaolong stabbed downwards, and the sound of something shattering filled the air. Even overlords like the little cow and Song Mutian, who had lived for countless years, felt a chill running down their spine. Huang Xiaolong was a little too ruthless. After all, the other party was a reincarnated venerable. Even if they ignored his status as an ex-venerable realm expert, his identity of being Wan Shi's grandson was enough to scare most people away. Humiliating Wan Zhuyuan like that was worse than killing him. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong didn't give a shit. When Wan Shi had destroyed the Grand Mist Emperor Palace and Wan Yu had killed his senior brother, Zhang Hong, none of them had shown any mercy. As such, there was no reason for Huang Xiaolong to hold back when dealing with their descendant. There might be a chance for Zhang Hong to be revived. Song Mutian muttered to himself. Huang Xiaolong froze and he slowly turned around. He asked incredulously, Is there really a way? Nodding his head, Song Mutian explained. Even though Wan Yu destroyed Zhang Hong's body, his godhead might still be intact. A sovereign's godhead can't be destroyed so easily. There is a chance Wan Yu is holding on to your senior brother's godhead. As long as you manage to retrieve it, there is a chance of reviving him. The only problem is that you might have to create a new body for Zhang Hong. A wave of joy washed over Huang Xiaolong's heart when he heard what Song Mutian said. No longer bothering with Wan Zhuyuan, Huang Xiaolong continued to ask the Reverence Moon Old Man about the matters that happened during the battle. Indeed, Wan Yu had kept Zhang Hong's godhead after killing him. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as a plan started to form in his head. In the space within the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens, Wan Yu stared at the scene before him with an ugly expression. The 268 divine trees that used to be there were gone. Not even a single leaf remained. That wasn't all. Wan Zhuyuan, who had been cultivating in the heart of the space, was nowhere to be seen either. Other than Wan Shi and himself, there were only 2 other people who knew how to enter the forbidden area. One of them was Yang Gang, and the other was an overlord who served the City of All Heavens. Did anyone approach the encompassing heaven space? Wan Yu turned to question a guard he had found. Reporting to Lord Wan Yu, Lord Yang Gang was here. The guard replied in haste. Yang Gang. Wan Yu frowned as a multitude of thoughts ran through his mind. Was it possible that Yang Gang had betrayed them? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He and Yang Gang had grown up together. They were buddies who had cultivated together, and they traveled between the line of life and death alongside each other countless times. Yang Gang couldn't betray the city of all heavens. Where is Yang Gang right now? Wan Yu continued to question. After Lord Yang Gang left, no one has seen him. The guard bowed in response. Wan Yu's heart sank as the uneasy feeling in his heart became stronger. Very quickly, he left the forbidden area as he went straight to see his father, Wan Shi. Half a day later, an earth-shattering piece of news started to spread through the city. According to the report from Lord Wan Shi, his grandson, Wan Zhuiyuan, was captured by Huang Xiaolong. During the World Leaders Conference, Huang Xiaolong was to exchange Wan Zhuiyuan for his master and the King of Darkness. The news of Huang Xiaolong capturing Wan Zhuiyuan caused the city to tremble. Huang Xiaolong has done it this time. Lord Wan Shi went ballistic when he heard that Huang Xiaolong kidnapped his grandson. I've heard that he turned the 100 million miles mountain range around the city into dust, trying to look for Huang Xiaolong. He even declared that he wouldn't stop until he crushes Huang Xiaolong's bones into fine dust. When Lord Wan Shi entered the high-level sovereign realm, he called for the first World Leaders Conference. This is the second time, and it will definitely be more exciting than the first. In the forbidden area of the City of All Heavens, killing intent filled Wan Shi's eyes. How dare someone kidnap my grandson to threaten me? Huang Xiaolong. With the anger rolling off Wan Shi's body, the space around him started to fluctuate. Lord Father, if Huang Xiaolong shows up at the conference to trade Zhuiyuan for the two? Wan Yu asked. Agree to it. Are we really releasing the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness? Wan Yu was extremely unwilling to let them go. So what if we do? Wan Shi sneered. Even if I release them, do you think that Huang Xiaolong will be able to escape from my City of All Heavens? Wan Yu's eyes lit up when he heard what his father said. Oh right. My judgment was clouded. With Lord Father, there is no way for any of them to escape. Wan Shi responded with a burst of hearty laughter. That's right. There isn't anyone under the heavens who dares to challenge my authority. Huang Xiaolong, the day you show up is the day you die. He waved his hand after he spoke, and the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness fell through the void to arrive before him. Their bodies were riddled with injuries, and they didn't look too good. There was a trace of destructive power hidden in their wounds, and even overlords like them weren't able to recover fully. Old things, let me tell you some good news. Wan Shi chuckled. Your amazing disciple will probably come over to save you during the World Leaders Conference. Oh right, I missed a detail there. On that day, I'll send all of you to the gates of hell. Anyway, I'll let you have a taste of a living hell before that. Pointing towards the two of them, a flash of green light entered their bodies, and painful shrieks filled the space. Staring at the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness writhing in pain on the ground, a sinister expression appeared on Wan Shi's face. He tossed them over to Wan Yu and said, There are only 11 months left until the World Leaders Conference. In these 11 months, feed them heart-poisoning bugs and soul-devouring worms every day. The blood drained from the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness's faces when they heard what Wan Shi said. The two bugs were the most terrifying creatures since ancient times. Even sovereigns wouldn't be able to withstand the torture inflicted on them by the two bugs. This, Lord Father, what if Huang Xiaolong? Wan Yu hesitated for a moment. He was extremely clear as to the terrors of the two bugs. Even sovereigns would go crazy if he went overboard and fed them heart-poisoning bugs and soul-devouring worms every day. Wan Shi sneered. What about Huang Xiaolong? Do I need to care about him if I want to punish someone? If the two of them really go crazy, then that's their problem. All of them are going to die anyway. Who cares if they go crazy? Yes, Lord Father. Wan Yu nodded and brought the two of them away. Time passed slowly as the day of the World Leaders Conference slowly approached. The number of world leaders and experts who entered the City of All Heavens increased by the day. Before long, the City of All Heavens became a bustling center of activity. The World Leaders Conference was the largest event in the myriad of worlds. As such, experts from all the superpowers gathered in the City of All Heavens. Even old monsters, who had been alive for billions of years, left seclusion in order to attend the conference. It went without saying that Yuan Shi didn't forbid anyone from entering the city, even though the conference was only meant for world leaders. When experts of their generation saw the old monsters and ancient freaks who had existed for billions of years, they couldn't help but feel their legs going soft. That's the half-prison ghost king. Didn't the king of hell kill him in the past? Who would have thought that he was still alive? Looking at him now, he should be an overlord. Heavenly Spirit Beast Master. It's him. Didn't he disappear several billion years ago? He's of the same seniority as the old crow ancestor and old ancestor Azure Cow. Even someone like him has arrived for the World Leaders Conference. Didn't he hide from the world because of the old Azure Cow? Is he here for revenge? Old ancestor Azure Cow? Shouldn't we address her as Lord Demon? I've heard that experts from the heavenly world will arrive this time. What's the heavenly world? Haven't you heard? There is another world above us. That's the heavenly world. The heavenly master who controls the heavenly world is one of the most ancient existences. Even Lord Yuan Shi can only be considered a junior before him. According to what I've heard, the City of All Heavens has already submitted to the heavenly world. This time, Huang Xiaolong won't be able to leave alive. Very quickly, 11 months passed, and the World Leaders Conference started. In the All Heavens Divine Palace's main hall sat old monster Luan Zhuan, the old crow ancestor, king of shadows, Buddhist ancestor Shizhen, and many other world leaders. There were even some old monsters seated in the first row alongside Luan Zhuan. One of them was covered in ghost chi, and he was the half-prison ghost king. One of the other ones emitted a monstrous aura that charged towards the skies. The aura around him was even stronger than the old crow ancestor. Finally, there was an old man whose body was covered in white hair. The hair was as white as snow, and he was the person who was injured by Huang Xiaolong when he had tried to snatch the 36-petaled green lotus. He was the heavenly snow old monster. Snow fluttered in the air around him as frigid chi prickled the bodies of everyone present. Under the bated breath of everyone present, Yuan Shi and Wan Yu made their appearance. Behind them were Su Yang and Lu Yunyun, the enforcers from the heavenly world. Everyone got to their feet when Yuan Shi entered the hall. We greet Lord Yuan Shi. Luan Zhuan and the other old monsters kneeled with one knee on the ground as all the other world leaders kowtowed. Yuan Shi nodded his head and allowed them to rise. Seeing as Yuan Shi and Wan Yu had taken their seats, everyone slowly returned to their places. I believe everyone knows the reason behind this conference. Yuan Shi swept his gaze over everyone present and said, "It was peaceful when I first entered seclusion, but someone called Huang Xiaolong appeared 1,000 years ago and caused mayhem. He has waged war throughout the lands, killing many innocent people. Especially a few years ago, in the Radiance world, he killed tens of billions of experts in an attempt to benefit himself. He caused rivers of blood to flow in the Radiance divine world. I'm prepared to form an alliance to take down a devilish existence like Huang Xiaolong. We can't allow him to continue running rampant in the myriad of worlds." Yuan Shi made it seem as though Huang Xiaolong was the biggest baddie who lived, and after some twists and turns, he looked like the great hero ready to vanquish the trash that threatened mankind. Lord Yuan Shi is right. We have to kill him before he gets any stronger. Luan Zhuan was the first to agree, and he continued, "It's not just Huang Xiaolong. We have to get rid of everyone who submitted to him. For example, the King of Grand Mist, King of Darkness, the Azure Cow, Song Mutian, and the other sovereigns. They have gone down the path of no return by following that devil." The King of Shadows stood up all of a sudden, and he declared, "If Huang Xiaolong shows up, we will take care of him together. We can't let Lord Yuan Shi dirty his hands by moving against such a vile creature." As the World Leaders Conference went on, Huang Xiaolong was seated in one of the mountain ranges some distance away from the city. A bead hovered above his head as it emitted terrifying rays of light. Bolts of lightning surged into his body as they carried with them frightening amounts of energy. It went without saying that Huang Xiaolong had learned the method of activating the lightning bead he had obtained from the barbarian space. The energy contained in the bead wasn't origin energy. It was something even more terrifying than that. As it surged into Huang Xiaolong's body, it threatened to destroy him. Even with his cultivation at the fourth-order sovereign realm, Huang Xiaolong felt like he was a little boat in the middle of the sea surrounded by towering waves ready to swallow him whole. Due to the frightening amount of energy, Huang Xiaolong could feel his strength rising by a huge amount every time he completed refining a single bolt of lightning. In the past 11 months, Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen to a terrifying degree. Under the might of the energy contained in the lightning bead, the energy of the stars in the complete heaven palace was forced to remain in a corner. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed through them, and the lightning bead stopped spinning. It slowly descended into his palm as the complete heaven palace regained its original calm. Huang Xiaolong kept the bead as he slowly got to his feet. Looking in the direction of the city of all heavens, Huang Xiaolong thought about how anxious Wan Shi could be feeling. Huang Xiaolong emerged from the complete heaven palace, and the little cow ran up to welcome him from his seclusion. "Xiaolong, how was it?" she asked in a tense voice. "Enough to kill Wan Shi." Even though Huang Xiaolong seemed indifferent, his voice was firm. The little cow and Song Mutian stared at each other in stunned silence. Till date, no one had ever had the confidence of killing Wan Shi. Huang Xiaolong's statement caused their vision to spin for quite some time. They only reacted after Huang Xiaolong had flown quite a distance away. Leaping into the air, they followed behind him. In the city of all heavens, Wan Shi frowned, looking at the gradually darkening sky. It was one more hour until the night fell, but Huang Xiaolong hadn't shown up. The half-prison ghost king mocked. "Don't tell me that brat, Huang Xiaolong, is too afraid to appear. I guess he was just all talk." Luan Zhuan continued. "With Lord Wan Shi here, Huang Xiaolong doesn't dare to approach the city. He should be hiding in some corner like the cowardly turtle he is." When the various world leaders heard what Luan Zhuan said, they roared with laughter. "Lord Father, what will happen if Huang Xiaolong refuses to show up?" Wan Yu couldn't help but ask. Green flame raged in Wan Shi's eyes, and he waved his hand. "Bring the old men over." A single order from Wan Yu sent guards running about, and the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness soon appeared in the hall. The guards tossed them into the hall like they were getting rid of trash, and the two of them flopped to the ground. Looking at their appearances, their faces were swollen as blood leaked out from the side of their lips. After 11 months of hellish torture, the two of them were no longer recognizable. Their skin was cracked as blood flowed across their bodies. Their eyes were sunken, and their scalps were torn apart. Even though they hadn't gone crazy, they were close. Looking at the state the two of them were in, the various world leaders felt their scalps tingling. Even overlords like the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness could be tortured to the brink of insanity. If they went against Wan Shi? Wan Shi swept his gaze across everyone present, and he slammed a thick blade into the floor. The blade was dark green, and faint devilish cries rang in the air from time to time. "This is the soul-severing blade. I have used a type of soul essence metal found deep in the heavens path to refine this weapon. As soon as I cut someone with it, soul-severing energy will flow into their body to slice your soul. No sovereign can withstand the pain." Wan Shi continued. "Who is willing to cut off their flesh with my blade?" Everyone looked at each other hesitantly before staring at the soul-severing blade with fear in their eyes. "I am willing." The person who stood up was the Ghost World leader. Even though the Ghost World wasn't part of the 5 greater worlds, it wasn't any weaker than the Dragon World or Fire World. Wan Shi nodded his head. Very quickly, the Ghost World leader waved the blade and sliced off a piece of flesh from the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness bodies. A grunt escaped their lips as they turned deathly pale. It was as though a wave of frigid energy pierced straight into their soul sea. They felt the pain several times worse than when they were fed the heart-poisoning bug and soul-devouring worm. The King of Darkness stared at the Ghost World Leader, and the killing intent in his eyes forced the Ghost World Leader back. "I'll kill you," the King of Darkness roared as he got to his feet. However, the pain forced him to crumble to the ground before he could do anything. "Kill me?" the Ghost World Leader sneered. "King of Darkness, right now you don't even have the energy to kill a pig. Since you plan on killing me, you can try." The soul-severing blade in his hand fell again as he chopped off a huge chunk of flesh from the King of Darkness' arm. "Nice!" Several world leaders clapped when they noticed the Ghost World Leader's actions. It was too bad a white streak of light broke through space before the Ghost World Leader could slash at the King of Grand Mist or King of Darkness again. The light moved so quickly that even experts like Luanjuan couldn't react in time. The streak of light pierced through the space between the Ghost World Leader's eyebrows and left through the other side of his head. A massive hole started to form as the flesh around the wound started to dissolve. Eventually, his body became specks of light that dissipated through the lands. Everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. Did someone kill the Ghost World Leader in front of Lord Wanshi? "Huang Xiaolong!" someone in the hall yelled. A massive comet broke through the air as it shot straight towards the main hall of the All Heavens Divine Palace. "It's the ancient heavenly court. The number one treasure in the myriad of worlds has appeared." Huang Xiaolong really came. Everyone felt a trace of shock running through their hearts. The King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness raised their heads to stare at the comet as their minds shook in pain and excitement. The only person who wasn't affected was Wanshi as he sat on the throne without the slightest fluctuation in his expression. It was as though Huang Xiaolong's arrival had nothing to do with him. Very quickly, the ancient heavenly court appeared in the space above the main hall. Without any intentions of stopping, it slammed towards the structure below. A massive explosion rang through the air as everyone felt their minds trembling from the impact. The protective barrier around the palace shattered into a million pieces under the assault of the ancient heavenly court. "Preposterous!" Wanyu raged as he flung out two giant axes. Rays of brilliant light shot out from the two axes as they spun through the air. With the power to destroy the heavens, the two giant axes appeared before the ancient heavenly court. An arm, whiter than the purest jade, suddenly stretched out of the complete heaven palace, and Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger. The sound of something shattering resounded through the air as the axes crumbled into countless pieces. The sharp shards flew towards Wanyu and the rest. Wanyu's expression changed when he realized that his precious weapons were destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. The axes were top-grade Grand Mist artifacts he had obtained in the depths of the Heaven's Path. They weren't ordinary top-grade Grand Mist artifacts either. Their offensive capabilities were comparable to the ancient heavenly court, but Huang Xiaolong had managed to destroy them with a single finger. When Wanshi saw the top-grade Grand Mist axes crumbling, his pupils constricted. He reached out to probe Huang Xiaolong's strength by sending a palm strike towards the ancient heavenly court. A massive green palm appeared in midair, but the shards deflected by Huang Xiaolong pierced through it before flying towards Wanyu and the rest. Wanshi felt like a bomb going off in his head. In the next instant, miserable shrieks filled the hall. A shard pierced through Wanyu's body, and he was sent flying into the hall's walls. He resembled a dead dog when he slammed into the walls, but he wasn't the only one. The King of Shadows, Heavenly Snow Old Monster, the half-prison Ghost King weren't spared either, as they crashed into the wall alongside Wanyu. As for those who were in the low-level sovereign realm, they exploded into a mist of blood that diffused around the main hall of the All Heavens Divine Palace. Only Luanjuan, the Heavenly Spirit Beastmaster, the Old Crow Ancestor, Shizhan, and the two enforcers of the heavenly world managed to escape from the shards Huang Xiaolong had sent towards them. Even so, they felt that their backs were drenched in a cold sweat as their minds shook. Under the shocked gaze of Luanjuan and the others, Huang Xiaolong, the little cow, Song Mutian, and the flying devil python left the ancient heavenly court. "Huang Xiaolong, you are finally here." Wanshi got to his feet suddenly as he released his aura. A suffocating might enveloped the heavens. Huang Xiaolong completely ignored Wan Shi as he walked towards the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness. When he saw the sorry state they were in, killing intent shot out from his eyes. He finally turned to glare at Wan Shi as he spat. "Wan Shi, you're going to die today." When Wan Shi heard what Huang Xiaolong said, it was as though he had heard the joke of the century. He couldn't hold back his laughter. "Huang Xiaolong, do you really think you can do that? Based on your 1,000 years of cultivation? Ha ha ha. You have to be kidding me." Wan Shi continued. "I'll admit, your strength has increased really quickly. You actually managed to refine the high-grade, level 4 36-petaled green lotus." "What? High-grade? Level 4 origin treasure?" Luan Zhuan and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even the enforcers from the heavenly world stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence. Wan Yu, who was thrown into the wall by the shards of his axe, finally crawled to his feet. He glared at Huang Xiaolong with a trace of fear in his eyes. He had never thought that it was possible for Huang Xiaolong to fully refine the lotus in such a short span of time. According to him, no matter how heaven-defying Huang Xiaolong's talent was, it was impossible for anyone to refine the 36-petaled green lotus in less than several 100,000 years. Wan Shi glared at Huang Xiaolong, and he snapped. "So what if you did? Even if you're in the mid-level sovereign realm, I can still kill you with a flip of my hand." The little cow and Song Mutian rushed over to the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness to stuff pills down their mouth. Wan Shi ignored the two of them as he fixed his gaze on Huang Xiaolong. According to him, no one could escape after he killed Huang Xiaolong. Even if they saved the two old men, he would settle them with a single strike later. "Oh really?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the confident Wan Shi, and he sneered. Luan Zhuan walked out from the crowd all of a sudden as he brandished the giant wheel in his hand. "Huang Xiaolong, Lord Wan Shi doesn't need to dirty his hands by killing you. Since you can't wait to be killed, I'll fulfill your wish. Do you really think you can stand against our alliance of overlords?" The old crow ancestor, heavenly spirit beast master, Shizhen, and the two enforcers from the heavenly world looked at each other before taking a single step forward. Huang Xiaolong glanced at them from the corner of his eye as a smile formed on his face. "That's fine with me. All of you can come at me together. After I deal with you, I'll kill Wan Shi." The heavenly spirit beast master chuckled in amusement. "What arrogance! Huang Xiaolong, even if you enter the mid-level sovereign realm and become an overlord, I refuse to that believe so many of us can't take you down. Kill!" The giant wheel in Luan Zhuan's hand flew out towards Huang Xiaolong as he gave his order. A massive stick appeared in the old crow ancestor's hand, and he smashed it towards Huang Xiaolong. The moment the stick came crashing down, it was as though the world itself collapsed. As for the two enforcers of the heavenly world, they revealed giant swords in their hands as they slashed towards Huang Xiaolong. The godly MT Shumi appeared as Shizhen sent it flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Without moving his legs, Huang Xiaolong simply reached out with both his arms to send Luan Zhuan's wheel flying. The rebound was so strong that it crushed the wheel before sending it into the ceiling of the All Heavens Divine Palace. Huang Xiaolong followed up with a fist to greet the old crow ancestor's stick. His punch sent the stick flying before landing on the old crow ancestor himself. Drawing a cool arc through the hall, the old crow ancestor crashed into the walls of the hall. Looking at the two giant swords from the enforcers flying towards him, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the blade of the sword before twisting it sharply to the side. The swords shattered into a million pieces and the two of them spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood as they retreated. Finally, Huang Xiaolong sent a palm strike towards the godly MT Shumi. The treasure that was said to have the strongest defense faltered as the light barrier around it crumbled. Cracks formed on the surface of the structure as a giant palm was imprinted on its side. Shizhen was thrown out of the godly MT Shumi, and the skin on his body split open. With only one final opponent to deal with, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred as he disappeared from his spot. When the heavenly spirit beast master came crashing down onto the ground of the main hall, a bloody hole could be seen in his chest. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong's punch had gone through his entire body. Guan Yu was overwhelmed with fear when he saw the scene before him. 6 overlords were destroyed by Huang Xiaolong in the span of a single breath. There was no need to mention how the enforcers of the heavenly world, Su Yang and Lu Yunyun, were no ordinary sixth-order sovereigns. How could this happen? The other world leaders and old freaks stared at the scene before them in shock. The blood drained from their faces as their bodies trembled like a leaf in the wind. Wan Shi's previously indifferent expression changed, and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. His pupils shrank when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate in the slightest. After he defeated all 6 of them, the Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand as he sent it piercing through Luan Zhuan's head. In the Radiance world, he had nearly died because of Luan Zhuan's sneak attack. Out of the 6 of them, he was hell-bent on killing Luan Zhuan. When Luan Zhuan saw the Radiance Divine Scepter arriving before him, a look of despair appeared on his face. Luckily for him, a shockingly powerful force appeared beside him, and a green bamboo blocked the Divine Radiance Scepter. Wan Shi had finally made a move. A massive explosion resounded through the air when the Radiance Divine Scepter collided with the bamboo. It was as though 2 immovable objects had slammed into each other, and the hall shook violently. Unable to withstand the impact, the ground started to crack. With the All-Heavens Divine Palace in the middle, the palaces around it started to crumble. Some world leaders were even sent flying by the shockwaves of the blast. They exploded in mid-air, and blood mist filled the air. When Luan Zhuan saw how Wan Shi had blocked off the Radiance Divine Scepter, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, a tiny chaos axe materialized above his head and chopped downwards before he could react. Slice! A horrifying sound pierced through the air as Luan Zhuan's body was sliced from his head to his crotch. Luan Zhuan's eyes went wide as he lowered his head to look at the terrifying axe that had sliced through his body. Before he could finish his sentence, his godhead and body shattered. When Wan Shi blocked off the Radiance Divine Scepter, he felt a frighteningly strong surge of energy slamming into him as he retreated several steps. By the time he regained his footing, Luan Zhuan was already dead. His expression sank, and his face became as black as the thunderclouds in the sky. "It seems like I underestimated you." Killing intent burst out from Wan Shi's eyes. "I was merely careless before. Huang Xiaolong, I had never thought that you would be at the peak of the late Fourth Order sovereign realm. Regardless, you will die here today. It's been a while since I last used all my strength in a battle. Today, I will show you the extent of my abilities." The aura around Wan Shi's body started to expand as rays of green light filled the surroundings around him. They slowly transformed into massive shoots of bamboo. Every single one of them had its surface filled with mysterious runes. Runes that didn't belong in this world. No, it was more accurate to say that they didn't originate from this era. "Xiaolong, be careful. That's the Myriad Worlds bamboo. The Myriad Worlds bamboo contains the power that transcends this era." The little cow screamed the moment the Myriad Worlds bamboo appeared. At the same time, she grabbed the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness to beat a hasty retreat. "Die!" Wan Shi's frosty voice rang in Huang Xiaolong's ears, and countless bamboo shoots shot towards Huang Xiaolong and those related to him. The strength contained in the Myriad Worlds bamboo was capable of destroying anything in its path. It was strong enough to pierce through even top-grade Grand Mist artifacts. If the bamboo struck overlords like the King of Grand Mist, the little cow, and others, they would suffer from grave injuries if not death. Just as the bamboo was about to pierce through the bodies of the little cow and the others, a brilliant green light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's body. The boundless green light was like a tsunami as it crashed against the Myriad Worlds bamboo. Jade green leaves appeared, and every single one seemed to resemble a world of its own. Each leaf turned into a massive chaos wall that fended off the bamboo shoots. Glaring runes swirled about on the surface of the leaves, and they eventually fused together to form an endless world of green. Bang, 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 bang. Tiny blasts resounded through the air as every single bamboo shoot was stopped by the green leaves. Every time the bamboo shoots collided with the green leaves, an ear-splitting explosion would echo through the skies. It was as though world-exterminating bolts of lightning were sweeping across the land as the city of all heavens trembled like a tiny boat on the stormy seas. With countless years of refinement and the protection of an uncountable number of heaven-defying restrictions, the city would withstand an attack even from the alliance of several dozen overlords. However, it was clear that the battle between Wan Shi and Huang Xiaolong had long surpassed that. No matter how strong the structures in the city of all heavens were, they couldn't withstand the shockwaves of the battle between the two complete freaks. Very quickly, cracks started to spread around the city, and the walls started to split open. As the 36-petaled green lotus blocked off the attack from the myriad world's bamboo, the little cow and the others managed to escape certain death. Despite barely escaping from the terrifying myriad world's bamboo, the little cow and the others felt their hearts palpitating with fear. Even though the little cow had expected Wan Shi to be strong, she didn't expect him to be so overpowering. "Leave." Huang Xiaolong turned and spoke to the little cow. She nodded her head as she knew that their presence would only be a burden to Huang Xiaolong. The most important thing was to save the King of Grand Mist and the King of Darkness. "Do you think you can leave?" A light flashed in Wan Shi's eyes, and countless shoots of bamboo appeared in the air to block their escape. His sudden attack was a notch stronger than his previous attempt. If any of them were struck by the bamboo, there was no chance of survival. A cold harumph left Huang Xiaolong's lips as the green light around his body became even more intense. A boundless sea of green appeared instantly above everyone he wanted to protect. Boom! Even though Huang Xiaolong managed to block Wan Shi's attack, the petals of the 36-petaled green lotus showed signs of cracking. Of course, blocking it was good enough. In an instant, the little cow, Song Mutyen, and the flying devil python took the King of Grand Mist and King of Darkness away from the battlefield. Seeing as his killing strike was blocked by Huang Xiaolong, tyrannical killing intent erupted in Wan Shi's eyes. He stared at the escaping group of overlords as he yelled at Wan Yu and the others, "Go kill them all!" He knew that if he failed to kill them now, it would be nearly impossible for him to kill them in the future. Wan Yu and the others acknowledged his orders, and were about to move out when a tiny chaos axe appeared in the space above them. With unstoppable momentum, it slashed downwards. With the ability to split the heavens and earth apart, the tiny chaos axe fell on the various overlords present. When Wan Yu, the heavenly spirit beastmaster, Old Crow ancestor, and the others saw the axe chopping down towards them, their expressions changed. A look of fear appeared on their faces, and they pushed their bodies to the limit in order to dodge it. It was too bad for the heavenly snow old monster and the half-prison ghost king as they reacted a split second later, but it was all Huang Xiaolong needed to kill them. Like old monster Luan Zhuan, their bodies split into two. Their corpses fell from the sky as they landed on the ground with a loud thud. As a snow-white corpse landed beside a corpse as dark as ink, a beautiful picture formed with the stark contrast of colors formed. Of course, only Huang Xiaolong could admire the picturesque scene before him. When Wan Yu and the others looked at the two corpses on the ground, they felt the blood draining from their faces. If they had moved a little later, that would have been their outcome. By the time Huang Xiaolong killed the half-prison ghost king and the heavenly snow old monster, the little cow and the others had already disappeared. "A bunch of good-for-nothings," Wan Shi raged. Feeling the terrifying amounts of killing intent rolling off Wan Shi's body, no one dared to breathe loudly. They started to tremble where they stood. Seeing as there was nothing else he could do to Huang Xiaolong's party, Wan Shi turned his full attention to the man himself. "Your 36-petaled green lotus is quite sturdy. You actually managed to block 2 attacks from my myriad world's bamboo. It's too bad I was merely warming up. Huang Xiaolong, let me show you the true power of my myriad world's bamboo." The dark green radiance around his body started to expand as soon as the words left his lips. With the brilliance of a million suns, dark green light enveloped the entire city. Every single shoot of myriad world's bamboo that shot towards Huang Xiaolong was countless times its original size. Rather than calling them bamboo shoots, they were comparable to divine trees that could support the weight of the heavens itself as the runes on its body shone with resplendent light. "Huang Xiaolong, take my first serious strike." As the bamboo shoots started to fuse with each other, A terrifying plant with a size tens of times larger than the divine tree of darkness pierced towards Huang Xiaolong. The divine tree of darkness was as large as several divine planes put together. However, the myriad worlds bamboo that was flying towards Huang Xiaolong was tens of times larger than that. If the city of all heavens was like an ant compared to the massive myriad worlds bamboo, then Huang Xiaolong would be smaller than a speck of dust. Wan Shi waved his arm as the myriad worlds bamboo shot towards Huang Xiaolong. A terrifying storm was swept up, and nothing managed to stay standing in the face of its power. The manors and palaces in the city of all heavens were reduced to dust as all the experts who were visiting the city in order to watch the battle were blown away. Regardless of strength, even sovereigns were killed as their bodies popped like a bloody balloon. Thump! The sturdy space around the city of all heavens started to crumble as streams of chaos energy filled a space billions of miles around the city. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the myriad worlds bamboo flying towards him, a solemn expression finally appeared on his face. Unable to take Wan Shi's strike lightly, Huang Xiaolong circulated all the power in him to withstand the strike. The 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, 3 Saint Bloodlines, and his Saint Physique activated, and he pushed them to their limit. The 36-petaled green lotus started to shrink, and it turned into a piece of divine armor that covered his body. The Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand as the Radiance Divine Seal and Heavenly Hall appeared above his head. The 16 wings of light unfurled behind him as radiance energy surged through the lands. With the appearance of his 16 wings, boundless radiance energy appeared from the void as it poured into the city of all heavens. The area around Huang Xiaolong turned into a world of radiance. In the world of radiance, countless angels and radiance divine spirits thrived. There were also countless ancient divine races whose power couldn't be ignored. With the assistance of the angels, divine spirits, and ancient divine races, radiance energy filled the world of radiance around Huang Xiaolong. Wan Shi sneered at the sight of that. Petty tricks. As the myriad worlds bamboo pierced through the world of radiance, countless angels, divine spirits, and members of the ancient divine races were ground to dust. The world of radiance popped up like a bubble. Emerging from the other side of the world of radiance, the myriad worlds bamboo arrived before Huang Xiaolong. A loud roar escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips as the radiance divine scepter in his hand slammed towards the bamboo. Blinding rays of light illuminated the lands as they slammed into the myriad worlds bamboo. At the same time, the Radiance Divine Seal and Heavenly Hall seemed to fuse into a single entity as they crashed into the bamboo. Everything was useless as the radiance light was scattered by the world-ending might of the myriad worlds bamboo. The Radiance Divine Seal and Heavenly Hall were sent flying. Wan Yu and the others rejoiced when they saw how Huang Xiaolong was powerless in the face of Wan Shi's attack. Lord Father is unrivaled. Wan Yu raised his head to the skies and roared triumphantly. A grave expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face as the ancient heavenly court finally emerged from his body. The complete heaven star formation was pushed to the limit as endless starlight surged out to form massive stars. Every star had the ability to crush an overlord to their death. The endless numbers of stars collided with the myriad worlds bamboo. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to lose their luster as the world shook. A terrifying wave of energy surged towards Wan Yu and the others. Unable to hide the fear in their eyes, everyone retreated from the scene of the battle. Despite their actions, their eyes were glued onto Huang Xiaolong. The ancient heavenly court dimmed as the mighty stars exploded one after another. Unable to stop the myriad worlds bamboo, it continued to fly towards Huang Xiaolong. Seeing as how the number 1 treasure under the heavens couldn't stop Wan Shi's attack, Wan Yu and the others nearly jumped in joy. Without anything else to block it, the myriad worlds bamboo slammed into the divine armor formed by the 36-petaled green lotus. Huang Xiaolong drew a beautiful arc through the sky as he crashed into the walls of the city of all heavens after destroying countless structures in his path. Walls and buildings crumbled one after another, and Huang Xiaolong became buried under a mountain pile of rubble. Wan Yu and the others cheered as they quickly ran towards Wan Shi. Lord Father is unrivaled. Huang Xiaolong is dead now. The heavenly spirit beast Master Bold and congratulated Wan Shi. Lord Wan Shi is unbeatable. Huang Xiaolong is just a clown who overestimated his capabilities. He couldn't even take a single strike from Lord Wan Shi. He was arrogant initially, but it looks like he is nothing more than a monkey jumping about. The old crow ancestor and the others praised Wan Shi to the high heavens when they saw how Huang Xiaolong was sent flying. Wan Shi nodded his head. I'll kill Huang Xiaolong before dealing with the Azure Cow and the others. They couldn't have gotten far. You guys can bring Huang Xiaolong back to me. Even if he isn't dead, he won't be able to move now that he took my attack head-on. Even high-level sovereigns would suffer serious injuries if they took Wan Shi's attack. There was no need to mention a fourth-order sovereign like Huang Xiaolong. Yes, Lord Wan Shi, the heavenly spirit beastmaster, old crow ancestor, king of shadows, and Shizhen bowed before rushing over to Huang Xiaolong's location. They trusted Lord Wan Shi completely, and since he had said that Huang Xiaolong was a step away from being thrown into the cycle of reincarnation, there was no need to be afraid of him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the space above the pile of rubble Huang Xiaolong was buried under. Just as they were about to blow a hole open in the ground, a massive eruption caught them off guard. Everyone was sent flying. Huang Xiaolong shot out from the hole as he appeared in front of everyone. Wan Yu's eyes widened in shock, and his jaws dropped in disbelief. Even Wan Shi stared at Huang Xiaolong's figure with question marks popping up in his head. According to him, there was no way Huang Xiaolong could block the strongest attack from his myriad worlds bamboo, even with the help of the 36-petaled green lotus. Right now, Huang Xiaolong looked completely fine other than the layer of dust on him. Looking at Huang Xiaolong closely, everyone saw layers of golden scales around his body as bolts of lightning swirled around him. Wan Shi's pupils constricted, and his voice trembled. Is that a saint bloodline? That's right. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice rang through the air. From Wan Zhuiyuan's memories, Huang Xiaolong had learned the true method of activating his saint bloodlines. With the power contained in his bloodlines fused with his complete Tao saint godheads, a special defensive layer had formed around his body. The defense of that special layer was stronger than the armor created by the 36-petaled green lotus. As for the golden scales on his body, they were created with 2 of Huang Xiaolong's saint bloodlines. Even though he didn't use all of his 3 saint bloodlines, it was more than enough to defend against the myriad worlds bamboo. Huang Xiaolong dusted himself off as he loosened his muscles. He looked at Wan Shi and scoffed. It seems like that's all your myriad worlds bamboo is capable of. Wan Shi's expression sank. Even though your saint bloodline possesses shocking might, do you really think I won't be able to kill you because of your special protective layer? The myriad worlds bamboo started to shrink endlessly. From a size that dwarfed the city of all heavens, it became a proper stick of bamboo. Without hesitation, Wan Shi stabbed the stick of bamboo towards Huang Xiaolong. Space itself trembled as the bamboo pierced a hole through it. After it shrunk, the power contained in the myriad worlds bamboo increased to a terrifying degree. Huang Xiaolong retreated as he punched out with his right hand. Boom! Everyone near the battlefield felt a shockwave that shook their core. Even experts who were hiding billions of miles away felt the blood in their bodies flowing in reverse. Huang Xiaolong retreated several steps, and he looked at his right fist. The golden dragon scales cracked, but a golden light behind the scales didn't dim in the slightest. Even after concentrating all the power contained in the myriad worlds bamboo, Wan Shi only managed to break the outermost defense formed by Huang Xiaolong's saint bloodline. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Huang Xiaolong placed down all the worries in his heart. His figure started to blur as he appeared before Wan Shi before anyone could react. Without time to think, Wan Shi retrieved the myriad worlds bamboo as he transformed it into a divine armor that covered his body. As soon as the armor formed, Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on Wan Shi's chest. A low thump reverberated through the air as Wan Shi smashed through the sturdy walls of the All Heavens divine palace. When he slammed against the ground, the armor had already shattered as a hole was blown through his chest. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Wan Yu and the others saw Wan Shi being beaten back by Huang Xiaolong, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. When they saw the terrifying wound on Wan Shi's chest, they sucked in a cold breath. Huang Xiaolong defeated the unrivaled Wan Shi. Even with the myriad worlds bamboo to protect him, Wan Shi was sent flying by a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. Wan Shi stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look on his face. In his mind, his father was a majestic mountain whom he had always looked up to with admiration and respect. There were no experts in the world who could stand against his father, and he was the strongest individual in the myriad of worlds. Now, when he stared at the blood flowing from Wan Shi's chest wound, the look in Wan Yu's eyes turned sluggish, and he felt his world flipping upside down. After he sent Wan Shi flying, Huang Xiaolong didn't follow up. The first thing he did was to capture Wan Yu. The most important thing to Huang Xiaolong was to obtain his senior brother's godhead. When Huang Xiaolong dragged Wan Yu before him, a sense of unprecedented fear filled his heart. Huang Xiaolong. Wan Yu stuttered and he failed to form a proper sentence. You definitely didn't think that this day will come when you killed my senior brother. Huang Xiaolong looked him in the eye and said coldly. Wan Yu could feel the murderous intent leaking out from Huang Xiaolong, and he didn't dare to let out so much as a fart. The blood drained from his face. Where is my senior brother's godhead? Huang Xiaolong didn't bother torturing Wan Yu, and he asked the question without the slightest hesitation. Wan Yu fell into a daze as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. When a frigid light shot out from Huang Xiaolong's eyes, Wan Yu finally snapped back to attention as he stammered, It's in the All Heavens Treasury. All Heavens Treasury. Huang Xiaolong didn't know how to react for a moment when he heard how Wan Yu had stored his senior brother's godhead in the All Heavens Treasury. The All Heavens Treasury was the #1 treasury under the heavens. Since the city of All Heavens stood at the peak of the myriad of worlds, Huang Xiaolong didn't need to see the All Heavens Treasury for himself to know that its contents were a notch above the ancient heavenly emperor's treasury. Before Huang Xiaolong could question Wan Yu further, a shocking aura emerged from Wan Shi's body as he gradually got to his feet. The hole in his chest was patched up with rays of green light as his flesh quickly regenerated. Seeing that Wan Shi was back in action, Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with Wan Yu. He filled Wan Yu's body with restrictions before throwing him into one of the random palaces in the ancient heavenly court. With Wan Yu in his hands, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to find Jiang Hong's godhead. The thing he had to do now was to deal with Wan Shi. As soon as Wan Shi got to his feet, the killing intent leaking out from his body pierced through the skies. A chilly light flashed in his eyes as he growled. This is the first time anyone has managed to injure me. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Should I be feeling proud of myself? Wan Shi roared with laughter, but there was a trace of savagery hidden behind his sudden outburst. Killing intent laced his words as all the air around the city started to boil. Those experts who had managed to run away could feel the change in the atmosphere, and they felt as though explosions were booming through their minds. You should be proud. That's because you will die today, and your death will be a brutal one. Wan Shi stopped laughing all of a sudden, and he roared towards the heavens. Do you really think that no one will be able to defeat you just because of the defensive layer from your saint bloodline? Are you so confident that I won't be able to break it? Let me show you right now. I'll shatter your defense and tear your flesh from your bones. A mysterious light emerged from Wan Shi's body after he spoke. This mysterious light seemed a little like Chaos Chi, but it was different. It was a little stronger compared to Grand Mist Chi, and it emitted a faint mysterious yellow light. Looking at the weird light flowing out from Wan Shi's body, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but frown. Great Purity Chi? He knew that Wan Shi had comprehended the Great Purity secret art during his time in seclusion. Wan Shi sneered, and he looked extremely proud of himself. That's right. It's the Great Purity Chi. With this, I can forcefully transform everything back into chaos and the 5 elements. So what if you possess a saint bloodline? Right now, you are the first person to have a taste of my Great Purity secret art. The Great Purity Chi around his body transformed into countless weapons as they shot towards Huang Xiaolong. They possessed extreme speed and impressive combat strength. Even someone like Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but turn serious. He didn't dare to receive Wan Shi's attack. With the shake of his body, Huang Xiaolong dodged the weapons that were flying at him. When they landed at the spot Huang Xiaolong was in, the earth disintegrated as it turned into streams of chaos energy. Huang Xiaolong's pupils constricted when he stared at the sight before him. Wan Shi snorted, "Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you managed to dodge my attack?" The grand purity qi around his body expanded and enveloped the city of all heavens. When the heavenly spirit beast master, Old Crow Ancestor, and the others realized what was happening, they started to escape. As soon as they started to move, the great purity qi around the city fell like rain and crashed into the earth. Buzz! The earth under the city emitted great purity qi as radiance filled the lands. As the great purity qi transformed everything into earth qi, everything in the city started to disintegrate. When the heavenly spirit beast master and the others realized that there was no way of escaping, a look of despair filled their faces. They had just witnessed the might of the great purity art when Wan Shi had unleashed it against Huang Xiaolong previously. There was no way they could survive if they were hit by it. As the great purity qi swallowed everything in its path, everything returned to chaos. Even the grand mist artifacts and grand mist treasures on the ground transformed back into chaos energy streams. The great purity qi swallowed everything in its path. Even an early 8th Order sovereign like Wan Shi found it hard to sustain the power of the great purity art. Looking at the destruction he had caused, Wan Shi nodded his head in content. "Huang Xiaolong, you're definitely dead now." He found it a pity that he couldn't capture Huang Xiaolong alive to dig out the secrets in his body. Whatever the case, he felt a sense of relief that it was all over. At last, Huang Xiaolong, the biggest problem that was bugging him, was dead. As for whether or not the Old Crow Ancestor and the others had died, Wan Shi didn't give half a shit. Several minutes later, the light emitted by the great purity qi finally dissipated, and everything regained its calm. The city of all heavens that stretched on for billions of miles was reduced into nothingness. Not even dust remained. A void appeared where the city stood as streams of chaos qi swirled about. Those old freaks, who had managed to escape as soon as the battle had started, felt their scalps going numb when they saw the extent of damage the city of all heavens suffered. "Ha!" Wan Shi's heart shook as the smile on his face hardened. He stared at a lightning bead that was flickering in the empty void before him and realized that something was very wrong. "This?" A figure slowly appeared under the lightning bead. "Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong." Wan Shi's expression sank as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Using the great purity art at his maximum capacity would kill even ordinary high-level sovereigns. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong would still be alive? Not to mention the fact that he was completely fine. He hadn't sustained a single injury from Wan Shi's strongest attack. Wan Shi stared at Huang Xiaolong with an incredulous look before turning to look at the lightning bead. The lightning bead that had saved Huang Xiaolong was precisely the one he had obtained in the barbarian space in the past. With the protection from the lightning from inside the bead, the great purity qi had failed to harm Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. Seeing as the lightning bead had managed to block Wan Shi's great purity secret art, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. Is that a supreme spiritual treasure or a saint artifact?" Wan Shi stared at the lightning bead floating above Huang Xiaolong with a burning gaze. Treasures that were a grade above top-grade Grand Mist artifacts were called supreme spiritual treasures. A saint artifact was one grade higher than a supreme spiritual treasure. Huang Xiaolong had learned everything after searching through Wan Zhuiyuan's memories. The lightning bead was a saint artifact, but if Huang Xiaolong had to state it truthfully, it would be a damaged saint artifact. Even though the lightning bead was damaged, it was still a saint artifact. Based on this point alone, Huang Xiaolong was confident in killing Wan Shi. A sneer escaped his lips. "Go think about whether this is a supreme spiritual treasure or saint artifact in your grave." He activated all 3 saint bloodlines in his body after he spoke and poured his energy into the lightning bead using the method he had learned from Wan Zhuiyuan. A buzzing sound filled the air all of a sudden. A shockingly strong wave of energy emerged from the lightning bead, and Wan Shi felt a mountain pressing down on his chest. His expression finally changed. Previously, he hadn't cared about the fact that Huang Xiaolong had the defensive layer of his saint bloodline. The fact that Huang Xiaolong had already arrived at the peak of the late Fourth Order sovereign realm hadn't affected him in the slightest. He finally realized that things were going south when Huang Xiaolong revealed the lightning bead. The energy contained in the lightning bead caused Wan Shi to feel an unprecedented sense of fear as the feeling of death slowly crept closer. Wan Shi, it's your turn to take an attack from me. Huang Xiaolong unleashed the attack from the lightning bead after he spoke. Tyrannical bolts of lightning formed from lightning qi appeared as they shot towards Wan Shi. They were so fast that Wan Shi couldn't even process that Huang Xiaolong was ready to take his life. The space around the bolts of lightning was like paper-thin glass as it shattered completely. Even though retreating was the smartest idea Wan Shi could think of, lightning qi had already arrived in front of him. He didn't have the time to think, and with his life under threat, he pushed his godhead to the limit. He had used all the energy in his body before covering himself with a piece of divine armor. The armor was different from before, and it wasn't made from the myriad world's bamboo. Instead, it was deep blue in color. There was an air of antiquity around it that transcended even Wan Shi's strength. It was a weird source of power that wasn't origin energy or chaos energy. It wasn't even close to grand mist energy, and it was a type of supreme energy none of them had felt before. As soon as the armor appeared around his body, Wan Shi summoned the myriad world's bamboo once again. He poured great purity qi into the stick of bamboo in his hands, and he smashed it towards the bolt of lightning that was about to strike him. The combination of the myriad world's bamboo and the great purity qi was enough to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. However, the great purity qi that reduced the city of all heavens into streams of chaos energy failed to do a thing to the lightning qi from the lightning bead. A massive explosion ensued as the great purity qi was blown apart. The deep green stick of myriad worlds bamboo in his hands didn't fare any better as it dried up and turned into a piece of charcoal. The lightning qi from the lightning bead didn't falter in the slightest even after slamming into Wan Shi's strongest combo. Boom! As he drew a beautiful arc in the sky, Wan Shi was flung hundreds of millions of miles away. A giant spatial crack traced his path, and the dark blue armor completely lost its luster as cracks started to spider web around it. As Wan Shi was sent flying, a golden-green light covered his body. In the next instant, his figure disappeared, and Huang Xiaolong failed to find the slightest trace of him. It was as though he had just disappeared into thin air. Huang Xiaolong, just you wait. I'll kill you personally the next time we meet. Wan Shi's voice dripped with venom as it originated from an unknown void, circulating all the energy in his body. Huang Xiaolong swept his divine sense across the lands but failed to detect Wan Shi. After several breaths of time, Huang Xiaolong decided to stop searching. His eyes turned cold. It seemed as though Wan Shi was holding a type of extremely high-grade spatial escape treasure. After everything that went down, Huang Xiaolong couldn't believe that Wan Shi managed to escape. His mood sank a little. Since the battle had already ended, Huang Xiaolong decided to review everything that had happened. He felt that the armor that had appeared to defend Wan Shi at the end was a little special. Thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong felt that the armor was a supreme spiritual treasure. Wan Shi has a supreme spiritual treasure-grade armor. Huang Xiaolong would never have thought that Wan Shi would escape his miserable fate of death with the help of a supreme spiritual treasure. Regardless, Huang Xiaolong had barely managed to learn the way to activate the lightning bead. If Huang Xiaolong had complete control of the lightning bead, it wouldn't have mattered what Wan Shi could bring out. Even if he had an amazing supreme spiritual treasure, he couldn't have defended himself against the lightning bead. Now that Wan Shi had escaped, Huang Xiaolong couldn't do a thing to him. Those who had survived or escaped stared at Huang Xiaolong with an added element of fear and respect. Lord Wan Shi. Lost? Huang Xiaolong defeated Lord Wan Shi. No one dared to make a peep. The only reason they had decided to attend the World Leaders Conference was to submit to the City of All Heavens. When they thought about the enmity between Huang Xiaolong and Wan Shi, their hearts tightened. Would Huang Xiaolong take out his anger on us? As Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across those experts, he didn't plan on making things difficult for them. He waved his hand and allowed them to leave. As soon as he pardoned them, every single one of them kowtowed towards him before leaving hastily. After they left, Huang Xiaolong brought Wan Yu out from the ancient heavenly court. When Wan Yu reappeared in the space where the city of all heavens used to be, he stared at Huang Xiaolong with a fearful expression. Despite being thrown into the ancient heavenly court, he had managed to catch the entire battle. Lord Wanshi lost. He was defeated by Huang Xiaolong, who has only cultivated for slightly more than 1,000 years. Bullshit. You have to be lying. It's true. Countless eyes witnessed the battle. Wanshi used all his energy to unleash the great purity art and destroyed the city. Even experts like the old crow ancestor Shizhen and the others perished. Huang Xiaolong managed to emerge unscathed before tossing out a lightning bead. The lightning bead sent Wanshi flying for several 100 million miles. I've heard that Wanshi was thrown tens of billions of miles away. The world of chaos was nearly torn into two by Huang Xiaolong. Wanshi fled with his tail tucked between his legs, and he only managed to leave with the help of a high-grade escape talisman. If he had failed to run away, he would have died at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Heated discussions broke out throughout the lands. The divine world, devil world, demon world, radiance world, and the three worlds in hell shook. The Netherworld King's organization, Radiance Night Corp, and the Heavenless Devil Legion broke out into celebration. Since Huang Xiaolong defeated Wanshi, isn't he the #1 person under the heavens now? No. There is another heavenly master from the heavenly world. His strength is unfathomable, and even with the lightning bead, Huang Xiaolong might not be able to defeat him. Other than the heavenly master from the heavenly world, there should be no one else stronger than Huang Xiaolong. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they realized the changes that were about to happen in the myriad of worlds after this incident. When discussions flew around and everyone was still in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong met up with the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, king of darkness, and the flying devil python as they left for heaven's path. Starlight spewed out from the ancient heavenly court as it accelerated to an unimaginable level. I should refine the ancient heavenly court to make it a supreme spiritual treasure, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Even though it was already the top-ranked Grand Mist artifact, Huang Xiaolong felt that it was a little lacking after his battle with Wanshi. With the current strength of the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't even be able to shatter the armor on Wanshi's body. Moreover, with Huang Xiaolong's constant increase in strength, the ancient heavenly court was getting a little too slow for his liking. If he managed to upgrade the ancient heavenly court to a supreme spiritual treasure, its speed and offensive capabilities would improve by more than 10 times. Of course, not all Grand Mist artifacts could be upgraded to a supreme spiritual treasure. Only the Grand Mist artifacts like the ancient heavenly court had the slightest chance of succeeding. The Radiance Divine Scepter, 9-in Magic Mirror, and the City of Eternity were nearly impossible to upgrade. 2 days later, a massive path appeared in the eyes of Huang Xiaolong and the others. The path seemed to stretch on for eternity, like an endless ancient snake that cut through the world of chaos. Huang Xiaolong couldn't see the end of the path. That was heaven's path. It was a road that led to a place beyond the 33 heavens. It was the one and only path that existed since time immemorial. Since the location of the All Heavens Treasury wasn't located too far away from the entrance of Heaven's Path, Huang Xiaolong and the others managed to arrive half a day later. Keeping the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong and the others shot through the sky. A city soon appeared before them, and the king of Grand Mist opened his mouth to explain, "This is a heavenly country." After several days of recovery, along with the radiance energy Huang Xiaolong had poured into him, the king of Grand Mist was nearly fully recovered. There were countless heavenly countries located on Heaven's Path. Every single one of them looked like a city, but if one were to look closer, they would see a separate space housed within the city-like structure itself. The size of space contained within each city was like an entire world surface. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He had managed to learn a lot about Heaven's Path when he had searched through Wan Yu's and Wan Zhuiyuan's memories. There were countless treasures hidden in heaven's path. There were top-grade Grand Mist artifacts, origin treasures, peak-level martial arts, and much more. All experts from the 33 heavens who had broken through would try their luck over at heaven's path. Some of the stronger experts would manage to carve out a space for themselves in heaven's path, leading to the formation of heavenly countries. Generations after generations of inheritance, the power possessed by each heavenly country could shake the heavens. There were even some super-heavenly countries hidden deep in heaven's path that could rival the strength of the 5 greater worlds. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived in the space above a specific heavenly country. According to Wan Yu's memories, that was where the All-Heavens treasury was located. Let's go! Huang Xiaolong separated the barrier surrounding the heavenly country, and he brought everyone into the city. While Huang Xiaolong and the others went in search of the All-Heavens treasury, a sorry figure appeared in a massive space lined with mountain peaks. The massive mountain range stretched on as far as the eyes could see, and cities stood tall around the towering mountains. Palaces formed clusters as spiritual beasts roamed the lands. Precious immortal trees could be seen strewn about the lands. As the space around him fluctuated, the figure slammed into the ground. You guessed it right, it was Wuxia. His bones were shattered as his skin was in tatters. The stream of blood trickling down from the side of his lips didn't stop. When a guard who was patrolling the area looked at him, he couldn't help but scream in shock when he recognized the sorry figure. Lord Wuxia! Quick! Take me to Senior Heavenly Master. Wuxia spat out another mouthful of blood after he spoke. The guard nearly lost his wits as he supported Wuxia towards the main palace. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of one of the divine palaces. The palace itself was carved out of a single piece of chaos essence stone. It went without saying that it was a priceless structure. 2 words were carved on a plaque above the main entrance. They seemed to originate from ancient times, and they read Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace was the main palace in the heavenly world. Wuxia had arrived in the heavenly world, a world higher than that of the myriad of worlds. When Wuxia arrived at the entrance slowly opened. After staggering into the palace, a void filled his sights. There was nothing but an old man sitting in the air in the middle of the palace. Chaos Chi danced beneath him, and it was as though his body was formed out of Chaos Chi itself. The only corporeal thing about him was his head. As soon as Wuxia appeared, the old expert opened his eyes, and the world seemed to lose its luster. Senior Heavenly Master, Wuxia greeted. The old expert opened his mouth, and a low voice escaped his lips. I know about everything that happened. You should go and treat your wounds in the heavenly lake. Wuxia didn't plan on leaving immediately as he spat. I hope Senior Heavenly Lord can make a move to kill Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Master muttered resolutely. I'll leave seclusion in another 3 years. I still need some time to comprehend several other matters, but you do not need to worry. 3 years later I will personally deal with Huang Xiaolong. The day he dies will be the day Xiao Rong and Ah Chun will get married. After hearing that the Heavenly Master was going to take revenge for him, Wuxia finally acknowledged and left the palace. He quickly made his way to the Heavenly Lake after leaving the Heavenly Palace. As they stared at the All-Heavens treasury before them, Huang Xiaolong and the others felt a bomb going off in their heads. Even for someone like Huang Xiaolong, who had seen the ancient Heavenly Emperor's treasury, he couldn't help but suck in a deep breath when he noticed the treasures in the All-Heavens treasury. Pure Yang Rot Tan fruit, 5 lightning incense, void sword dragon heart. When Huang Xiaolong saw the sheer number of priceless treasures before him, he felt himself going dizzy. Of all the 50 or more origin treasures before him, none of them were in the first rank. Level 2 and Level 3 origin treasures. As long as he could name it, he could find it in the All-Heavens treasury. There wasn't even a need to look at the treasures that couldn't be found even if Huang Xiaolong flipped the myriad of worlds upside down. Just the origin treasures alone made the All-Heavens treasury priceless. The only thing that shocked them more was that all these origin treasures sitting in the All-Heavens treasury were yet to mature. Even if he wanted to refine them, He had to wait for several thousands of years. Despite seeing all the origin treasures before him, Huang Xiaolong was unable to enjoy any of them for now. Staring at more than 50 origin treasures before him that had yet to mature, Huang Xiaolong's desire to gather all the 9 great lightning pools increased. Adding these more than 50 origin treasures from the All Heavens treasury to the ones from the 9 Yin treasury, Huang Xiaolong now had more than 80 stalks of origin treasures that weren't mature. If he managed to gather all 9 great lightning pools to form the Grand Mist Lightning Pool, he would be able to hasten their growth. He would possess an astounding amount of resources as soon as they matured. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong and the others managed to locate Jianghong's godhead among all the treasures. He only relaxed when he retrieved his senior brother's godhead. Other than the origin treasures, everyone saw countless amounts of priceless divine pills located inside the treasury. All of these pills were a level higher than that of top-grade Grand Mist spiritual pills. They were comparable to level 1 origin treasures, but to Huang Xiaolong, none of them could be of use. He quickly distributed all the pills to his master, the little cow, and the others. The king of Grand Mist and the rest received the pills and felt a wave of appreciation in their hearts. They failed to regain their calm even after a long time. After emptying out the treasury, Huang Xiaolong and the others didn't waste any more time. They left the heavenly country. Before they could leave, Huang Xiaolong's transmission symbol trembled. When he took it out and scanned his divine sense over it, a frown formed on his face. "What's wrong?" the little cow asked. "It's an announcement from the heavenly world." Huang Xiaolong passed the transmission symbol over to the others after speaking. There were messages sent by both the Netherworld Kings Organization and the Radiance Knight Corporation. Despite the multitude of messages, the contents were the same. According to an announcement from the heavenly world, Wan Xiaorong and Tianchun would be marrying 3 years later. All the experts were welcomed to make their way over to the heavenly world in order to take part in the festivities. At the same time, the heavenly master had challenged Huang Xiaolong. It was set for the day after the ceremony. There was also something about Tianchun breaking into the high-level sovereign realm, and he was going to celebrate his breakthrough at the same time. Since the news had already spread across the lands, almost everyone learned about the wedding ceremony and the heavenly master's challenge. When the King of Darkness saw the news about Wan Xiaorong and Tianchun's marriage, his expression turned ugly. Wan Xiaorong. She was the goddess he couldn't forget no matter how hard he tried. Tianchun. The little cow piped up all of a sudden. "He's the younger brother of the heavenly master. I never expected him to enter the high-level sovereign so quickly." The king of Grand Mist continued. "Tianchun hid himself from the world, and there is an air of mystery surrounding him. Moreover, there have been rumors going around that he had accepted the ancient heavenly emperor as his disciple." Song Mutian sucked in a cold breath. If he really is the ancient heavenly emperor's master, how could he have remained on the sideline when Wan Shi moved against the old man in the past? The king of Grand Mist quickly explained the situation. The ancient heavenly emperor had thoughts of escaping from the control of the heavenly world. That should be the reason why the heavenly world decided to get rid of him. Wan Shi killed the ancient heavenly emperor because of orders from the heavenly world? The little cow widened her eyes in shock. The king of Grand Mist nodded his head. There is such a possibility. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on the king of darkness, and he stated with absolute certainty, "We shall head over to the heavenly world in 3 years." The king of darkness felt his heart shake, and a complicated emotion clouded his heart. If it isn't meant to be, it isn't meant to be. If we were to compare me, the ancient heavenly emperor, and Shizhen with Tianchun, Tianchun is much more suited to be with her. Xiaolong, are you really planning on accepting the challenge? The king of Grand Mist stared at Huang Xiaolong with a worried look flashing in his eyes. The heavenly master possesses unfathomable strength. Even if you have the lightning bead, you might not be able to win. The little cow frowned. Since he dares to challenge you in front of everyone, he should be confident about killing you. Song Mutian couldn't help but add, "That's right. Even if you refuse to take him up on his challenge, no one will say a thing about it. The heavenly master has already made a name for himself for several tens of billions of years. You have barely cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Who would dare to mock you? The only person to feel embarrassed should be the Heavenly Master. Without considering his seniority, he challenged a little junior in the cultivation world to a battle. Lightning flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Relax. I'm confident in taking him on. He was not the Heavenly Master's opponent with his current strength, but things could change in 3 years. He knew that Wan Shi's revenge was not the only reason for the Heavenly Master to lower himself and issue his challenge. He had to be interested in the lightning bead Huang Xiaolong had revealed in the battle with Wan Shi. No one would be able to keep their calm in the face of a saint artifact. Even if the Heavenly Master wasn't sure if the lightning bead was a saint artifact, the strength it had demonstrated was enough for him to disregard his reputation as a senior to challenge Huang Xiaolong. When everyone saw how adamant Huang Xiaolong was, they knew that nothing they said would be able to change his mind. They could only tell him everything they knew about the Heavenly Master in order to prepare Huang Xiaolong for the upcoming battle. What they didn't know was that Huang Xiaolong had already dug out what he needed to know about the Heavenly Master from Wan Yu's and Wan Zhuyuan's memory. His understanding of the Heavenly Master was at par with the little cow and the others' knowledge. What should we do now? The King of Darkness asked all of a sudden. There is nothing for us to do. Huang Xiaolong shook his head, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The only thing we can do now is to look for a place for me to enter seclusion. When Huang Xiaolong had refined the lightning bead in the past, he had barely managed to absorb 1/10 of the energy stored in it. Since the World Leaders Conference had begun, he had no choice but to stop in order to save his master and the King of Darkness. In the next 3 years, there was nothing left for Huang Xiaolong to do but to refine the lightning bead with everything he had. The stronger he became, the better it would be. As for the other lightning pools, it wouldn't be too late to locate them after the fight with the Heavenly Master. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at a secret region with a massive mountain range standing tall behind them as a vast sea filled the entirety of the space in front of them. With chaos spiritual energy concentrated in the air, it was a pretty good location for Huang Xiaolong to enter seclusion. After placing down a ton of restrictions around them, Huang Xiaolong and the others opened up independent spaces as they entered seclusion. Sitting in the complete Heaven Palace, concentrated beams of starlight fell on Huang Xiaolong's head as he used a secret method to activate the lightning bead. Streams of lightning energy poured into his body. Circulating the grand mist parasitic medium, Huang Xiaolong swallowed the endless amounts of lightning energy flowing into his body. Breaking news! Huang Xiaolong has accepted the Heavenly Master's challenge. No way! Even if Huang Xiaolong defeats Wan Shi, how can he be the Heavenly Master's opponent? Didn't Wan Shi once say that even 10 of him wouldn't be enough to take on the Heavenly Master? Even though it seems a little exaggerated, it only goes to show how terrifying Senior Heavenly Master is. Huang Xiaolong must be crazy for accepting the challenge. What do you mean by crazy? Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant and ignorant. He really thinks that no one will be able to bring him down. We should head over to the heavenly world in order to watch the battle in 3 years. The battle would go down in the history books. After all, none of us have ever managed to see the Heavenly Master making a move against someone. Lord Wan Shi obtained the Great Purity secret art somewhere deep down the heavens path. I've heard that Senior Heavenly Master also managed to obtain a pinnacle technique in the past. No one knows what it is. The only thing we know is that the secret technique he obtained is several times stronger than the Great Purity secret art. As soon as the news of Huang Xiaolong accepting the Heavenly Master's challenge got out, the myriad of worlds shook once again. Everyone had their own opinions on the matter, and there were obviously some who were shaking their heads at Huang Xiaolong's ignorance. Others were gloating in his misfortune, and there were also some who were pitying Huang Xiaolong for angering the Heavenly Master. According to them, he should have cultivated for another 100,000 years before accepting the challenge. Who is Tianchen? How is he able to marry Wan Xiaorong? She's the #1 beauty under the heavens, and she had even managed to capture the hearts of the ancient heavenly emperor, the King of Darkness, and Shizhan in the past. It's too bad none of them managed to win her heart. Tian is the younger brother of the Heavenly Master. I've heard rumors of him being the ancient Heavenly Emperor's master. I wonder if that is true. Whatever the case, him entering the high-level sovereign realm is something we cannot deny. His strength isn't something we can underestimate. I see. It's no wonder Wan Xiaorong would agree to marry him. Even as they discussed Huang Xiaolong's upcoming battle with the Heavenly Master, everyone didn't forget about Wan Xiaorong's marriage with Tian. Wan Xiaorong was Wan Shi's younger sister. She was named the #1 beauty under the heavens, and Tian was the younger brother of the Heavenly Master. He was also the ancient Heavenly Emperor's master. The news of their marriage exploded like a bomb that shook the myriad of worlds. Regardless of whether they wanted to attend the wedding ceremony or watch the battle, experts left for the heavenly world as soon as the news got out. The heavenly world that used to remain a mystery to everyone in the myriad of worlds had opened up its doors after the Heavenly Master had challenged Huang Xiaolong to a battle. They had announced their coordinates and welcomed everyone. Even though the fated appointment was going to happen after 3 years, several superpowers had already started to make their way towards the heavenly world. Although there were tons of experts making their way to the heavenly world, many were worried about the impacts of the battle. During the duel between Huang Xiaolong and Wan Shi, the city of all heavens was obliterated, and not even a speck of dust remained. Peerless experts like the Old Crow ancestor and the others had perished without a complete corpse. Everyone was worried that they could turn into collateral damage during the battle between Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Master. How many of them would manage to escape unscathed when that happened? Calm down. The Heavenly Lake is present there, and it is strong enough to protect us from whatever might happen. I've heard that even if high-level sovereigns were to battle, the shockwaves from their blows wouldn't be able to ripple out into the outside world. Why else would the Heavenly Master agree to fight Huang Xiaolong in the heavenly world? Everyone relaxed when they heard the news. As the time slowly passed, the number of experts who left for the heavenly world increased. The heavenly world was larger than any one of the 5 greater worlds. But now that experts were pouring in from all directions, flying ships filled the space. Even the boundless heavenly world that stretched out for trillions upon trillions of miles became half full from the influx of visitors. Among the experts who left for the heavenly world, there were monsters from the monster world, arhats from the Buddha world, and archdevils from the devil world. Lord Father, do you think Huang Xiaolong has a chance of winning? One of the youngsters hidden in the crowd asked. He was the young master of the Fortune Emperor Palace, Fang Ming. Fang Xianxia was his sister. It went without saying that the person standing beside him was the Fortune Emperor, Fang Gong. No idea. Fang Gong shook his head and sighed. A look of worry flashed in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong has always been creating miracles. However, his opponent is the Heavenly Master. When Fang Gong thought about the Heavenly Master, his heart went cold. Zhao Lei sighed. That's right. It's the Heavenly Master we're talking about. There had been a legend going around about the Heavenly Master from the heavenly world. The legend has existed since time immemorial. Ever since Zhao Lei had stepped into the path of cultivation, he had heard stories of the Heavenly Master, and they had lodged deep in his mind. He was a mythical character, and even someone like Wan Shi respected him. The master of the city of all heavens, the once acknowledged strongest person under the heavens, had to look up to the Heavenly Master. This time, Fang Gong, Zhao Lei, and Fang Ming from the Fortune Emperor Palace were rushing over to the heavenly world to witness the battle. Deep down in their hearts, they were worried about Huang Xiaolong. With the flames of worry burning bright in them, they disguised their appearances before arriving at the heavenly world. This brat. Zhao Lei shook his head. He's too impulsive. He will be able to surpass the Heavenly Master if he cultivates for several tens of thousands of years with his talent. Fang Gong sighed. You should be clear that the brat has an explosive temper. I still remember when this kid first arrived at my Fortune Emperor Palace 1,000 years ago. It's like it happened yesterday. 1,000 years ago, none of them could have expected that the little brat, arriving from the outer branch of their Fortune Emperor Palace, would accept a challenge from the Heavenly Master in the future. Memories flooded the minds of Feng Gong and Zhao Lei when they thought of the little kid they had raised. This brat. His talent is really terrifying. Zhao Lei sighed in his heart. Like everyone else, Feng Gong and the others went to one of the courtyards prepared by the members of the heavenly world as they awaited the fateful day to arrive. The days slowly passed. Soon, 2 years and 11 months were gone. It was just 3 days until the wedding ceremony. In one of the mountain ranges along the heavens path, a pillar of light that held enough power to destroy the world pierced into the heavens. A staggeringly powerful shockwave spread throughout the lands, and the chaos chi in the air fluctuated wildly. Lightning bolts seemed to form dragons as they danced in the air. The pressure coming from the lightning dragons forced everything into submission as the little cow and the others felt the weight of 1,000,000 mountains pressing down on their chests. Despite the feeling of oppression, a look of joy appeared in their eyes. A figure soon shot out from the pillar of light as he appeared before everyone. Xiaolong. The aura around him dissipated as the little cow and the others rushed over to welcome him. You? They looked at Huang Xiaolong with a suspicious look in their eyes. They felt as though the person before them was no longer the Huang Xiaolong they knew. The aura he gave off was completely different, and if it weren't for their close bond, no one would have recognized him. His appearance was the only thing that remained the same. Everything else about him, like his strength and aura, was in a class of its own. He was no longer the weakling he was nearly 3 years ago. When the King of Grand Mist and the others saw the change that had happened to Huang Xiaolong, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Xiaolong, are you all right? The King of Grand Mist asked in concern. Huang Xiaolong saw the worried look on everyone's faces, and a smile slowly formed on his face. He stretched his body as he joked. Are you thinking about how my figure became better after I left seclusion? The little cow and the others nearly fell from the air when they heard his comment. Despite their initial shock, they realized that Huang Xiaolong was right as they observed him more carefully. After exiting seclusion, his body was even more perfect than it was before. It was as though it was created from the will of the heavens and earth itself, and Huang Xiaolong's physique was perfect. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't find anything that put them off. In fact, they found it harder to keep their eyes off him, as though he was a masterpiece sculpted by the gods themselves. Everything had originated from his refinement of the lightning bead he had obtained in the barbarian space in the past. Huang Xiaolong's sovereign's physique had perfected itself, and he himself seemed to have merged with the heavens. If the current Huang Xiaolong were to fight with Wan Shi, there wouldn't even be a need to take out the lightning bead or to activate his saint bloodlines. Killing Wan Shi would be as easy as 1, 2, 3. No matter how terrifying Wan Shi's great purity secret art was, Huang Xiaolong was confident that his body would be enough to take the technique head-on. Master, all of you can relax. I'm fine. Huang Xiaolong laughed. These are just the gains from my seclusion. Instead of saying that these were the gains from his secluded cultivation, it would be more appropriate to say that Huang Xiaolong had received the favor of the heavens. He wasn't too confident in taking on the heavenly master 2 years and 11 months ago. But after leaving seclusion, Huang Xiaolong had absolute confidence in taking down the old man. The little cow and the others finally calmed down when they realized that nothing untoward had happened to Huang Xiaolong. They could feel confidence radiating off him, and the little cow quickly piped up, Xiaolong, did you enter the 5th Order Sovereign Realm? A long time back. Huang Xiaolong nodded and admitted. Right now, he wasn't just a mere 5th Order Sovereign. At the time of entering secluded cultivation, he was at the peak of the late 4th Order Sovereign Realm. It had taken him barely 2 months to enter the 5th Order Sovereign Realm. Right now, he was already a late 5th Order Sovereign. Even if 10 Wan Shis were to appear before him, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. When everyone heard how he had already entered the 5th Order Sovereign Realm, a look of joy flashed through their eyes. Now, the King of Grand Mist couldn't help but ask, could it be that my disciple has already entered the mid-5th Order Sovereign Realm? I'm a late 5th Order Sovereign, Huang Xiaolong replied. An incredulous look appeared on everyone's faces when they stared at Huang Xiaolong. How did he enter the late 5th Order Sovereign Realm so quickly? Wasn't he a little too fast? 3 years. No. Strictly speaking, he took less than 3 years to enter the late Fifth Order Sovereign Realm from the late Fourth Order Sovereign Realm. Doesn't it mean that the energy contained in the lightning bead is more terrifying than any of them had thought? Let's go. We can head over to the heavenly world now. Battle intent erupted from Huang Xiaolong's body as he said. Without summoning the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong grabbed everyone as he charged into the sky. The speed he could unleash was several times faster than that of the ancient heavenly court, and he felt that there was no point in using the ancient heavenly court to get around. 2 days later, they arrived at the borders of the heavenly world. Let's enter. A brilliant light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. In several breaths of time, they tore through space as they entered the heavenly world. The wedding ceremony between Wan Xiaorong and Tianchun will take place tomorrow. We can finally see Wan Xiaorong's true appearance tomorrow. I wonder if it's true that her beauty stands at the top of the world? Even if she's pretty, what can you do about it? She's not going to be your wife. I've heard that the ancient heavenly emperor, Shizhan, and the king of darkness tried their hardest just to get to hold her hand. Right now, she is going to belong to Tianchun. In the nuptial chamber tomorrow, Tianchun is probably going to go crazy when he gets to do all sorts of things with her. The king of darkness can't even hold the hand of his beloved woman. Ha ha ha. Tianchun is going to do everything he couldn't and more. I wonder if he will get angered to the point of spitting blood? The king of darkness might even show up during the ceremony tomorrow to challenge Tianchun to a battle. Ha ha ha. If that happens, he would be beaten into a pulp by Tianchun. The mockery and laughter of the various experts entered the ears of Huang Xiaolong and the others the moment they entered the heavenly world. When the king of darkness heard their conversations, his face sank. They must be tired of living. With a wave of the king of darkness' hand, all the disciples who were laughing at him were dragged towards him. Die! A dark light flashed through his eyes, and a wave of darkness energy swallowed the disciples. Not even their bones remained. When the other disciples saw what happened to their comrades, they couldn't help but jump in fright. It was too bad for them that rage burned in their hearts before they could verify the other party's identity. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill the disciples of my dark curses sect? You killed the personal disciple of our ancestor. You're dead. One of the disciples ran over and pointed at the king of darkness as he continued to scream. Once our old ancestor makes a move, he will exterminate your faction. Song Mutian turned to Huang Xiaolong and explained. The Dark Curses sect is one of the ancient sects from the Devil world. Their old ancestor had challenged the heavenless Archdevil Lord in the past. He had disappeared after losing the battle. I would have never expected for their old ancestor to leave seclusion to head over to the heavenly world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With Dark Curse's old ancestor's strength, he was comparable to the heavenly snow-old monster and the others. It was no wonder the members of his sect could strut around so arrogantly. The disciples of the Dark Curses sect felt a boost to their egos when Song Mutian brought up the strength of their old ancestor. Since you know about the Dark Curses sect, that's even better, the disciple sneered. So are you planning to follow us back to our old ancestor to beg for his mercy? Or are you planning on waiting for our old ancestor to take action against you? The king of darkness couldn't be bothered dealing with their nonsense any longer and flicked his finger at the disciple. The youngster turned into black fog and dissipated in the wind. The rest of the disciples stared at the group before them in shock. They were surprised that the other party still made a move against them even after learning about their identities. Huang Xiaolong said with indifference, Go back and tell your old ancestor to look for me if he has a problem with it. I'll entertain him whenever he wants. As soon as he was done speaking, he turned around and left with the little cow and the others. The expressions on the disciples' faces turned ugly when they saw Huang Xiaolong and the others leave. What do we do now? One of the disciples asked. What else can we do? We can only return and make a report to the old ancestor. Get some guys to track them down. We need to know where they live. Very quickly, the disciples of the Dark Curses sect sprung into action. After Huang Xiaolong and the others left, They flew towards the mountain range in the heavenly world used for receiving guests. The matter with the Dark Curses sect was thrown to the back of their minds. If you really can't forget that woman, we'll just snatch the bride during the ceremony. Huang Xiaolong turned to speak to the King of Darkness as they made their way towards the mountain range. Everyone couldn't help but feel beads of cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Snatching the bride. That was the wedding ceremony of the younger brother of the heavenly master they were talking about. In all the lands, there was probably only a single person who had the guts to try something like that. That person was obviously Huang Xiaolong. This? The King of Darkness muttered under his breath, and thoughts flew through his mind. He would be lying if he said that the idea hadn't crossed his mind. When the little cow heard the King of Darkness muttering under his breath, she puffed up her chest and declared, "Why don't we just grab one Xiaorong today? If you grab her today and her, they won't be able to carry out the wedding ceremony tomorrow." Everyone stared at the little cow, and their backs were drenched in a cold sweat. Ew. Even someone like Huang Xiaolong, who was used to her nonsense, couldn't help but turn speechless. Despite the initial wave of shock they felt, Song Mutian soon roared with laughter. "She's right. We should just grab her today so that they won't be able to carry out the ceremony tomorrow. Whether you do that or not, our enmity with the heavenly world wouldn't be affected. We're arch enemies anyway, and the old bastard wants to kill Huang Xiaolong. Why should we avoid triggering them any further? Since they want to carry out a huge celebration tomorrow, we'll mess up their plans." It was extremely clear Song Mutian sided with the little cow on this matter. Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard their idea. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Let's talk about this tomorrow." Crashing the wedding ceremony was one matter, but kidnapping someone before the wedding would put them in a bad light. Right as Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the mountain range, the disciples who were running back to report to their old ancestor ran into a group of disciples from the law enforcement faction of the heavenly world. The moment they saw the captain of the group, a light lit up in the eyes of all the disciples of the Dark Curses sect. "We greet Lord Di Jing." It shouldn't come as a surprise that the captain they saw was the heavenly prince, Di Jing. With his relationship with Suyang along with his strength, he had managed to obtain the position of a captain in the law enforcement faction in the heavenly world. One couldn't look at how he was just a mere captain of a small group in the heavenly world. The authority possessed by members of the law enforcement faction wasn't something other people could challenge. Even the Emperor Realm ancestors had to fawn over him. The Dark Curses sect's disciple, who saw Di Jing, was called Li Jun. Several months ago, he had managed to get close to Di Jing, and their relationship couldn't be considered too bad. "Old brother Li Jun, what's up?" Di Jing smiled and nodded at Li Jun the moment he saw the group of disciples from the Dark Curses sect. "Lord Di Jing, you need to uphold justice for our Dark Curses sect," Li Jun cried out as he described everything that went down when they last met Huang Xiaolong. Despite their sorry outcome, Li Jun didn't exaggerate, and he told Di Jing everything that happened without altering a single detail. When Di Jing heard the story, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. The personal disciple of the Dark Curses' old ancestor was killed in the heavenly world. The old ancestor of the Dark Curses sect was an overlord. The matter of his personal disciple being killed in the heavenly world was no small matter. "We hope Lord Di Jing will be able to capture the culprit," Li Jun pleaded with Di Jing. Without a second thought, Di Jing agreed. "Brother Li Jun, you don't have to worry. Since the other party dared to ignore the rules of the heavenly world, we will capture them for sure. We shall punish them according to the rules in order to uphold justice." He turned around and spoke to the other members of his group. "Go locate the murderers." "Yes, Lord Di Jing." One of the disciples of the law enforcement faction bowed before leaving. A look of joy appeared on Li Jun's face as he thanked. "Many thanks to Lord Di Jing. You are the most impartial captain in the law enforcement faction." According to him, Di Jing making a move was better than his old ancestor moving against Huang Xiaolong and the others. After all, Di Jing was part of the heavenly world's law enforcement faction. His words carried the authority of the heavenly world. When Li Jun thought about Huang Xiaolong's sorry expression when Di Jing caught him, a sneer formed on his lips. He refused to believe that a bunch of nobodies would be able to remain arrogant when Di Jing captured them. Very quickly, the disciple of the law enforcement faction located Huang Xiaolong's courtyard. With Di Jing in the lead, everyone charged towards the courtyard. It didn't take long for them to barge their way over to the solitary Horn Peak where Huang Xiaolong's courtyard was located. When the members of the solitary Horn Peak realized that a group of law enforcers were at their doorsteps, they couldn't help but stare at the group in shock and fear. It's the law enforcement faction. Heavenly Prince Di Jing is personally leading them. What's going on? Several old ancestors stared at each other, and a puzzled look appeared in their eyes. I have no idea. However, it has to be something important if the law enforcement faction moved out. I got some disciples under me to investigate. As it turned out, someone killed the personal disciple of the Dark Curse's old ancestor. They are currently located in one of the courtyards in our solitary Horn Peak. What? Who has the guts to kill the Dark Curse's old ancestor's personal disciple in the heavenly world? Isn't he just looking to die? I've heard that Tianchen invited the Dark Curse's old ancestor to be one of the special guests at his wedding. Those people who killed his disciples are definitely in trouble. Everyone related to them might even be wiped out in order to send a message. Everyone on the solitary Horn Peak started to discuss with each other. When Di Jing and the others were charging towards Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, he was seated in the pavilion in his courtyard as he enjoyed the beautiful scenery around him. The pavilion was located in an awesome location, and Huang Xiaolong could see the heavenly world's beauty just by looking down the mountain. The heavenly world is really pretty, Huang Xiaolong sighed. It wouldn't be a bad thing to enjoy my last years here. The words came from the bottom of his heart, and if given a choice, Huang Xiaolong would definitely choose to live out the rest of his days in seclusion in the heavenly world with his loved ones. The little cow stared at Huang Xiaolong and snickered. Wait till you beat that old man down. Once you chase him away, the heavenly world will become yours. If you want to stay here forever, just do whatever you want. Even though she was joking around, that was the truth. As long as Huang Xiaolong defeated the heavenly master, it didn't matter what happened to the old man. He could flee, or he could die at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong could take over the heavenly world, and no one would dare to say a word. Of course, the most important thing Huang Xiaolong had to do was to defeat the old man. Of course, the heavenly world's treasury wouldn't lose out to the all heaven's treasury. The little cow licked her lips and chuckled. With the heavenly master's identity, his treasury would contain a shocking amount of treasures. The king of Grand Mist turned to Huang Xiaolong and warned, Xiaolong, even though you're at the late Fifth Order sovereign realm, you need to be careful when dealing with the heavenly master. Even people like us have no idea how strong he is. I know. It was true. No matter how prepared Huang Xiaolong seemed, he wasn't fully confident in taking on the heavenly master. He had only managed to absorb half of the energy contained in the lightning bead in his 3 years of seclusion. Huang Xiaolong wasn't confident in sweeping through the lands unhindered with his current strength. Of course, if he had more time to refine the lightning energy stored in the bead, he would have refined the bead completely. When that happened, even if several heavenly masters popped up out of nowhere, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could take them all on at the same time. Brat, how dare you kill the personal disciple of our Dark Curse's old ancestor? Captain Di Jing of the law enforcement faction is here to judge your crimes. Get out here to receive your punishment. A roar broke the tranquility and a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. The person who yelled was precisely Li Jun. Everyone stared at the space outside with a weird look on their faces. Captain Di Jing? A smile soon broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face. Let's go meet our old friend. It was true that he hadn't seen Di Jing in a long time. The last time they had met, they had fought in the battle of the Heavenly Court. Before long, Huang Xiaolong brought everyone out to meet Di Jing. The instant Huang Xiaolong appeared, Di Jing surrounded the courtyard with the other disciples of the law enforcement faction. Seeing as Di Jing had already surrounded the area, Li Jun took a step forward and volunteered to take Huang Xiaolong down. Lord Dijing, should I go bring them to you? Dijing smiled and refused. There is no need for that. Even if they plan on hiding in there, they won't be able to do so for long. Even though defensive restrictions protect this courtyard, our law enforcement faction has a secret technique to open up the formation. They won't be able to hide forever. Li Jun finally relaxed when he heard what Dijing said. Since Huang Xiaolong and the others took their time, Dijing failed to capture any signs of movement even after a full minute. A frown formed on his face, and he instructed the disciples under him, "Get ready. If they don't emerge after 10 seconds, we'll open the restriction and kill our way in." "Yes, Lord Dijing." The defensive barrier around the courtyard flickered before they could make their move, and it slowly closed. Watching the defensive barrier disappear, Li Jun chuckled. It seems like they know what's good for them. Even if they hide in there, nothing good will come out of it. The next thing he saw was Huang Xiaolong and the others leaving the manor. When Dijing and the others saw that several figures were emerging from the manor, they charged downwards in order to apprehend them. When Dijing finally saw Huang Xiaolong's appearance, his body jerked to a stop, and he froze in midair. His expression changed. Before the battle of the Heavenly Court had started, he had felt that Huang Xiaolong wasn't a match for him. When it had ended, his hatred for Huang Xiaolong had seeped deep into his bones. He had sworn that there would come a day when he crushed Huang Xiaolong under his feet. When the day came, he would finally be able to wash off the humiliation Huang Xiaolong had bestowed upon him. As time passed, Huang Xiaolong's accomplishments had spread through the lands, and Dijing had become ever more depressed. He understood that there was no longer a way for him to surpass Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't do anything to Huang Xiaolong, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since then, Dijing could no longer get a good night's sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, nightmares of Huang Xiaolong would fill his mind. Li Jun didn't notice Dijing's abnormality and quickly approached Huang Xiaolong and the others. A sinister look appeared on his face as he snapped, "Brat, now that Lord Dijing and the law enforcers are here, why are you not on your knees? Hurry up and surrender." "Kneel and surrender?" A brilliant smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Raising his arm, he pointed towards Dijing. "Are you relying on him to throw your weight around?" Li Jun and the other disciples of the Dark Curses sect stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They never expected him to ignore the authority of the Heavenly World's law enforcement faction. Is he planning to go against the Heavenly World? How could that be possible? Even the All-Heaven City didn't dare to challenge the Heavenly World's authority. Feeling at a loss, Li Jing turned around to look for Dijing. When he saw the look of fear on Dijing's face, a sense of unease filled his heart. The words became stuck in his throat, and he quickly closed his mouth. Huang Xiaolong. Dijing stuttered as he broke the awkward silence. Huang Xiaolong, His Majesty, the King of Hell. Li Jun and the other disciples of the Dark Curses sect felt a bomb going off in their heads. Turning his head stiffly, Li Jun turned to look at Huang Xiaolong as the blood drained from his face. His body started to tremble non-stop. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them as he stared at Dijing. As it turns out, Heavenly Prince Dijing is here. It has been so many years since we last met, and I've always been thinking of you. It seems as though you've been living quite comfortably. Should I kill you now? Or should I do it after my battle with the Heavenly Master? It was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to wipe out their past grievances with a single smile when it came to someone like Dijing. After all, no one knew if Dijing would obtain a complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Physique, and Saint Bloodline when he entered the Sovereign Realm. If that were to happen, he might be able to threaten Huang Xiaolong's loved ones. That would really be a problem. As such, Dijing had no choice but to die. When Dijing heard what Huang Xiaolong said, his expression sank. Desperately trying to suppress the fear and shock in his heart, Dijing said in a calm voice, "Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you will be able to defeat Senior Heavenly Master? Senior Heavenly Master's strength isn't something the likes of you can imagine. You should surrender now and admit your defeat. Senior Heavenly Master might spare you, and allow you to work under him after taking your incredible talent into account. Di Jing was right. With Huang Xiaolong's talent and strength, the Heavenly Master might really accept Huang Xiaolong as a subordinate if he planned on surrendering. Of course, that could only happen if Huang Xiaolong handed the lightning bead over to him. Huang Xiaolong nearly burst into laughter when he heard what Di Jing said. Not a bad suggestion. It's too bad I never had the habit of working for anyone. I'm not even going to consider your suggestion. A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he continued. I was planning to deal with you after the battle. Too bad I just made up my mind. Let's not wait for the end of the battle. As soon as the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips, a look of horror appeared on Di Jing's face. Before he could escape, Huang Xiaolong casually raised his arm and pointed at the space between Di Jing's eyebrows. Darkness energy pierced through Di Jing's glabella before devouring him whole. In the blink of an eye, Di Jing turned into a pile of black ash. When Li Jun and the others saw Di Jing's miserable state, a terrified look appeared in their eyes. It was too bad the flying devil python wasn't going to allow them to escape as it swept its tail across and turned everyone into a mist of blood. 10 seconds later, the news of Huang Xiaolong's appearance in the heavenly world started to sweep through the world. All the experts who had rushed over to watch the battle could no longer keep their calm, and it was especially so when they heard about Di Jing's death. It hadn't been long since Huang Xiaolong entered the heavenly world. However, he had already hunted one of his old enemies down. One had to know that Di Jing was a captain in the heavenly world's law enforcement faction. As soon as Huang Xiaolong arrived, he killed Di Jing. It was clear that he was challenging the heavenly world's authority. Everyone could see that Huang Xiaolong held no respect for the heavenly master. Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant. He doesn't know how to restrain himself even in the heavenly world. He's definitely going to die during the battle with Senior Heavenly Master. I've heard that Senior Heavenly Master managed to master the Divine Burial Grand Art. When cultivated to the highest level, the Divine Burial Grand Art will be able to bury greater worlds with ease. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they heard about the horrors of the Divine Burial Grand Art. A massive palace hovered in the air in the heavenly world's core region, and it went without a doubt that it belonged to the most important person in the heavenly world. That's right, it was the Heavenly Master's divine palace. In the palace, there were more than 10 supreme experts. Wan Shi, the Dark Curse's old ancestor, the senior commanders of the law enforcement faction, Su Yang, Lu Yunyun, and several others were present. None of them were existences weaker than overlords. When Wan Shi had battled with Huang Xiaolong in the City of All Heavens, Su Yang and Lu Yunyun had managed to detect the anomaly and escape before Wan Shi had unleashed the Great Purity Secret Art. If the two of them hadn't escaped, there was no way Wan Shi would have dared to go all out and wipe everything from the face of existence. In the main seat of the hall sat a handsome young man. His dark blue hair extended past his shoulders, and his eyes were like miniature suns that blazed with a brilliant light. The aura around his body was no weaker than Wan Shi. Lord Tianchun, the Dark Curse's old ancestor, stood up all of a sudden, and he cupped his fist towards the young man. My disciple was killed by Huang Xiaolong. I hope Lord Tianchun can seek justice on behalf of my Dark Curse's sect. The young man was precisely the younger brother of the Heavenly Master, Tianchun. He was the groom marrying Wan Xiaorong the next day. I've heard of it. We will deal with him by following the rules of our heavenly world. Tianchun nodded his head, and he didn't display any emotions on his face. Tomorrow, my older brother will leave seclusion. He will make Huang Xiaolong kneel to apologize for his mistakes. Many thanks to Lord Tianchun. The Dark Curse's oid ancestor sat down after bowing to Tianchun. When Wan Shi thought about Huang Xiaolong, his expression sank, and he growled. Huang Xiaolong is nothing without that lightning bead of his. Without it, he would already be a stream of chaos chi. Another ancestor quickly stood up to agree with Wan Shi. Lord Wan Shi is right. Without that lightning bead, Lord Wan Shi, you will be able to kill Huang Xiaolong with a hand tied behind you. Huang Xiaolong is a mere fourth-order sovereign. Even 100 of him wouldn't be able to take Lord Wan Shi on. Everyone in the hall expressed their agreement as they threw shade at Huang Xiaolong. After hearing everyone's negative opinion of Huang Xiaolong, the look on Wan Shi's face finally started to lighten up. Tianchen, you're going to marry Xiaorong tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong will definitely turn up to cause some trouble. We have to take some precautions. Tianchen chuckled. Brother Wan Shi, you don't have to worry about that. If Huang Xiaolong dares to cause trouble tomorrow, my big brother will kill him on the spot. After he dies, we will continue to carry out the ceremony. In fact, the festivities will heighten with Huang Xiaolong's death. In a stone pavilion situated on the solitary Horn Peak. Divine Burial Grand Art? Huang Xiaolong looked at the clouds drifting before him, and he muttered to himself. The news of the Divine Burial Grand Art had already spread throughout the lands. Divine Burial Grand Art? A frown formed on the little cow's face, and she asked, Is the Divine Burial Grand Art really so strong? How strong did a divine art have to be in order to bury worlds at the level of the divine world or even hell? If an overlord went all out, a single punch would be enough to shatter a world's surface. However, that was only a single world surface they were talking about. How many world surfaces did a single world boundary? There were hundreds of millions of world surfaces in a world boundary, and an overlord would take quite some time to destroy them all. It was an extremely frightening fact that the Divine Burial Grand Art could an entire world boundary. The King of Grand Mist laughed coldly. The strength of the Divine Burial Grand Art should be a rumor started by the members of the heavenly world. They should be messing with Xiaolong's head. Song Mutian agreed. That might be true. However, the only thing that we can be certain of is that the Divine Burial Grand Art will be a lot stronger than Wan Shi's Great Purity Secret Art. Instead of agreeing or disagreeing with them, Huang Xiaolong changed the topic and started to talk about the heavenly road. An hour later, the little cow brought up the idea of going out to stroll along the streets. Huang Xiaolong nodded and agreed. After all, they had nothing to do, and a single day's worth of cultivation wouldn't do anything for someone at their level. Going out to take a stroll was a pretty good idea. The few of them emerged from the courtyard and started wandering around aimlessly. Along the way, they bumped into experts from the various factions. As soon as they approached, everyone would run far away. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother about those people in the slightest. After walking around for half a day, Huang Xiaolong and the others decided to head back to the courtyard when he felt a short burst of activity from the lighting pools in his body. This? Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. He had located another chaos lightning pool. Why would a lightning pool be hidden in the heavenly world? As he locked his gaze on a mountain range not too far away, Huang Xiaolong circulated his energy through all 6 lightning pools he had gathered. The feeling of attraction he felt confirmed that there was a chaos lightning pool up ahead. His gaze pierced through the mountain peak before him, and he noticed nothing special about it. What's wrong? The little cow and the others couldn't help but ask when they noticed the weird air around Huang Xiaolong. There's a chaos lightning pool ahead. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Everyone stared at him in silence for a full second before smiles broke out on their faces. What? The little cow roared with laughter. You were missing 3 before this. With the 5th Earth lightning pool map in your hands, you should be able to obtain it with ease. Now that you have located another one, there should only be 1 left. You will be gathering all 9 chaos lightning pools. When they thought of the possibility, everyone felt their hearts trembling in anticipation. The King of Grand Mist couldn't help but cheer. It seems like we didn't make a trip to the heavenly world in vain. When Xiaolong gathers all 9 great lightning pools, we will be able to hasten the growth of all the origin treasures. A brilliant light flashed through Tsang Mutian's eyes as his breathing sped up. By then, there would be more than enough origin treasures for them to refine. They could refine origin treasures like popping divine pills. Since there is a lightning pool up ahead, are we going to grab it now? The flying devil python asked. The little cow nodded and continued. We should grab it now. Who knows what will happen after the battle with the heavenly master? What if the lightning pool runs away? Even though the little cow was joking, there was a real possibility of that happening. All right, Huang Xiaolong pointed towards the mountain peak before him. Let's go. Previously, he had seen troops stationed around the mountain range. There were tons of troops, and it seemed as though it was a heavily guarded installation of the heavenly world. Regardless, Huang Xiaolong couldn't care about offending the heavenly master further. Even if the old man were to appear to stop him, there was no way Huang Xiaolong would give up obtaining the lightning pool. After all, it concerned his senior brother's life. As they slowly approached, they were stopped by the guards around the mountain range. It was clear that none of them recognized Huang Xiaolong. Stop right there. This is Lord Tianchen's personal cultivation grounds. Anyone who approaches will be killed. Get lost immediately. Huang Xiaolong and the rest were shocked. They had never expected it to be Tianchen's personal training grounds. Didn't that mean that Tianchen had already located the lightning pool in the past and sealed it in his cultivation grounds to increase the effectiveness of it? Whatever the case, they couldn't be bothered with the details. The flying devil python opened its mouth and swallowed every single one of the guards. As they continued to approach, countless soldiers charged towards them. Before long, an ear-splitting gong rang through the skies of the heavenly world. In the main palace of the heavenly world, Wan Shi and the others who were enjoying a pre-celebration banquet revealed a questioning look as Tianchen's transmission symbol trembled. The moment he swept his divine sense over it, Tianchen's face changed. Fire spewed out from his eyes, and he raged. Huang Xiaolong, you're going too far. Wan Shi and the others turned to stare at each other in silence. What did Huang Xiaolong do again? Tianchen got to his feet and yelled. Huang Xiaolong and the others barged into my personal cultivation grounds. They killed more than half of the guards I stationed there. What? Wan Shi and the others couldn't help but stare at Tianchen in shock. Previously, they had thought that Huang Xiaolong was merely messing about in the heavenly world. They had never expected the little troublemaker to barge into Tianchen's personal cultivation grounds and slay more than half of his personal guards. When Huang Xiaolong had killed the members of the Dark Curses sect, it was considered a mere scuffle. Even the matter with Di Jing could be overlooked if they wanted to. The heavenly world wouldn't immediately declare war on Huang Xiaolong based on the small transgressions he made. However, barging into Tianchen's cultivation grounds and killing hundreds of thousands of guards was no small matter. They could no longer turn a blind eye to Huang Xiaolong's actions. He was blatantly disrespecting the heavenly world, and Huang Xiaolong was basically declaring war with them at this point. The next day was Tianchen's wedding ceremony, and if news got out that no one punished the person who killed his way into Tianchen's cultivation palace, he would turn into a laughingstock. Everyone, please head over with me. A frosty light flashed in Tianchen's eyes as killing intent spilled out of his body. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that no one can suppress you if my older brother isn't around? In their eyes, Huang Xiaolong was a death seeker. Huang Xiaolong is too arrogant. I shall head over with Lord Tianchen to punish him. The Dark Curse's old ancestor was the first to acknowledge. Everyone soon agreed. Of course, Wan Shi wouldn't sit still with Huang Xiaolong was running around rampantly. More than 10 overlords charged out of the main palace towards Tianchen's cultivation grounds in the blink of an eye. Tianchen and Wan Shi took the lead as the old ancestors of the various factions followed behind them. After the old experts gathered their underlings, several dozen thousand people flew towards Huang Xiaolong. Without hiding their aura, they alarmed almost all the experts who came to the heavenly world. Huang Xiaolong and the others seemed to have barged into Lord Tianchen's palace. They killed several 100,000 guards on their way there. What? Several old ancestors jumped in fright when they heard what Huang Xiaolong did in the heavenly world. No one had expected Huang Xiaolong to act so presumptuously. The wedding ceremony between Tianchen and Wan Xiaorong would be carried out the next day. Wasn't Huang Xiaolong slapping them across the face by raiding Tianchen's palace? It seems like Lord Tianchen, Lord Wan Shi, and the others are ready to wage war on Huang Xiaolong. You don't even need to mention Lord Tianchen. No one would be able to take that lying down. Quick, let's go and observe the battle. A wave of people soon followed behind the group of overlords. In one of the magnificent palaces close to the Heavenly Master's divine palace, a beauty capable of devastating worlds with her looks sat in the main hall. The woman was precisely Wan Xiaorong. She was acknowledged as the top beauty in the myriad of worlds. But good looks were not the only thing she had. Her strength was equally as frightening. Wan Yu had once revealed to a group of overlords that even someone like him wouldn't be able to take on a single blow from her. He might have exaggerated a little, but it was enough to show that Wan Xiaorong wasn't weak. Despite the rumors going around about the strength, no one had ever seen her true strength. Not even people like the ancient heavenly emperor or the king of darkness knew how strong she really was. What happened out there? When she heard the commotion outside her palace, she couldn't help but frown. A female servant by her side quickly investigated everything that had happened in the past few hours and reported everything to her. Reporting to Mistress Huang Xiaolong, old ancestor Azure Cow, the king of darkness and the rest barged into Lord Tianchen's palace and killed more than 100,000 of his personal guards. What? Wan Xiaorong widened her eyes in shock. Mistress, you do not need to worry. Lord Wanshi, Lord Tianchen, and the others have already led a huge group of experts over. With Lord Wanshi and Lord Tianchen joining hands, even if Huang Xiaolong has the ability to turn over the heavens, he wouldn't stand a chance. Wan Xiaorong got to her feet as an uneasy feeling bloomed in her heart. Ready the carriages. I'm going to meet Senior Heavenly Master, Wan Xiaorong muttered under her breath. The female servant stared at Wan Xiaorong in shock when she heard what she said. Mistress, is there really a need to look for Senior Heavenly Master? Didn't he say that unless the heavenly world was about to face destruction, no one could disturb him during his time in secluded cultivation? Do as I say, Wan Xiaorong snapped at the servant. Yes, mistress. In the space above Tianchen's palace, Huang Xiaolong and the others killed their way through the endless armies and finally arrived at the palace entrance. Indestructible Palace. There were 2 words carved in ancient text into the plaque above the entrance of the palace. There was an air of tyranny surrounding them, and it seemed as though everything in the mundane world was beneath it. The little cow snorted. Tianchen is pretty arrogant. He dared to call himself indestructible when even existences who surpassed the sovereign realm wouldn't dare to do so. Huang Xiaolong didn't care a single bit as he smashed the entrance open with a single palm strike. According to the other lightning pool's feedback, the lightning pool was located deep within the palace. After destroying all the restrictions around them, Huang Xiaolong and the others stepped into the indestructible palace. Huang Xiaolong knew that Tianchen would have already received news of his palace being broken into. As such, he had to retrieve the lightning pool before Tianchen came killing his way back. He didn't pause for a single second as he charged towards the lightning pool hidden deep inside the palace. There wasn't a single restriction that could slow him down in the slightest. Since the restrictions inside the palace were set by Tianchen, the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, and the others could break them if they worked together. Of course, in front of Huang Xiaolong, all the restrictions were thinner than paper. Destroying more than 100 restrictions along the way, Huang Xiaolong and the others finally arrived at the entrance of a treasury. Nice! He actually made this using Heaven Dao Divine Stone. The little cow cried out in shock when she saw the entrance of the treasury. The entrance itself was carved out from a solid piece of Heaven Dao Divine Stone. One had to know that even a single piece of it was a priceless treasure. Heavenly Prince Di Jing had only managed to enter the Emperor realm when he had obtained a tiny piece of it in the past. Looking at the entrance before them, it was at least several dozen meters tall and several meters wide. Even people like the King of Grand Mist, Song Mutyen, and the others couldn't help but stare at the entrance in shock. Xiaolong, bring the door away with us. A fire burned bright in the little cow's eyes as she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was as though the entrance of the treasury before her was a rank 4 origin treasure, and she couldn't wait to grab it. When Huang Xiaolong saw the eager look on the little cow's face, he laughed and nodded his head. With a single punch, he destroyed the restrictions on the entrance and pulled the entrance out from the ground. Tossing it towards the little cow, he continued his advance. Before long, all of them entered Tianchen's treasury. The moment they laid eyes on the treasures stored inside, they felt a bomb going off in their heads. Their eyes were treated to a magnificent sight when they entered the treasury. Origin treasures after origin treasures lined the walls and took their breath away. The All Heavens treasury had more than 50 origin treasures that had yet to mature. Tianchen alone had close to 50 of them. He was as rich as the city of All Heavens. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong and the others also managed to locate several high-grade, Level 2 origin treasures that were already ready to be refined. It seemed as though Tianchen had barely got his hands on them and was about to refine them. However, Huang Xiaolong and the others found his stash. "We're rich. There are so many origin treasures here." The little cow swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva. "What the fuck? Tianchen is really rich. I'm really interested in the Heavenly Master's treasury now. Wouldn't it be several times better than this?" Huang Xiaolong was at a loss for words. The little cow was thinking about dinner when eating her lunch. They had barely obtained Tianchen's treasury, and she was already thinking of raiding the Heavenly Master. Whatever the case, it wasn't time for them to mess about. "Hurry up and grab the treasures. You guys should grab all the origin treasures while I look for the Chaos Lightning Pool." Snapping back to reality, the little cow and the others nodded their heads. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on a lightning pool floating in the space deep within the treasury. Black light swirled around over it, and he immediately identified it as the Rank 9 Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool. Blinding radiance guarded the pool, and it was clear that they were the restrictions set up by Tianchen. Raising his arm, Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he sent a giant palm flying over to the Black Sea Lightning Pool. When it slammed into the barrier of light surrounding the lightning pool, rays of resplendent light emerged as they tried to stop his attack. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong's strength had long since surpassed Tianchen's. The light barrier formed by Tianchen's restrictions dimmed, and Huang Xiaolong's palm wrapped itself around the lightning pool. Just as he was about to retrieve the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool, a raging voice resounded through the palace. "Huang Xiaolong, get out here!" An uncountable number of blade lights appeared in the space above them and slashed towards Huang Xiaolong and the rest. With enough power to shatter the heavens, the blade light seemed to be able to exterminate anything in its path. The blade lights slashed towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. Before the blade lights could cut into them, the King of Grand Mist, the little cow, and the few of them felt as though their souls were about to shatter from the pressure given off by it. Their expressions sank. It was especially so for the flying devil python, who was the weakest out of all of them. Its scales started to shatter, and blood dyed its body red. It was clear that Tianchen was no weakling. Huang Xiaolong stared at the scene before him in shock. He knew that Tianchen had just entered the high-level sovereign realm, and he had never expected for Tianchen to possess such terrifying strength. A single strike from him wasn't weaker than Wan Shi's normal attack to the fullest, excluding the use of the Great Purity secret art. Of course, Huang Xiaolong was merely surprised by the fact that Tianchen was stronger than he expected. He didn't bother with Tianchen in the slightest as he continued to grab the Black Sea Lightning Pool. Raising his other arm, he flicked a finger towards Tianchen. The unstoppable blade light that threatened to kill the overlords dissipated in the instant Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger. It was as though the blade lights had never existed in the first place. "Up!" Huang Xiaolong clenched his fist, and he tore the Chaos Lightning Pool out from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he threw it into the ancient heavenly court. The little cow who managed to escape death grabbed all the origin treasures she could in the treasury. Several blasts resounded through the air as streaks of light broke through the space and reached the space above the mountain peak. Wan Shi and the others arrived. Tianchen's expression was extremely ugly. Even though he was extremely far away and a little bit of the power contained within his strike had managed to dissipate, he had never expected Huang Xiaolong to block it so easily. "Huang Xiaolong!" Killing intent spewed out from Tianchen's eyes. He had learned of everything the moment Huang Xiaolong had smashed through all the restrictions in his palace. When he thought about how Huang Xiaolong and the others plundered his treasury, which stored countless years of hard work, his eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed, "Huang Xiaolong, you're going too far. Go to hell." A massive blade appeared in his hand as soon as he spoke. The blade in his hand measured 3 to 4 meters, and black light swirled around its surface. There were countless diagrams of angels and demons carved onto it. With the appearance of Xianxia's blade, the space around it seemed to be sliced open. Blade light flew about, and a massive crack appeared on the mountain peak in the distance. After seeing the shocking power contained within Xianxia's blade without him utilizing his sovereign's will, the experts standing about sucked in a cold breath. Even Wan Shi stared at the blade with a burning gaze. Bleak radiance of 1,000 worlds. Xianxia roared as he slashed his blade towards Huang Xiaolong. Boundless blade chi surged towards Huang Xiaolong, and the tyrannical might blasted against the mountain range. Under Xianxia's attack's horrifying strength, the peaks of the mountains located along the range were sliced open and turned into flat ground. Even if he had to destroy his personal cultivation palace, he wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong. Regardless of the price he had to pay, Huang Xiaolong had to die. Rumbling sounds came from all the restrictions Xianxia shattered when his blade light passed through them. A wave of blade chi strong enough to turn over the heavens came smashing down on Huang Xiaolong. Before the blade chi landed on them, Huang Xiaolong and the others could already feel the frigid chi contained in his attack. It was the scariest frigid chi the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, and the other overlords had ever experienced. If it landed on them, they wouldn't even need to bother with the blade chi as their souls would freeze over instantly. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a short breath in surprise as he had never expected Xianxia's blade chi to be so terrifying. Xianxia's current attack wasn't weaker than Wan Shi's first strike with the myriad worlds bamboo. A somber expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Even though it was strong, it wasn't enough to cause him to panic. A soft grunt left his lips as the light enveloped his body. Endless amounts of light poured out from his body, and 16 wings appeared behind him. Without taking out the Radiant's divine scepter, he gathered sword chi in his hand as he slapped outwards. The sword chi he gathered slammed into Xianxia's blade chi. Continuous explosions rang out through the mountain range, and despite the sturdiness of the treasury, it was torn apart like paper. Every single treasure that was out in the open was reduced to fine dust. When the impact of the shockwaves produced by the collision slammed into Wan Shi and the others, their expressions changed. It was especially so for the Dark Curse's old ancestor. His soul seemed to escape from his body as he retreated as quickly as he could. Wan Shi couldn't remain idle, and he summoned his myriad worlds bamboo in order to help Xianxia. With the myriad worlds bamboo and Xianxia's giant blade sweeping across space simultaneously, they finally managed to stop Huang Xiaolong's sword chi from doing further damage. Even so, the two of them were thrown backwards as they retreated for several dozen thousand miles before regaining their footing. A look of shock appeared on Wan Shi's face. How? How can this happen? He had worked together with Xianxia, but they were still forced to retreat by Huang Xiaolong. One had to know that Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead hadn't even made an appearance. Xianxia revealed a shocked expression as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. According to what Wan Shi had said, all they had to do was to work together in order to suppress Huang Xiaolong. After all, the only reason Huang Xiaolong had managed to gain the upper hand in the past was because of his lightning bead. His previous attack was no weaker than when Wan Shi had used the full strength of his great purity secret art. However, Huang Xiaolong's sword chi had blocked off his attack. That wasn't all. The residual of his sword chi had managed to force the both of them back. Wan Shi looked at Xianxia as their expressions sank. It was clear that they had never expected Huang Xiaolong's strength to rise so dramatically in the past 3 years. When the Dark Curse's old ancestor and the others saw what happened, their bodies trembled. The scene of Wan Shi and Xianxia being beaten back even after joining forces caused their tiny little souls to shake. When they were still stuck in a state of shock, several figures shot into the skies. The person in the lead was none other than Huang Xiaolong as the little cow and the others trailed behind him. When they saw Huang Xiaolong's sudden appearance, everyone who wanted to assist Xianxia in getting rid of him took a step back subconsciously. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with them as he stared at Xianxia's blade. Good blade. No shit. With his experience, he could easily tell that the blade in Xianxia's hand was a peak-grade supreme spiritual treasure. The only reason Tianchen could unleash such overwhelming strength was because of that blade of his. A single weapon allowed him to be as strong as Shi, who executed the highest level of his grand purity secret art. It also went without saying that the blade in Tianchen's hand wasn't an ordinary supreme spiritual treasure. A fire ignited in Huang Xiaolong's heart. The Radiance Divine Scepter, City of Eternity, and even the ancient heavenly court were a little lacking when it came to firepower. He was still looking for ways to upgrade the ancient heavenly court to a supreme spiritual treasure. Now that there was one sitting in front of him, there wasn't a need to think about it. The giant blade in Tianchen's arm was perfectly suited for Huang Xiaolong's use. Diagrams of angels and devils were etched onto the blade, and a combination of darkness energy and radiance energy swirled about on it. It was clear that the blade possessed both attributes. When Tianchen looked at Huang Xiaolong, eyeing his treasured blade, realization dawned in his heart. He would be mentally handicapped if he didn't understand the look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. His face turned red in anger when he thought about how the other party raided his treasury. And now, they had their sights on his treasured blade. The blade was the thing he cherished the most in his life. Ever since obtaining the blade, he had devoted his life to it. Right now, Huang Xiaolong dared to set his sights on the one thing Tianchen treasured the most. Huang Xiaolong, Tianchen growled as his expression sank below the freezing point. Today you ignored the rules of the heavenly world. You dared to kill Di Jing from our law enforcement faction, and you dared to barge into my personal palace. You killed several 100,000 of my personal guards before raiding my treasury. You stole my chaos lightning pool and all my origin treasures. Do you really think that my heavenly world can't do anything to you? Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong with their jaws agape. Chaos lightning pool, all the origin treasures. You had better hand them all over to me now. Tianchen sneered. I can pretend as though nothing happened as long as you give me all my treasures back. All the experts who were watching the battle stared at Tianchen in shock. Pretend as though nothing happened. When they thought about Huang Xiaolong's terrifying show of strength, they realized the reason behind Tianchen's words. Tianchen, who was ready to kill, had no choice but to back down after experiencing Huang Xiaolong's strength. This was probably the furthest he would be willing to go. It was an utter humiliation for them to force Huang Xiaolong to hand over everything before letting him go after he killed a disciple of the law enforcement faction of the heavenly world. There was no need to mention how he killed hundreds of thousands of Tianchen's personal guards before raiding his treasury. From what they knew, Tianchen had no choice but to back down. After all, the heavenly master was still in seclusion. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed when he heard Tianchen's threat. There is no way I'll hand over the Chaos Lightning Pool. Since the Chaos Lightning Pools concerned the fate of his senior brother, there was no room for negotiation. He turned to look at the little cow as the corner of his lips curled upwards. Neither will we hand over the origin treasures. Huang Xiaolong's words caused Tianchen's expression to change once again. Rage burned in his heart, and the killing intent that he tried so hard to suppress erupted. Huang Xiaolong, you better watch yourself. It seems like you're planning to go against my heavenly world. Even if my brother hasn't left seclusion, I can still kill you. No longer holding back his rage, Tianchen raised his head and rode at the sky. The blade in his hand emitted terrifying rays of light that seemed to respond to his fearsome intent to slay Huang Xiaolong. Brother Shi, assist me. Sure. The aura around Shi's body started to rise as battle intent rolled off him. He had long since known what Tianchen wanted to do. Slowly approaching Tianchen, he placed his hands on his back before transferring copious amounts of energy into Tianchen's body. A surge of strength burst out from Tianchen as a cracking sound filled the heavenly world. The sound came from inside Tianchen's body, and it rang loud and clear through the heavenly world. It even entered the ears of those hiding in a secluded corner somewhere in the world. It was as though a giant egg had finally hatched. Along with the intense cracking sound, the world seemed to crack. Boundless golden light poured into Tianchen's body from the depths of the heavenly world. The aura around his body started to soar, and the aura he emitted soon surpassed Shi. One had to know that Wanshi was an early 8th Order sovereign. Tianchen, who had barely broken into the high-level sovereign realm, was actually able to transform into an existence whose strength surpassed Wanshi. It caused no small amount of shock to the Dark Curse's old ancestor and the others. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but take him seriously. "Xiaolong, watch out!" The little cow and the others yelled in shock. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He had never expected Tianchen to be able to call upon the power of the heavenly world in order to increase his strength. As the heavenly world stood above the myriad of worlds, the source energy wasn't something the 5 greater worlds could match. The source energy of the divine world was less than half of that of the heavenly world, and it was clear how terrifying the source energy of the heavenly world was. Even so, Tianchen was only able to call upon a small part of the source energy. Despite that, it was scary enough. Tianchen's strength only stopped when it rose to the mid-8th Order sovereign realm. "Huang Xiaolong, I have already fused with the source energy of the heavenly world. Unless you're stronger than the entirety of the heavenly world, you're going to die here today." Tianchen glared at Huang Xiaolong as the killing intent around him turned solid. He pointed his blade at Huang Xiaolong as he officially declared war. Of course, the energy contained in Huang Xiaolong's body couldn't stand up to the source energy of the heavenly world. Even peak late 10th Order sovereigns wouldn't be able to stand up to it, much less Huang Xiaolong. In Tianchen's eyes, there was no way he could lose now that he had fused with the heavenly world's origin energy. As long as the heavenly world was around, the amount of energy it could provide him would be unlimited. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, there would come a time when his energy would run dry. "Die!" Tianchen roared as he slashed the blade in his arm towards Huang Xiaolong. Buzz! Blade light covered a billion-mile radius, and the airflow in the heavenly world was affected by his terrifying blow. When they looked at the blade light covering half the sky, a sense of fear gripped the hearts of everyone present. Tianchen's attack was more than sufficient to cleave the heavenly world in half, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Even though that was merely what they thought, it was true. The blade light sliced straight down towards Huang Xiaolong's head, threatening to chop him into two. Tianchen's previous attack was comparable to Wanshi's first strike when they had fought in the past, but with the assistance of the heavenly world's source energy, his power increased by more than 10 times. After looking at the horrifying blade light crashing down towards him, light poured out of Huang Xiaolong's body as the 16 wings unfurled behind him. Radiance energy formed worlds of radiance behind him as the Radiance Divine Scepter appeared in his hand. All 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads started to move and appeared in the air above him. Everyone saw a massive river formed with radiance energy appearing in the sky as it turned into a massive radiance dragon, ready to devour the heavenly world. Boom! The radiance river slammed into the giant blade light. An explosion loud enough to cover the heavenly world took away everyone's sense of hearing. Hiss! A terrifying shockwave started to spread out when the 2 attacks collided with each other. The massive blade light eventually took the upper hand as it slashed a perfect arc through the radiance river. Continued to slash at Huang Xiaolong. In the distance, the king of Grand Mist, the little cow, and the others cried out in horror, "Xiaolong!" When the blade light eventually landed on Huang Xiaolong, the Radiance Divine Scepter in his hand seemed to turn into an unmovable mountain range as he raised it above his head. Despite his effort, the unmovable mountain range formed with the energy contained in the Radiance Divine Scepter was slashed into 2 as Huang Xiaolong was smashed deep underground. The earth exploded and a terrifyingly deep chasm formed. A single blade mark cleaved through lands and a deep valley formed. The world seemed to turn silent in that instant. Everyone felt their hearts trembling when they witnessed Tianchen's terrifying power. How can there be someone as strong as this? This doesn't make sense. There was only a single reason the world was still in one piece. Huang Xiaolong had blocked off most of the energy contained in Tianchen's strike. "Xiaolong!" The little cow and the others snapped back to reality and rushed towards the bottomless chasm. Tianchen finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his handiwork. A smile broke out on Wanshi's face. If Wanshi had to take that attack head-on, he was afraid he would suffer from serious injuries. In fact, he had no idea if the attack was strong enough to take his life. Since that was the case, Huang Xiaolong shouldn't fare any better. A smile broke out on their faces when they realized that Huang Xiaolong hadn't managed to take out the lightning bead in time to save his life. If he had taken it out, killing him wouldn't have been so easy. Whatever the case, he had to be seriously injured. Even if he had taken out the lightning bead in the face of death, he wouldn't have been able to unleash all of its strength. As the little cow and the others rushed over, Tianshan snorted, "Azure Cow, Grand Mist. All of you never expected this to happen when you raided my treasury, right? I'll torture all of you before killing Huang Xiaolong. I'll let him witness the death of his loved ones before sending him to eternal damnation." Tianshan sent a slap towards the little cow and the others as a massive palm formed from light crashed downwards. Facing a casual slap from Tianshan, the little cow and the rest couldn't help but turn somber. Even high-level sovereigns wouldn't dare to take a slap from Tianshan in his current state, much less people like them. Seeing as the palm was about to land on the group of them, countless strands of sword chi surged out of the chasm and slammed into the palm made from light. The radiant sword chi pierced holes through the palm, and it dissipated into the wind. The sudden change caused Tianqin, Wanshi, and the rest to suck in a cold breath. Everyone turned their gaze towards the bottomless chasm, and pillars of golden light greeted them. Huang Xiaolong slowly rose out from the ground as he swept his gaze across Tianqin's group. Golden light covered Huang Xiaolong's body as though he was a Buddha with a golden paint coat. Dark light gathered around his body, along with rays of resplendent light of all the other colors. Ha! Tianqin's pupils shrank as the expression on his face changed. Huang Xiaolong looks completely unaffected by my previous attack. The only thing I managed to do was to send Huang Xiaolong several thousand feet into the ground after scratching the surface of his skin. What the fuck? Wanshi's expression was ugly as well. A look of astonishment flashed through his eyes when he realized that Huang Xiaolong's fleshy body had become stronger since their fight 3 years ago. If Huang Xiaolong had taken on Tianqin's attack in the past, he couldn't have escaped unscathed. Xiaolong! The little cow and the others rejoiced when they realized that Huang Xiaolong was fine. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but glare at Tianqin. If not for the tempering from the lightning energy contained within the lightning bead, his complete Tao Saint Godheads and his saint bloodlines wouldn't have improved. If that had been the case, he might have suffered several serious injuries from Tianqin's previous strike. He knew that he had been too careless. Never in his wildest imagination had he expected Tianqin to become so strong after fusing with the heavenly world's source energy. It was no wonder he was so strong. He still had the peak-grade supreme spiritual treasure blade in his hand. Very good, Tianqin sneered. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to block that. I was merely warming up just now. Let's see if you can take my next attack. The blade in his hands fell once again. The energy contained in the blade was nothing like the first attack as it possessed the power to cleave the heavens in two. When Tianqin made his move, Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. His body shook, and he appeared behind Tianqin and Wanshi. A punch came flying out, but instead of aiming for Tianqin, Huang Xiaolong targeted Wanshi. He had long seen through the fact that Tianqin was only able to call upon the source energy of the heavenly world after receiving Wanshi's help. As he twisting his body around, Wanshi's expression changed when he saw Huang Xiaolong's punch flying towards his head. A roar escaped his lips as dark green light surrounded his body. The myriad world's bamboo formed a layer of armor over him, and he sent out a punch of his own to meet Huang Xiaolong's attack. Great purity chi surged out from his body. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's punch blew through the great purity chi instantly and landed on Wanshi's chest. The armor formed by the myriad world's bamboo exploded, and his fist emerged from Wanshi's back. A figure shot through the air as he smashed through mountain peaks after mountain peaks. After flying for a long while, Wanshi slammed into one of the distant mountain ranges. As soon as Wanshi was taken out from the battle, Tianqin spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. He tumbled about in the air as he retreated several million miles away from Huang Xiaolong. Even though Wanshi managed to block most of Huang Xiaolong's attack, A small portion of it landed on Tianchen. When Tianchen finally stopped, he realized that there was a hole in the middle of his chest, and blood streamed out of it. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they noticed what happened. They were flabbergasted by the sudden change in events. Tianchen, who was suppressing Huang Xiaolong, was blown back in an instant. With a single punch, Huang Xiaolong had forced both Tianchen and Wan Shi back. The smiles on the faces of Tianchen's supporters froze, and it was especially so for the Dark Curse's old ancestor and the others. "You!" Tianchen grabbed his chest and yelled at Huang Xiaolong. "Weren't you relying on the strength of the source energy of the heavenly world? I'll kill Wan Shi right now. Without him, let's see how you call upon the power of the heavenly world." A shaky figure slowly emerged from the broken mountain range. Wan Shi's body was covered in blood, and there was a massive hole in his chest. It was a horrific sight that caused everyone who laid eyes on him to gasp in shock. Was that the Lord Wan Shi they knew? Wasn't he the strongest person under the heavens? Even someone as strong as him couldn't block a single punch from Huang Xiaolong. How strong did Huang Xiaolong have to be in order to give Wan Shi such a serious wound? Wan Shi crawled out from the ground and heard how Huang Xiaolong declared his death as though he was nothing more than an ant on the ground. And he couldn't help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Who in the myriad of worlds could look down on him? When had he ever had to suffer from such humiliation? "Huang Xiaolong, I'll kill you!" Wan Shi roared at the heavens as white light poured out from his body. Blood-red light slowly emerged to add to his scary image. A shockingly powerful aura emerged from Wan Shi's body. The wound on his chest closed in an instant as the destructive energy Huang Xiaolong had poured into his body was expelled at an astounding rate. His aura strengthened and pierced through the heavens. It was clear that he was utterly incensed by Huang Xiaolong's threat. No longer caring about the consequences, he decided to use everything he had to take Huang Xiaolong down. Even though Wan Shi was using a special technique to increase his strength in a short period of time, the backlash he had to endure was equally as large. In fact, he would suffer heavy injuries even if he managed to defeat his opponent. When Huang Xiaolong looked at Wan Shi, who was pushing his body past its limits, he remained indifferent. Even if Wan Shi became stronger and joined hands with Tianchen, he knew that they weren't his opponents. Moreover, Wan Shi should only be able to maintain his strength for a limited amount of time. Also, he wouldn't be able to become an unstoppable monster. After all, there was a limit as to how strong he could become. No longer giving Huang Xiaolong time to think about it, Wan Shi pushed both his palms towards Huang Xiaolong as he commenced his attack. Tianchen didn't remain idle as his blade slashed downwards. It was as though they had rehearsed their attack in the past. A cold snort escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips as he sent a palm towards Wan Shi and a fist towards Tianchen's blade light. Black light covered his palm as brilliant radiance enveloped his fist. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out when the attacks collided with each other. Wan Shi and Tianchen were sent flying at the same time. The Dark Curse's old ancestor and the rest of Tianchen's supporters sucked in a cold breath. Even after using a secret technique to increase his strength, Wan Shi and Tianchen were no match for Huang Xiaolong. After the two of them retreated, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred once again as he appeared before Wan Shi. Blacklight converged to form a dark sword before he stabbed towards the space between Wan Shi's eyebrows. Before the sword could even reach him, Wan Shi felt as though his skin was tearing apart. Pulling out the supreme spiritual treasure armor, he tried desperately to protect himself. Even so, the armor was nowhere near its complete state, as cracks had spread all around it ever since Huang Xiaolong had blasted it with the lightning bead. Even though the armor wasn't at its peak state, Wan Shi couldn't care less. He used all the energy in his body to activate the grand formation carved into the armor as he summoned the myriad worlds bamboo to stab towards Huang Xiaolong. His other hand gathered great purity qi as he slammed it into Huang Xiaolong's dark sword in a desperate attempt to stop him. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother with the myriad worlds bamboo. The sword in his hand didn't stop as it slammed into the great purity qi. With the ability to turn anything it touched back into streams of chaos qi, the sword in Huang Xiaolong's arm slowly crumbled. It was too bad the sword light continued to pierce towards the space between Wan Shi's eyebrows. A stream of blood emerged from his glabella after Huang Xiaolong's sword light pierced into him. At the same time, the myriad world's bamboo slammed into Huang Xiaolong's chest, and it sent him flying. Too bad for Wan Shi, only a shallow wound was left on Huang Xiaolong's chest, and he didn't even manage to draw blood. After Huang Xiaolong's attack connected, Wan Shi fell from the skies. Tianchun, whose blood was boiling, felt as though a bucket of ice water was poured over him, as he couldn't help but stare at the scene before him with his jaws agape. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cried out, "Brother Wan Shi!" The words barely left Tianchun's mouth when Huang Xiaolong's sword qi slashed towards his forehead. The sword qi was nothing to scoff at. Huang Xiaolong wasn't holding back any longer, and if Tianchun were to take the attack head-on, he wouldn't be far from death. A look of fear flashed through Tianchun's eyes as his life flashed past his eyes. Raising the blade in his hands, he attempted to block Huang Xiaolong's sword qi. It was too bad the sword qi made a turn as it dodged his giant blade to arrive in the space between his eyebrows. Am I going to die? The feeling of death gripped his heart, and it was as though the sky had lost its color. The Dark Curse's old ancestor and the others watched as Huang Xiaolong's sword qi stabbed towards Tianchun as their expressions changed. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed in the skies and brought with it endless amounts of power. "Ignorant Junior, how dare you behave so preposterously?" A giant palm appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head. It was a massive gray palm that contained suppressive might. Endless gray light covered the skies as life force seemed to drain from every single living creature under the heavens. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, and they experienced the feeling of something being taken from them. Huang Xiaolong finally turned serious when he noticed the gray palm slamming down towards him. He had no choice but to give up on killing Tianchun as his figure flashed once again in retreat. 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads appeared above him as a palm formed with radiance energy met the gray palm in the sky. Bang! The world flashed with 2 different colors and 2 different colors only when their attacks slammed into each other. A sharp pain shot through the eyes of everyone present, and the cultivators who were even remotely close to the point of impact were sent flying. Tianchun wasn't able to escape as he was sent tumbling through the air like everyone else. When Huang Xiaolong retreated several dozen thousand miles away, he stared at the heavenly world's highest point. Above the peak of the Heavenly Master Divine Palace stood an old man whose body was covered in streams of chaos energy. "Heavenly Master," Huang Xiaolong muttered in a low voice. Even though Huang Xiaolong had never seen the Heavenly Master before, judging from the overwhelming aura that was coming from the old man in front of him, there was no mistake that it was him. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he looked at the Heavenly Master whose entire body was formed by streams of chaos qi. It was obviously due to some sort of secret art the Heavenly Master had cultivated. It could be due to the Divine Burial Grand Art, but since his head had yet to turn into chaos qi, it was clear that he hadn't completely mastered the art. "Big brother!" Tianchun cried out in surprise when the old man appeared. "Senior Heavenly Master!" Even those who were gasping their last breaths felt a sense of relief when they saw that the Heavenly Master had appeared. "Your Majesty! Senior Heavenly Master!" The hundreds of millions of soldiers from the heavenly world and everyone else bowed down in excitement. "Rise!" The Heavenly Master's majestic voice filled the world. Everyone nodded respectfully as they shakily got to their feet. As he turned around, the Heavenly Master's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. It was as though he was looking at an ant he could crush anytime he wanted. "Big brother!" Tianchun hastily ran over to the Heavenly Master and complained. "Huang Xiaolong is simply too lawless. After arriving in the heavenly world, he killed Di Jing, our heavenly world law enforcement faction's disciple. He barged into my personal cultivation palace and killed hundreds of thousands of my personal guards. He raided my treasury and stole everything I had. Not only did he refuse to return my treasures, he even threatened to kill Brother Wan Shi and me." Killing intent and hatred spilled out from Tianchun's eyes. The Heavenly Master swept his gaze across Tianchun and Wan Shi and frowned when he noticed the injury between Wan Shi's eyebrows. With a single glance, he could tell that the sword wound between his eyebrows had injured the root of his soul and godhead. The injury wasn't a light one. If he didn't help Wan Shi immediately, there was almost no chance for Wan Shi to recover. Everything that had happened was completely out of his expectations. He had challenged Huang Xiaolong to a fight the day after the wedding ceremony. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that Huang Xiaolong would wreak havoc in the heavenly world the moment he entered. Without caring about his reputation, Huang Xiaolong had barged into Tian Chen's cultivation palace and killed hundreds of thousands of guards. He had even threatened to kill Tian Chen and Wan Shi. Who was Tian Chen? He was the Heavenly Master's younger brother. What about Wan Shi? As soon as Tian Chen took Wan Xiaorong as his bride, they would be connected by marriage and turn into one big family. It was clear that Huang Xiaolong wasn't showing him the slightest bit of respect. A cold light flashed through the Heavenly Master's eyes, and the space around him started to hum. It's been too long since I last appeared before the world. How dare a junior like you barge into my heavenly world and kill people with such impunity? The Heavenly Master stared coldly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I was planning to take care of you the day after tomorrow, but since things have already progressed to this point, I will deal with you now. Huang Xiaolong sneered in response. You old fart, don't think that just because you are older than me you're stronger. Are you even confident in killing me? If you were, you wouldn't have set the location of the challenge to be the heavenly lake in your heavenly world. If Tian Chen was able to fuse with the source energy of the heavenly world, there was no doubt the Heavenly Master could do the same. With the Heavenly Master's strength, he wouldn't need Wan Shi to assist him if he wanted to carry out the fusion. The reason he had held the battle in Heavenly Lake was definitely part of his calculations. Even so, Huang Xiaolong had decided to take him up on the challenge, appearing in the heavenly world where the Heavenly Master could call upon its source energy. Actually, barging into Tian Chen's personal palace to grab the lightning pool and all the origin treasures were part of Huang Xiaolong's plan. Severely injuring Tian Chen and Wan Shi were all calculated actions. After all, the Heavenly Master wanted to challenge Huang Xiaolong the day after tomorrow. Why should Huang Xiaolong give him the time to complete his cultivation? Since the old man wanted to delay the battle, Huang Xiaolong would force him out today. If he had waited for the day after tomorrow, it was possible that the Heavenly Master would master the divine burial grand art. There was no way Huang Xiaolong would allow his adversary to power up before the eve of the battle. Everything went according to Huang Xiaolong's expectations. Looking at the old man's head, he knew that the Heavenly Master had not completed the divine burial grand art. The old man's face sank as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. How could someone with his experience in life not know that Huang Xiaolong was mocking him? It was true. He had no confidence that he could slay Huang Xiaolong if they fought anywhere else. The reason he wanted to fight in the heavenly lake was so that he could draw on the source energy of the heavenly world when things went south. The Heavenly Master sneered, "Bullshit. There is no need for a venerable like me to draw on the heavenly world's source energy to kill a mere junior like you. Huang Xiaolong, die." The Heavenly Master flipped his palms and sent a strike flying towards Huang Xiaolong. The two gray palms spanned over hundreds of millions of miles, and it was like everything under them was obliterated into nothingness. Countless living creatures felt their life force faltering as the palms flew above them. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. It seems like his divine burial grand art can take away the vitality of all living things around it. As long as he can draw energy from creatures around him, he will never run out of energy. A snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as 16 wings unfurled behind him. Worlds of radiance appeared in the space before him, and the heart of hell in Huang Xiaolong's chest thumped. A drum-like beat filled the world as everyone felt their heads throbbing. It was as though Huang Xiaolong had attacked their soul, and a frown formed on the Heavenly Master's face. Evidently, even a peak early Ninth Order sovereign like him felt threatened by Huang Xiaolong's heart of hell. No longer giving the Heavenly Master time to react, Huang Xiaolong moved. His 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads started to tremble as he punched outwards. Boom! It was as if the heavenly world was struck by Huang Xiaolong's fists, as two giant golden fists collided with the Heavenly Master's gray palms. The sky exploded, and brilliant rays of light blinded everyone present. The ground under them split apart as mountain peaks were reduced to dust. Some old ancestor-level figures who were hiding billions of miles away bled from all 7 orifices. The heavenly world shook as berserk air currents swept through every corner of the world. When everyone saw the exchange between Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Master, terror gripped their hearts. The impact of the blast sent Huang Xiaolong retreating tens of thousands of miles. However, the Heavenly Master had to retreat as well, and he only managed to regain his footing after flying for thousands of miles. Even though the Heavenly Master had come out on top, his expression sank. According to him, his previous attack was more than enough to turn Huang Xiaolong into a pool of blood. Never in his wildest imaginations had he expected to only barely come out on top. Huang Xiaolong's strength had greatly exceeded his expectation. Late Fifth Order Sovereign Realm. The Heavenly Master stared at Huang Xiaolong as fire spewed out of his eyes. Didn't Wanshi say that Huang Xiaolong was only at the peak of the late Fourth Order Sovereign Realm? How can he be a late Fifth Order Sovereign? Did he break through one entire realm in 3 years? This? Even though the Heavenly Master revealed a face full of indifference, stormy waves were crashing into his fragile heart. It's no wonder you can hold yourself with such confidence. The Heavenly Master suppressed the shock in his heart as he sneered. So what if you are a late Fifth Order Sovereign? Even if you manage to break into the late Sixth Order Sovereign Realm, you'll still have to leave your life behind. A tiny coffin appeared in his hands the moment he was done speaking. The tiny coffin was dark gray in color, and it was made from an unknown material. Furthermore, the top of the coffin was covered in eerie-looking runes, and they gave off sinister vibes that caused one's heart to palpitate. Even though the entire coffin was only the size of a palm, the aura that came from it was extremely horrifying. Even the little cow, the Dark Curse's old ancestor, and the others were affected by it. They were assaulted by an excruciating headache, as though their souls were struck by something which threw their life into eternal darkness. Even Huang Xiaolong's soul was slightly affected. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback when he stared at the tiny coffin in the Heavenly Master's hand. This? High-grade supreme spiritual treasure. Huang Xiaolong stared at the tiny coffin in the old man's hands as his eyes sparkled. This is definitely a high-grade supreme spiritual treasure. There was no way for an ordinary supreme spiritual treasure to be so powerful. Moreover, it could affect the life and death of various living creatures. A high-grade supreme spiritual treasure was already terrifying. Adding on to the fact that it could affect the cycle of life and death, there was no way Huang Xiaolong could underestimate its might. That's right. The Heaven Master sneered when he saw the astonished expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. My God-burying coffin is the strongest supreme spiritual treasure that affects life and death itself. As soon as I open my coffin, even gods and Buddhas won't be able to escape. Huang Xiaolong, I will sacrifice you to my God-burying coffin right now. Don't you have a saint physique and saint bloodlines? I'll finally be able to improve on my divine burial grand art after devouring you. Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. God-burying coffin. Did the Heavenly Master's divine burial grand art come from the God-burying coffin? He had to cultivate the divine burial grand art in order to use the God-burying coffin, right? Dark rays of light shot out from the Heavenly Master's hand as boundless energy poured into the coffin. As he circulated the divine burial grand art, a dark green light illuminated the heavenly world. Any living creature standing in the green light withered and died. Only a disgusting pool of smelly liquid was left after they died to the Heavenly Master's divine burial grand art. After absorbing the vitality from the various living creatures around the heavenly world, the gray coffin started to emit an eerie green glow. When the entire coffin was covered in the green light, the lid creaked open. Strands of qi containing terrifying amounts of energy poured out from inside the coffin. Rise! The Heavenly Master yelled as he clapped his hands together. The God-burying coffin shot towards the sky as it started to enlarge. 100, 1,000, 100,000, a million. The coffin expanded up to a few 100 million times and blotted out the sky. When the spectators saw the palm-sized coffin's terrifying speed of expansion, they became a little dizzy. Moreover, along with the growth in size, the aura emitted by the god-burying coffin increased. Everyone experienced an intense bone-chilling feeling. Upon facing the overwhelming pressure coming from the coffin, even overlords like the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, and several others felt like yin and yang were reversed, and they were dragged into the underworld. Desperately circulating the energy in their bodies, they tried their hardest to resist the aura of death coming from the god-burying coffin. Of course, they didn't forget to retreat. However, no matter how far they ran, they failed to leave the range of the god-burying coffin. When they had heard legends about how Heavenly Master could bury everything in the divine world, or even Hell, the little cow, and the others had thought that they were merely exaggerating. When they finally witnessed the might of the god-burying coffin, all their doubts disappeared. If the god-burying coffin itself was so strong, how terrifying would the Heavenly Master's divine burial grand art be? Burying the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Master's voice rang out coldly as he pressed his hands into the void. Endless gray light spilled out from the massive coffin floating above their heads, and it charged towards Huang Xiaolong. In the next instant, the world dimmed as all living creatures lost their vitality. Several old ancestor-level figures who failed to escape withered as their bodies dried up. The endless power of the departed spirits buried everything in its way. Even the worlds of radiance around Huang Xiaolong started to shake as the light they emitted scattered under the astounding might of the gray aura of the god-burying coffin. There was no room for hesitation. The lightning bead emerged from the top of Huang Xiaolong's head as it challenged the indestructible gray light around him. As soon as it appeared, lightning chi filled the space around Huang Xiaolong as it continued to spread out. As a sea of lightning formed around him, cycles of destruction and restoration played out. Go! Huang Xiaolong put his hands together and yelled with his head raised towards the sky. A buzzing sound started to come from the lightning bead as it shot towards the god-burying coffin at an astounding speed. Hiss! When the two treasures collided with each other, a blast that shook the heavens and earth entered the ears of everyone in the heavenly world. It was as though the sound was sharp enough to cut into the souls of everyone present, as no one managed to escape from the sound wave produced by the blast. Everyone in the heavenly world coughed out a mouthful of blood, and weaker emperors hiding trillions of miles away exploded into a mist of blood. The sea of lightning slammed into the gray light produced by the god-burying coffin, and the heavenly world shook. As the lightning churned, ancient lighting beasts and lightning gods appeared to form a massive army. As for the god-burying coffin, the gray light it produced gave birth to countless undead beasts and death gods. No matter how violent the collision was, neither side was able to gain the upper hand. With the lightning bead on Huang Xiaolong's side and the god-burying coffin on the Heavenly Masters, a stalemate formed. Even though the lighting bead was a saint artifact, it was too bad it was a damaged one. Adding on to the fact that Huang Xiaolong had yet to completely refine it, he was unable to control its power. With no choice, Huang Xiaolong could only brute force his way into the fight with the most basic abilities the bead possessed. Seeing as his god-burying coffin was stopped by Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead, his expression started to sink. Reaching out with his right hand, he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong. Grand Shattering Fist. The Grand Shattering Fist contained the strength to destroy anything in its path, and it seemed to pierce through space as it appeared before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. A cold snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he activated his saint bloodlines. He met the Heavenly Master's punch with one of his own. Bang! The space surrounding the two of them shattered, but it wasn't enough to stop either of them. Piercing through space, Huang Xiaolong shot towards the old man in an attempt to blow a hole through his chest. Half an hour later, a loud explosion rang through the skies, and the two of them finally separated from their melee combat. The Heavenly Master gasped for breath as his face was unsightly. He swept his gaze over the once breathtaking heavenly world. It had long since been riddled with holes from the aftermath of their battle, and in the short half an hour, they had managed to destroy a huge part of it. The beautiful scenery was nowhere to be seen as death and destruction replaced it. Killing intent filled the Heavenly Master's heart. He had spent countless years of effort on the heavenly world, only for it to be destroyed by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong die! The Heavenly Master roared as gray light exploded from his body. The rays of light transformed into arrows as they shot towards Huang Xiaolong at an alarming speed. Huang Xiaolong sneered. With a wave of his hand, radiant swords shot out to meet the gray arrows. Another half a day passed. 2 massive holes formed in the heavenly world as Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Master charged out from one of them. As the two of them fought against each other, they eventually left the confines of the heavenly world. Wherever they went, their surroundings would turn to dust. Mountains, ancient forests, and other structures were all turned into nothingness. Their strength shocked many experts on the Heaven's Road who came from various heavenly countries. 2 high-level sovereigns? Is that senior Heavenly Master from the heavenly world? Who's that youngster he's fighting? He's actually fighting senior Heavenly Master on equal grounds. Many of the experts in the heavenly world were shocked beyond words. Even though the heavenly world had withdrawn from worldly affairs a long time ago, their reputation was still quite well known in the Heaven's Path. It was especially so for a super expert like the Heavenly Master. One had to know that a peak early Ninth Order sovereign was one of the strongest experts even in the Heaven's Path. Everyone stared in shock when they noticed an unknown young man going toe-to-toe with him. I heard a few days ago that Senior Heavenly Master was planning to fight against a youngster named Huang Xiaolong. Could that be him? How can there be experts strong enough to challenge Senior Heavenly Master in the outside world? Didn't they say that there are no longer any sovereigns outside the Heaven's Path? As experts from the Heaven's Path hadn't gone outside for billions of years, they were basically isolated from the myriad of worlds. Most of the residents in heavenly countries along the Heaven's Path referred to everywhere else as the outside world. Huang Xiaolong? Who's Huang Xiaolong? Several experts stared at each other, flabbergasted. Since the Heaven's Path was no longer in contact with the outside world, it came as no surprise that they had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was. Coupled with the fact that Huang Xiaolong had only risen to power not too long ago, the only time the experts in the Heaven's Path had heard his name was when the Heavenly Master announced the challenge 3 years ago. There were only a handful of stronger individuals from the heavenly countries who had heard of his name before. As the battle raged on, 2 days and 2 nights passed. A loud explosion echoed above one of the swamps in the Heaven's Path as 2 figures separated themselves from each other. By the time they stopped to catch a breath, the 2 of them were already hundreds of millions of miles away from the heavenly world. When the battle was at its initial stages, the 2 of them could still see some heavenly countries in their surroundings. Now, all they could see were specks of dust that represented giant heavenly countries far off in the distance. Even the Heavenly Master had no idea where they were. The Heaven's Path was vast and boundless. Dangers lurked everywhere. And it didn't come as a surprise that there were places the Heavenly Master hadn't seen before. The Heavenly Master stared at Huang Xiaolong with an unsightly expression as his chest heaved up and down. His breathing was slightly chaotic, and hatred filled his eyes. Initially, he was fighting Huang Xiaolong on equal grounds. As time went by, he became weaker and weaker. As the second day came to a close, the Heavenly Master realized that he was beginning to become suppressed by the little brat he was fighting against. He had never expected Huang Xiaolong's recovery rate to be higher than his. Isn't the brat a 5th Order sovereign? Could it be due to his saint physique, saint bloodline, and complete Tao saint godhead? Thoughts of retreating filled his mind as he looked at the youngster in front of him. Huang Xiaolong, if not for your lightning bead, do you think you are my match? The Heavenly Master stared at Huang Xiaolong coldly. Huang Xiaolong sneered. How laughable. If you didn't have the god-burying coffin, I would have killed you a long time ago. It was true. If not for the Heavenly Master's high-grade supreme spiritual treasure, his cultivation at the peak early Ninth Order sovereign realm would be nothing in front of Huang Xiaolong. He would have died several times over. Even though the Heavenly Master was shocked, he didn't retort to Huang Xiaolong any longer. His figure flashed as he turned into a stream of chaos chi that dissipated into the air. Huang Xiaolong, Wash your neck and prepare for death. Once I reach the great completion stage of my divine burial grand art, I'll return to kill you." The heavenly master's voice resounded through the skies as he fled from the scene. Huang Xiaolong hastily gave chase, but he stopped after a short while. He knew that it was impossible to kill the old man with his current strength. Great completion stage of your divine burial grand art. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He had barely managed to refine half of the lightning energy contained in the lightning bead. There was still another half. As soon as I refine the other half of the energy contained within the lighting bead, you can reach the great completion stage for all I care. You'll still have to die. A day later, Huang Xiaolong returned and contacted the little cow and his master, the king of Grand Mist. The instant their battle extended out of the heavenly world, the little cow and the others trailed behind them in order to catch the outcome of the clash. It was too bad they weren't as fast, and they couldn't observe the battle from a close distance as the shockwaves were enough to send them flying. When they finally saw Huang Xiaolong appearing before them in one piece, the little cow and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. "Xiaolong, the heavenly master," the king of Grand Mist asked the moment Huang Xiaolong reappeared in front of them. He managed to run away. Even though everyone had expected it to be the outcome of the battle, the king of Grand Mist, the little cow, Song Mutian, and the others were a little disappointed. After all, a ninth-order sovereign hiding in the shadows wasn't the best outcome anyone could have hoped for. "I'll kill him the next time we meet. Let's return to the heavenly world before doing anything else." Return to the heavenly world. The little cow and the others were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's idea, but they soon realized what he wanted to do. Shooting through the skies, Huang Xiaolong and the others rushed back to the heavenly world. If the heavenly master is gone, Wan Shi and Tian Chun wouldn't stay around for much longer. The little cow yelled as they hurried back to the heavenly world. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He knew that the two of them would be escaping with their tails tucked between their legs, but killing them wasn't on top of Huang Xiaolong's list. The most important thing was to plunder the heavenly master's treasures. Before a day had passed, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived in the heavenly world. They were met with a sight of destruction. Mountain ranges, palaces, and forests were reduced to dust. Divine trees were uprooted, and the bodies of rare spiritual beasts were strewn everywhere. It was just like what the little cow had expected. Wan Shi, Tian Chen, the Dark Curse's old ancestor, and the others had escaped a long time ago. Everyone who was there for Tian Chen's marriage had long since run away. The heavenly world was deserted, and other than several soldiers tasked with holding down the fort, no one was left. Spotting Huang Xiaolong's group, terror gripped the soldiers' hearts. They got to their knees to pay their respects, and when Huang Xiaolong saw their actions, he couldn't be bothered to move against them. Heading straight for the heavenly master's divine palace, Huang Xiaolong located the hidden treasury in an instant. Even though the old man had placed several restrictions around the treasury, they were no match for Huang Xiaolong, as he smashed everything open in a split second. A look of disappointment filled Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he noticed that most of the treasures were taken away by the heavenly master. There were only 20 to 30 mature level 2 and leave 3 origin treasures. Whatever the case, it was better than nothing. Grabbing everything, Huang Xiaolong and the others left the heavenly world. After they left, Huang Xiaolong planned to look for a place to refine the other half of the lighting bead's energy. Of course, he had to refine the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool before going out to look for the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. As Huang Xiaolong and the others were plundering the heavenly world's treasury, somewhere high up in the skies of the heaven's path, several figures appeared. They were none other than the heavenly master Wan Shi, Tian Chen, Wan Xiaorong, and several others. "Big brother, what do we do now?" Tian Chen asked with a pale face. The heavenly master swept his gaze over everyone, and a somber expression appeared on his face. "We're heading to the heavenly terror country. I know the ruler there, and we should rest and recover before doing anything else." A murderous glint flashed across his eyes as he continued. "As for Huang Xiaolong, he can live for a few more years. Wait till I achieve great completion of my divine burial grand art. When they heard that the Heavenly Master was acquainted with the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The Heavenly Terror Country's ruler had a terrifying reputation. Fear would grip the hearts of whoever heard the name of the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler. The Heavenly Terror Country's ruler was one of the top 10 experts in the Heaven's Path, and his notorious reputation was built on the mountains of corpses from the slaughter of countless lives. The blood that was on his hands could fill an entire sea, and it was because of his reputation and strength that the Heavenly Terror Country could become one of the 5 greatest heavenly countries in the Heavenly Path. With the Heavenly Master's strength, even though he was one of the 10 strongest individuals in the Heaven's Path, he was much weaker than the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler. The difference in their ranks wasn't even close. As for the strength of the entire Heavenly Country, the Heavenly Terror Country ranked 3rd out of all the powers that converged in the Heaven's Path. Big brother, since when were you acquainted with the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler? Tianqin couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he had heard of the connection between the Heavenly World and the Heavenly Terror Country. It was a long time ago. When I first broke through to the high-level sovereign realm, I saved the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler from certain death. He acknowledged me as his brother, and in the past he was still much weaker than me. Who would have thought that his strength would rise dramatically in the past several million years to surpass mine? As for why you guys didn't know, it's normal considering that I've never brought it up. The Heavenly Master felt a sense of nostalgia as he thought about his past. When they had through numerous ancient arrays back then to escape, the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler was only a 6th-order sovereign. The Heavenly Master had saved him several times during their journey together. Even though they had rarely met after returning, they were still in contact with each other. Everyone was pleasantly surprised that the Heavenly Master had rescued the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler in the past and that they were sworn brothers. Big brother, if the Heavenly Terror Country decides to assist us, Huang Xiaolong will be nothing more than a speck of dust. We can wipe off the face of existence. Tianqin exclaimed joyfully. The Heavenly Master nodded his head. If the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler were to make a move, taking care of Huang Xiaolong would be as easy as lifting a hand. However, the Heavenly Master eventually shook his head. There is no need for the ruler to make a move personally. Huang Xiaolong is merely a brat from the younger generation. He can't rely on anything else other than the lightning bead, and as long as he can't use it, I'll be able to crush him. No lightning bead. Tianqin, Wan Shi, Wan Xiaorong, and the others couldn't help but feel their minds wandering. The Heavenly Master said unhurriedly, "Golden pig treasure." What? Golden pig treasure? Everyone exclaimed uncontrollably. Wan Shi stuttered as he forced the words out of his mouth. Are you talking about the golden pig treasure that is said to be able to subdue all treasures and spiritual artifacts? The Heavenly Master nodded his head. That's right, big brother. Do you know where the golden pig treasure is? Tianqin's eyes widened in shock. It's in the hand of the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler. He then nodded his head. However, not many people know about this. I hope you will not spread this information now that you know about it. Everyone nodded quickly in agreement. Once I reach the great completion stage of my divine burial grand art, I will borrow the golden pig treasure. Huang Xiaolong will no longer be able to escape death. The Heavenly Master laughed maniacally. With his relationship with the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler, it wouldn't be too much of a problem if he wanted to borrow the golden pig treasure for a short while. But, Senior Heavenly Master, Wan Shi said, even though the golden pig treasure is able to subdue all types of treasures and spiritual artifacts, it's only a grand mist artifact. Will it be able to stop Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead? After all of them suspected Huang Xiaolong's lightning bead to be a saint artifact. No matter how strong the golden pig treasure was, Wan Shi felt that it was impossible for a grand mist artifact to stop a saint artifact based on the level difference alone. The Heavenly Master shook his head and smiled. Who said that the golden pig treasure is a grand mist artifact? That's just what the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler wants you to think. His sudden revelation startled everyone. Could it be that the golden pig treasure was more than just a grand mist artifact? Could the golden pig treasure be a supreme spiritual treasure? Is it a saint artifact? Tian Chen's heart started palpitating when he asked the question. A smile slowly formed on the heavenly master's face. It's not a saint artifact, but something that surpasses it. No one has been able to determine the specific grade of the golden pig treasure. It's not a saint artifact, but something that surpasses it. It only went to show how shockingly powerful the golden pig treasure was. Who would have thought that the golden pig treasure was in the hands of the terrifying heavenly master? His overwhelming strength is enough to suppress most experts. And with the golden pig treasure, he will be unstoppable. Tian Chen exclaimed in admiration. Let's head to the terrifying heaven country. I've already contacted the ruler, and he has prepared a banquet to receive us. The heavenly master spoke as he shot into the skies. Tian Chen and the others followed closely behind him. A day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others finally arrived at the edge of a cliff that was located outside Heaven's Path. After scanning his surroundings, Huang Xiaolong's gaze fell to the bottom of the cliff. Shall we go into seclusion here? Huang Xiaolong asked. The little cow and the others had no objections. As soon as they arrived at the bottom of the cliff, everyone started laying down defensive arrays. Retrieving the ancient heavenly court, Huang Xiaolong sent everyone in before choosing to cultivate in the main palace. Instead of devouring the lightning energy stored in the bead, Huang Xiaolong decided to refine the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool first. Now that Huang Xiaolong possessed 6 of the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools, refining the Black Sea Lightning Pool was a piece of cake. In just a few months, Huang Xiaolong completely refined the Black Sea Lightning Pool. When he was done with that, his cultivation reached infinitely close to the peak of the late First Order Sovereign Realm. The time finally came for him to devour the lightning energy contained in the bead as it shot out and hovered in the air before him. When Huang Xiaolong was busy refining the lightning pool, the world outside erupted into a frenzy. The heavenly master escaped from Huang Xiaolong? Even someone like the heavenly master can't do anything to Huang Xiaolong. If that's the case, will there be anyone in the world who can stand up to him? I've heard that Huang Xiaolong killed Heavenly Prince Di Jing, who had become a captain in the Heavenly World's law enforcement faction, the moment he arrived in the Heavenly World. Who would have thought that the glorious Heavenly Prince of the Divine World would end up in such a sorry state? After killing Di Jing, Huang Xiaolong barged into Tian Chen's cultivation palace to kill hundreds of thousands of guards to plunder Tian Chen's treasury. When Tian Chen joined hands with Wan Shi to deal with Huang Xiaolong, they didn't just lose to him, but they nearly lost their lives. The explosive news shocked endless experts around the myriad of worlds. Tian Chen and Wan Shi joined hands and were still almost killed by Huang Xiaolong. Even when the Heavenly Master showed up, he was defeated. Before long, more rumors started to spread. Senior Heavenly Master has entered the Heavenly Terror Country. He should be striving to achieve great completion of his divine burial grand art. Moreover, the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler offered to help deal with Huang Xiaolong, but Senior Heavenly Master declined his offer. He plans to kill Huang Xiaolong personally. The myriad of worlds shook when the news got out. In a blink of an eye, 2 years and 8 months passed. Rays of light emerged from under the cliff where Huang Xiaolong had entered seclusion as rumbling lightning reverberated through the skies. The mountain ranges surrounding them turned into dust before restoring themselves back to their original state. The little cow, the king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, and the rest snapped awake as their jaws widened in shock when they stared at the bizarre happenings around them. The purple lightning that the little cow could use had the ability to destroy and create. That was the reason why the little cow was revered as the ancestor of the demonic lightning. She was the only person in the world who had the ability to utilize lightning in such a way. Looking at what Huang Xiaolong did, the little cow stared at the scene before her in shock, as there was no way she could replicate what he did. The best the little cow could do was to restore someone's battle ability and heal their injuries. What Huang Xiaolong did was a millionfold better than what the little cow was able to do. A figure soon stepped out from the pillars of light. When everyone saw the current Huang Xiaolong, they felt their souls trembling uncontrollably. This is They felt as though they were looking at an ancient god who had the ability to wield lighting as he wished. The lightning energy he controlled had the ability to influence life and death. Life, death, yin and yang were all under Huang Xiaolong's control. Spotting the shocked faces of his party members, Huang Xiaolong broke out into laughter. "What, you can't recognize me now?" The little cow nodded her head reflexively but shook her head immediately after. "Xiaolong, you?" The king of Grand Mist asked in surprise. Opening his mouth, he started to explain the situation. "I broke into the Sixth Order Sovereign Realm a year ago." He knew what his master wanted to ask, and he wasn't planning on hiding anything from them. When they heard that he had already entered the Sixth Order Sovereign Realm, the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, and the others stared at him with a face full of disbelief. A bitter smile eventually appeared on the little cow's face. "You brat, aren't you too heaven-defying? If we were to compare ourselves to you, I think all of us should smash our heads against the wall to kill ourselves. Ordinarily, one had to take hundreds of millions of years to absorb origin energy to cultivate. Even a slight increase in strength would take an extremely long time. The only way for someone to boost their strength in a short amount of time was to refine origin treasures. It went without saying that origin treasures were cabbages that grew on the side of the road. The darkness gold fruit that came from the world of darkness ripened every billion years. Moreover, even if any of the overlords refined a level 2 origin treasure, they would never be able to mirror Huang Xiaolong's increase in strength. 10 years ago, Huang Xiaolong had barely entered the Fourth Order Sovereign Realm. Right now, he had already arrived at the Sixth Order Sovereign Realm. It was even more surprising that he was a mid-Sixth Order Sovereign. Of course, everything had to do with the lightning bead, but everyone still found it hard to comprehend his rapid increase in strength. Hearing what the little cow said, a smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face. "Where in the world are you going to find a wall that can stop you?" The little cow was struck speechless. "Do you have news of the Heavenly Master, Wan Shi, and Tianchen?" Huang Xiaolong decided to change the subject to something of greater importance. Now that he had fully devoured the lightning energy stored in the lightning bead, it was time for the Heavenly Master to meet his end. Not only had his strength risen dramatically, but he was also able to utilize the full strength of the lightning bead. "There was news from an unknown source a few days ago," Song Mutian continued. "According to rumors, the Heavenly Master, Wan Shi, Tianchen, and the rest of them entered the Heavenly Terror Country." "Heavenly Terror Country?" Huang Xiaolong raised his eyebrow. After searching through Wan Yu's memory, he had gained a basic understanding of the Heavenly Terror Country. From what he had learned, the Heavenly Terror Country was one of the 5 greatest heavenly countries located on the Heaven's Path. The ruler of the country was someone whose strength ranked in the top 10 among the experts in the Heaven's Path, and even though the Heavenly Master was also ranked in the top 10, his strength was far from the ruler of the Heavenly Terror Country. From Wan Yu's memory, Huang Xiaolong had learned that the ruler of the Heavenly Terror Country used to be the Grand Mist Archdevil. Because he had run into some fortuitous encounter, the Archdevil bloodline in him had transformed into a saint bloodline. With a saint physique and a complete Tao Saint Godhead, his strength had increased by a huge amount. Despite knowing that the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler was stronger than the Heavenly Master, Wan Yu had no idea how their strength differed. As for the little cow, the king of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, and the others, they only knew that Wan Shi was the only high-level sovereign in existence. They had never come into any contact with the experts residing in the Heaven's Path. When they spoke of the matter with the Heavenly Terror Country, their faces turned grave. "The Heavenly Master is borrowing the spiritual world of the Heavenly Terror Country to perfect his divine burial grand art. He should reach the great completion stage very soon. According to him, he plans to take your life the moment he's done," the little cow continued. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head half-heartedly. He really didn't care too much about the Heavenly Master. The only thing he was worried about right now was the ruler of the Heavenly Terror Country. "Have you guys found out where the Heavenly Terror Country is?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Everyone shook their heads. "Since this is the case, let's look for the 5th Earth Lightning Pool before anything else." Huang Xiaolong thought about it for a second before making his decision. It's more than enough for us to learn that the Heavenly Master ran to the Heavenly Terror Country. A short while later, Huang Xiaolong shot into the skies as he made his way to the location of the fifth Earth lightning pool as marked on the map. It seems like I have to set up my own forces in the heavenly world, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Even though he controlled hell, the radiance world, the devil world, and others, none of his influence there could enter the heavens path. It caused him a big headache when he thought about the lack of espionage in the heavens path. As long as he managed to cultivate a strong force in the heavens path, locating the heavenly terror country would be nothing more than a single order away. When Huang Xiaolong and the rest charged towards the location of the fifth Earth lightning pool, a group of people appeared from nowhere as they appeared at the location marked on Huang Xiaolong's map. All of them were clad in scarlet-red battle armors, and they seemed to be experts from a certain heavenly country. They were led by a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Second brother, the fifth Earth lightning pool seems close. One of the bald men behind the middle-aged man said. The man with the scar nodded his head. Everyone split up into groups of 10 and started looking for it. The ruler has ordered for us to obtain it at all cost. Yes, everyone acknowledged before splitting off to find it. Big brother, is the fifth Earth lightning pool really so important to the ruler? It's not even comparable to a level 2 origin treasure. Why did the ruler send out so many troops from our heavenly saint country to look for it? The bald man questioned. Who cares about a single fifth Earth lightning pool? The only thing that matters is gathering all 9 great chaos lightning pools. As long as we gather all of them, we should be able to create something extremely terrifying. Our master flipped through countless ancient records and came to a conclusion that the 9 chaos lightning pools had something to do with the world outside our 33 heavens. What? A world outside our 33 heavens? The bald men gasped in surprise. That's right. The man with the scar on his face nodded. Originally, the ruler wasn't interested in the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. However, he recently read that the lightning pools were related to the 33 heavens. That's the reason why His Majesty made us hunt for the fifth Earth lightning pool. As for the secret about the lightning pools and their relation to the 33 heavens, His Majesty didn't explain further. All we need to do is to follow his orders and locate the lightning pool. The bald man nodded. Even if that's true, wouldn't we need to locate another 8 lightning pools? We managed to find out that Tianchun in the heavenly world obtained the Black Sea lightning pool in the past, but lost it some time ago to a guy called Huang Xiaolong in the outside world. Huang Xiaolong? The bald-headed man shook his head and sighed. That makes things so much easier. We can just send several men to capture Huang Xiaolong to search his soul for the location of the Black Sea lightning pool. Don't look down on Huang Xiaolong, the scar-faced man explained. I heard that even Tianchun and Wan Shi weren't his opponents. They nearly died during the exchange, and when the Heavenly Master made his move, he failed to subdue Huang Xiaolong. That's the reason Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain the Black Sea lightning pool. What? How can that be? The man with the scar-face nodded. Since the heavenly world sealed off the matter, not many people know about it. His Majesty has given the order to not engage with Huang Xiaolong even if he appears before us. As long as we report any news about Huang Xiaolong to His Majesty, everything will be fine. Lord Marshal or His Majesty will take action themselves. The bald man nodded like a chicken pecking on rice. Just as they were about to move out to search for the fifth Earth lightning pool, a massive explosion broke the serenity of the place, and a bunch of experts flew towards them. When the scar-faced man saw the group of newcomers, a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. Mighty God, heavenly country. Those who had just arrived were experts from the mighty God, heavenly country, and the person leading the way was a thin man supporting himself with a long sword. Xionggang, why are you here? The scar-faced man glared at the old man with a hostile expression. Xionggang laughed. Zhu Sini, if you guys can come here, then why can't we? Zhu Sini's face sank as he realized that they were also there for the fifth Earth lightning pool. How did they find out about this? Did someone leak the news? Did your mighty God, heavenly country plant spies inside our country? A trace of iciness flashed past Zhu Sini's eyes. Xianxia ignored him and smiled. Zhu Sini, why are you talking as if you guys don't plant spies in our country? Zhu Sini could only stare at him with a dumbfounded expression. All right, enough chit-chat. Xianxia continued. Since we are both here for the 5th Earth Lightning Pool, we'll split up. Whoever finds it first can have it. He quickly ignored Zhu Sini as he turned around to order the members of his mighty god, Heavenly Country. Split up and find it. The experts from the mighty god, Heavenly Country nodded their heads before moving out. Zhu Sini's face turned gloomy. Big brother, what should we do? The bald man asked. Locate the 5th Earth Lightning Pool before them. Zhu Sini said solemnly. No matter how much they looked for it, neither party managed to see signs of it. After half a day of searching and nearly flipping the place over, both parties retreated with a gloomy expression on their faces. Unwilling to give up on their search, they expanded their search radius to cover as much ground as possible. 2 days passed in a flash. According to the treasure map, the mountain range in front of us should be where the 5th Earth Lightning Pool is located. Huang Xiaolong broke through the barrier of chaos qi around the mountain range as they went straight for it. The only thing that was slightly worrying was that Huang Xiaolong failed to sense the 5th Earth Lightning Pool's presence no matter how hard he tried. Is the 5th Earth Lightning Pool like the ancient Heavenly Court? Could it be sealed in a separate space? Hey! Huang Xiaolong cried out in shock when he noticed the members of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country running all over the place. Are they members of the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country? The little cow noticed them, and she exclaimed in surprise. Heavenly Saint Country. Mighty God Heavenly Country. The faces of everyone in Huang Xiaolong's party changed. Even though the Mighty God Heavenly Country wasn't one of the 5 great heavenly countries, their strength was not far off from it. The ruler of the Mighty God Heavenly Country was one of the top 10 experts in the Heaven's Path, and his strength was a little higher than the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Saint Country was even more terrifying. They ranked in the top 5, and even though they weren't as strong as the Heavenly Terror Country, no one could underestimate the strength of any one of the top 5 heavenly countries. At the same moment Huang Xiaolong noticed them, Zhu Sini and Xianxia caught sight of him. Are they also here for the 5th Earth Lightning Pool? The bald man asked as a trace of suspicion flashed through his eyes. Xianxia sneered. Who cares if they are here for it? Get someone to ask them about it. He turned to his side and spoke to one of his subordinates. Capture them and bring them to me. Yes, Senior Xianxia. Several experts of the Mighty God Heavenly Country shot towards Huang Xiaolong and the gang. Without bothering to say anything to them, the experts of the Mighty God Heavenly Country sprung into action. However, before they could even touch Huang Xiaolong, they were swept away into a faraway mountain range by the flying devil python's tail. No matter how strong the troops of the Mighty God Heavenly Country were compared to normal people, how could they stand against an overlord-level cultivator? With their strength at the 10th Order Emperor realm, a single strike was enough to kill them instantly. Luckily for them, the flying devil python held back some of its strength in order to ensure none of them were sent back into the cycle of reincarnation. As they stared at the scene before them, cultivators from both heavenly countries dropped their jaws in shock. Xianxia stared at Huang Xiaolong menacingly. Who are you? Why are you here? How dare you injure the disciples of my mighty God Heavenly Country? Huang Xiaolong said with indifference. So what if we did? If you weren't from the mighty God Heavenly Country, all of them would be dead. Xiaoxiang's expression changed as fury erupted in his eyes. Let's see if you have the ability to back up your words. A black spear appeared in his hands as a cold glint flickered on the tip. A single glance could cause the hearts of emperors to palpitate. It was an excellent Grand Mist artifact, and even though it couldn't be compared to the ancient heavenly court, it was at the level of the Radiant's divine scepter. Exterminate all living things. Great Yin and Yang Vortex. Xiaoxiang waved the spear in his hand in a circle and stabbed towards Huang Xiaolong before anyone else could react. Suddenly, the air currents in the void howled before turning into a terrifying vortex that swept through thousands of miles. The power of Yin and Yang rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. Xianxia wasn't weak. As an early Sixth Order sovereign, he was much stronger than old monster Luan Zhuan. Staring at the vortex that was about to touch him, Huang Xiaolong revealed a look of indifference as he raised his hand before flicking a single finger at it. Similar to a popping bubble, Xiongang's attack seemed to disappear as the terrifying wind stopped abruptly. The spear in Xiongang's hand started to buzz as it was sent flying through the air due to the extreme backlash from Huang Xiaolong's finger flick. Drawing a beautiful arc through the sky, Xionggang slammed into the ground a distance away as the divine armor around him shattered into pieces. Boom! Blood spurted violently from Xiongang's mouth as he crashed hard into the distant mountain range. Layers and layers of sand and gravel buried him out of sight. Spiderweb cracks sprinted up the glistening black spear the moment it pierced into the ground. What? The people from the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country paled upon seeing this, and even the Heavenly Saint Country's scar-faced man Zhu Sini could not hide his shock. Though Xionggang had yet to step into the high-level sovereign realm, he was still an elite expert of the Mighty God Heavenly Country. Amongst the many great generals of Mighty God Heavenly Country, Xiongang's strength could be ranked within the top 3. Yet, he was sent flying with one flick of Huang Xiaolong's finger. Moreover, Xiongang's invincible crow spear was a mid-grade Grand Mist treasure artifact. Yet it could not withstand the force of Huang Xiaolong's finger flick and actually cracked. Is this person a high-level sovereign? No, even a Seventh-Order Sovereign Realm expert wasn't capable of shattering a mid-grade Grand Mist treasure artifact with a single flick of the finger. Great waves of shock struck Zhu Sini and the others' hearts. The Mighty God Heavenly Country's men pulled out Xionggang from underneath the rubbles. Their knees felt weak looking at the pallid Xionggang, with his feeble breathing and the harsh cracks running up the length of the invincible crow spear. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over the people from the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country. He said tepidly, "You can leave now." Leave? Zhu Sini, the bald man, and the others blanked for a moment as if they had not expected Huang Xiaolong to let them leave so easily. However, remembering the Fifth Earth Lightning Pool, Zhu Sini, the bald man, and the others hesitated. Before coming here, His Majesty had exhorted that they needed to return with the Fifth Earth Lightning Pool at all cost. But they hadn't even seen the Fifth Earth Lightning Pool's shadow. Then how could they return just like that? Even people from the Heavenly Saint Country hesitated. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed dangerously, seeing their hesitations. "You have 1 minute to think about it. If you're still here after 1 minute, then don't blame me for the consequences." Sensing the killing intent coming from Huang Xiaolong, Zhu Sini, the bald man, and the others paled. Time ticked by the seconds. About a dozen seconds later, Zhu Sini and the bald man's breathing grew heavy. The two of them exchanged a look and nodded as if they had reached an agreement. In the end, they chose to leave. Seeing people from the Mighty God Heavenly Country leave, those from the Heavenly Saint Country also left in despondence. Xionggang shot Huang Xiaolong a venomous glare before turning to leave. After Zhu Sini, Xionggang, and the others left, the little cow spoke. "The Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country's people most likely came for the Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. They won't give up so easily. I guess that they will return with reinforcements." Huang Xiaolong's gaze was icy as he harumphed. "I've given them a chance. If they really come back with reinforcements, then they can't blame me for being ruthless." At his current strength, even if the Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country's rulers came together, he had nothing to fear. To Huang Xiaolong, it was even better if the two of them came together. A cold light glinted in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He had been thinking of forming his own power in Heaven's path. The Heavenly Saint Country and Mighty God Heavenly Country were good choices to execute his plan. If he could conquer these two countries, it would be much more convenient for his plan to be successful. Huang Xiaolong ordered the flying devil python to pay attention to the surroundings while he began searching for the Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. However, after searching around the mountain range, Huang Xiaolong got the same result as the two countries' people. The Fifth Earth Lightning Pool was nowhere to be seen. Huang Xiaolong pondered slightly. The location indicated on the treasure map should not be wrong, or the two countries' people would not have shown up here as well. Since the location was right, that left only one possibility. The fifth Earth lightning pool situation had to be similar to the ancient heavenly court. It was probably sealed in another space. A separate space? Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as the thought flashed in his mind. He summoned the other 7 lightning pools from his body and spread them over the entire mountain range, covering over 100 million li radius. 7 colors of chaos lightning crackled and roared in the air. Under Huang Xiaolong's manipulation, 7 different colors of lightning penetrated into the surrounding space. As he had expected, as the 7 colors of lightning probed around, strange space fluctuations came from up ahead. From these strange fluctuations, Huang Xiaolong detected a faint amount of energy from the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. His eyes lit up in joy. Hey there! Hidden real deep ah! If he didn't have 7 of the Chaos lightning pools to trigger some response from the Fifth Earth lightning pool, it would have been impossible to find the Fifth Earth lightning pool. The next step for Huang Xiaolong was to resolve the restriction. Once the restriction was resolved, taking away the Fifth Earth lightning pool was easy. While Huang Xiaolong began cracking the restriction, the Heavenly Saint Country's scar-faced Zhu Sini, the bald man, and the rest of the group stopped above a sea. Big brother, what do we do now? Should we report to His Majesty and request him to send the marshal over? The bald man's eyes were filled with confusion as he went on. Since when does the Heaven's Path have such an expert? There weren't many high-level sovereigns in the Heaven's Path, and they knew most of the heavenly country's experts. However, none of their descriptions matched Huang Xiaolong's features. Zhu Sini's eyes glimmered with an unknown light as he spoke slowly in reply. Maybe he's not from our Heaven's Path. Not? The bald man was stupefied for a second before venturing, Big brother, you mean? He reminds me of someone. Zhu Sini paused for several seconds before he finished. Huang Xiaolong. What? You're saying he's Huang Xiaolong? The bald man looked petrified. Zhu Sini nodded and went on. Although I have never seen Huang Xiaolong, I have heard that Huang Xiaolong has an azure cow mount, and Huang Xiaolong's strength completely fits with the young man we encountered. The bald man exclaimed excitedly. He must be that Huang Xiaolong. He has the Chaos Black Sea lightning pool on him. Should we report the matter to His Majesty immediately? Request His Majesty to make a move. Zhu Sini nodded his head, then took out his transmission symbol and reported everything. Soon, the Heavenly Saint Country's ruler sent a reply to Zhu Sini. Big brother, how is it? What did His Majesty say? The bald man asked urgently. His Majesty has replied. He wants us to wait here. He, Marshal Lu Zhong, and the others are rushing over. Zhu Sini smiled brightly as he went on. Coincidentally, His Majesty and the others are close by. They can be here in a few hours. The bald man was shocked. His Majesty, Marshal Lu Zhong, and the rest are rushing over? Zhu Sini's expression turned solemn as he spoke. That's right. His Majesty is adamant to get the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. In truth, even Zhu Sini was surprised the ruler was rushing over with the entire Heavenly Saint Country's army. Then again, with His Majesty and Marshal acting together, that Huang Xiaolong definitely won't be able to escape. The bald man reacted and sneered. That Huang Xiaolong's arrogant face really made me uncomfortable. When His Majesty, Marshal, and the others arrive, let's see how he's going to continue acting so arrogantly. Several hours passed by. Huang Xiaolong finally broke the restriction, sealing the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. The Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool's earthy, yellow-colored chaos lightning sizzled across the air as it flew out from the separate space. Huang Xiaolong reached out with one palm and easily suppressed it, constraining the chaos lightning pool into the ancient heavenly court. At last, he had gotten the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. After securing the lightning pool, he heaved in relief and recalled the other 7 chaos lightning pools into his body. The little cow, King of Grand Mist, and the others, who had been waiting on the side, relaxed when they saw Huang Xiaolong successfully take away the Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. The Chaos Fifth Earth lightning pool. Got it. Now, only the spatial domain lightning pool left. There was excitement in the little cow's voice as she spoke. The spatial domain lightning pool was the highest-ranked lightning pool amongst the 9 chaos lightning pools. The spatial domain lightning pool is not only the most powerful among the 9 chaos lightning pools, but it is also the hardest to locate. The King of Grand Mist said and added, "It's said that the spatial domain lightning pool moves between space domains and time. It can disappear to any place and different time. This makes it extremely difficult to detect it, much less capture it. Moreover, no one has ever seen the spatial domain lightning pool." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as he listened. Could be said that, even if the other 8 chaos lightning pools were to be combined, their power would be still incomparable to the chaos spatial domain lightning pool. At the same time, the spatial domain lightning pool was also the most difficult to find. Then again, no matter what, Huang Xiaolong was adamant about getting the chaos spatial domain lightning pool. Of course, the more urgent matter at hand right now was to find a safe place to refine the spatial domain lightning pool. Huang Xiaolong's group barely left the location when Huang Xiaolong's movements suddenly stopped. The little cow and King of Grand Mist were baffled. They were about to ask Huang Xiaolong what was going on when they noticed Huang Xiaolong looking towards the horizon, sneering coldly. "It looks like some people really don't know how to give up." Huang Xiaolong barely finished his words when over a dozen overwhelming auras rushed towards them that were akin to great tidal waves hitting the shore. These overwhelming auras directly affected the surroundings, turning the air within 10,000 li radius turbulent and chaotic. Even outside the 10,000 li radius, the little cow and King of Grand Mist felt an invisible pressure compressing their bodies from all directions. The little cow and the others immediately looked solemn. "Are those people from the heavenly saint country?" Song Mutian guessed out loud. Huang Xiaolong nodded and confirmed Song Mutian's guess. "It's the heavenly saint country's ruler." He had checked the dozens of auras coming at them, and one of the auras, the most powerful aura, was stronger than the heavenly master by a point. There was only one explanation for that: the heavenly saint country's ruler has come personally. The heavenly saint country's ruler. The little cow and the others exclaimed in shock. It had never occurred to them that the heavenly saint country's ruler would come personally. He had seemingly brought the entire heavenly saint country's experts with him. "Xiaolong, why don't we retreat first?" the King of Grand Mist suggested with worry. Although Huang Xiaolong had already advanced to the 6th Order Sovereign Realm, the heavenly saint country's ruler was in existence more powerful than the heavenly master. Not to mention, he had brought out all the heavenly saint country's experts with him. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No need. The heavenly saint court's ruler was the very person he was waiting for. Since the heavenly saint country's ruler had come to the party with the entire army, that was even better. It saved Huang Xiaolong from running a few extra trips up and down. Thus, Huang Xiaolong waited on the spot for the heavenly saint country's group's arrival. Living up to Huang Xiaolong's expectations, the heavenly saint country's experts appeared on the horizon before long. The person leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a golden scarlet armor. He had a tall and heavy build. His eyes were round and fearsome. A faint golden scarlet light was threaded around his body, exuding a noble majesty. An obscured light gleamed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. This golden scarlet armored middle-aged man was very likely the heavenly saint country's ruler. However, other than the heavenly saint country's ruler, another person caught Huang Xiaolong's attention. This person was a tall, old man, standing beside the heavenly saint country's ruler. This old man's hair was akin to flowing ink-blue flames. He held a great halberd in his hand, and his body exuded a strong momentum that was comparable to the heavenly saint country's ruler. Though a little weaker than the ruler, he was a lot stronger than Wan Shi and Tianqin. The heavenly saint country's marshal? From Wan Yu's memories, Huang Xiaolong had learned the norms of hierarchy in heavenly countries in Heaven's Path. Below the ruler was the marshal that commanded an army of several hundred million, and under the marshal were the generals. Every heavenly country's martial strength almost stood at par with the ruler. While Huang Xiaolong and his group were scrutinizing the heavenly saint country's group members, the latter was doing the same. Other than Huang Xiaolong's prominent looks on the surface, nothing else stood out about him. Is this young man really someone even the heavenly master could not suppress? The Heavenly Saint country's ruler was inwardly perplexed. Not only the Heavenly Saint ruler thought so, but even Marshal Lan Shirfan had a hint of confusion in his eyes. A second later, the Heavenly Saint country's group stopped in front of Huang Xiaolong. "Is it him?" the Heavenly Saint ruler asked. The Heavenly Saint country's General Zhu Sini stepped forward and answered respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. This is a person who sent the mighty god Heavenly country's Xiong gang flying in one move. This person is very likely to be that Huang Xiaolong." The Heavenly Saint ruler nodded. Marshal Lan Shirfan stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong for some time, and then demanded, "Are you Huang Xiaolong? I have heard that even the Heavenly Master lost to you." His tone clearly showed that he didn't believe the news. After all, the Heavenly Master was a peak late Ninth Order sovereign, one of the Heaven's Path's top 10 experts. On top of that, they had also heard that Huang Xiaolong was the King of Grand Mist's recently accepted youngest disciple. Lan Shirfan took a glance at the King of Grand Mist on the side. He knew of the King of Grand Mist. Then again, the King of Grand Mist was merely a Fifth Order sovereign. So how strong could his disciple be? "I am Huang Xiaolong," Huang Xiaolong admitted casually. "And I didn't really defeat the Heavenly Master." Although the Heavenly Master had fallen downwind in their battle, he was not defeated. He had merely understood that if the battle was prolonged, he would lose in the end. Hence he had fled. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong was able to gain the upper hand at that time due to the lightning bead he had found in the barbarian space. Then again, at Huang Xiaolong's current strength, if he were to face the Heavenly Master again, the result would be vastly different. Marshal Lan Shirfan's face eased slightly, hearing Huang Xiaolong admit that he had not defeated the Heavenly Master. It seems the rumor circulating about the Heavenly Master losing to Huang Xiaolong was nothing but a rumor. After all, no one had seen the actual battle between Huang Xiaolong and the Heavenly Master. Lan Shirfan went on, "Huang Xiaolong, you must have gotten the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool, right? You know what we are here for? So hand over the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool and Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool to us." He specifically added another sentence. "I advise you not to have other thoughts. Obediently hand the 2 Chaos Lightning Pools as you're told. If you cooperate, we won't make things difficult for you." Huang Xiaolong wasn't vexed in the slightest hearing Lan Shirfan's words. He looked meaningfully at Lan Shirfan and said, "I do have the 2 Chaos Lightning Pools you mentioned, but it depends on whether you're capable of making me hand them over to you." Lan Shirfan shook his head in disappointment. "I know that you're quite strong. Look around you. All of our Heavenly Saint country's experts are here. We can even suppress 2 Heavenly Masters with our combined strength. So you'd better hand over the 2 Chaos Lightning Pools." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "And if I don't?" Lan Shirfan's gaze turned frosty in an instant as he barked, "If you don't, then die." A wave of tyrannical origin energy rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. "I look forward to it," Huang Xiaolong retorted nonchalantly, and allowed the tyrannical origin energy from Lan Shirfan to rush towards him, which was exuding pressure greater than a mountain. Just as Huang Xiaolong's voice fell, Lan Shirfan made his move, leaping off his beast mount. The halberd in his hand glistened sharply and fell above Huang Xiaolong's head with the momentum of destroying yin and yang and splitting the sun and the moon with one hack. When Zhu Sini saw Lan Shirfan making a move personally, he said to the Heavenly Saint ruler and the others, "The Marshal has not taken action for many years. Today, we're really blessed to be able to witness this." The bald man chimed in, "Although the Marshal is not ranked among the top 10 experts of Heaven's Path, the Marshal's cultivation realm and real strength are almost comparable to the ruler. Don't forget that Marshal's flaming wind halberd is a supreme spiritual artifact. I wonder how many moves from the Marshal can this Huang Xiaolong take. The average high-level sovereigns won't be able to take one strike from the Marshal. Let's see if this Huang Xiaolong can withstand one strike from the Marshal." Other Heavenly Saint countries' generals' sonorous laughter grew louder. The Heavenly Saint ruler and the others chatted merrily. In everyone's opinion, since their Marshal had taken action, Huang Xiaolong was bound to lose. Huang Xiaolong's eyes gleamed as he watched the Heavenly Saint country's Marshal Lan Shirfan swinging down his halberd. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched directly at Lan Shifan's halberd. What? This kid's planning to take the marshal's flaming wind halberd with his fist of flesh. Zhu Sini was taken aback watching this. But then, he sniggered coldly. The Heavenly Master's cultivation mainly focuses on tempering his physical body. However, even he would not dare to take a blow from our marshal's flaming wind halberd with his bare hands. He could already imagine the next scene where Huang Xiaolong's right hand would be chopped off by the marshal's flaming wind halberd. Blood spurting high into the sky. Huang Xiaolong's fist punched through layers of burning flames and collided with Lan Shifan's flaming wind halberd. In the moment of collision, sparks flew out, and destructive shockwaves blasted the air, causing space to rupture. However, the scene Zhu Sini had imagined, where Huang Xiaolong's hand was chopped off, did not happen. Much less, no blood spurted into the sky. Before Zhu Sini and the others' eyes, the flaming wind halberd in Lan Shifan's hand was thrown high into the sky from the impact. At the same time, the overpowering fist force sent Lan Shifan reeling backward uncontrollably. Lan Shifan felt his blood flowed in the reverse direction, chaotically. While still in midair, something surged violently up his throat, and a rusty taste filled his mouth as he coughed out blood. It was golden red blood. It was such an eye-catching color, glaring and yet gorgeous under the sunlight. The heavenly saint ruler and his cronies were agape with shock. Zhu Sini's, the bald man's, and the others' jaws dropped to their chests as they could not believe what they were seeing. Their heavenly saints Marshal Lan Shifan actually lost. Marshal Lan Shifan was a mid-ninth order sovereign, and his strength was comparable to the Heavenly Master. Even though the Heavenly Master was hailed as one of the top 10 experts of the Heaven's Path, he mainly relied on the supreme spiritual artifact God-Burying Coffin. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Master was no match against Marshal Lan Shifan. But now, Marshal Lan Shifan lost to Huang Xiaolong in just one punch. The smile on the Heavenly Saint Ruler's face stiffened for a brief second, and his eyes narrowed all of a sudden as his gaze fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. He knocked off the supreme spiritual artifact Flaming Wind halberd in a mid-ninth order sovereign realm expert's hand with bare flesh, and there was barely a scratch on Huang Xiaolong's right fist. Huang Xiaolong's physical body is so monstrous. The Heavenly Saint Ruler nudged the beast mount under him, and the beast took a few slow steps forward. His gaze never left Huang Xiaolong the entire time. You actually tempered your flesh to the degree that it is as tough as a supreme spiritual artifact? Even though Flaming Wind Halberd was a low-grade supreme spiritual artifact, it was already shocking that Huang Xiaolong could resist its attack with bare flesh. The Heaven's Path's most powerful existence's body probably was at the same level? So, do you guys still want the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool and Fifth Earth Lightning Pool? Huang Xiaolong stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, as he asked in an indifferent tone, comparable to a supreme spiritual artifact. His body's toughness far exceeded any low-grade supreme spiritual artifact. After all, he had not even used his 3 saint bloodlines. Had he used his 3 saint bloodlines' power and defense ability, he could have raised the strength of his physical flesh to a great extent. The Heavenly Saint Ruler's face was a little gloomy as he tried to appear nonchalant. I admit, your physique is very strong, and you have a knack for fighting people, but it is not difficult if I want to capture you. I will only need to exert some effort. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong, you should hand over the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool and Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool voluntarily. As long as you hand over the 2 Chaos Lightning Pools, I can compensate you. Think carefully about what you want. I can give you whatever my Heavenly Saint country has. I can even give you 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. After witnessing Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess, the Heavenly Saint Ruler opted to take a step back. Needless to say, this was as much as he was willing to give. High-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were precious items even in the Heaven's Path. According to the Heavenly Saint Ruler, since he was willing to give Huang Xiaolong 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones as compensation, Huang Xiaolong would be thankful to him. However, the little cow, King of Grand Mist, and the rest had strange expressions on their faces, looking at the Heavenly Saint Ruler upon hearing that. They knew very well that the Chaos Spirit Stones in Huang Xiaolong's hands were all top-grade ones. To Huang Xiaolong, high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were no better than rubbish. Thus, Huang Xiaolong chuckled and replied, 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Even if you give me 100 million high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, I still won't give you the Chaos Lightning Pools. High-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are no different than rubbish to me. However, if you follow me and become my subordinate, I can give you 10,000 top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. The heavenly Saint Ruler blanked for a second, then rage burst out from his eyes. You dare to taunt me? Top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones had disappeared for many billions of years. Even the many heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path did not have any. Because of this, the heavenly Saint Ruler was certain that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to take out any top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Yet, Huang Xiaolong actually denied his deal. Instead, Huang Xiaolong offered to pay him 10,000 top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for becoming his subordinate. What was this, if not a taunt? A blinding glint flashed from the heavenly Saint Ruler's hand as a great big knife appeared. This big knife exuded a metallic golden scarlet sheen that was glaring to the eyes, exuding a strong aura that was more powerful than the blade Tian Chun held. It was definitely more powerful than Marshal Lan Shifan's flaming wind halberd. Clearly, this big knife was a mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the big knife in the heavenly Saint Ruler's hand and frowned. In the myriad worlds, the ancient heavenly court was the most powerful attack artifact. It was hard to find a supreme spiritual artifact, but why were there so many supreme spiritual artifacts in the Heaven's Path? From Tian Chun to the Heavenly Master, even Wan Shi had a supreme spiritual divine armor, and now the heavenly Saint Ruler and Marshal also has one. How did they get their hands on these supreme spiritual artifacts? Right at this time, lights of knife rays shot towards Huang Xiaolong as the heavenly Saint Ruler slashed at Huang Xiaolong with the big knife in his hand. Boundless knife chi exploded forward like a volcanic eruption. Knife chi submerged the surrounding 10 billion li radius space. Under this overwhelming knife chi, Huang Xiaolong had no place he could dodge. He could only face the attack head-on. The heavenly Saint Ruler was a late Ninth Order sovereign, an existence infinitely close to the peak late Ninth Order sovereign. In one slash, he could cut the void, split yin-yang, and destroy numerous world surfaces. The heavenly Saint Ruler was many times stronger than the previous Marshal Lan Shifan. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong's 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads and 3 Saint Bloodlines power simultaneously roared to life. His 3 Saint Bloodlines power formed a protective barrier over the surface of his skin, and similarly, he countered the big knife with a punch from his bare fist. Huang Xiaolong exerted so much force into the punch that he was bending forward like a bow. As Huang Xiaolong's body bent in an extreme manner like a bow, every strand of energy within his body rushed towards his right fist like lightning. Light and darkness, 2 different kinds of powers concentrated in his right fist. Due to the brilliance of lights from Huang Xiaolong's right fist, even the heavenly Saint Ruler's big knife's glint dimmed in its comparison. Asii. Huang Xiaolong's right fist smashed through the rays of knife chi, bombarding forward with overwhelming momentum, scattering the waves of knife chi rushing towards him and the others. Clank! Right before the astounded eyes of the heavenly Saint country's experts, Huang Xiaolong's right fist punched directly onto the big knife. A sharp collision of metals reverberated for miles and miles afar. Roiling knife chi swept out chaotically in various directions. Volatile energies pulverized the nearby mountain ranges to the ground. Dust and sand from crumbled mountains rose into the air, obscuring everything in sight. The heavenly Saint Ruler felt an irresistible, overwhelming power travel up from the big knife in his hand to his arm. He staggered, and the impact forced him back over 10 li before he regained his balance. The mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact in his hand was humming endlessly, threatening to fly out of his grip. Sharp bursts of pain and numbness slithered up his arm that was holding the big knife. He could not feel anything. This result roused great waves of shock across the heavenly Saint Ruler's heart. The present heavenly Saint country's experts, including Marshal Lan Shifan, who had just swallowed a healing pellet, looked dumbfounded. Even their heavenly saint ruler, equipped with a mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact, was forced back. Even though their heavenly saint ruler was merely forced back, it was important to remember that their heavenly saint ruler was a late Ninth Order sovereign realm expert who was close to advancing to the peak late Ninth Order sovereign. Among the many experts in Heaven's Path, their ruler ranked 5th. Didn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong had the strength to enter the top 10 in the Heaven's Path? Top 10. After forcing the heavenly saint ruler back with one punch, Huang Xiaolong checked his right fist. There were a few fine lanes of blood on his skin that were formed when his fist had hit the big knife. However, these were nothing but mere scratches. A soft white glow wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's fist, and in the next second, the red scratches disappeared completely. Seeing this sight, even the heavenly saint ruler's face turned solemn, and a thin film of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. There is such a freak in the universe? With this level of monstrous physique? Even a mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact barely left any injuries except for a few light scratches? Flesh as strong as a mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact. This was literally a human form of mid-grade supreme spiritual artifact. Again, while the heavenly saint ruler's face darkened, Huang Xiaolong shouted sonorously. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong closed in on the heavenly saint ruler with his fist punching out. Huang Xiaolong activated the 7 Chaos Lightning Pool's power between his brows. The 7 Chaos Lightning Pool's power concentrated in his right hand, crackling on the surface of his fist. 7 Chaos Lightning Pool's power ripped the fabric of space, crushing everything in its path like a vengeful, destructive lightning bolt. For a fleeting moment, there was apprehension in the heavenly saint ruler's eyes. His grip tightened over the big knife and slashed forward at the void, cutting out boundaries of knife chi in an attempt to stop the 7 Chaos Lightning Pool's power. However, Huang Xiaolong's fist force, which contained the power of 7 Chaos Lightnings, crushed through the knife chi boundaries in the blink of an eye and finally landed on the golden scarlet big knife. Wang! The golden scarlet big knife hummed in protest. The heavenly saint ruler staggered back unsteadily, and the sharp pain coursing up his arm became more prominent, turning into a heart-wrenching pain. Again, Huang Xiaolong shouted as he continued to advance towards the heavenly saint ruler. Without waiting for the heavenly saint ruler to regain his balance, his fist swung out again. This time, the heart of hell in Huang Xiaolong's chest emitted brilliant rays of black light. This black light eclipsed all lights in the universe. Waves of robust darkness energy spilled out from the heart of hell and roared out through Huang Xiaolong's fist, as if his fist was a giant opening of a dam of darkness energy that was the heart of hell. Terror wound around the heavenly saint ruler's heart as he swung the big knife in his hand desperately to attack and defend himself at the same time. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's fist hit square on the golden scarlet big knife's body. The heavenly saint ruler was repelled once more. This time, his body smashed onto the mountain behind him, shattering the mountain. The heart of hell! The heavenly saint ruler was both taken aback and exasperated. Again, Huang Xiaolong's nightmare of a voice, filled with desire for battle, reverberated in the air again. This time, boundless devilish lights exploded from Huang Xiaolong's fist. Within the devilish lights was a bloody eyeball, overwhelming ancient curse runes, a stampede of beast souls, the dizzying prism of colors, and an array of ever-changing artifacts. Boom! His fist once again hit the golden scarlet big knife. This time, the heavenly saint ruler failed to hold on to the golden scarlet big knife. The big knife flew out from his grip, humming endlessly as if it was crying. Why am I the one who is suffering every time? At the same time, the heavenly saint ruler was smashed into the ground some distance away. The ground cracked open and a giant fissure ran across the surface like a snake. This sight completely stupefied the heavenly saint country's experts. Lan Shifan's hands were shaking. In front of Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly saint ruler was actually powerless to resist. But clearly Huang Xiaolong had not broken through to high-level sovereign realm, yet his battle prowess was already so tyrannical. What would happen when Huang Xiaolong advanced to high-level sovereign realm? Will he be powerful enough to conquer the entire Heaven's Path? Who would withstand the force of Huang Xiaolong's fist at that time? Huang Xiaolong moved again in a flicker, arriving above the pit in the ground where the heavenly saint ruler was in. The stones and boulders burying the pit suddenly shot into the air as the heavenly saint ruler flew up from the ground. The golden scarlet armor was not as shiny, and there was blood trickling down the corner of the heavenly saint ruler's mouth, looking worse for wear. The confident smile and firm attitude from earlier had vanished from the heavenly saint ruler's body without a trace. He stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong with obvious disbelief. The shadow of fear in his eyes was hard to disguise. That's right, it was fear. Fear that he felt only when facing the strongest person in heaven's path. Suddenly, figures flickered. The heavenly saint country's experts arrived behind the heavenly saint ruler, all staring at Huang Xiaolong vigilantly. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Lan Shifan hesitated for a split second before asking. The heavenly saint ruler's face twitched uncomfortably. He took a deep breath and answered, "I'm fine." But was he really fine? The heavenly saint ruler stared at Huang Xiaolong and spoke sullenly. "The hills are evergreen, and rivers flow endlessly. The next time we meet, I shall seek for another exchange with you." With that said, the heavenly saint ruler turned to the people behind him and said, "Let's go." Although he was adamant to get the chaos lightning pools, the strength Huang Xiaolong had shown so far made him realize that there was no hope in snatching them from Huang Xiaolong's hands. Hence, he could only withdraw now and make other plans. "Go." Huang Xiaolong's indifferent tone rang. "Who allowed you to leave?" The heavenly saint ruler and his group stopped abruptly at Huang Xiaolong's words, and all of them were dumbfounded. The heavenly saint ruler turned back towards Huang Xiaolong, and his face had turned dark like a brewing storm. "What do you mean? Are you planning to leave us all here?" He sneered with obvious ridicule as he went on. "Although your strength is startling, I don't think your strength alone is enough to handle the entire heavenly saint country's experts. I advise you to know when you should stop." Golden scarlet flames rose on the surface of his skin, spreading to his entire body as he stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept over the present heavenly saint country's experts, and he spoke in a lazy drawl. "Is that so? I would like to take up the challenge. Make your move." Since the heavenly saint country had come out in full force, how could he let them return so easily? Hearing that, the heavenly saint ruler laughed in anger. "Fine, in that case. My heavenly saint country's experts would fight to the death against you." He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could fend off so many heavenly saint country's experts by himself. "Form the grand heavenly venerable array." The heavenly saint country's Marshal Lan Shifan immediately hollered an order, directing the heavenly saint country's generals and experts. Zhu Sini and the others acted swiftly at the drop of Marshal Lan Shifan's order. In the blink of an eye, the generals and experts got into positions, forming the grand heavenly venerable array. Their powers synchronized with each other. At the center of the grand array, a surreal golden phantom emerged. Though the phantom was slightly vague, it exuded a majestic might. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely astonished. "This is?" The heavenly saint ruler spoke. "Huang Xiaolong, I obtained this grand heavenly venerable array years ago. It is a grand array created by a venerable realm master. This grand array formed by my heavenly saint country's experts is more than sufficient to kill an ordinary early 10th order sovereign. There's still time for you to retreat now. It's sufficient to kill an ordinary early 10th order sovereign." The little cow, king of Grand Mist, and the others also showed astonished expressions on their faces. Despite his astonishment, Huang Xiaolong watched curiously. An array formation created by a venerable realm master? Was this the trump card the heavenly saint country relied on? No wonder the heavenly saint ruler dared to say that he would behead him. "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong was unperturbed. "I am looking forward to experiencing how powerful an array formation created by a venerable realm master is." Huang Xiaolong admitted the grand heavenly venerable array seemed potent. However, it did not escape his eyes that it was extremely taxing for the heavenly saint country's experts to maintain the array formation, not to mention that it consumed these people's sovereign force at a rapid pace. At one point, this consumption would even affect their cultivation foundation. Therefore, the heavenly saint ruler was still a little worried using the grand heavenly venerable array. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to reason with Huang Xiaolong to persuade him to leave. The heavenly saint ruler's face sank immediately, hearing Huang Xiaolong's words. A frigid cold light exploded from his eyes as he spoke through gritted teeth. Very good. Huang Xiaolong, you asked for it. After throwing that sentence, he leaped into the center position of the array. Blinding rays exploded from the heavenly saint ruler's body, and waves of golden scarlet rays rushed into the array. With the addition of the heavenly saint ruler's power, the entire array shone even brighter, emitting rings of golden light. These golden rings of light rose to the sky above, stirring the chaos chi in the highest part of the atmosphere. The surrounding chaos chi turned turbulent, whistling loudly. The little cow, king of grand mist, and the others were forced back over 10 billion miles by the overwhelming power coming from the array formation. Yet they could still feel tremendous pressure descending on them. Huang Xiaolong stood tall like an eternal divine mountain, not budging an inch. He was entirely shrouded in intertwining black light and radiance white light. No matter how overwhelming the pressure from the array was, Huang Xiaolong remained steadfast akin to an imperishable existence. His three saint bloodlines' power emerged on the surface of Huang Xiaolong's skin, expanding into three different protective boundaries. Archdevils, divine dragons, and golden Buddhas swirled. The heavenly saint ruler and Marshal Lan Shifan both narrowed their eyes at Huang Xiaolong's rising momentum. Attack! Immortal Venerable! The heavenly saint ruler, Marshal Lan Shifan, and the others shouted in unison. The surrounding origin energy rushed frantically towards the grand heavenly venerable array, gathering at its center. The golden phantom became more solid and bigger, exuding a world-shaking might. Extinguish the mundane world! Following the heavenly saint ruler's thunderous bellow, energy burst out from his body. The golden phantom's palms slapped down on Huang Xiaolong. Sacred light glowed from the golden phantom's palms, distinguishing him from the mundane world. The world seemed smaller under the golden phantom's palms, and Huang Xiaolong was nothing but a speck of dust. Looking at the two giant golden palms falling down on him, Huang Xiaolong bellowed. Thousands of archdevils, divine dragons, golden Buddhas flew upwards as the heart of hell emitted glaring blacklight. Darkness roiled up as the blacklight from Huang Xiaolong's body rose to the ninth heavens. Vigorous chaos chi swirled turbulently as the wind whistled in everyone's ears. Huang Xiaolong punched towards the giant golden palms with his fists, countering the attack head-on. Fist force tore space, whizzing through time, and everything in the world seemed to slow down. A prism of colors representing elements of wind, earth, water, fire, wood, white radiance, black darkness, and golden luminance intensified. Rumble! A world-shaking blast thundered the instant Huang Xiaolong's fists collided with the golden palms. The ground below shifted, abyssal cracks appeared, while some part of the ground rose high like tidal waves. Horrifying destructive power mutilated everything within a 1 million miles radius of the heaven's path. The ground over 1 million miles away was rumbling with violent winds howling past it. 10 million miles away, the king of Grand Mist, and the others retreated in a panic upon seeing billowing clouds of destructive aftershock racing towards them. The destructive aftershock quickly caught up with them, jostling them back over and over again. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong directed a large amount of the aftershock waves elsewhere. Hence, despite being roughly jostled around, the king of Grand Mist and the others weren't injured. Huang Xiaolong himself retreated more than 10,000 li from the impact. The colorful lights enshrouding Huang Xiaolong flickered unsteadily as streaks of lightning whipped across the air. Dragons roared and radiance and darkness energy expanded outwards rapidly. Huang Xiaolong seemed to be the reincarnation of the ancient lightning god, Hell's supreme devil, the Lord of Radiance, the sovereign of dragons. The Heavenly Saint Countries group, too, was thrown far back. After the collision, Huang Xiaolong chuckled and disappeared into a blur. In the next second, he appeared right above the Heavenly Saint Countries experts, and his fists punched down like a meteor shower without a word. Huang Xiaolong's fist's force also contained the power of 7 chaos lightnings that condensed into 2 swirling pillars that slammed onto the grand heavenly venerable array. Both the heavenly saint ruler and martial Lan Shifan were shocked. The venerable holding up the heavens. Both yelled at the same time. The heavenly saint ruler exerted his full force, slapping his palms towards Huang Xiaolong's 7-colored chaos lightning pillars. Rumble. Upon impact, Huang Xiaolong staggered back, but he immediately leaped forth in attack once again. Under Huang Xiaolong's relentless attacks, the grand heavenly venerable array formed by the heavenly saint country's experts began to crack. The golden phantom at the center begun to dim, threatening to vanish. In the far distance, the little cow, king of Grand Mist, and the others were awestruck watching Huang Xiaolong's actions. This was literally one person shaking one country. One person was suppressing one of the top 5 heavenly countries in the heavens path. There were terror and fear written on the heavenly saint ruler's face. How is this possible? How can Huang Xiaolong be so strong? Someone who hasn't stepped into the high-level sovereign realm is actually undermining the force of the entire heavenly saint country. When he had fought Huang Xiaolong earlier, had Huang Xiaolong not used his full force? Is this Huang Xiaolong's true combat power? The heart of hell. 5 devil steels. 16 radiance wings. 7 chaos lightning pools. Huang Xiaolong actually has 7 chaos lightning pools. The heavenly saint ruler was beyond shocked. This truth was a great blow to Lan Shifan and the other experts as well. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong suddenly stopped attacking. Heavenly Saint Country's group heaved in relief when they saw that Huang Xiaolong, who had been attacking them like a madman, had finally stopped attacking. But precisely at this point, they noticed a lightning bead hovering above Huang Xiaolong's head. It contained earth-colored lightning. Sensing the terrifying energy swirling inside the lightning bead, the heavenly Saint Country's people all turned deathly pale. However, before any of them had time to utter a word, Huang Xiaolong threw out the lightning bead and shouted, "Go!" The lightning bead immediately released a sea of lightning, falling down on the heavenly Saint Country's group. Boom! When the lightning bead's sea of lightning hit the grand heavenly venerable array light barrier, the array completely shattered, and the heavenly Saint Country's experts forming the array were sent flying in various directions. The heavenly Saint ruler and Lan Shifan crashed heavily to the ground. The heavenly Saint Country's experts crashed to the ground, shattering numerous mountains into pieces. The earth rumbled endlessly from consecutive impacts. Huang Xiaolong recalled the barbarian space's lightning bead, letting it hover above his head. As usual, the barbarian space lightning bead emitted tiny ribbons of earth-colored lightning. The heavenly saint ruler, Lan Shifan, and other heavenly saint countries' experts were still buried under the rubbles. There was no sign of any movement for a long time. He won. When everything calmed down, the little cow came to her senses and asked excitedly, "Victory! One person against an entire country." Honestly, none of them had any confidence this was possible. After all, the opponent was the ruler of the top 5 heavenly countries in the heavens path, and Huang Xiaolong was a long way from advancing to the high-level sovereign realm. But now, Huang Xiaolong's strength had completely exceeded the little cow and the others' estimation. "I knew that kid wouldn't lose." The little cow's face split into a wide grin. "He has never lost." The king of Grand Mist was beaming as he spoke. "I seem to recall someone being less than confident moments ago." The little cow looked to the left and then to the right, asking innocently, "Who? Where? Really?" Her actions brought laughter to the group. In a flicker, Huang Xiaolong arrived above the heavenly saint ruler and Lan Shifan's location. Huang Xiaolong waited. A few moments later, the heavenly saint ruler broke out from under the rubbles and flew into the air. The once glorious golden scarlet armor on him was now chipped and full of cracks. There was dirt on his face. He was in a very sorry state that he had never been in his lifetime. There was unspeakable fear in his eyes. A dozen of breaths later, Marshal Lan Shifan finally broke out from the rubbles burying him. He was followed by Zhu Sini and other Heavenly Saint countries' generals and experts. The Heavenly Saint ruler and everyone else were looking at Huang Xiaolong and the lightning bead above his head with terrified eyes. Saint! Saint artifact? The Heavenly Saint ruler exclaimed in a trembling voice. Huang Xiaolong's voice remained icy and indifferent. That's right. A saint artifact. I believe all of you know very well that if I hadn't held back just now, all of you would have died. Huang Xiaolong had held back the lightning bead's power during the attacks because he planned to loop the Heavenly Saint country into his camp. Otherwise, that attack would have zapped the Heavenly Saint ruler Lan Shifan and the others into reincarnation. The Heavenly Saint ruler opened his mouth, but no words would come. He was unable to refute. Huang Xiaolong extended his arm out. Spiritual energy from the void gathered around his palm and condensed into glimmering spirit stones that rained to the ground. Every spirit stone stirred the surroundings' energy. These top-grade chaos spirit stones? The Heavenly Saint ruler, Marshal Lan Shifan, and the rest were shaking due to excitement. The sight took their breaths away. That's right, top-grade chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong tempted. Those below high-level sovereign realm, who are willing to submit to me, will receive 1,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones each. What? The Heavenly Saint country's experts were shaken by what they heard. 7th Order Sovereign, 10,000 chaos spirit stones, 8th Order Sovereign, 20,000 chaos spirit stones, and 9th Order Sovereign, 30,000 chaos spirit stones. Huang Xiaolong added. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong had stated that if the Heavenly Saint ruler submitted to him, he would give him 10,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones. At that time, the Heavenly Saint ruler had thought that Huang Xiaolong was taunting him. He surely had not expected Huang Xiaolong to really take out any top-grade chaos spirit stones, as top-grade chaos spirit stones had been exhausted many years ago. 10,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones, that was simply ludicrous. But now, the truth was right before their eyes. Moreover, the Heavenly Saint ruler was a 9th Order sovereign. Didn't that mean that he could get 30,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones? Even the Heavenly Saint ruler's breathing could not help quickening at the thought of that. 30,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones was a great temptation even to someone like him. In the myriad worlds, the most precious divine pill at the moment was the 5-colored divine pill, but this kind of high-grade divine pill did not have much effect on him. The benefits were almost negligible for cultivators above the mid-level sovereign realms. Above high-grade divine pill like the 5-colored divine pill was the origin pill, and origin pill worked best for sovereign realm cultivations from mid-level and above. However, nowadays there was almost no flow of origin pills. Even the several prominent forces in the Heaven's Path barely had a few origin pills in their hands. It was mainly because origin energy was simply too difficult to refine. Moreover, the success rate was too low. However, it was a different story altogether when there were top-grade chaos spirit stones. Adding top-grade chaos spirit stones when refining origin pills could significantly increase the chances of success by at least 50%. The despairing success rate of refining origin pills that was lower than 10% could now be increased to a whopping 50%. That was an astounding leap. While the Heavenly Saint rulers and Marshal Lan Shifan's minds raced with the wildest imaginations, Huang Xiaolong's icy voice cut across their fantasies. Of course, if you refuse to submit, you can choose to leave. However, if you choose to leave, you will face the consequences. Killing intent surged from Huang Xiaolong's body. Faces in the Heavenly Saint countries group flickered with struggle and hesitation. I will continue to reward you with top-grade chaos spirit stones if you choose to submit to me and keep proving your merit. Huang Xiaolong added. What? The Heavenly Saint ruler and the others were wide-eyed with astonishment. Many of the Heavenly Saint country's generals furtively exchanged a look amongst themselves. Obviously, many of them were tempted by Huang Xiaolong's conditions. However, the Heavenly Saint ruler and Marshal Lan Shifan had yet to utter a word. Hence, the rest did not take any action. The Heavenly Saint country's experts' gazes fell onto the Heavenly Saint ruler and Marshal Lan Shifan. The world fell into a heavy silence. Brother Tang Hao. Moments later, the Heavenly Saint country's Marshal Lan Shifan finally spoke. inquiring about the heavenly Saint Ruler's opinion. We? The heavenly Saint Ruler looked up to the sky and let out a long, heavy sigh, then faced Huang Xiaolong once again. We can submit to you, but both sides are required to swear an oath to the heavens. An oath to the heavens was an oath made on the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Saint Ruler went on to mention several conditions of the oath. For example, they would only listen to Huang Xiaolong's orders and no one else. They would not accept orders from the likes of the King of Grand Mist, the Little Cow, or any other people. On top of that, they would not adhere to unreasonable orders and demands. These conditions brought up by the heavenly Saint Ruler were reasonable. Thus Huang Xiaolong agreed without much pondering. Hence, the two sides respectively swore their oaths on the spot. We greet the Lord. After the oaths were made, the heavenly Saint Ruler, Marshal Lan Shifan, and the rest exchanged a look, then stepped forward, bowing in salute to Huang Xiaolong. The rest of Heavenly Saint Country's experts stepped up and followed the Heavenly Saint Ruler and Lan Shifan in salute. The Little Cow, King of Grand Mist, Song Mutian, King of Darkness, Flying Devil Python, and the others were delighted, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had conquered the Heavenly Saint Country's experts. The Little Cow winked mischievously at Huang Xiaolong. Shall I call you Lord as well in the future? Huang Xiaolong kicked the Little Cow and chided good-naturedly. Scram to the side, you old cow. Huang Xiaolong, too, was in a good mood after receiving the Heavenly Saint Country. With the Heavenly Saint Country's experts respectfully guiding the way, Huang Xiaolong, the Little Cow, King of Grand Mist, and the rest headed to the Heavenly Saint Country. On the way, Huang Xiaolong asked the Heavenly Saint Ruler about the Heavenly Terror Country. The Heavenly Saint Ruler knew why Huang Xiaolong was inquiring about the Heavenly Terror Country, and he did not dare to dally. He informed Huang Xiaolong everything he knew about the Heavenly Terror Country in great detail. Although the Heavenly Terror Country and Heavenly Saint Country were both located at the deeper region of the Heaven's Path, the Heaven's Path itself was bigger than one could imagine. The Heavenly Saint Ruler told Huang Xiaolong that a Ninth-Order Sovereign Realm expert would take more than a month to reach the Heavenly Terror Country from the Heavenly Saint Country. When speaking of the Heavenly Terror Country, the Heavenly Saint Ruler wore a grim expression. Is he suspected to be an early 10th Order Sovereign? Huang Xiaolong asked the Heavenly Saint Ruler. Yes, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Saint Ruler nodded and added, I fought the Heavenly Terror Ruler a long time ago. At that time, he was already a peak late 9th Order Sovereign. Hence, it sounds right that he must be an early 10th Order Sovereign now. Not to mention that he has the Eye of Terror. Although his Eye of Terror is not a saint artifact, it is powerful and equivalent to Your Majesty's lightning bead. Eye of Terror? Huang Xiaolong's brows furrowed as he asked, Is it a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact? Yes. The Heavenly Saint Ruler confirmed. Why are there so many supreme spiritual artifacts in the Heaven's Path? Huang Xiaolong asked the question that had been baffling him. Where did all your supreme spiritual artifacts come from? He had long been curious about this. The Heavenly Saint Ruler dared not conceal anything and answered honestly. In the proximity of the 33 heavenly gates, there is another separate space. There are supreme spiritual artifacts inside this separate space. All the supreme spiritual artifacts in the Heaven's Path were found there. However, there are many unnerving restrictions around the 33 heavenly gates. Even a 10th Order Sovereign venturing in there would face complete extermination if he were to trigger the restrictions around the 33 heavenly gates. Because that space is in close proximity to the 33 heavenly gates, the entire space is also included within the range of the 33 heavenly gates restrictions. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous to enter the space. In general, we wait until the period when the restrictions around the 33 heavenly gates weaken. That is the only time we dare to venture in. Huang Xiaolong couldn't hide the surprise from his voice. The 33 heavens? Yes, that is so, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Saint Country's ruler went on. We are also unable to predict when the restrictions will weaken and how long the restrictions will remain in the weakened state. Hence, entering the space when the 33 heavenly gates restrictions weaken is still very risky. In the past, a 10th Order Sovereign Realm expert entered the space looking for supreme spiritual artifacts, when the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions weakened. Unfortunately, the surrounding restrictions suddenly became stronger in half a day when he was still inside. That 10th Order sovereign died in that space before he could come out. Huang Xiaolong frowned. A 10th Order sovereign. Yet he was unable to withstand the restrictions' power around the 33 Heavenly Gates? If that was the case, then it was going to be troublesome for him to venture in. That is the truth, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Saint Ruler paused briefly, then added, I'm afraid no one can withstand the power of the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions, including late 10th Order sovereigns, unless one gathers the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools. The 9 Chaos Lighting Pools? Huang Xiaolong almost froze on the spot in surprise. Yes, in fact, the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions are all lightning element restrictions. Some days ago, after studying some ancient records, I discovered a note saying that if one can gather the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools and transform them into a Grand Mist Lightning Pool, then one can fend off the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions. The Heavenly Saint Ruler nodded his head as he spoke. On top of that, if one gathers the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools and transforms them into the Grand Mist Lightning Pool, then the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions could be resolved. Then one can open the 33 Heavenly Gates and cross to the Holy World. Huang Xiaolong breathed out loudly. So it is like that. It was no wonder the Heavenly Saint Ruler was adamant to get the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool. One needs to gather the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools and transform them into the Grand Mist Lightning Pool. Then only a person can open the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions. Other than you, who else knows the secret? Huang Xiaolong asked. The Heavenly Saint Ruler hesitated before speaking. Initially, only Lan Shifan and I were aware of this secret. However, from Zhu Sini's report, when I exhorted them to search for the 5th Earth Lightning Pool, the mighty god Heavenly Country learned about it as well. I suspect that the mighty god Heavenly Country's ruler has guessed the 9 Chaos Lightning Pool's importance, which was why they were competing for the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool. Whether the mighty god Heavenly Country knows that gathering the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools can open the 33 Heavenly Gates, I am not sure. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others stepped into the Heavenly Saint Country's land. The moment Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the Heavenly Saint Country, they faintly felt the origin energy unique to that space. Spiritual beasts roamed freely within the country. Precious fruits hung on lush sacred trees. Winding mountains and gurgling springs were breathtakingly surreal. The sights were even more beautiful than the divine world. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Saint World was hailed as one of the top 5 heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path. On top of that, Huang Xiaolong could feel the powerful restrictions within and around the Heavenly Saint Country's space, and these were many times stronger than the divine world. It would have been a strenuous battle for Huang Xiaolong to defeat the Heavenly Saint Ruler despite having the lightning bead if they had battled within this Heavenly Saint Country's space. The Heavenly Saint Country's origin energy would have boosted the Heavenly Saint Ruler's strength immensely. Huang Xiaolong's group stayed at the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. At night, a blanket of darkness covered the land. Threads of silvery moonlight raised a hazy veil over the darkness. Gazing at the Heavenly Saint Country's full moon, it reminded Huang Xiaolong of his family, especially Shi Xiaofei. Even though the Huang family and Shi Xiaofei had ascended to the divine world, Huang Xiaolong had not really had the time to stay by their side for long due to various reasons. Guilt reared its head in his chest as he thought of this. Huang Xiaolong decided that after dealing with things in the Heaven's Path, he would take some time to accompany Shi Xiaofei and the other girls as well. Huang Xiaolong's thoughts subsequently drifted to the Heavenly Master, Wan Shi, Tianchen, and the Heavenly Terror Country. However, considering the Heavenly Terror Country's power, Huang Xiaolong decided to refine the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool and raise his strength. After that, he would head to the Heavenly Terror Country when he had a full grasp of success. After all, based on Heavenly Terror Country's overall strength, and if a fight broke out within the Heavenly Terror Country, it would be hard for Huang Xiaolong to snatch a victory even with the lightning bead. This would mainly happen because the Heavenly Terror Countryside would get a considerable boost in their strength by borrowing the Heavenly Terror Country's origin energy. After refining the remaining half of the Barbarian Space's lightning bead's power, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation had reached the peak of mid-sixth order sovereign realm. Just a little bit more and he would step into late sixth order sovereign realm. Followed by refining the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool and the 3 origin pills he had obtained from the Heavenly Saint Ruler, Huang Xiaolong had the full confidence of advancing to the late sixth order sovereign realm. Origin pill. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. From talking with the Heavenly Saint Ruler, Huang Xiaolong had learned that there were 2 places in the Heaven's Path where one could obtain origin pills. One of them was the 33 Heavenly Gates space, and the other was the Heaven Valley. However, the restrictions around the 33 Heavenly Gates were a nightmare. Huang Xiaolong would have to wait until the restrictions weakened before he could enter. Therefore, his preferred option was the Heaven Valley. The Heaven Valley was the sole trading market in the Heaven's Path. Good stuff that flowed out from the many heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path would be traded in the Heaven Valley. Sometimes, in order to get what they wanted, some heavenly countries would take out origin pills to trade. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong combed his plans. First, he would refine the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool, followed by the 3 origin pills he had gotten from the Heavenly Saint Ruler. After breaking through to late sixth order sovereign realm, he would make a trip to the Heaven Valley. With sufficient origin pills, he could advance to the 7th order sovereign. At that time, he could easily defeat the Heavenly Terror Country's ruler inside the Heavenly Terror Country. On that night itself, Huang Xiaolong released the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool inside the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. However, before Huang Xiaolong began refining the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool, Huang Xiaolong activated the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace's spiritual energy gathering formation. The instant the formation was activated, endless streams of steady origin energy floated out from the Heavenly Saint Mountain, gathering inside the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. The lush divine trees on the Heavenly Saint Mountain had a similar role to the divine trees Huang Xiaolong had collected from the city of all heavens encompassing space. However, the divine trees here had a bigger capacity to fulfill the role. The origin energy produced by the divine trees inside the encompassing heaven space was paltry compared to the origin energy produced by the divine trees on the Heavenly Saint Mountain. It was akin to a sewing thread next to a thick rope. After the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace's spiritual energy gathering formation was activated, Huang Xiaolong summoned the 7 Chaos Lightning Pools. The 7 Chaos Lightning Pools turned into 7 Chaos Lightning Seas. Streaks of lightning sizzled everywhere around the palace as deep thunder rumbled. As the 7 Chaos Lightning Pools' powers merged, roaring blasts reverberated in the sky above. Terrifying lighting power sent cold shivers down the many Heavenly Saint countries' experts' hearts. When all was done, Huang Xiaolong circulated the Grand Mist parasitic medium as he began to refine the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. With the support from the 7 Chaos Lightning Pools, the process of refining the 5th Earth Lightning Pool was almost effortless for Huang Xiaolong. In less than a month, he had fully refined the 5th Earth Lightning Pool and absorbed the Chaos Lightning Pool's lightning into his body in its entirety. After successfully refining the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool, 8 Chaos Lightning Pools hovered inside the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace in a roiling sea of colorful lighting, on the verge of higher transformation. Now, all Huang Xiaolong needed to do was find and refine the Chaos Spatial Domain Lightning Pool. Then let the 9 Chaos Lightning Pools integrate, transforming into Grand Mist Lightning Pool. Huang Xiaolong did not stop after refining the Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. He took out one of the 3 origin pills. An enthralling glow wrapped around the origin pill that was sitting quietly on Huang Xiaolong's palm. There were different layers of light, almost like a rainbow, that lit up the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace. Even the 8 Chaos Lightning Pool's lightning could not overshadow the origin pill's resplendent glow. The origin pill was brimming with vitality as if it was alive. Moreover, the origin pill's appearance actually stimulated the surroundings' origin energy, and streams of origin energy gathered towards the palace from all directions. This phenomenon resembled a sovereign realm expert who was cultivating by absorbing the surroundings' origin energy. It was a wondrous sight. The 3 origin pills the Heavenly Saint Ruler had given to Huang Xiaolong were called Imperial Sage Pill. Origin pills were graded into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Within each of these ranges were different levels of rankings. In the Heaven's Path, low-rank, high-grade origin pills were the most precious. Mid-rank and high-rank origin pills only existed in old legends. This was because origin pills of mid and high rank required mid-level 4 and above origin items to refine, for example the Myriad Worlds Bamboo and the 36-petaled Green Lotus. But origin treasures like the Myriad Worlds Bamboo were rarer than rare, even in the Heaven's Path. The Imperial Sage pills in Huang Xiaolong's hand were low-rank, mid-grade origin pills. Even so, this grade of origin pill was extremely valuable in the Heaven's Path. The Imperial Sage pill was refined from more than a dozen level 1, level 2, and level 3 origin treasures. Looking at the Imperial Sage pill in front of him, Huang Xiaolong did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The origin pill immediately melted into a sea of origin energy the instant it entered Huang Xiaolong's mouth. Origin energy coursed through his divine sea and meridians. Bright lights burst out from Huang Xiaolong's body, and he quivered. As Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand mist parasitic medium, origin energy that rushed through his body in great waves was quickly absorbed. His body resembled a great desert, greedily absorbing the waves of origin energy. 3 months soon went by. Huang Xiaolong fully absorbed the origin energy sea from the Imperial Sage pill. After refining the first Imperial Sage pill, Huang Xiaolong took out the second pellet. Roughly 3 months later, Huang Xiaolong took out the last pellet. When Huang Xiaolong was refining his third Imperial Sage pill, the light enshrouding him intensified as he stepped into the late Sixth Order Sovereign Realm. Simultaneously, dazzling purple-colored lights burst out from his body, turning into grand mist dragons that fluttered around him. All these years, Huang Xiaolong's grand mist parasitic medium had been stuck at the peak of the late 4th stage. Now, he had finally taken a big leap and advanced to the 5th stage. When Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the Heavenly Saint Celestial Palace, a year had gone by. Although the seclusion had only lasted for a year, Huang Xiaolong had reaped great benefits from it. Not only had he refined the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool, but also broken through to the late 6th Order Sovereign Realm. On top of that, his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium had advanced to the 5th stage. However, the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium was a source of headache for Huang Xiaolong at times. He had spent more than 1,000 years for his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium practice to reach the 5th stage, which was already many times faster than his master and senior brother. Still, the power of the Grand Mist Parasitic Medium's 5th stage was a little lacking for his taste. His master, the King of Grand Mist, who had already reached the peak late 9th stage, could more or less deal with other overlords. His master had once said, "The Grand Mist Parasitic Medium can only truly show its true power at the 10th stage." But how long would that take to practice it until the 10th stage? Is there any purple Grand Mist aura in Heaven's Path? Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. In order to speed up his Grand Mist Parasitic Medium practice, his biggest reliance would be the purple Grand Mist aura. Despite the difficulty in advancing, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't give up on it now, even if someone told him to do so. A while later, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Heavenly Saint Ruler. "Your Majesty, you already broke through to the late 6th Order Sovereign Realm?" Since Huang Xiaolong did not hide his cultivation, the Heavenly Saint Ruler discovered Huang Xiaolong's changes the moment he arrived. He was genuinely astounded by his progress. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. "Broke through by fluke. Go and make arrangements. I'm going to the Heaven Valley tomorrow." The Heavenly Saint Ruler stiffened for a split second. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong had inquired about the Heaven Valley. He knew that Huang Xiaolong's purpose in going to the Heaven Valley was to get origin pills, but didn't he give Huang Xiaolong 3 origin pills already? All of a sudden, the Heavenly Saint Ruler shuddered as he spoke with a little difficulty. "Your Majesty, that 3 Imperial Sage pills, you've already refined them? Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't need to make a trip to the Heaven Valley." Huang Xiaolong nodded. "That's right. I've already refined them. Even though the Imperial Sage pills are not bad, 3 pellets is still a small amount. I hope to get a few more at the Heaven Valley." The Heavenly Saint Ruler's jaw dropped to his chest as he looked beyond shock. "Really? All refined?" A long time later, a wry smile flashed across his face. 3 pellets was a small amount? Those 3 Imperial Sage pills were all the stock he had. Though shocked, the heavenly saint ruler did not ask any questions. He summoned General Wuxia over. The heavenly saint country also had a branch at the Heaven Valley called the Heaven Valley Branch, and that branch was under Wuxia's management. Huang Xiaolong went on to ask the heavenly saint ruler if there was any news about the chaos spatial domain lightning pool's whereabouts. Before entering seclusion, Huang Xiaolong had exhorted the heavenly saint ruler to employ all the resources available to look for information related to the chaos spatial domain lightning pool. The heavenly saint ruler replied, "Replying to your majesty, according to my investigation, the chaos spatial domain lightning pool might very well be in the outer heavens space." Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise. "What? The outer heavens? If that was the case, it was going to be very troublesome." That space was within the coverage of the 33 Heavenly Gates restrictions, deterring even 10th-order sovereign realm experts from entering and putting them at the risk of facing unprecedented perils. Despite having stepped into the late 6th-order sovereign realm and having his 3 Saint Bloodlines defenses, Saint Physique, and 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads, Huang Xiaolong still did not dare to take such a high unknown risk, unless the restrictions around the 33 Heavenly Gates weakened. "It is so, Your Majesty," the heavenly saint ruler went on. "The chaos spatial domain lightning pool is currently within the outer heaven space. Your Majesty can rest assured. According to my investigation, the restrictions around the 33 heavenly gates will surely weaken once within 10 years. Huang Xiaolong's frown immediately disappeared, and it was replaced by obvious joy as he asked, "Really? Are you certain?" The heavenly saint ruler nodded his head and affirmed, "This subordinate is certain. The last time when the 33 heavenly gates restrictions weakened was 1 billion years ago. The weakening of 33 heavenly gates restrictions would not exceed a cycled timeline of 1 billion years. Hence, within 10 years, there will be a period of weakening. However," the heavenly saint ruler's voice trailed off. "However what?" Huang Xiaolong urged. "However, even if the restrictions around the 33 heavenly gates weaken, it won't last for long. The longest time we know is 7 days, and the shortest time is half a day." He went on, "The outer heaven space is boundless as we know it. It is easier said than done to find the chaos spatial domain lightning pool within 7 days. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "That is indeed a problem." Then again, when the time came, he would strive to find the chaos spatial domain lightning pool no matter what. Gathering all 9 chaos lightning pools was not only the key to opening the 33 heavenly gates, but also a crucial element to resurrecting his senior brother Jiang Hong. Huang Xiaolong also took the chance to ask the heavenly saint ruler about the Grand Mist Aura and Purple Grand Mist Aura. Grand Mist Aura and Purple Grand Mist Aura? The heavenly saint ruler froze for a second, falling into contemplation for some time before replying, "Maybe. It could be found inside the outer heaven space." "The outer heaven space has Grand Mist Aura and Purple Grand Mist Aura?" Huang Xiaolong was genuinely shocked. The heavenly saint ruler nodded. "That's right, 3 billion years ago. Someone once saw Grand Mist Aura and Purple Grand Mist Aura in outer heaven space. Moreover, according to the rumors, there are more than one. But this rumor cannot be verified." "Who was it?" Huang Xiaolong asked urgently. The heavenly saint ruler answered, "It was the mighty god Heavenly Country." "The mighty god Heavenly Country?" Huang Xiaolong didn't expect this answer. What a coincidence. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had already thought of visiting the mighty god Heavenly Country after finishing his matters at the Heaven Valley. In that case, he definitely had to meet the mighty god Heavenly Country's ruler to verify the information. The outer heaven space seemed to hold a lot of good things. There were many supreme spiritual artifacts and origin treasures like the Chaos Spatial Domain Lightning Pool and Grand Mist Aura. If he succeeded in finding the Chaos Spatial Domain Lightning Pool, he would possess all 9 Chaos Lightning Pools. This would enable him to go in and out of the outer heaven space anytime he wanted. Early the next day, Huang Xiaolong set off to the Heaven Valley. The little cow, his master king of Grand Mist, and the others were in seclusion at the Heavenly Saint Country. They were in a hurry to raise their strengths. Hence, Huang Xiaolong did not bring any of them with him to the Heaven Valley. Other than Huang Xiaolong, Wuxia and the bald man set off to the Heaven Valley together. On the way, Zhu Sini and the bald man Zhu Hong explained Huang Xiaolong the Heaven Valley's situation. The Heaven Valley was the only trading place on the Heaven's Path, and it did not belong to any heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path. It was jointly managed by 5 heavenly countries. Trading transactions within the Heaven Valley usually proceeded smoothly, and rarely anyone had the guts to rob or snatch within the Heaven Valley. 10 days later, the trio arrived at the Heaven Valley. Though the Heaven Valley was called a valley, it was big enough to fit a great city. The aloft city pierced through the thick clouds above. Even before reaching the valley, one could see a part of the city protruding out. The Heaven Valley city was as big as a superworld surface. By rule, to enter the Heaven Valley, every person was required to pay 10 low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. However, since Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong were with Huang Xiaolong, this fee was naturally exempted. After entering the Heaven Valley, Huang Xiaolong went straight to the marketplace without stopping by the Heavenly Saint Country's branch building. The marketplace was located in the city center. As the Heaven Valley mainly functioned as a trading place for the various forces in the Heaven's Path, the marketplace took up a large area of the city, almost taking up 90% of the city center's land area. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the other two reached the marketplace. The marketplace was actually a massive and grand 10-storied building. Though it was merely a 10-storied building, the building's minaret roof stretched high into the sky. The entrance was wide and spacious, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people entering and leaving at the same time. When Huang Xiaolong walked through the marketplace's main entrance, he went straight to the first floor. Seeing the ambience on the first floor, Huang Xiaolong inwardly sighed in admiration. The interior was tastefully decorated, and the walls were built from precious crystalline stones, reflecting a soft, resplendent glow, giving the visitors a strong visual impact. The entire first floor was extremely spacious, with rows of individual stores lined up in an orderly manner, stretching farther than the eye could see. Who built this building? Prompted by his curiosity, Huang Xiaolong asked. He thought the architectural design was very creative. It is jointly designed and built by experts from our 5 heavenly countries. Zhu Sini replied and proudly went on. People from the 5 heavenly countries spent a lot of effort in order to collect these crystalline stones. After these materials were collected, 100 sovereigns spent a good half of a year to complete this building. There are 10 big energy gathering formations under this marketplace, gathering origin energy within 1,000,000 miles radius around the Heaven Valley. Under the nourishment of rich origin energy, it guarantees the origin pills and spiritual herbs in the marketplace would not lose their origin energy and efficacy. Moreover, the whole building is one entity with numerous offensive and defensive formations. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. This was really an expensive project. With 100 sovereigns spending half a year on building this marketplace, probably only the top 5 heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path could pull this off. The first floor catered to those looking for forging materials and divine artifacts, while the second floor sold spiritual herbs and origin pills. Hence Huang Xiaolong did not delay on the first floor and soon arrived on the second floor. On the second floor, Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong went to the counter to inquire regarding the situations about the day's transactions. Every item on sale in every store was recorded in detail on every floor. Therefore, it was easy to find out if there was an origin pill being traded each day. Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong returned before long. Young master, there's good news. There really are origin pills up for transaction today at store number 10. Moreover, they are selling Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. Zhu Sini's voice was quivering with excitement. Huang Xiaolong did not want others to know about his connection with the Heavenly Saint Country. Therefore, he had Zhu Sini and others call him Young Master in public. A shiver of excitement ran down Huang Xiaolong's spine, hearing Zhu Sini's words. Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. That's a low-grade, mid-rank origin pill, and certainly better than the Imperial Sage Pill. Let's hurry to store number 10. Huang Xiaolong urged and leaped on the divine beast provided by the marketplace and rushed to store number 10. That Shumi old man really doesn't know what's good for him. The mighty God Prince is willing to give him 1,000 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, but he actually refused to sell. While Huang Xiaolong's group was rushing to store number 10, the conversation of passersby drilled into Huang Xiaolong's ears. Shumi old man? Huang Xiaolong's ears perked up at the mention of the name. Could it be the Buddha world's Shumi old man? Huang Xiaolong leaped off from his divine beast mount and landed in front of the group of disciples, blocking their path. Seeing that someone had suddenly blocked their path, the disciples were about to curse in anger when their eyes spotted Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong, who were right behind Huang Xiaolong. Their hearts jumped to their chests as they quickly saluted, paying our respects to lords from the heavenly saint country. Although Zhu Xini's and Zhu Hong's reputation was not as loud as the heavenly saint ruler or the heavenly saint ruler's martial Lan Shifan, both of them were quite famous. Not to mention that both of them were in charge of the heavenly saint country's branch at the Heaven Valley. They could be seen occasionally at the marketplace. Hence, it wasn't strange that many disciples of various forces recognized Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong. Both of them nodded their heads. Zhu Xini took over the scene. Whatever this young master asks, you all just need to answer in detail. He respectfully pointed at Huang Xiaolong. The disciples promptly answered yes in affirmation. Just now, you were talking about the Shumi old man and mighty god prince? I want to know about it in detail, Huang Xiaolong stated. The several disciples quickly recounted in detail about the Shumi old man and mighty god prince to Huang Xiaolong. It seemed that there was an old man called Shumi old man at store number 18 who was selling something called Moon Elephant Spirit Fruit. The Moon Elephant Spirit Fruit was a level 2 origin treasure. It was one of the ingredients needed to refine a type of origin pill. The mighty god prince desired to buy the old man's Moon Elephant Spirit Fruit, and he offered 1,000 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Who would have thought that Shumi old man would actually refuse to sell? Store number 18. Come on, we're going to store number 18, Huang Xiaolong said to Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong. Both Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong complied. Watching the trio leave, the several disciples were baffled as they looked at each other in shock. Who is that lord? One of them asked out aloud. Even Lord Zhu Xini and Lord Zhu Hong are so respectful towards him? A big shot from the heavenly saint country. Lord Zhu Xini and Lord Zhu Hong are both well-known generals of the heavenly saint country. There are only two people who receive such respectful treatment from Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong. One is the heavenly saint ruler and the other is Marshal Lan Shifan. I have seen Marshal Lan Shifan once when I accompanied my father to pay Marshal Lan Shifan a visit. Could that person be the heavenly saint ruler? Another disciple took a guess. The heavenly saint ruler. Everyone was astounded. When Huang Xiaolong had suddenly appeared out of nowhere blocking their path, they were on the edge of snapping at him. I don't think he's the heavenly saint ruler. Another disciple shook his head. According to rumors, the heavenly saint ruler wears a golden scarlet divine armor, enshrouded by the golden scarlet glow from head to toe, and he exudes a majestic aura of divinity. That young man absolutely cannot be the heavenly saint ruler. Most likely, he's the heavenly saint prince. Heavenly saint prince. The disciples' companions exclaimed in astonishment. The heavens path has 10 great experts, representing the 10 most powerful individuals in the heavens path. Other than the top 10 experts, there were also 10 princes that represented the heavens path's 10 most talented and strongest younger generation. Amongst the top 10 princes, the heavenly saint prince was the most mysterious one. Rumor had it that no one had seen his real face. Maybe he's really the heavenly saint prince? Huang Xiaolong wasn't aware that he was already being labeled as the heavenly saint prince by the disciples he had met earlier. He was urging his divine beast mount and racing to the store number 18. Although the group of disciples didn't provide much information, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that Shumi old man was the same Shumi old man of the Buddha world. The same old man who he had once met in the lower realm. As the trio rushed to store number 18, Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong briefly described the mighty god prince to Huang Xiaolong. The mighty god prince ranked 6th amongst the top 10 princes in the heavens path. His strength had already entered the ranks of an overlord at the mid-5th order sovereign realm. Then again, in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, this level of strength was nothing more than a palm swipe, and same as swatting a fly. Rushing as fast as they could, Huang Xiaolong's group soon reached store number 18. At this time, there was a big crowd of Heavenly Country's disciples in front of the store. "Old man, are you really not selling these moon elephant spirit fruit?" A harsh voice came out from the store. "I'm giving you the last chance. Take the 1,000 mid-grade chaos spirit stones I am offering, and sell these 2 moon elephant spirit fruit to me." A cold sneer escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips upon hearing that thinly veiled threat. From the information Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong had given him on the way over, he had learned that 1 moon elephant spirit fruit was already worth over 2,000 mid-grade chaos spirit stones. There were 2 moon elephant spirit fruits in Shumi Old Man's hands. The mighty god prince actually wanted to purchase 2 moon elephant spirit fruits with a mere 1,000 mid-grade chaos spirit stones. It wasn't strange that Shumi Old Man was unwilling to sell. "Not selling." Shumi Old Man's voice sounded from the store. "At least 4,000. The mighty god prince sneered. "Fine then. I'm waiting to see who will dare to buy something that I, mighty god prince, wants." Although fighting was prohibited within the Heaven Valley, as soon as he spoke, absolutely no one dared to perform any transactions in the Shumi Old Man's store. "For 1,000 mid-grade chaos spirit stones, I'll take the fruits." Right when the thought flashed across the mighty god prince's mind, a disconcerted voice shattered the tense atmosphere. The crowd and everyone in the store blanked for a second. Some were shocked, while others were surprised, as they turned to look at the owner of the voice. "There's someone who has the guts to oppose the mighty god prince." That was not different than rushing to seek death. The mighty god prince's face sank in an instant as he turned around. Huang Xiaolong ignored the gazes around him and walked straight into the store. Those who were gloating at Huang Xiaolong's foolhardiness at opposing the mighty god prince were stupefied when they saw Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong behind Huang Xiaolong. The noisy crowd was hushed immediately. The mighty god prince also noticed Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong. He frowned subconsciously, feeling a little baffled. What is this young man's connection to the heavenly saint country? Judging from Zhu Sini's and Zhu Hong's demeanor, they were very respectful towards this young man. He had seen the heavenly saint prince once, and clearly, this young man was not the heavenly saint prince. "Who are you? What is your relationship with the heavenly saint country?" the mighty god prince demanded forcefully. However, Huang Xiaolong continued onwards as if he neither heard nor saw the mighty god prince. He passed by the mighty god prince's side and stopped in front of Shumi Old Man. He smiled and said, "Senior Shumi, we finally meet again." The last time they had met was in the lower realm. Felt as if an era had passed since then. Shumi Old Man's appearance was the same as it was when Huang Xiaolong had met him in the lower realm. There were barely any changes. "So it's you, young friend." Seeing Huang Xiaolong, a smile spread over Shumi Old Man's face, as if he was seeing a dear old friend. The mighty god prince's eyes turned icy as he saw that Huang Xiaolong was ignoring him and chatting happily with Shumi Old Man. There were not many people in the heaven's path who had the guts to ignore him. "Zhu Sini, this brat is someone from your heavenly country?" The mighty god prince turned around again, questioning Zhu Sini in an ill-intentioned tone. A low cold sneer sounded from Zhu Sini upon hearing that. He responded, "Mighty god prince, please correct how you address someone. Young Master Huang is an honorable guest of our heavenly country." Honorable guest? Those in the crowd widened their eyes in silence. The mighty god prince frowned deeply. He then looked at Huang Xiaolong once again and spoke harshly, "Brat, I don't care what's your connection with the heavenly saint country, but if you dare to buy these 2 moon elephant spirit fruits today, then you will be acting against my mighty god heavenly country. You should know the consequences of that." Huang Xiaolong took out 4,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones as if he had not heard the mighty god young master's words. "Senior Shumi, here are 4,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. These 2 moon elephant spirit fruits are mine now. 4,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones." Astonished gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. More accurately, the gazes were focused on the 4,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. Even the mighty god prince was frightened, seeing so many high-grade chaos spirit stones. The amount of 4,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones was a big sum to him. There was a difference of heaven and earth between 4,000 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones and 4,000 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. In the Heaven's Path, low-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were the common currency used in trading transactions, and mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were a precious commodity in itself. Rarely there would be someone willing to spend their high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Therefore, in the Heaven's Path, even 10,000 mid-grade Chaos Spirit Stones couldn't be exchanged for one piece of high-grade Chaos Spirit Stone. Some time back, the Heavenly Saint Ruler had tried to negotiate with Huang Xiaolong for the Chaos Black Sea Lightning Pool and Chaos Fifth Earth Lightning Pool. In exchange, he had merely offered 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to Huang Xiaolong. This wasn't because the Heavenly Saint Ruler was stingy, but high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were too precious. Now, Huang Xiaolong offered 4,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones to buy 2 Moon Elephant Spirit Fruits. This was an unprecedented, exorbitant price. This sum was not just more than enough to buy the 2 Moon Elephant Spirit Fruits, but it could buy Huang Xiaolong 20,000 Moon Elephant Spirit Fruits, and still there would be some balance left. Young friend, this. Looking at the 4,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in front of him, Shumi Old Man was swayed and shocked at the same time. Senior Shumi, don't tell me that you're afraid of taking these 4,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Huang Xiaolong teased half-jokingly. Shumi Old Man blanked for a moment, then chuckled warmly. Looks like I'm overthinking things. All right, since you dare to give it to me, why wouldn't I dare to accept? With that said, he collected the 4,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong received the 2 Moon Elephant Spirit Fruits. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had his own purpose in buying the 2 Moon Elephant Spirit Fruits. In short, the number of origin pills available was simply too little. Thus, he had decided to purchase some origin treasures to refine origin pills himself. There were many origin treasures available in the Heaven Valley. Not to mention he had the pill blending tower, and he wanted to test if the pill blending tower could refine origin pills. Senior Shumi, it is a good fortune that we met here by chance. Why don't you come with me to the Heavenly Saint Country's branch and rest for a while? Huang Xiaolong cordially invited Shumi Old Man with a smile. Sure. Shumi Old Man did not refuse, crisply accepting Huang Xiaolong's invitation. However, just as Huang Xiaolong and Shumi Old Man turned to leave, the mighty God Prince's arm reached out, hindering their paths. His icy gaze was fixed on Huang Xiaolong. Brat, do you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you because you have the Heavenly Saint Country backing you? Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly spared the mighty God Prince a glance and said, I don't think you're capable of killing me. Furthermore, I don't think the mighty God Heavenly Country has that ability. Huang Xiaolong was merely stating a fact. The mighty God Heavenly Country was one of the top heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path. Even though they were strong enough to rank within the top 10, the mighty God Heavenly Country was far behind the Heavenly Saint Country. When Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was still at the peak mid-6th order sovereign, he could already suppress the Heavenly Saint Ruler. Dealing with the mighty God Heavenly Country would take him less effort than that. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong had disregarded him and the mighty God Heavenly Country to this degree, the mighty God Prince laughed due to extreme rage. The mighty God Heavenly Country's experts also glared furiously at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, don't overestimate yourself. You are ignorant of the heaven's immensity. His Highness doesn't even need to act to kill you. We are enough to pinch you to death. An early 5th order sovereign realm expert from the mighty God Heavenly Country berated Huang Xiaolong. What are you, His Highness, taking action? It's an insult to His Highness to kill someone unknown like you. Another mighty God Heavenly Country's expert chimed in. His eyes were wide with a burning anger as he stared down at Huang Xiaolong. The spectating Heavenly Country's disciples were inwardly shaking their heads. The majority of them had concluded that Huang Xiaolong was too preposterous and brazen. Not only did Huang Xiaolong openly insult the mighty God Prince, but he even publicly showed his contempt for the mighty God Heavenly Country. As one of the top 10 experts in the Heaven's Path, the mighty God Heavenly Country's ruler's reputation and overall mighty God Heavenly Country's strength had been rising steadily in recent years, and there were signs of them catching up to the Heavenly Saint Country. As he heard their clamors, Huang Xiaolong scanned the mighty God Heavenly Country's experts indifferently. Whether I am overestimating myself or not, you'll know when the time comes. He said this because he would be going to the mighty god heavenly country soon. Senior Shumi, let's go. Huang Xiaolong turned and said to Shumi Old Man. Shumi Old Man nodded his head. This time around, the mighty god prince did not stop Huang Xiaolong and Shumi Old Man from leaving. But he stared murderously at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure, without hiding his malice towards Huang Xiaolong. People of the mighty god heavenly country, listen up. The moment that brat steps out from the heaven valley, report to me immediately. The mighty god prince's curt voice rang loud in everyone's ears. His voice was infused with the god force of a sovereign, and it reverberated to every corner of the marketplace's second floor, and every disciple of mighty god heavenly country heard his order. Then again, his words were not only intended for the mighty god heavenly country's experts, but also aimed at Huang Xiaolong. He wanted to let Huang Xiaolong and everyone in the heaven's path know the consequences of offending him, and the mighty god heavenly country. Originally, based on Huang Xiaolong's connection with the heavenly saint country, the mighty god prince was still scrupulous to attack Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong had openly disrespected the mighty god heavenly country in public. Hence, no matter who Huang Xiaolong was, he needed to kill him. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled hearing the mighty god prince's words as he walked away. Young friend Huang, you need not offend the mighty god prince to help me, Shumi Old Man said to Huang Xiaolong. The mighty god prince is quite strong. Although his cultivation realm is at the mid-fifth order sovereign realm, the average mid-sixth order sovereign realm expert is not his opponent. Moreover, the experts in the mighty god heavenly country are as numerous as the clouds. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Rest assured, Senior Shumi. It'll be fine. He understood that Shumi Old Man was worried about him. My apologies about Buddhist ancestor Shizhen. Huang Xiaolong hesitated but brought up the matter about Buddhist ancestor Shizhen on his own. Even though Buddhist ancestor Shizhen had died at Wanshi's hands, the crux of the whole thing was also related to him. Shizhen. Shumi Old Man dazed momentarily, then asked, You've seen Shizhen? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Could it be that Shumi Old Man doesn't know what happened to Buddhist ancestor Shizhen? Noticing the slight change in Huang Xiaolong's expression, Shumi Old Man explained, All these years, I have been staying in the heaven's path's depths, almost disconnected from the world outside. News from outside rarely spread into the heaven's path. Even if there were some news that made it to the heaven's path, only the higher echelons like the heavenly saint ruler and mighty god heavenly country's ruler were capable of learning about it. Therefore, Shumi Old Man didn't know what had happened to Shizhen. Of course, Shumi Old Man was also in the dark about the havoc Huang Xiaolong had stirred up, or he wouldn't be worrying about Huang Xiaolong right now. Hence, Huang Xiaolong recounted the details of Buddhist ancestor Shizhen's death at Wanshi's hands to Shumi Old Man. Shumi Old Man sighed after a moment of silence. This is fate. Amitba. Soon, Huang Xiaolong's group reached store number 10 that was selling the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. Due to the preciousness of Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills, many who had heard the news had rushed over to the store. When Huang Xiaolong's group reached the store's entrance, many experts had already gathered, including experts from the Heavenly Terror Country. The person sitting inside store number 10, selling Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills, was a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows, sharp and spirited eyes, and a thick beard that covered a good half of his face. His robust build exuded powerful vigor. Young master, he is Senior Battle Emperor. Zhu Sini introduced the robust middle-aged man to Huang Xiaolong via voice transmission. His tone was extremely respectful when speaking of the middle-aged man. It looked like this middle-aged man had a high status in the heavens path. Otherwise, with Zhu Sini's identity as the Heavenly Saint Country's general, he probably wouldn't show this degree of deep respect. Zhu Sini went on to tell Huang Xiaolong about the middle-aged man titled as the Battle Emperor. The middle-aged man was an expert from the Black Dragon Heavenly Country. On top of that, he was the martial uncle to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's marshal. His status and identity were high up there. The Black Dragon Heavenly Country was one of the top 5 heavenly countries in the Heavens Path, and it ranked above the Heavenly Saint Country. The Heavenly Saint Country ranked 5th, whereas the Black Dragon Heavenly Country ranked 4th place. Although the Battle Emperor did not hold any authority, his identity was honorable enough for the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler to call him Senior Battle Emperor. Senior Battle Emperor, I will pay 400 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for each of these Chaos Heavenly Dragon Pills. An expert from the 9 Supremes Heavenly Country respectfully made an offer. The 9 Supremes Heavenly Country was also a recognized force in the Heaven's Path, and they were ranked amongst the top 100. There were at least 80 million heavenly countries around the Heaven's Path, if not 100 million. Hence, the heavenly countries that could rank in the top 100 were no doubt hegemons in their own rights. From the attire of the 9 Supreme Heavenly Countries expert, it was very likely that he was the marshal of the 9 Supreme Heavenly Country. Only marshals, rulers, and also princes of the top 100 heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path could afford to take out a sum of 2,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in one go. 400 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for buying 1 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill was a reasonable price. It was neither high nor low. However, the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor didn't even bat an eyelid. The 9 Supremes Heavenly Country's marshal was left looking out of place and embarrassed. Senior Battle Emperor, I can pay 420 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for each Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. At this time, a general from the Cosmic Star Heavenly Country spoke up, making a higher offer. The Cosmic Star Heavenly Country was also one of the top 100 heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path. Its ranking was higher than the 9 Supremes Heavenly Country, in the 80s range. The Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor remained stoic, rendering everyone speechless. I have a firmament divine fruit in my hands. I would like to use this to exchange for Senior Battle Emperor's 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills. Suddenly, someone said loudly, "Firmament divine fruit." The surrounding experts exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing that. The firmament divine fruit was a level 4 origin treasure. Although it was merely a low-grade, level 4 origin treasure, it was nonetheless a precious resource. Once an origin treasure reached level 4 grade, its efficacy was not something a level 3 origin treasure could compare to. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel surprised that someone was willing to use a firmament divine fruit to exchange for 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills. Although the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill was a low-grade, rank 4 origin pill, it was still slightly lower in value compared to the firmament divine fruit. Battle Emperor, who had barely batted an eyelid the whole time, finally raised his eyes. This clearly indicated that he was interested in the firmament divine fruit. Before the crowd's excited gazes, that person took out a plant that was as long as an adult's arm. On top of that plant grew a dark red fruit. The dark red fruit was only as big as a fist, yet it emitted a gorgeous glow. The fruit seemed to be brewing all the brilliance of the world. Tens and thousands of living beings were growing inside the fruit, embracing the firmament in its bosom. Firmament divine fruit. However, while everyone looked at the firmament divine fruit with burning gazes, they were also frowning. They could see that this firmament divine fruit had not ripened. There was at least 100,000 years wait before it fully ripened. 100,000 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. Disappointment flickered across the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor's eyes. He spoke in a low, solemn voice. My counteroffer is 3 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills for your firmament divine fruit. After hearing that, the old man with the firmament divine fruit shook his head. Senior Battle Emperor should know very well that once the firmament divine fruit is nurtured to maturity, its worth is much more than 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills. If I hadn't been in a hurry to increase my strength, I would not have taken this fruit out to exchange for 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills. The Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor shook his head and stated, "It takes at least 100,000 years to nurture this fruit till maturity. Not only time, but it also takes a lot of effort. Not to mention, no one can guarantee the end result. Nurturing an origin treasure until maturity could end up in failure. During the growth period, it could wilt and die despite having a low probability of something like this happening. The risk of failure remained. The two went back and forth bargaining, and in the end, the deal fell apart as they could not come to an agreement. Senior Battle Emperor, 500 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for each Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill. An expert from the Heavenly Terror country spoke after seeing that the deal had fallen apart. Battle Emperor's interest was piqued by that offer. After all, 500 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones were already a good price. He had originally intended to exchange the 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills for a high-grade, Level 3 Origin Treasure, but he also understood that this was a difficult matter. A high-grade, Level 3 Origin Treasure was rare. For each Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill, I'll give 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. A split second before Battle Emperor agreed to the deal, a voice rang in the store. 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. The words reverberated in everyone's eardrums, including the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor. Though the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill was precious, it had not reached the exorbitant price of 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones for one pellet. And the person who made that offer was naturally Huang Xiaolong. Originally, Huang Xiaolong had wanted to trade top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, but he changed his mind. The furor from top-grade Chaos Spirit Stones would be too big. The Heavenly Terror country's expert spotted Wuxia, and a cold sneer escaped his lips. So, it's you. You brought this kid here to make trouble, didn't you? 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Can you really take it out? How dare you tease Senior Battle Emperor? This Heavenly Terror country's expert was called Sun Pe. He was one of the Heavenly Terror country's famous generals. He had always been against Wuxia. Because of Sun Pe's words, other Heavenly country's experts were looking at Huang Xiaolong with suspicion and doubt. 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones was a big sum for any generals of the top 10 Heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path, and it was definitely not an easy sum to gather. Can the young man beside Wuxia take it out? Battle Emperor's brows creased slightly. He, too, was doubting if Huang Xiaolong had come to make trouble? While everyone showed doubtful expressions, Huang Xiaolong casually flicked his fingers in the air. Numerous high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones rained from the void, piling high to the ceiling in the store, instantly filling the store with rich spiritual energy. Exactly 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Not one more, not one less. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the hill of spirit stones in front of them. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over the Heavenly Terror country's expert named Sun Pe as he spoke. Just because you're incapable of taking out 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones doesn't mean others can't. Sun Pe's expression turned extremely ugly. Other experts from the Heavenly Terror country were glaring maliciously at Huang Xiaolong. Still, Huang Xiaolong successfully bought the 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills at the price of 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. After putting away the 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor was in a good mood. He was smiling amiably as he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. I've been rude. I haven't asked how should I address this young brother. I'm just an ordinary person, unworthy of Senior Battle Emperor's attention. Huang Xiaolong responded and added, if Senior Battle Emperor still has other origin pills, please contact me. I'll take as many as you have. I want as many as you have. This nouveau riche tone. Probably only Huang Xiaolong dared to utter such words. Even the top 5 Heavenly countries' rulers in the Heaven's Path or the Heaven's Path's top 10 experts wouldn't dare to claim they wanted as many origin pills as there were. The Heavenly Terror country General Sun Pe couldn't resist mocking Huang Xiaolong. What a big tone! The corner of Battle Emperor's eye twitched, but the amiable smile on his face remained as he said to Huang Xiaolong, younger brother, do your words stand? Huang Xiaolong immediately became spirited. Could this Battle Emperor Hong Ming still have origin pills on him? Hong Ming was the Battle Emperor's real name. Of course. Does Senior Battle Emperor have other origin pills? Huang Xiaolong asked. Battle Emperor Hong Ming chuckled sonorously in reply. I don't. But our Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler has. However, he does not have the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pills. He has the Great Treasure Dragon Pills. Great Treasure Dragon Pills. Low-grade, high-level origin pills. It was more than 10 times more potent than the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul pills. Huang Xiaolong was inwardly delighted. The Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler actually had the great treasure dragon pills in his hands. This was truly good news for him. What did Huang Xiaolong lack the most? Was it origin treasures and origin pills? For him to break through to high-level sovereign realm, these 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul pills were far from enough. Listening to the meaning of Battle Emperor Hongming's words, did the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler have plans to sell the great treasure dragon pills in his hand? Though all kinds of origin pills were precious, each kind of origin pill had different functions. Some origin pills had little benefits to some cultivators. Hence it was better for them to sell these origin pills rather than consume them, or exchange them for Chaos Spirit Stones. Then, with these Chaos Spirit Stones, they could buy origin treasures or origin pills that were more useful to them. Therefore, it was nothing strange hearing that the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler had the intention to sell his great treasure dragon pills. Senior Battle Emperor means to say that the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler is planning to sell his great treasure dragon pills? Huang Xiaolong asked with anxiety seeped into his voice. Battle Emperor Hongming smiled and nodded his head. Yes. Xiaoqing the kid found 2 great treasure dragon pills in the 33 heaven space long ago. He consumed one of the pills, so there's only one left. He plans to sell it, but the price of the great treasure dragon pill is not cheap. The Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler's name was Xiaoqing. Sun Pa couldn't resist interjecting at this point, directing his words at Huang Xiaolong. Kid, you must be ignorant of the price of a low-grade, high-level origin pill, aren't you? The great treasure dragon pill costs at least 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Can you afford it? Even rulers of the top 100 heavenly countries in the Heaven's Path would have a hard time taking out 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones all at once. Sun Pa refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong, who had just taken out 5,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, could take out another 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Huang Xiaolong didn't even spare Sun Pa a glance, as his attention remained on Battle Emperor Hongming. Battle Emperor Hongming nodded his head as he affirmed what Sun Pa had just said. That's right. The great treasure dragon pill costs at least 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones, and that is based on the lowest price. As for the actual price, it depends on Xiaoqing, that kid. Kid, did you hear that? The great treasure dragon pill costs 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. That is the lowest price, which means 10,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones are not enough. Sun Pa couldn't resist rubbing Huang Xiaolong's face in it, gloating as he added, also, the Black Dragon ruler is not someone that miscellaneous people can see if they want to. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. He had ignored the Heavenly Terror Country's expert from the beginning because he could not be bothered to pay him any attention. But this fly kept buzzing in his ears non-stop. Zhu Xini and Zhu Hong were enraged and were about to reprimand Sun Pa, but they were stopped by Huang Xiaolong's raised hand. He looked at Sun Pa and said, I'll let you keep your head on your shoulders for now. I will soon visit Heavenly Terror Country, and hang your head on the roof of the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace. Everyone was stupefied by Huang Xiaolong's words. The Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Pa laughed wantonly, pointing his finger at Huang Xiaolong. Kid, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly just now. Say it one more time. Hang my head on the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace's roof? Even the Heavenly Saint Ruler wouldn't dare to utter such words, nor is he capable of such an act. But this nameless character in front of me actually has the guts to say that he would hang my head on the roof of the Heavenly Terror Divine Palace? Sun Pa wasn't the only person that thought Huang Xiaolong was spewing bullshit. Many present experts were shaking their heads at Huang Xiaolong's arrogance. Battle Emperor Hongming was a little surprised and took a closer look at Huang Xiaolong, as if he wanted to refresh his impression of Huang Xiaolong again. The surrounding people's reactions did not affect Huang Xiaolong. He turned around, and his fingers flicked out something. A spatial ring fell into Battle Emperor Hongming's palm. Senior Battle Emperor, there are 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones in that spatial ring. They are for you. I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to the Black Dragon ruler when you return. I would like to buy the great treasure dragon pill. Whether the transaction is successful or not, these 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones will still be yours. The surrounding experts were shocked. 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones just for Hong Ming to pass a message. Even the furious General Sun Pa looked dumbfounded. What was the value of 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Earlier, for one Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul Pill, the Nine Supremes Heavenly Country had merely offered 400 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Even for existences such as the Nine Supremes Heavenly Country, 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones took a long period of accumulation inside the treasury, yet Huang Xiaolong easily gave that amount to Hong Ming just to pass a message. Just to pass a message. This expense was simply extravagant. This was absolutely the most expensive message in the Heaven's Path. Battle Emperor Hong Ming was beyond astonished. But soon, he was grinning from ear to ear. He nodded at Huang Xiaolong as he agreed. All right, since younger brother gave it to me, I shall accept it. I will surely pass the message for you. With that said, he smoothly collected the spatial ring with 1,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones. Hong Ming subsequently gave Huang Xiaolong a transmission symbol, saying that if there was any reply from the Black Dragon ruler, he would be in touch with him. The crowd looked enviously at the transmission symbol in Huang Xiaolong's palm. Who was the Battle Emperor? He was someone even the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's ruler treated with respect and called senior. No random person in the Heaven's Path could get his transmission symbol. Battle Emperor Hong Ming chatted happily for a while with Huang Xiaolong before leaving with a spring in his step. After Battle Emperor Hong Ming left, Huang Xiaolong, Shumi Old Man, Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong also left the store. Send people to check what is that kid's origin. Sun Pa ordered the subordinate by his side as he coldly watched Huang Xiaolong leave. The subordinate complied respectfully. But the subordinate returned to Sun Pa before long. Lord, I just received news that kid had a conflict with the mighty God Prince over 2 moon elephant spirit fruits. He offended the mighty God Prince. Not only that, he even spoke words of contempt, disrespecting the mighty God Heavenly Country, which infuriated the mighty God Prince. The mighty God Prince has released the word that he's going to pack up the kid once he steps out of Heaven Valley City. Hearing that, Sun Pa erupted in harsh laughter. That kid really isn't afraid of death. Well, with the mighty God Prince taking action, I won't have to do anything. Wait till that kid steps out of the Heaven Valley City and then report to me. I want to go see a good show. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's group circled the marketplace's second floor. Whenever Huang Xiaolong came across origin treasures, regardless of level 1 or level 2 origin treasures, he bought them without hesitation. Watching the number of high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones flowing out from Huang Xiaolong's hands, Shumi Old Man's heart skipped a beat. After leaving the marketplace, Huang Xiaolong and Shumi Old Man went to the Heavenly Saint Country's branch building. They stayed there for a day, before deciding to leave the Heaven Valley for the mighty God Heavenly Country. Huang Xiaolong had already mapped out his route. From the mighty God Heavenly Country, he would go to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country to buy that great treasure dragon pill, and then enter seclusion to break through to high-level sovereign. When Shumi Old Man heard the King of Grand Mist, the Little Cow, Song Mutian, and the others were at the Heavenly Saint Country, he departed the Heaven Valley together with Huang Xiaolong for the Heavenly Saint Country. Shumi Old Man had a friendly relationship with the King of Grand Mist, Little Cow, and the others. Coming back in this cycle of reincarnation, he too wanted to meet up with some old friends. At the Heaven Valley City, the mighty God Prince soon received a report from his subordinate that Huang Xiaolong was about to leave the Heaven Valley City. Did you say that kid is leaving Heaven Valley City? Right now. The mighty God Prince found it hard to believe. That kid isn't afraid of death, is he? Yes, young lord. The mighty God Heavenly Country's General Lu Kun reported. That kid is currently heading towards Heaven Valley City's city gates, and they are almost there. The mighty God Prince jumped to his feet. A mocking cold sneer spread over his face. Very good. It really looks like that punk thinks that I wouldn't dare to kill him with the Heavenly Saint Country behind him. He's literally courting death right now. On the previous day, the mighty God Prince had publicly announced by specifically directing his words at Huang Xiaolong's group that he would make a move on them the moment they stepped out of the Heaven Valley city. And today, Huang Xiaolong had openly shown that he was leaving the Heaven Valley city. What was that considered as? Was he taking the mighty god prince's words as a joke? Assemble everyone and make preparations. We're going out of the city to kill that punk. The mighty god prince ordered General Lu Kun. Yes, young lord. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Shumi Old Man, Zhu Sini, and Zhu Hong walked out of the Heaven Valley city's city gates. They had not gone far from the city gates when the four of them spotted a group of people led by the mighty god prince, blocking their path up ahead. There weren't a lot of people, but each one of them was a renowned expert of the mighty god heavenly country. All of them were sovereign realm experts, and the lowest cultivation realms were still second-order and third-order sovereigns. Although low-level sovereigns' battle prowess couldn't be compared to overlords, they still held a high status in the mighty god heavenly country. The mighty god prince stood there, with a bright red cloak fluttering from his shoulders. There was neither joy nor worry on his face as he spoke. Punk, you finally came out. The mighty god prince's flat voice sounded, but it was filled with surging killing intent. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother to respond to the mighty god prince's words and continued walking onwards with the rest. Several people were hiding in the vicinity to watch the excitement, including the Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Pe and his subordinates. Sun Pe watched Huang Xiaolong intently, and the sneer on his face deepened. That punk really has the guts to leave the city. It's a pity that the 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul pills will fall into others' hands. After killing Huang Xiaolong, those 5 Chaos Heavenly Dragon Soul pills would end up in the mighty god prince's hands. Shumi Old Man was worried when he saw the mighty god prince's group waiting for them, and his tone was heavy with concern as he said to Huang Xiaolong, "Young friend Huang, should we retreat to Heaven Valley City?" Even though he had advanced to a high-level sovereign realm in this lifetime, there were so many experts on the mighty god prince's side. Shumi Old Man wasn't confident that he could protect Huang Xiaolong and get out of this situation unscathed. Huang Xiaolong chuckled nonchalantly and shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary. Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 stood still as they stopped 100 meters from the mighty god prince's group. Zhu Sini sternly reprimanded the mighty god prince. "Mighty god prince, do you know what you are doing? You'd better apologize to young Master Huang and withdraw, or you'll regret your actions later." "Apologize to him?" The mighty god prince pointed rudely at Huang Xiaolong and let out a wanton laughter. "Zhu Sini, did a donkey kick your head and turn you silly? This punk better be wise to come over here on his knees and lick my toes." A wave of laughter erupted from the mighty god heavenly country's experts. Both Zhu Sini's and Zhu Hong's faces sank with dissatisfaction. "Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong, both of you better scram far away." The mighty god prince snickered with contempt and added, "Don't assume that I wouldn't dare to deal with you too because you're from the heavenly saint country. Stay out of this or I'll break your legs and deal with the 2 of you." Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong were enraged by his words. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he spoke. "Are all of you attacking together, or one by one?" The mighty god heavenly country's experts blanked for a second. One of the generals by the mighty god prince's side grinned widely. "Punk, aren't you overestimating yourself far too much? You want us to attack together? You're far from qualified. I alone am more than enough to kill you." After saying this, he turned to the mighty god prince and respectfully requested, "Young lord, I'm willing to kill this punk on your behalf." The mighty god prince nodded his head, giving his approval. "All right, I'll trouble General Chen Tianhao then." Chen Tianhao was an early 5th-order sovereign and was a trusted subordinate of his. Based purely on battle strength, many peak mid-5th-order sovereigns were no match against Chen Tianhao. "It's nothing at all." Chen Tianhao responded respectfully, then turned and strode towards Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, are you ready? I'm going to attack." Chen Tianhao smiled brightly at Huang Xiaolong, showing exactly 8 white teeth. With his strength, he had the confidence to win against the several top 10 young masters in the bottom rung. Then what was so special about an unknown young man like Huang Xiaolong? Although he could see that Huang Xiaolong's connection to the heavenly saint country was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, but so what? With the mighty god prince, and the mighty god heavenly country backing him, the heavenly saint country would not have the guts to do anything to him even if he killed Huang Xiaolong. Young friend, it's better I handle this, Shumi old man said to Huang Xiaolong. He had learned from Huang Xiaolong earlier that Huang Xiaolong was the king of Grand Mist's personal disciple. Shumi old man knew the level of the king of Grand Mist's strength, and even if the king of Grand Mist himself was here today, he was not an opponent against Chen Tianhao. But just as Shumi old man was about to step forward to take on Chen Tianhao, Huang Xiaolong reached out and lightly tapped his finger in the air. A powerful and unbelievably faster force that left streaks of golden flames in the air hit Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao stopped as if he was frozen on the spot. Then he was incinerated with a loud popping sound, leaving a pile of gray ashes on the ground, while some of the gray ashes scattered in the wind. The experts hidden in the vicinity stiffened. They looked a little silly as they stared at the pile of gray ashes scattering. That was the mighty god heavenly country's General Chen Tianhao? Even mighty god prince and the rest of the mighty god heavenly country's experts were dumbfounded on the spot for a very long time. Shumi old man was no exception. Huang Xiaolong looked at the mighty god prince. He said in a thick, indifferent voice, "I'm ready and prepared, but it seems your subordinate is not ready yet?" The mighty god prince's senses returned hearing Huang Xiaolong's voice. His face was ugly to the extreme. He glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. "You're actually so shameless as to make a sneak attack?" Although Huang Xiaolong's strength had greatly exceeded mighty god prince's estimation, he believed that Huang Xiaolong defeated Chen Tianhao largely because he made an unexpected attack. Huang Xiaolong snickered hearing the mighty god prince's slander. He wasn't concerned about it at all. His gaze swept over the remaining mighty god heavenly country's experts, and he asked, "Who is next?" "Young lord, let me go kill this punk." A mighty god heavenly country's general stepped out and requested permission from the mighty god prince. This general was a peak late 6th order sovereign. He was absolutely stronger compared to Chen Tianhao. The mighty god prince's expression eased slightly, and he nodded. "Use your full strength. No need to show mercy. Kill this punk. If the heavenly saint country wants an explanation, I'll take full responsibility." The general complied respectfully, then strode towards Huang Xiaolong. Upon watching the turn of events, Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Po came out from his shock and sneered maliciously. The mighty god Heavenly Country's General Hu Jin is hailed as the strongest person below high-level sovereigns. With Hu Jin making a move, that punk's dead for sure. However, just as his voice fell, Huang Xiaolong once again tapped his finger in the air. Mighty god Heavenly Country's General Hu Jin, hailed as the strongest person under high-level sovereigns, was reduced into a pile of gray ashes in the same way as Chen Tianhao. Gray ashes fell into a pile right next to the pile of Chen Tianhao's ashes. The Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Po froze on the spot, and his jaw dropped to his chest in shock. The mighty god prince and his group were dumbfounded on the spot. Astonishment was written all over the Shumi old man's face. Even though he had already broken through to high-level sovereign, he would have found it difficult to suppress the mighty god Heavenly Country's General Hu Jin. Yet Huang Xiaolong had merely moved a finger. Did Huang Xiaolong really need his protection in the first place? A long time later, the mighty god prince came to his senses. Shock and fear were obvious on his face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "You!" Zhu Sini cut off his words. "Mighty god prince, are you going to say young Master Huang sneak attacked again?" The rest of mighty god prince's words choked in his throat like an annoying bone. Huang Xiaolong raised his foot and walked forward in a straight line to the mighty god prince. The mighty god prince immediately turned vigilant, seeing Huang Xiaolong approach. "Punk! I don't believe you alone can win against so many of our mighty god Heavenly Country's experts. Mighty god Heavenly Country's experts, hear my order. Attack together by forming the Falling Star Formation and kill this punk for me." Following the mighty god prince's order, the mighty god Heavenly Country's experts made their moves. Shadows blurred as they moved into various positions. In the blink of an eye, the Falling Star Formation was formed. All the experts held a long starry sword in their hands, and as they channeled their sovereign god force into the swords, intense starlight burst out from the core of the formation, straight to the ninth heaven. Even the experts within the Heaven Valley city were startled when they sensed the sudden overwhelming pressure and saw the dazzling starlight that shot to the sky. The falling star formation is one of two mighty god heavenly countries' most powerful formations. Even in the heaven's path, the falling star formation is known as one of the more powerful formations. With so many mighty god heavenly countries' experts forming the formation, it's lethal enough to kill a mid-7th order, even a late 7th order sovereign, a celestial rock heavenly country general, spectating from a distance, sighed in admiration. Light flickered across Sun Po's eyes several times, and he snorted. Even the giant Kuan prince, the harbinger among the top 10 young masters, can't withstand this level of attack from the falling star formation. This punk is nothing compared to him. I don't believe he's stronger than the giant Kuan prince. Giant Kuan prince was one of the Heaven's Path's top 10 young masters. He was hailed as one of the most talented geniuses of the younger generation. Not only was he a mid-7th order sovereign expert, but he had also successfully practiced the number 1 strongest divine art in the Heaven's Path. It was called the Giant Kuan art. However, in Sun Po's opinion, even Prince Giant Kuan wouldn't be able to withstand the mighty god heavenly god's falling star formation that was supported by so many experts. Although Huang Xiaolong had easily killed Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin earlier, there were still 4 6th-order sovereigns among the 20-plus remaining mighty god heavenly countries experts. And all the remaining experts were mid-level sovereign overlords. A falling star formation supported by so many experts naturally contained shocking strength. Attack! The mighty god prince roared at the top of his lungs. The mighty god heavenly countries experts simultaneously waved their swords. The swords turned into a shower of falling meteors, heading straight towards Huang Xiaolong. Before these falling meteors reached Huang Xiaolong, startling sword chi surged forth, slashing through heaven and earth. The space around Huang Xiaolong was slashed by vigorous sword chi. Despite being early 7th order sovereigns, Shumi Old Man and Zhu Sini, as well as Zhu Hong, did not dare to face the startling sword chi directly. They dodged swiftly out of the way. In contrast, Huang Xiaolong seemed petrified, too scared to move, letting the frightening curtain of sword chi cut him. Ecstasy climbed up on Sun Po's and the mighty god prince's faces. But the next scene stupefied everyone. When the curtain of sword chi that could shred a 7-order sovereign into ribbons landed on Huang Xiaolong, sparks flew as if the sword chi had fallen on a giant chaos wall. There was not a scratch on Huang Xiaolong's body. Then, the long swords that had transformed into falling meteors also hit Huang Xiaolong's body. Zhang! 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 Harsh noises of colliding metal cut the air. The long starry swords broke into pieces and fell to the ground. This, impossible! Sun Pa shrieked, seeing the outcome. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong raised his palm and struck out. A massive palm appeared in the air, shooting straight towards the group of mighty god heavenly countries experts and stopping above their heads. The massive palm slapped down before any of them could react. The bright starlight that soared to the sky dispersed instantly under the massive palm. The manifested vast galaxy shattered like fragile glass. All the mighty god heavenly countries experts were sent flying in various directions with blood spurting from their mouths. Tragic screams reverberated in the air. The rest of Sun Po's shriek choked in his throat, and he was quivering from head to toe. Blood drained from the mighty god prince's face, and his pupils reflected the miserable state of the mighty god heavenly countries experts. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had already held back his strength. Otherwise, these mighty god heavenly countries experts would have suffered far worse than mere heavy injuries. Huang Xiaolong's hands reached out to grab the mighty god prince. Seeing this, the mighty god prince's pupils needled in fear, inwardly. He frenziedly circulated his sovereign god force. One after another, defensive Grand Mist treasure artifacts appeared to fend off Huang Xiaolong. However, these Grand Mist treasure artifacts were repeatedly flicked away by Huang Xiaolong to the distant mountains. The force from Huang Xiaolong's palm forcefully pulled the mighty god prince towards him. A shudder ran down the mighty god prince's spine as Huang Xiaolong's face enlarged in his eyes. Why you? What do you want to do? The mighty god prince stammered, feeling a deep dread. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Huang Xiaolong reassured tepidly before adding, At least, I won't kill you now. Mighty god prince was inwardly relieved hearing that. But then raging hatred filled his chest. Wait until the mighty god heavenly country's experts arrive to rescue me. I will return today's humiliation 100 times to Huang Xiaolong. Thinking how to retaliate later? Huang Xiaolong pierced through the mighty god prince's thoughts, looking at his expression. The mighty god prince nearly jumped out of his skin in fright, having his thoughts seen by Huang Xiaolong. Just as he wanted to refute, Huang Xiaolong cut him off. I will give you a chance as I'm going to visit the mighty god heavenly country with you. Right now, head to the mighty god heavenly country. The mighty god prince was not the only person dumbfounded by Huang Xiaolong's words, but so were the surrounding experts. Senior Shumi, let's go. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and invited Shumi Old Man, who was in a dazed state. Shumi Old Man looked at Huang Xiaolong and nodded in a fluster. Huang Xiaolong sealed the mighty god prince's strength and threw him towards Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong. After that, he sped away into the sky. Seeing Huang Xiaolong had left, the heavenly terror country's General Sun Pe, who had been tensely holding his breath in dread and apprehension, relaxed. His palm was wet with cold sweat when he wiped his forehead. That young man, is he really going to drag the mighty god prince all the way back to the mighty god heavenly country? An expert voiced his doubt out loud. I think he's just saying that for face's sake. I don't think he has the guts to do that. If he really did, the mighty god ruler and the mighty god heavenly country's marshal would squash him like a fly. Some shook their heads at Huang Xiaolong's naivety. Sun Po's eyes gleamed with his own thoughts, listening to the chatter around him. He naturally hoped that Huang Xiaolong would go to the mighty god heavenly country. While Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the mighty god heavenly country with the mighty god prince in tow, the death of the mighty god heavenly country's General Chen Tianhao and General Hu Jin, the destruction of falling star formation formed by many experts, as well as the mighty god prince's capture spread like wildfire through the heavens path. The news naturally shocked everyone. Who was the mighty god prince? He was one of the heavens path's top 10 young masters, and his father, the mighty god heavenly country's ruler, was one of the top 10 experts of the heavens path. Not to forget, the mighty god heavenly country had been on a rising trend in recent years. Someone had actually captured the mighty god prince and killed 2 of their generals, Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, in public. The news of Huang Xiaolong killing Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, along with capturing the mighty god prince and being en route to the mighty god heavenly country, soon reached the mighty god ruler's ears. A short and round middle-aged man sat on the throne inside the mighty god divine palace's main hall. There was a small, red-colored meat lump on his forehead. It looked like a mole, but it didn't seem to be. The red meat lump actually emitted a subtle red glow, and it was extremely eye-catching. This middle-aged man was none other than the mighty god heavenly country's ruler. The mighty god ruler was one of the top 10 experts in the heavens path. Although the mighty god ruler's ranking was lower than the heavenly saint ruler, he was almost as strong as him. Have you found out that kid's origins? The mighty god ruler's stern gaze swept over the experts standing below the dais. The many mighty god heavenly country's experts remained silent. A while later, Xionggang took a step forward and slightly hesitated before speaking. Replying to your majesty, that young man should be the same person who injured me. The mighty god ruler's eyes narrowed, hearing that answer. Oh, it's him? There was a hint of confusion in his eyes as he went on. However, why is he with people from the heavenly saint country? That chaos lightning pool should have been snatched by him. Logically speaking, there should be a big grudge between him and the heavenly saint country. Did he surrender to the heavenly saint country? An old man with a big face and big ears, standing closest to the mighty god ruler, mused solemnly. Most likely, he offered that chaos lightning pool to the heavenly saint ruler. That must have gained him the heavenly saint ruler's certain degree of trust. Therefore, even Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong are so respectful to him. Maybe, that kid's a top general of the heavenly saint country now. A top general was a position only second to the marshal. In every heavenly country, the marshal was under the ruler in the hierarchy, and under the marshal were several generals. However, amongst these generals, there was one general that ranked higher than the rest. He only took command from the ruler and the marshal. The old man with a big face and big ears was mighty god heavenly country's marshal, Xianxia. The mighty god ruler nodded in agreement. There is this possibility. He killed Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin without much effort. He also broke the falling star formation easily. His strength is probably at the mid-7th order sovereign, which is the same as the giant Kuan prince. Being able to catch the heavenly saint ruler's eye and becoming the heavenly saint country's top general is nothing out of the ordinary. However, a murderous aura surged from his eyes as he went on. But does he really think that with the heavenly saint country backing him, I wouldn't dare to take his life? I shall make a trip myself and deal with the kid once and for all? The mighty god Marshal Xianxia offered and insisted. This matter does not require your majesty to deal with it personally. The mighty god ruler pondered the suggestion but decided against it in the end. He said, "There is no need. Judging from the direction that kid's traveling in, he's very likely coming to our site. We will just wait for him here. I'm a little curious about what he's going to say when he arrives." Mighty god Marshal Xianxia nodded. That works as well. 2 days later, somewhere in the mighty god heavenly country, a bright light flashed as Huang Xiaolong appeared in the sky, carrying the mighty god prince. On the way to the mighty god heavenly country, Huang Xiaolong had tasked Zhu Sini and Zhu Hong to send Shumi Old Man to the heavenly saint country. He alone was enough to deal with the mighty god heavenly country. In truth, it wasn't as convenient for Huang Xiaolong if the Shumi Old Man, Zhu Sini, and Zhu Hong were by his side. The mighty god prince was held up by Huang Xiaolong like a little pup, looking chagrined. The killing intent he had been holding inside soared to the sky when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had really dared to appear in the mighty god heavenly country. Punk, just wait. Soon, I'll make you feel that the taste of death is better than living. I'll make you swallow every scrap of beast dung in our mighty god heavenly country. The more the mighty god prince thought about it, the harder his killing intent raged. As the prince of the mighty god heavenly country and one of the top 10 young masters in the heaven's path, never had he been so humiliated in his life. Looking at the mighty god prince's darkened expression, Huang Xiaolong spoke nonchalantly. Are you thinking about how you are going to torture me later? Want to make me feel like dying is better than living? The mighty god prince stiffened for a split second, but then he laughed in a fury, making his face distorted. That's right. Even if you release me now and cry, begging for mercy, it is useless. It's already too late. They had already entered the mighty god heavenly country. Huang Xiaolong wasn't capable of flipping the heavens here. The mighty god prince had a special rune on his body. Whenever he appeared within the mighty god heavenly country, his father would sense it immediately. Now, his father, as well as the mighty god heavenly country's experts, would have known that he was already back. Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to run away now even if he wanted to. As expected, barely a second after the mighty god prince finished speaking, space fluctuated as a group of people appeared. These were naturally the mighty god heavenly country's experts. Looking at the mighty god heavenly country's experts, who had come out in full force, the mighty god prince was beyond euphoric. His gaze fell on his father's figure, and he hollered, "Lord Father, you're finally here. Save me. This punk has used various methods to torture me the entire way here, nearly causing my soul to collapse. He cannot be spared." The mighty god prince shouted loudly, as if he had found his pillar of support, that he completely forgot he was still in Huang Xiaolong's hands. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had not used any methods to torture him at all. That was merely the mighty god prince making up stories. The mighty god ruler nodded his head at his son's complaint and reassured his son. "Don't worry. Even if the heavenly saint ruler comes himself, he won't be able to save this kid." And he wasn't bragging. Although his strength was slightly lower than the heavenly saint ruler, the heavenly saint ruler was incapable of killing him. On this land, He as the ruler could borrow the mighty god heavenly country's origin energy. This would make him a little stronger than the heavenly saint ruler. Therefore, he was very confident that even if the heavenly saint ruler showed up, he wouldn't be able to save Huang Xiaolong. Kid, do you think by submitting to the heavenly saint ruler and obtaining the heavenly saint ruler's trust, you can do as you please? Do you think that I won't kill you when you are in my mighty god heavenly country's territory? The mighty god ruler turned his attention towards Huang Xiaolong, looking at him with a frosty gaze. Huang Xiaolong was bewildered for a second. I have submitted to the heavenly saint ruler, and he trusts me? Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly, shaking his head. It seems like this mighty god ruler has assumed that his trump card and backing is the heavenly saint ruler. Then again, Huang Xiaolong understood that it was normal that the mighty god ruler had come to that conclusion. You're mistaken. Huang Xiaolong shook his head again as he stated. Mistaken? The mighty god ruler, mighty god Marshal Tian Qifei, and the others all looked baffled, failing to understand what Huang Xiaolong's words meant. I did not submit to the heavenly saint ruler. Huang Xiaolong stressed and corrected. It was the heavenly saint ruler who submitted to me. The mighty god ruler, mighty god Marshal Tian Qifei, and the others blanked momentarily. Soon several puffs sounded as the group erupted into laughter. More than half of the mighty god heavenly country's experts failed to hold back and broke out in laughter, saliva flying out. Even the mighty god ruler and Marshal Tian Qifei flashed blinding bright smiles. If it wasn't for wanting to maintain their image, perhaps both of them would have laughed so hard that they would have bent over. Mighty god Prince was guffawing like he was afraid Huang Xiaolong didn't hear him. Punk! Why don't you exaggerate a bit more? You can say that the giant Kuan heavenly country submitted to you, and you're already the strongest person in the heaven's path. The giant Kuan heavenly country was the heaven's path most powerful country. Clearly, none of the people in the mighty god heavenly country believed what Huang Xiaolong had said. Well, not only them, anyone in the heaven's path would react the same way if they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. What kind of existence was the heavenly saint ruler? Among the rulers of the heaven's path's 5 most powerful heavenly countries, the heavenly saint ruler was the 5th strongest expert, yet an adolescent youth was telling them that the heavenly saint ruler had submitted to him? Wouldn't that mean that the heavenly saint ruler was this punk's subordinate? I nearly died from laughter. The mighty god Prince laughed harder as he recalled Huang Xiaolong's words, unable to stop himself. The mighty god heavenly country's experts laughed for a full minute before they managed to stop. Only the mighty god Prince continued laughing non-stop. His laughter was starting to get on Huang Xiaolong's nerves. So Huang Xiaolong exerted force in his right hand and crushed the mighty god Prince's right shoulder. Hell's darkness energy surged into the mighty god Prince's body, rendering him shrieking in pain. His laughter finally stopped. Insolent! What the fuck are you doing? Release our young lord immediately. Stop this instant. The mighty god Prince's shrieks immediately brought the mighty god heavenly country's experts' attention to Huang Xiaolong. When they realized what Huang Xiaolong had done, several of them barked in anger, and a few of them had also already attacked Huang Xiaolong. But before these experts' attacks hit their intended target, the seemingly powerful attacks rebounded back to their attackers with a single flick from Huang Xiaolong's fingers. Divine armors shattered, blood spurting out in various directions. More than a handful of experts crashed hard into the distant mountains, completely incapacitated. Only then did the rest of mighty god heavenly country's experts remembered that Huang Xiaolong was someone who had killed Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin, and finally took Huang Xiaolong seriously. The mighty god heavenly country's Marshal Tian Qifei's eyes darkened icily that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to injure the mighty god prince right before their eyes. He stepped out from the group, glaring ferociously at Huang Xiaolong as he spoke. I'll give you 10 seconds to release our young lord. Release our young lord within 10 seconds. That way, you won't die so miserably in the end. If you don't release him after 10 seconds, Tian Qifei stopped there, but the sharp glint in his eyes intensified as he went on. You will become the person who died most tragically in the heaven's path. Blue flames from Tian Qifei soared to the sky, covering the sky above the mighty god heavenly country. Everything in the surroundings was dyed with the flame's blue color, and it was a frightening sight. Tian Qifei's aura was completely released, exuding a momentum that could drown the entire heavenly country. The mighty god heavenly country ranked 9th amongst the top 10 heavenly countries in the heavens path, and as the martial, Tian Qifei's strength naturally surpassed Qin Tianhao and Hu Jin by a large margin. Yet Huang Xiaolong's right hand continued to exert strength, as if he had not felt Tian Qifei's killing intent. The mighty god prince's screams not only continued but became more tragic. Tian Qifei's expression turned ugly at Huang Xiaolong's action, and the killing intent surging around his body became ever more violent. This man actually disregarded my words? At the same time, the mighty god ruler's killing intent raged to the peak, seeing Huang Xiaolong injuring his son. However, since Tian Qifei was going to handle Huang Xiaolong, he held back. 1 second, 2 seconds. Tian Qifei's killing intent was still rising, and soon, 10 seconds passed. Huang Xiaolong's right hand continued to exert force, and the mighty god prince's agonizing screams reverberated endlessly. Die! Tian Qifei hollered as he finally made his move. His torso twisted forward. Violent energy surged around his hands, and the sky-eclipsing blue flames shrunk faster than the blink of an eye, condensing into a great blue flame blade in his hand. The blue flame blade stretched for miles, emitting eerie sizzling noises. The moment the blue flame blade came into being, its surrounding space was reduced to a black hole. The thick space barrier was unable to withstand the blue flame's heat. In the next instant, the clear sky blue flame blade slashed onto Huang Xiaolong. Swoosh! As the clear sky blue flame blade slashed down, a tearing noise rang through heaven and earth as if the world was being split apart. Tian Qifei's eyes were cold and indifferent as he watched on. This blue flame was a great treasure he had obtained 100 million years ago in the 33 heavens space. Although it was not a supreme spiritual treasure, its power exceeded that of a supreme spiritual treasure. On top of that, it could change into any form as it attacked. Through repeated refinement and comprehension in the course of 100 million years, he had gotten more familiar with the blue flames as time passed. Now, he had absolute control over these nameless blue flames, and Tian Qifei was certain. Even an 8th order sovereign could not escape death under this slash. Not to mention, Tian Qifei had full grasp that this slash could cut Huang Xiaolong into 1,000 pieces without harming a hair on the mighty god prince in Huang Xiaolong's hands. As they looked at Tian Qifei's powerful blade, even the mighty god heavenly country's experts felt uncontrollable apprehension. The mighty god ruler inwardly nodded in appreciation. His own strength had risen rapidly in recent years, and he had also obtained a great treasure. But without that treasure, he wouldn't dare to say that he could take a similar attack from Tian Qifei. When the blue flames were 10,000 zhang above Huang Xiaolong's head, the mountains below Huang Xiaolong were reduced to blue quicksand, collapsing down in an instant. The blue flames were powerful enough to melt a grand mist treasure artifact. Even though the mountains below had been strengthened, they could not withstand being scorched by the blue flames. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he looked at the clear sky blue flame blade. He raised his right hand's index finger and middle finger towards the falling blade. Huang Xiaolong's simple actions completely dumbfounded the mighty god ruler. This kid's crazy, right? Is he planning to stop the marshal's blade with 2 fingers? One of the mighty god heavenly country's general mocked. Since we're not crazy, then he must be crazy, General Xianxia ridiculed, shaking his head. Tian Qifei sneered coldly, seeing Huang Xiaolong's action and increased his power. He had merely exerted 80% of his strength initially, but now, he raised the power of the attack to full force. The moment the clear sky blue flame blade was inches from Huang Xiaolong's head, there was no resounding collision, nor the scene of tragic screams and blood flying everywhere that the mighty god heavenly country's experts had imagined. The blade fell right between Huang Xiaolong's 2 fingers, without making the slightest noise. He caught it? The mighty god heavenly country's General Xianxia exclaimed dazedly. Huang Xiaolong wasn't crazy. It was them who had gone crazy. The mighty god ruler's jaw nearly fell to the floor in disbelief as he stared at the clear sky blue flame blade fixed between Huang Xiaolong's 2 fingers. The mighty god prince had stopped screaming. He too was staring stupidly at the scene before him. Before Tian Qifei's astounded gaze, Huang Xiaolong slightly twisted his fingers to the side, bending the long, clear sky-blue flame blade further and further until it snapped. Harsh snapping noises rang in the air as the blade broke into countless pieces, raining down to the land below. Tian Qifei felt an overpowering force slamming towards him, sending him reeling back involuntarily. Something warm gushed up his throat and flowed out the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the golden-colored blood that stained his fingers when he wiped his mouth. The others looked petrified by the result. The mighty god prince had forgotten the ruthless words he was screaming at Huang Xiaolong earlier. "You? Who are you?" A long time passed before Tian Qifei managed to stammer out the question. At this point, his voice contained fear that he himself did not notice. He was unable to contain the dread snaking up his chest as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. He had long entered the early Ninth Order Sovereign, and with his strength, he was an expert in the top 20 ranks in the Heaven's Path. Yet, Huang Xiaolong had easily injured him by simply parrying his attack. The Mighty God Ruler and Mighty God Heavenly Country's experts were now looking at Huang Xiaolong seriously. "Huang Xiaolong," Huang Xiaolong stated flatly. "What? Why you're Huang Xiaolong?" Both the Might God Ruler and Marshal Tian Qifei exclaimed in shock at the same time. The present generals might not have known who Huang Xiaolong was, but both of them had heard that Huang Xiaolong had stirred chaos in the divine world, even defeated Wan Shi and Tianqin. Although they had heard of what had happened in the divine world, they had clearly not paid it much attention, feeling 90% of what they had heard was an exaggeration. After that, this young man standing in front of them had caused the Heavenly Master to flee with his tail between his legs. The Mighty God Ruler's expression was even more solemn. Regardless of whether the Heavenly Master was really forced to run by Huang Xiaolong, the battle strength Huang Xiaolong had shown just now was enough for him to take Huang Xiaolong seriously. "So, you're Huang Xiaolong," the Mighty God Ruler spoke. The way he addressed Huang Xiaolong had changed. "I admit you're strong. Your battle strength is probably comparable to the Heavenly Saint Ruler. However, even the Heavenly Saint Ruler must give me an explanation if he kills a general of my Mighty God Heavenly Country." The Mighty God Ruler clearly stated that Huang Xiaolong had killed Chen Tianhao and Hu Jin and tortured his son in front of him. Hence Huang Xiaolong needed to give him an explanation. Otherwise, if the matter were to spread out, where should he put his face as the Mighty God Ruler? In his opinion, even though Huang Xiaolong possessed strength comparable to the Heavenly Saint Ruler, he had the confidence to defeat Huang Xiaolong within the Mighty God Heavenly Country. An explanation? Huang Xiaolong looked meaningfully at the Mighty God Ruler and asked, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Anger flitted across the Mighty God Ruler's eyes at Huang Xiaolong's airy unconcern. He responded, "I will invite the rulers in the Heaven's Path to my Mighty God Heavenly Country, and you will apologize to me in front of them. Give me 50,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones as compensation." 50,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones? Huang Xiaolong didn't bother to hide the ridiculing sneer on his face. 50,000 high-grade Chaos Spirit Stones weren't a lot to Huang Xiaolong, but it was great wealth to a super-heavenly country. The Mighty God Ruler's demand was no different than committing daylight robbery. As for demanding Huang Xiaolong to apologize to him in front of other heavenly countries' rulers was forcing him to do something against his will. Even someone like the Heavenly Saint Ruler would not agree to such a demand. Huang Xiaolong retorted coldly, "You're mistaken about one thing." "Mistaken about one thing?" The Mighty God Ruler frowned. "In my eyes, there is no difference between you and your son," Huang Xiaolong stated flatly. The Mighty God Ruler's face sank. "There is no difference between me and my son?" He looked at his son, who was held like a chick in Huang Xiaolong's hand. "Is this kid saying that I am no different than a waste?" "Very good." The Mighty God Ruler was infuriated by Huang Xiaolong's contempt. "Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." His momentum soared as he unleashed his strength completely. Violent dancing hurricanes condensed around him, wreaking destruction. The Mighty God Ruler was a late Ninth Order sovereign existence who was not weaker than the Heavenly Saint Ruler. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. It did not cross his mind that the mighty god ruler was already a late Ninth Order sovereign. With the mighty god ruler's own strength and his increased power from borrowing the mighty god heavenly country's origin energy, he would no doubt be many times stronger than the heavenly saint ruler. After all, the heavenly saint ruler did not have the condition of borrowing any origin energy when he had fought Huang Xiaolong. No wonder the mighty god ruler dared to demand him to apologize in public, as well as 50,000 high-grade chaos spirit stones. The mighty god heavenly country's sky rumbled and shook at this time as an ocean of light shone brightly over the land and continued to spread. The latent origin energy that was everywhere was stimulated. The mighty god heavenly country's vigorous and endless origin energy rushed into the mighty god ruler's body from above. Soon, his late Ninth Order sovereign realm cultivation rose to the peak late Ninth Order sovereign realm under the origin energy's enhancement. However, this was not all. His momentum and strength rose higher until his cultivation reached the early of 10th Order sovereign. Early 10th Order sovereign. This was the mighty god heavenly ruler's strength after his strength was enhanced by the origin energy. Azure lights gathered around the mighty god ruler and rays of light turned into more and more violent hurricanes that ascended to the sky above. From afar, the mighty god ruler was the epitome of a great wind god who had stepped out from ancient times. Any one of these Saiyan hurricane pillars could easily send an existence like the mighty god heavenly country's martial Xianxia flying. The nearby mountains were pulverized into specks of dust by the Saiyan hurricanes, rising high into the air. Upon sensing the robust and abundant energy coursing through his body, the mighty god ruler received a boost of confidence. He looked at Huang Xiaolong condescendingly and said, "Huang Xiaolong, are you beginning to regret your arrogance after seeing my strength? I had already given you a chance, but your regret came too late. Time-space reversal." The mighty god ruler's sharp, cold voice rang loudly as his hands pushed forward. The Saiyan hurricanes spun even faster, ripping space like a cloth. In less than a second, numerous space cracks appeared. The mighty god heavenly country's experts who had retreated far away had the illusion that as the Saiyan hurricanes tore space, time was flowing backward. A horrifying, destructive space power swept over the land. The Saiyan hurricane's spare power grounded everything in its path to nothing, becoming the past. Looking at the Saiyan hurricanes that came towards him from all four directions, Huang Xiaolong did not panic. He calmly pushed both his palms forward. Vigorous darkness energy flowed out from Huang Xiaolong's palms. It formed waves after waves and layers after layers of massive and thick walls of darkness. These layers of darkness walls resembled a bottomless dark abyss that swallowed everything and collided with the many pillars of Saiyan hurricanes. Resounding collisions thundered endlessly as if the earth was splitting into pieces. The entire mighty god heavenly country shook violently. The darkness wall's devouring attribute continued to collide with the Saiyan hurricane's space power. Sparks and azure rays ricocheted everywhere. In the first collision between the darkness walls and Saiyan hurricanes, Huang Xiaolong swayed and leaped forward, landing in front of the mighty god ruler in a single leap. Huang Xiaolong's fist swung out. There was intermingling of outward roiling devil chi, blood pupils, stampede of beasts, glistening bright lights, thousands of weapons, ancient curse runes, and obscure symbols. The mighty god ruler was startled, but he managed to punch out in a fluster by reflex. Bang! Two fists collided. Space cracks appeared, spewing out turbulent chaos chi. The mighty god ruler felt an overwhelming impact smash against his fist, knocking him back for several tens of thousands of miles before regaining his balance. His blood flow became messy and he panted heavily, whereas Huang Xiaolong stood still on the same spot like an immovable mountain despite the dangerous turbulent chaos chi around him. What? Marshal Xianxia and other mighty god heavenly country's experts, watching from afar, were beyond shocked. Their ruler, who had merged with the country's origin energy, was repelled by Huang Xiaolong with one punch. That rang an alarm in their minds. The person who had the hardest time believing what had happened was the mighty god ruler himself. He stared at his own right fist. His bones had cracked, and his flesh was ruptured. I am actually? No, not possible. The mighty god ruler denied under his breath. It was obvious that Huang Xiaolong had not advanced to high-level sovereign. How could Huang Xiaolong's battle strength exceed his? Huang Xiaolong's right hand flung the mighty god prince, who had fainted long ago, towards Marshal Tian Qifei. After that he strode towards the mighty god ruler. I had told you early on that you're mistaken about one thing. After merging with the mighty god heavenly country's origin energy, the mighty god ruler was stronger than the heavenly saint ruler Huang Xiaolong had fought. Then again, the current Huang Xiaolong was not the same as Huang Xiaolong then. At the time Huang Xiaolong had defeated the heavenly saint ruler, his cultivation was merely at the peak of mid-6th order sovereign. After refining the Chaos 5th Earth Lightning Pool and 3 Imperial Sage Pills, Huang Xiaolong had broken through to late 6th order sovereign realm. Huang Xiaolong, you're the one who forced me. The mighty god ruler's head snapped up and his eyes turned scarlet. His emotions fell into a frenzy as he spoke. Originally, I was not planning on using that treasure artifact, but you forced me to use it. In that case, I will reduce you to ashes. Just as the mighty god ruler finished his words, the red lump between his eyebrows flew off. Upon detaching itself, the red lump ballooned in size in the blink of an eye, becoming a giant meat lump. The red lump's surface was densely covered with mysterious runes that glowed bright red. A terrifying aura enveloped the land. The massive red meat lump gave Huang Xiaolong a dangerous feeling. His brows furrowed slightly. Is it a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact? But it shouldn't be. He sensed vitality inside the giant meat lump. More accurately, this meat lump should be some sort of saint creature. A saint creature that was more powerful than a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact. Huang Xiaolong, this great treasure can incinerate everything. It's not a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact, yet it is more powerful than most high-grade supreme spiritual artifacts. The mighty god ruler laughed coldly. Now, I'll let you see the startling power of this great treasure. His hands waved out in attack even before he was done speaking. Waves of sovereign god force were infused into the giant meat lump through his palms. The meat lump made hungry, grumbling noises resembling a famished, ferocious beast that was gnawing on delicious prey. The mighty god ruler's god force continued to rush into the meat lump in great waves. The mysterious red runes on the meat lump became increasingly glaring and bright. Rays of red light seemed to reach the horizon. All living things below, especially the spiritual beasts, were enshrouded within the red rays, and they began to emit red rays as well. In the next second, these living beings all turned into gray ash, silently. There wasn't a scream or a grunt, as if they were ignorant that they had already lost their lives. Even the mighty god heavenly country's experts felt the hair on their necks standing and goosebumps running down their hands as they watched this scene. Go! The mighty god ruler ordered with a wave of his hand. The meat lump, with blinding red rays, launched itself forward to attack Huang Xiaolong. Before the meat lump arrived, Huang Xiaolong already felt a scorching heat appear within his body. This hotness rapidly spread throughout his whole body, even reaching his souls within his 3 godheads. This is? Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Huang Xiaolong was about to throw out the barbarian space's lightning bead when the scorching heat inside his body vanished as suddenly as it appeared. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. While Huang Xiaolong was in a daze, 4 divine fires flew out of his body. The moment these 4 divine fires flew out, they directly targeted the red meat lump. Huang Xiaolong, the mighty god ruler, and the others' eyeballs fell to the ground at what happened next. The powerful-looking red meat lump was more lethal than a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact. It halted in midair as if it was nailed to the spot, and then it retreated in a panic. However, the 4 divine fires were locked onto the giant meat lump. Soon, the giant meat lump started shrieking strangely. The meat lump's sharp shrieks, screaming for help, caused the mighty god ruler's face to go pale. It had really never occurred to him that the 4 divine fires that flew out of Huang Xiaolong's body could have such power, forcing the meat lump to flee and shriek for help. This meat lump had a shocking origin. Although it was not a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact, a 10th order sovereign would have a hard time trying to destroy it. But right now, The meat lump was terrified to the point of shrieking for help. Then, the next question was, what was the origin of Huang Xiaolong's four divine fires? The mighty god ruler did not have the time to think about that question right now. He moved his hands, and the sovereign god force came roaring out of his palms, slapping towards the four divine fires to smack them away from the meat lump. However, the next scene continued to shock everyone. The mighty god ruler's palm strikes didn't only hit the four divine fires, but they also stimulated the four divine fires' ferocity. This sight truly rendered Huang Xiaolong dazed. These four divine fires were exactly the four divine fires he had collected in the lower realm: the Azure Dragon Divine Fire, Black Tortoise Divine Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, and White Tiger Divine Fire. Huang Xiaolong was shocked because of the four divine fires' appearance. Ever since he had ascended to the divine world, most of the time, these four divine fires had literally hibernated inside his body. They hadn't given him any response, no matter how hard he had tried to nudge them, especially as his cultivation had risen. He had felt as if the four divine fires had entered deep slumber that he had almost forgotten about their existence. Now, the four divine fires were able to restrain that nameless meat lump that was said to be more powerful than a high-grade supreme spiritual artifact, and even treat the mighty god ruler's attack as nothing? An angry bellow came from the mighty god ruler at this time. The cyan blades of wind around him swirled turbulently as his palms continuously struck out at the four divine fires. Violent cyan pillars of hurricanes slammed towards the four divine fires with the force of tearing everything apart. A thunderous bang came from the four divine fires. After the thunderous bang, the four divine fires swayed unsteadily in the air, but none of them exploded as the mighty god ruler had expected. Instead, the four divine fires burned even more brightly. The mighty god heavenly country's marshal Xianxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the mighty god ruler refused to believe that he couldn't deal with a few balls of divine fires. He started brewing his next wave of attacks. He struck out his palms consecutively. Each palm strike could destroy a piece of heaven and earth, but the four divine fires actually grew bigger each time they were hit. Moreover, the shrieks coming from the meat lump grew increasingly miserable. Huang Xiaolong was planning to help, but he stopped after watching the result. He wanted to see the extent of these four divine fires' powers. After a flurry of frenzy and ferocious attacks, the mighty god ruler finally gave up. In a split second, a figure flickered, and Huang Xiaolong appeared right in front of him. Huang Xiaolong's three saint bloodlines' powers gathered in his fist. Without resorting to the barbarian space's lightning bead, his fist landed hard on the mighty god ruler. The mighty god ruler let out a loud grunt as his body smashed into the ground in the far distance. The land rumbled and quaked violently. Huang Xiaolong blurred away, appearing above the mighty god ruler in a split second. Huang Xiaolong, you? The mighty god ruler yelled as he flew out of the pit in the ground. He was extremely furious. However, before he could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong's second punch arrived, smashing him into the ground one more time. Again and again, every time the mighty god ruler returned to the air, he was greeted by Huang Xiaolong's merciless punch and smashed back into the ground. Loud crashing sounds rumbled throughout the land. The rumbles of every crash sounded like a hammer in the hearts of the mighty god heavenly country's experts, and their faces were already deathly pale. A few minutes later, as the mighty god ruler was sent crashing into the ground by Huang Xiaolong, he lay unmoving in the pit. Lying scattered in the vicinity of the mighty god ruler were Marshal Xianxia and other mighty god heavenly country's experts. Xianxia and the other experts didn't fare any better than their ruler. As for the mighty god prince, he was once again held up by Huang Xiaolong like a pup. At this point, there was only despair in the mighty god prince's eyes, and he was trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was looking towards the sky where the four divine fires were still entangled with the giant red meat lump. The giant red meat lump was being pecked and gnawed off inch by the four divine fires. It was now half of what it used to be. A strange expression flashed across Huang Xiaolong's face as he watched on silently. While Huang Xiaolong was beating the group of mighty god heavenly countries people to the ground, the heavenly saint ruler and a group of experts were rushing to the mighty god heavenly country. Your Majesty can rest assured. With Lord's strength, the mighty god ruler won't be able to harm a hair on the Lord even after merging with the mighty god heavenly country's origin energy. The heavenly saint country's Marshal Lan Shirfan persuaded. The heavenly saint ruler solemnly shook his head and said, "From the news I've received, the mighty god ruler has obtained a treasure that helped his strength to improve exponentially. He advanced to late Ninth Order sovereign not long ago." What? The mighty god ruler has advanced to late Ninth Order sovereign. Lan Shirfan and other heavenly saint countries experts ashen upon hearing that. The heavenly saint ruler nodded. That's right. Based on my estimation of the mighty god ruler's current strength, Lord will be in danger after the mighty god ruler merges with the mighty god heavenly country's origin energy and uses that treasure's power. There was worry in his eyes. Due to this, after learning that Huang Xiaolong had gone to the mighty god heavenly country, the heavenly saint ruler had led a group of his country's experts and rushed over. Hope we make it in time. As the heavenly saint country's group rushed as fast as possible, they finally arrived at the mighty god heavenly country. However, when the heavenly saint ruler and the others entered the mighty god heavenly country, they were perplexed. Why was it so quiet? Scarily quiet. Could it be that everything's ended? Marshal Lan Shirfan uttered his doubt aloud with his brows deeply scrunched together. Has the Lord already been killed by the mighty god ruler? The others of the heavenly saint country's experts exchanged glances in apprehension. Let's check out the mighty god divine palace, said the heavenly saint ruler in a solemn voice. Perhaps it was what Lan Shirfan had said. The Lord was already killed. Why else would it seem so silent? Without delay, the heavenly saint ruler led the others, flying towards the mighty god divine palace at rapid speed. As they got closer to the mighty god heavenly country, they saw the broken land, the flattened mountains, and destroyed forests. Pieces of buildings scattered all over the broken land, and they could feel the lingering destructive force in the air. All of them were shocked, looking at the mighty god heavenly country's terrible state of ruins. The further in they flew, the more tragic the surroundings were. At some places, mighty god heavenly country soldiers could be seen coiled together in a corner, trembling in their boots. Fear was written all over their faces as if they had just experienced the worst nightmare of their lives. Soon, the group arrived in the vicinity of the mighty god divine palace. They saw a figure standing straight in the air. It was seemingly an ordinary figure that did not exude any astounding aura or soaring killing intent. He merely stood in the air, like an insignificant speck of dust under the firmament. Upon seeing this familiar figure, the heavenly saint ruler and the others shuddered with excitement. A moment later, the heavenly saint country's experts saw the almost unrecognizable mighty god ruler lying miserably inside a pit. His face was swollen with purple and green bruises all over. His divine armor was broken everywhere, and he looked more dead than a corpse. Their gazes then moved to another body lying in a pit close by, which was the mighty god heavenly country's Marshal Xianxia. There were also other mighty god heavenly country's experts. The heavenly saint ruler and the others were agape with shock, and for a moment, all of them forgot to fly forward. You guys are here. Huang Xiaolong's tepid voice sounded. The heavenly saint ruler and the others shivered slightly and came to their senses. All of them hurried forward to salute Huang Xiaolong. Greetings to the Lord. The heavenly saint ruler saluted as he stood in front of Huang Xiaolong. Lan Shirfan and the others also saluted respectfully. We greet the Lord. At this time, the mighty god ruler was struggling to climb out from the pit. When he heard the heavenly saint ruler and heavenly saint country's experts calling Huang Xiaolong Lord, he shuddered and nearly tumbled back into the pit. He tried hard to see through his swollen eyes, wanting to confirm it was really the heavenly saint ruler and his subordinates. He still refused to believe that the heavenly saint ruler would submit to Huang Xiaolong. Finally, the mighty god ruler saw the heavenly saint ruler and the others' faces. He stood dazedly in the pit. Before the mighty god ruler reacted, the barbarian space's lightning bead flew out from Huang Xiaolong's body. instantly enveloping a large piece of land in a sea of lightning. Sensing the barbarian space lightning bead's terrifying power, the mighty god ruler paled. He distinctly felt the danger of death enveloping over him from the lightning bead. Then he saw Huang Xiaolong casually wave his hand, and bright shiny spirit stones rained down from the cloud. Shocking spiritual energy swept out, nearly suffocating the mighty god ruler. The mighty god ruler stared wide-eyed at the small hill of spirit stones. These were top-grade chaos spirit stones. He quivered. Those were actually top-grade chaos spirit stones. Under this heaven and earth, there are still so many top-grade chaos spirit stones? Submit to me, and these 30,000 top-grade chaos spirit stones will be yours. Huang Xiaolong did not waste time with any nonsense and added coldly, "If you are unwilling to submit to me, you will die. Die." The mighty god ruler's heartstrings quivered. His gaze shifted from the crackling lightning bead hovering above Huang Xiaolong's head to the heavenly saint ruler. After that, he looked at Marshal Lan Shifan and the others and suddenly smiled. He smiled bitterly. "Do I have any other option?" He stared at Huang Xiaolong quietly for a long time before finally speaking. "I will submit, but after that, my status and identity must be at par with the heavenly saint ruler." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. Accepted. As the ruler of a country with strength no less than the heavenly saint ruler, this request was more than reasonable. Even if the mighty god ruler hadn't mentioned it, Huang Xiaolong would not have shortchanged him. Upon reaching an agreement, Huang Xiaolong and the mighty god ruler both made their vows to the heavens. "Lord!" After completing his vow, the mighty god ruler changed his address towards Huang Xiaolong, calling him Lord similar to the heavenly saint ruler and the others. Nonetheless, the mighty god ruler inevitably felt a little awkward calling Huang Xiaolong Lord. Not long ago, he was fighting a desperate battle against Huang Xiaolong, demanding Huang Xiaolong to apologize to him in front of other rulers. With the mighty god ruler's submission, Marshal Tian Qifei, General Xionggang, and others also made their vows of submission. After all the vows were completed, Huang Xiaolong distributed top-grade chaos spirit stones to the mighty god ruler and the others in accordance with what he had given to the heavenly saint country's experts. Tian Qifei's discontent reduced greatly as he looked at the hills of top-grade chaos spirit stones. But when they looked around at the broken lands, a bitter feeling filled the mighty god rulers, Marshal Tian Qifei's, and others' hearts. It was going to be a costly project to fully repair the mighty god heavenly country. While the mighty god heavenly countryside was crestfallen at the problem at hand, 8 chaos lightning pools flew out of Huang Xiaolong's forehead. The 8 chaos lightning pools merged in front of many shocked gazes. Fine drops of lightning fell to the ground like rain from high air. When the 8 chaos lightning pools' powers fell to the ground, the terribly cracked earth began to mend slowly. The plants that had turned into ashes started to gather again and sprouted anew. The flattened mountains rose high again in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone watched their surroundings gradually return to their original state in astonishment. This? 8 chaos lightning pools. The mighty god ruler stuttered as he stared fixedly at the 8 chaos lightning pools high in the air. There were 8 chaos lightning pools, and only the spatial domain lightning pool was missing. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong recalled the 8 chaos lightning pools into his forehead. Although merely a few hours had passed, the mighty god heavenly country's ruined state had recovered by more than half. After refining the 5th earth lightning pool, the 8 chaos lightning pools in Huang Xiaolong's body had merged into one and evolved. Especially in the recent period, Huang Xiaolong had discovered that there was a new vitality and life energy. This life energy was the reason why he was able to restore the mighty god heavenly country. However, this life energy could only restore plants, creatures, and land. Couldn't restore living beings with unique characteristics. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to resurrect his senior brother Jiang Hong, he needed to gather the last one, the spatial domain lightning pool, and merge all 9 chaos lightning pools. The mighty god ruler subsequently invited Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly saint ruler, and the others to the mighty god divine palace. In the next several days, Huang Xiaolong did not leave the mighty god heavenly country. He stayed and waited for the Black Dragon Heavenly Country's Battle Emperor Hong Ming's news. If the Battle Emperor Hong Ming had returned to the Black Dragon Heavenly Country and seen the Black Dragon ruler, he would soon receive a reply. While Huang Xiaolong waited for news at the mighty god Heavenly Country, rumors outside were spreading like wildfire. I heard that kid entered the mighty god Heavenly Country. The strange thing is that even though a few days have passed, there is no news from the mighty god Heavenly Country. The Heavenly Terror Country's General Sun Po was doubtful.